Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 215, Chapter 215, Scotty. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. The night was quiet, and silvery white light poured down from the dark sky. Scáthach gently brushed a strand of hair from her ear, her hands behind her back, walking beside Asher with uneven steps. "Are you mad?" she asked, tilting her head slightly. "Not at all," Asher shook his head. "I just dragged you out to avoid more trouble." "More trouble?" Scáthach rested a finger on her chin. "Like everyone calling out the name of the same liked person just now." "Asher. Does sister really not know the truth?" he complained in his heart. Asher had never quite understood his sister since their time in the land of shadows. Although the girl sometimes seemed foolishly cute, she often appeared to see through everything. "You think she's a fool, but in reality, from the moment you started treating her as a fool, you were already being played by her. Actually, I think the most troublesome thing is that I happened to see Mom dressed so alluringly and alone in a room with my fiancé, right?" Scáthach looked at Asher with a smiling expression. Asher's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a very bad premonition. "Ash, I'll ask you again now." Scáthach's steps slowed considerably. Although she maintained a smile, there was no hint of mirth in her eyes. In the dim light, those purple pupils seemed to have lost their original luster. "Do you like Mom?" "So, is sister really not asking this on purpose because she already knows something?" Asher almost tripped and fell. He stopped in his tracks, and Scáthach also stopped. Under the moonlight, the girl's clear purple eyes stared intently at Asher. "Calm down, just answer calmly." "Oh, of course, she's my Shishou," Asher said, then turned his head, pretending to look at the scenery. Scáthach stared intently at Asher's profile, then quickly smiled casually. "Is that so?" For some reason, seeing this smile, Asher always felt like he had been seen through. Scáthach looked deeply at Asher, then gave a small yawn. "Why did you call me out?" "If there's nothing, I'll go back now." Asher then came back to his senses, shaking his head. "I just wanted to end the game from earlier." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at his sister again. "Don't worry, the game in the room just now was just for my amusement. I won't play it again." Scáthach tilted her head slightly, looking at Asher who was still standing rooted to the spot. "Also, the question just now was just teasing. I believe you and Mom won't do anything. After all, you're my fiancé." In the dim light, Scáthach's smile was faint, and she left with her hands behind her back. After Scáthach left, Asher remained in a daze. It wasn't until a cold gust of wind blew past that Asher shivered, snapping out of his daze. Why did he always feel that his sister already knew something? But it shouldn't be the case. Asher believed that everything he had done so far should have been quite discreet, and Shishou hadn't revealed anything suspicious. It was probably just a delusion. Asher shook his head, no longer thinking about it. Another gust of cold wind, mixed with a slight chill, blew past. Asher looked up at the shivering leaves in the cold wind, feeling a sense of confusion. The weather shouldn't be this cold today, should it? Forget it, he should just go back to his room soon. Asher slightly put away his inner doubts, turned to go back to his room, but after only 2 steps, a bone-chilling cold suddenly swept over him from behind, and a bright light flared up. He suddenly turned his head to look, and a strong gust of wind, accompanied by a sharp weapon, pierced towards him. Asher slightly dodged the attack, and the weapon shot straight through the large tree behind him. Asher raised his hand, about to counterattack, but upon seeing the appearance of his assailant, his movement abruptly stopped. "So it's Shishou. Is this testing my anti-sneak attack ability?" A woman in a snow-blue long dress stood in front of Asher. She wore a crown on her head, and her legs were encased in stockings that reached just up to her thighs, making her exceptionally noticeable even in the dim garden. Moonlight poured down, and her robe seemed to shimmer in the silver light, like a true goddess. "Weren't you in the room just now? Didn't you run into Sister Scáthach on the way here?" Asher continued to ask. Scáthach gave Asher a strange look, tilting her head slightly, a hint of confusion in her red eyes. "Sister and I talked about a lot of things just now. I always feel like she's discovered something." Asher sighed to himself, walked up to Scáthach, and took the woman's hand. "Shishou, shouldn't we find an opportunity to clarify things with sister?" Scáthach's previous words made Asher feel inexplicably uneasy. He always felt that if things continued like this, it wouldn't be long before his sister discovered the truth. If that happened, everything would be too late. "Oh. Clarify things with sister?" Scáthach repeated, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "How do you want to say it?" Asher was startled, then sighed deeply again. Let's test her first. Otherwise, this isn't a solution. Asher felt that explaining things to Scáthach sooner was better than her discovering it herself later. Tonight, perhaps Sister hadn't completely grown suspicious, but if Sister continued to live in the palace, there would eventually be a day when she found out. Rather than that, it would be better to test Sister's thoughts first. Scáthach looked at the young man in front of her, her mouth slightly open, about to speak, but at that moment, Asher had already taken her hand, staring at her face and saying, I like Shishou. I will find a time to explain this to Sister. I won't make things difficult for you. What are you suddenly doing? Before Scáthach could finish her sentence, Asher wrapped his arm around the woman's slender waist, looked up at her, and said, Shishou. Scáthach's expression stiffened slightly as she watched Asher's lips slowly approach. Without giving Scáthach another chance to think, those soft lips pressed against hers. Scáthach's pupils slowly widened, as if she had encountered something incredible. It feels a bit strange. Asher stared at the woman in his arms. For some reason, he felt an indescribable sense of strangeness. If it were Shishou, she would usually be more proactive in returning the kiss, but tonight, she was like a novice. Is it because of Sister Scáthach's matter? What are you doing? As Asher thought of this, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Asher had heard this voice hundreds of times. It was the woman who had haunted his dreams, the woman now in his arms. The woman in his arms. Asher was startled. He looked at the woman in his arms, then turned to look at the woman standing not far away, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit with a frosty expression. How could there be two Shishou's house? Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 216. Chapter 216. Gentle women are very dangerous. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Frankly, it was the first time Asher truly understood the meaning of the word life flashing before one's eyes. His experiences from this life and the previous one flashed through Asher's mind like a runaway film projector. Asher had never felt such a mix of emotions before. His brain instantly froze, feeling a bewildered, who am I, where am I, what am I doing, sensation. Under Scáthach's cold red gaze, Asher once felt his life was pretty much over. What? Does anyone really think this scene is nothing? Even setting aside Asher kissing the wrong person, there were other troublesome issues. Yes, it was the real Scáthach, standing not far away, whose tight suit perfectly outlined her figure. From the current scene, it was probably White Album, the Britain version. Along with a chill, Asher startled awake with a shiver. He slightly composed his thoughts, then lightly coughed. Shishou. I think I can explain. Go on and explain for now, Scáthach said, her gaze still scrutinizing the woman in front of Asher, her eyes showing a slight hesitation. How to put it, if it weren't for the difference in their aura, she would have suspected she had become 2 people. Shishou, huh? At this moment, the woman standing in front of Asher, after a brief daze, her cheeks suddenly turned crimson, and her tone gained a hint of gritting annoyance. Before you explain to your Shishou, shouldn't you apologize to me first? Asher looked at the woman in front of him, who was almost indistinguishable from Scáthach, and hesitated. I kissed the wrong person, I'm sorry. Is that all? If you think an apology like that can quell my anger, then you are sorely mistaken. Before the woman could finish, Asher sighed innocently. But you attacked me first, didn't you? And after that, you didn't immediately reveal your identity, but instead pretended to be my Shishou to try and hear what I had to say about my sister. Are you trying to say this is my fault? Human, you're incredibly bold. Do you know who you're talking to? An unknown person disguised as Shishou? Asher asked. Of course, he said this on purpose. From the moment he saw Scáthach and this woman, he had probably guessed the truth. If he wasn't mistaken, this woman should be the goddess from Norse mythology, Skadi. Asher was no longer as surprised as he was at first. After all, this world was clearly problematic. Britain and the Land of Shadows could coexist simultaneously. Even if someone told him now that his true identity was not human, he would at most only respond with a calm, oh, is that so? And similar nonchalant replies. An unknown person, you say? Why don't you just openly say you want to know my name? The woman's voice, laced with dissatisfaction and embarrassment, rang out. She clearly hadn't recovered from the shame of being suddenly kissed by Asher. You should be glad. As a human, knowing a deity's name is something to be proud of. Her tone was haughty as she spoke her name. Skadi. Upon hearing this name, Scáthach's eyes showed a thoughtful expression, as if recalling something. Feeling that the young man beside her seemed to be about to explain, Scáthach shook her head and said, I roughly understand the situation. You don't need to explain further. You mistook me for that woman, and that's why you did that, right? As expected of Shishou, Asher nodded. Enough with the meaningless flattery. Even if it was a misunderstanding, what you ultimately did won't change at all. And, even if the faces are the same, can't you distinguish the difference in aura, foolish disciple? Scáthach's tone became a little stricter towards the end. I'm sorry. I was worried about my sister just now, so I didn't pay much attention, Asher apologized profusely, lowering his head. And besides, who would have thought there would be two Shishou's house? Scáthach pursed her lips, then quickly smiled. Well, you can't entirely be blamed for that. Asher rejoiced, knowing that this matter was probably over. He was about to speak, but then he heard Scáthach continue, come to my room after this. It was my dereliction of duty for not letting you distinguish the real Shishou. I will ensure that you can immediately recognize who your Shishou is from now on. Her tone sounded quite gentle, but Asher shivered genuinely. This was a chill etched into his bones. Whenever Scáthach intended to inflict some punishment, she would use such a gentle voice to numb Asher. Morgan often did this too. Asher didn't know if it was just the women he knew who were like this, or if all women were like this when they were angry. In any case, he already had a deep psychological trauma from such gentle smiles. The gentler the smile, the more dangerous it was. Asher genuinely believed this truth. What have you two been muttering to yourselves about? Shouldn't you sincerely apologize to me first? I'm the real victim here. Scotty's voice, laced with dissatisfaction, rang out, her red eyes looking at Asher with coldness. But I think I'm also a victim, Asher shrugged innocently. After all, because of this incident, he would still have to endure his Shishou's education later. Scáthach was not a gentle woman, at least not when fighting or educating her disciple. Thinking of the education from his Shishou after this, Asher felt even more annoyed. What? You say you're a victim? Scotty looked as if she had heard something unbelievable. You kissed me. Do you believe in gender equality? Asher interrupted Scotty. Scotty hesitated, then nodded. Of course. Then after I kissed you, why are you at a disadvantage and not me? Asher asked. Because, that. Scotty didn't know how to answer for a moment. From this point of view, Scotty was indeed quite different from Scáthach. If Scáthach were facing such a situation, she wouldn't waste so much time talking to Asher. She would probably just shoot Asher directly and tell him that this world speaks with strength. But Scotty was actually struggling with what Asher was saying. Why are you so stubborn? There's nothing I can do with you. How about this, since I kissed you, as compensation, I'll let you kiss me once. That way, we're even, Asher continued, looking helpless. Who would do that, you idiot? Who do you think you're talking to? Scotty's tone became a bit colder, but she couldn't find a suitable reason to refute him. She could only gnash her teeth and glare at Asher. This goddess seems a bit silly, huh? Asher muttered in his heart, feeling a little smug. I really am good with words. You're getting bolder and bolder, aren't you? You're already flirting with other women right in front of me. Scáthach's voice slowly rang out. Asher immediately became alert and quickly shook his head. Your disciple wouldn't dare. He almost forgot, Shishou was still watching. Scáthach clearly wasn't focused on Asher. She had been observing the woman who looked so much like her. She pursed her lips. You said your name is Scotty, and you're a goddess queen, is that right? I am a goddess, but not a queen. Scotty's eyes became a little darker, and she said in a low voice, until I confirm that person's life or death, I have no right to be called king. That person is the true divine king. Scáthach didn't seem to care what Scotty said. She continued to ask, so, those dreams I had before were real? Scotty also somewhat reined in the embarrassment and annoyance she felt from being suddenly kissed. She looked up at the woman walking towards her. I'm not sure, but I think we can talk a bit. I'm very interested in you, Scotty said. Me too, Scáthach walked up to Scotty. A few years ago, you threw your staff from that door to me in the land of shadows. What were you trying to tell me? Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 217, Chapter 217, I suspect someone is cheating on me. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Listening to their conversation, Asher looked around, his eyes slightly dazed. That staff was actually thrown to Shishou by Scotty. He had found it strange before how Shishou could have Scotty's staff. Now, hearing their conversation, Asher's confusion was finally resolved. Just then, Scáthach stepped forward, pulled out the weapon Scotty had previously thrown at Asher from the large tree, and pointed it at Scotty. This weapon, and the staff you threw to me before should be made of the same material, right? Of course, after all, there's no such material in this world, Scotty shrugged noncommittally. It was probably about 5 years ago when I accidentally discovered that I could feel a very faint presence of a primeval aura somewhere. So, I followed it to investigate, and then I felt my own primeval essence in an opened door. So you threw your weapon into that door? Scáthach asked. Weren't you afraid I wouldn't pick up your weapon? It wouldn't matter if you didn't pick it up. Scotty pointed to the staff Scáthach was now holding. As you can see, these are mass-produced. Scáthach rarely showed a hint of an amused smile. That's quite a coincidence. Like Scotty, Scáthach's weapon, GCE Balg, was made from the bones of a giant sea beast, and was itself a mass-produced item. Is the weapon I sent you still there? Scotty asked. Of course, Scáthach smiled. But I broke it. Oh my, that's quite a statement to hear. Scotty's smile faded a bit. Although they're mass-produced, their value might be beyond your imagination, you know. I know, but I have someone here who is more valuable than that weapon. Scáthach glanced at Asher. And then, what happened after you threw a weapon over here and there was no sound from you? Scotty spread her hands. After that, that door disappeared. I regret it very much. I often think if I should have followed that door into this world at that time. Wait a moment. Asher interrupted their conversation. How exactly did you come to this world? As you can see, I simply came to this world, Scotty said. For some reason, Asher felt as if Scotty glared at him, and her tone of voice was much different from when she was speaking to Scáthach earlier. It was understandable, after all, she was kissed by a strange man the moment she arrived in this world. Anyone would be in a bad mood. In fact, the fact that Scotty didn't immediately attack him was probably out of consideration for Scáthach being nearby. How exactly did you get here? Asher felt he needed to clarify this question. Scáthach noticed that Scotty was reluctant to bother with her disciple, so she added, I'm also very interested in this point. If you don't explain it clearly, it'll be hard for me to believe you. Scotty sighed, muttering, there's no other way, and began. As you both saw, a door simply appeared in my world, then I simply walked through the door, then I simply arrived in this world, then I simply met this man, was simply mistaken for his Shishou, and then was simply kissed by him. TCH, it stopped being simple there. How much does this goddess like the word simple? I think it's quite normal for me to mistake you for Shishou and simply kiss Shishou, since you look so much like Shishou, Asher argued. If you ignored their aura, the two of them really looked too similar, almost like the same person. However, their auras were indeed vastly different. If he had to say, Scáthach was the type of sadistic character who could effortlessly tease Asher. Scotty, on the other hand, was relatively docile. She was more like a young lady than a mature older sister, otherwise she wouldn't still be blushing and resentful after being kissed. Generally speaking, a disciple kissing their Shishou shouldn't be considered normal, should it? Scotty's cheeks were flushed, and she argued loudly, if kissing your Shishou was really that normal, you wouldn't have been so bothered by that other sister just now, would you? Could it be that you're in love with your Shishou, and you're hiding it from your fiancé or something? Scotty's eyes showed a hint of doubt towards the end. For example, Shishou likes the disciple and the disciple also likes Shishou, but they haven't clarified their relationship due to their identities. Then, because of some opportunity, like a potion, the Shishou and disciple secretly got together behind the fiancé's back, which is why you were bothering about whether to tell the fiancé the truth just now. Asher. He had to admit, this goddess was amazing. Although it was her own elaborate conjecture, it was almost completely accurate. Could it be that I hit the nail on the head? Scotty looked at Asher as if she was looking at an insect, filled with contempt. Because you admire your magnificent Shishou, you've transformed that admiration into possessiveness. What a terrible fellow you are, Scotty said again. Don't misunderstand, I was the one who first expressed my feelings, Scáthach interrupted Scotty. And I don't need you to point out my disciple's character. I will make my own judgment. Towards the end, her tone had already become somewhat unfriendly. You were the one who initiated it. Scotty was clearly surprised and looked at Asher several more times, shaking her head subtly. To actually fall for someone so utterly useless except for being a bit handsome, this woman must just be indulging in the taboo of a teacher-student romance. Scotty quickly stopped dwelling on the previous matter and naturally changed the subject. Let's talk about what happened just now. I threw out that weapon because I wanted you to look for a present similar to that weapon's aura. I thought that since our origins are similar, you should also be very clever. Do you have any clues now? Meaning you think you're clever too? Asher muttered in his heart. Scáthach pondered for a moment, then handed the staff to Scotty. So, you're looking for someone, which is why you threw the weapon down, right? Scotty took the staff. Actually, I didn't have much hope because I wasn't sure where that person was right now, nor if they were even in this world. Is that so? That's a shame, Scáthach said. Does that person have any distinctive features? This is his characteristic, Scotty said, holding up the staff in her hand. He's also a magical girl. Asher asked with a hint of a joke in his voice. I can temporarily forget about the kiss, but I don't want to hear that kind of joke a second time, Scotty glared at Asher. Actually, this staff is made of a certain kind of branch. The person I'm looking for can absorb the power from the staff for their own use, but that person refused to do so until the very end, and instead used another method to protect the world I was in. Scotty's voice became much more filled with reminiscence towards the end, as if recalling past experiences. Asher was slightly startled. Can absorb the power of the staff. He parted his lips, about to speak, but Scáthach raised her hand first, stopping Asher's voice. She looked at Scotty and said, I roughly understand the situation. So, you've been looking for someone for several years, and throwing that weapon was also to hope I could help you find that person's whereabouts, right? Scotty nodded noncommittally. And then, just now, that door, which had been gone for several years, opened again. This time, I decided to come here myself to see. And you just happened to run into my disciple, right? Scáthach asked. Scotty nodded. It was quite a terrible experience. Recalling Asher's kiss just now, Scotty felt inexplicably annoyed. She glared fiercely at Asher again, then averted her gaze. Anyway, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. I need to find that person as soon as possible. If you have any clues, you can contact me. May I ask the reason why you want to find that person? Scáthach asked. Of course. Scotty somehow pulled out a dozen identical staffs. Under Asher's astonished gaze, she wielded the staff and continued, I hope that person can eat all of these, or rather, absorb the magic within them. After speaking, she glanced at Asher, who was still in shock, and let out a tch of annoyance. Bad luck. I didn't expect to encounter such an unlucky thing the moment I came to this world, actually being forcibly kissed by a strange man. Scáthach remained silent, looking at Scotty, who was about to leave, and slowly spoke, if you mean you're looking for someone who can absorb the staff's essence, then I think the person you're looking for is right in front of you. Scotty's steps, which she was about to take, paused slightly. She slowly turned her head to look. Where is the person you're talking about, she said, her gaze falling on Scáthach. Upon seeing Scáthach point to the young man beside her, she casually glanced at Asher and then averted her gaze. You're saying your disciple is the person I'm looking for? Scotty pursed her lips. There's a limit to jokes. If he were that person, he should be able to absorb the staff now. Also, that being would never act so rashly. Who kisses someone the moment they meet? Scotty's voice grew softer and softer as she watched Asher grab the staff from her hand, and the magic clearly draining from it. Her eyes slowly widened. Scáthach's lips curled slightly. Although she had been acting nonchalant since the beginning, Scáthach was still quite angry to see her beloved disciple being looked down upon. Now you wouldn't dare look down on my disciple anymore, would you? Thinking of this, Scáthach's gaze fell once again on the woman who looked so much like herself. She saw that Scotty's expression seemed a bit dazed. I've finally found you. After a brief daze, as if relieved, Scotty clutched Asher's hand tightly, as if afraid he would disappear if she let go. Scáthach's smile gradually froze. It seems I said something superfluous. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 218, Chapter 218, A New Enemy, Rival in Love. Fire you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available Fire. So, who is this person again? Morgan le Fay quietly surveyed the woman standing next to Asher, her tone filled with displeasure. One Scáthach was already tricky enough, and now there were two. Two moms. What hack also looked at the two women in front of her, full of confusion. They had the same purple hair, and their faces and figures were almost identical. No, you're the mom, right? What hack looked at the woman wearing a tight-fitting suit next to her. You can actually tell. Asher's eyes widened slightly in surprise, as he asked. Of course, don't underestimate me, What hack snorted. After spending so much time with mom, the difference in temperament is quite easy to recognize. Indeed, although they look similar at first glance, there's a significant difference in the aura they exude. Shishou's unique temperament is still very obvious, Artoria nodded in agreement, speaking calmly. This is a temperament that can only be cultivated through the refinement of time. Although that lady next to her also has a similar temperament, it's not the same, she added. A temperament cultivated through the refinement of time, huh? Scáthach repeated. Does that mean she's very old? Artoria shook her head, stating a fact in a calm tone. I didn't say it to that extent, but, according to what I said earlier, it's probably something like that. Probably something like that. What exactly is it? Scáthach's eyes held a glint of interest. I'm quite interested in this too, please do tell. Sky's gaze also fell on Artoria. How long do you think it took to cultivate the temperament you refined through time? Artoria observed the two women standing in front of her again, and after a moment of thought, said, probably. Scáthach's eyes narrowed slightly. Should be. Sky casually glanced at Artoria twice. Artoria hesitated for a moment. It shouldn't be long, maybe a year or two. Oh. Asher's eyes widened slightly, and he applauded in his heart, silently sighing. Lily has made a lot of progress too. If it were before, she would have stated her judgment without hesitation. But now, she finally understood what it meant to develop discreetly. It's really not easy. Asher felt as if his own daughter had finally grown up. However, just as he thought this, Artoria suddenly glared at Asher with an angry look. What's wrong? Asher asked. Nothing. Artoria's tone was flat, and she turned her face away. For some reason, Asher's gaze just now made her feel very uncomfortable. How to put it, it made her feel like Asher was looking at her with the eyes of an elder, which reminded her of what Asher said to her earlier in the dressing room. That kind of thing could only be done after she became an adult. Just thinking about what she wanted to do to Asher before, and what Asher said to her later, Artoria's cheeks involuntarily felt hot. Fortunately, the attention of the several people in the hall was focused on the woman named Sky at the moment, and they didn't pay too much attention to Artoria's state. Even the sister-obsessed Morgan almost completely focused her attention on Sky. After observing Sky for a long time, she spoke again. So, who exactly is this woman? Although she looks a lot like Scáthach, she should be two completely different people, right? And who are you? Sky's gaze shifted to Morgan. The future queen, Morgan said with a smile. I see, future queen, you can just call me Sky. The specific details would be a bit complicated to explain. Then let's make a long story short, Morgan interrupted Sky. Just two people who had just met, yet there was an atmosphere of tension between them. After a brief moment of being stunned, Sky already understood that the other party came with ill intentions, and her tone naturally became much colder. To put it simply, I'm looking for someone, and I paid a great price for it. And now I've found that person. This must be fate. By the end of her sentence, Sky's tone had a hint of nostalgia, and her eyes softened considerably, as if recalling some pleasant memories. Fate. Morgan smiled. Merlin would probably love to talk about fate with you. Need me to introduce him? He's Britain's great mage, guaranteed to satisfy you. No thanks. Just hearing the name doesn't sound like a good person, and besides, I'm not interested in anyone else, Sky said at the end, inadvertently glancing at Asher. Morgan gazed at Sky for a long time, then glanced at Scáthach. You've been silent all this time. Don't you have anything to say? It would be better for her to stay here, Scáthach said. The other party held important clues for her disciple's strength improvement. She had pondered for a long time between her possessiveness and her disciple's future before bringing Sky back. Oh. Morgan stared at Scáthach. Even if your daughter has another love rival, it doesn't matter. Scáthach was already difficult to deal with due to her guilt towards her daughter. If Scáthach knew that Scáthach already knew the truth and didn't mind at all, it would probably be even more troublesome. If it escalated into a mother-daughter alliance, it would be terrible for her. Don't misunderstand, he and I aren't that kind of relationship yet, Sky said, noticing the implication in Morgan's words, her tone cold. Not yet. Morgan savored the word. Sky pursed her lips, gazing at Morgan le Fay. What an overly cautious person. After all, she wasn't looking for that person to fall in love with him or anything, she just wanted to know if he was still alive. Although she thought so, Sky couldn't help but feel a little scattered in her gaze when she thought of the audacious act this person had just done. Although she had lived for so long, she had never even been in a relationship. Suddenly being embraced and passionately kissed by a boy, she actually didn't feel disgusted. Is it because she knew he was that person? Yes, it must be. Sky nodded heavily, as if to affirm her own thoughts. Asher's mouth was slightly agape. He tried to speak several times but couldn't find a suitable moment to interject, so he could only quietly stand by with Artoria and Scáthach, listening to Scáthach and the others' conversation. You brought her back, didn't you? Morgan's gaze shifted from Sky, falling once again on Scáthach. Shouldn't you explain? Oh my, wasn't that concise explanation clear enough? I thought you had already understood. Sky recovered from her earlier shyness, her tone calm. Well, I'm too lazy to explain again, but I think if I show you that thing, you should understand why she brought me back. As their eyes widened, Sky took out those dozen or so staffs, and looking up, said, this is the reason. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 219. Chapter 219. Asher, this is my path to becoming a heroic spirit. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. When Scotty took out these staffs, all almost identical in shape and size, not only the others present, but even Asher, who had seen such a grand display once before, couldn't help but sigh in wonder. This was truly unreasonable. The magical power contained in a single staff and the difficulty of absorbing it meant he would need over half a year to absorb it all. Dozens of staffs, just imagining it was unbelievable. Oh my, this is truly unexpected. Morgan's eyes narrowed slightly as she gazed at the staffs in Scotty's hand. Are they all real? I don't think she has any reason to lie. The weapon I had before was also given to me by her, Scáthach said calmly. I generally understand the situation, but just to ask, why did she give you weapons? Morgan observed Scáthach's expression and continued to ask. You shouldn't be so foolish as to simply accept someone else's weapons without any suspicion, should you? Although she didn't want to admit it, Morgan knew very well that while Scáthach was a battle maniac, her mind was still very clear. It was impossible for her to obtain someone else's weapons without any suspicion. Ah, of course, Scáthach nodded. When I was in the land of shadows, I had several dreams. Morgan raised an eyebrow. Were they beautiful dreams? If you call war a beautiful dream, then let it be a beautiful dream, Scáthach shrugged. I wasn't dreaming about myself, but about her. Her gaze fell on Scotty. Shishou, what does this mean? Asher couldn't help but ask. Literally, Scáthach said. I had many dreams about the woman next to me, dreaming of another world. And the struggles of that world, as well as some things she experienced. Although I don't know if those things actually happened. If you dreamed of battles between gods, giants, and elves, then rest assured, those dreams are real. Scotty shook the staff in her hand. Although I don't know why, a few years ago, I also had a period where I would dream about Scáthach, such as some of her worries, guilt, pleasure, and excitement. As she spoke the last part, Scotty's gaze intentionally or unintentionally turned to Asher. I'm quite interested in hearing this. Can you elaborate? Morgan's eyes were filled with interest. Scáthach also leaned closer, looking like a curious child, and even Artoria's eyes lit up slightly. It wasn't that she was gossiping, but that the usually mysterious Scáthach would display so many emotions, which piqued her interest a little. Frankly, I'm quite interested too, Asher said. Asher's thoughts were exactly like Artoria's. For him, even after interacting with Scáthach to this day, Shishou still seemed to wear a veil of mystery. Hearing Scotty's words now, he naturally wanted to learn more about Shishou and know what she usually thought. However, upon hearing Asher's words, Scotty suddenly chuckled, whispering, he truly has no self-awareness at all. He was clearly the culprit. What do you mean? Asher's eyes were filled with doubt, and he couldn't help but think of a possibility in his mind. Could it be that Shishou's dreams were related to him? It shouldn't be. He was just a child a few years ago. Even if Shishou dreamed about him, there shouldn't have been so many emotional changes. It means. My matters are irrelevant. The problem right now is you, isn't it? Scáthach coldly interrupted Scotty. You said just now that you were looking for someone who could absorb staffs, right? What's the reason? Morgan looked deeply at Scáthach. It seems this woman also has something she's afraid of. That's why she's so eager to change the subject. Scáthach's worries, guilt, pleasure, and excitement, huh? Stringing them together could lead to very interesting conclusions. Can you first elaborate on those dreams you had? I'm very interested, Morgan said to Scotty with a smile. However, Scotty ignored Morgan. Her intuition told her that those dreams absolutely could not be revealed, otherwise she would completely offend Scáthach. So, Scotty continued, something unexpected happened in my world. Someone disappeared, so I've been looking for that person. He helped me a lot, and when I learned he was still alive, I swore I would find him. And my brother is the person you're looking for. Scáthach wrapped her arms around Asher's neck, looked up at Scotty, her gaze sweeping over her, then lingering on her chest and thighs for a long time, then she tisk-ed and mumbled, what a vulgar chest. Asher thought to himself, sister, if you say that, you're also cursing Shishou. After all, the two of them looked so similar, and even their figures were equally perfect. If nothing goes wrong, it should be him, Scotty said, her face slightly red as she recalled what had just happened in the garden. After 2 coughs, she continued, I know what you're thinking, but Asher's identity cannot be revealed for now. I can only promise that I will absolutely not harm him, and will even help him to increase his strength exponentially. With the staffs you brought? Scáthach asked thoughtfully. Scotty nodded, but I have 3 conditions. If you can accept them, she took out the staffs and placed them on the ground, then looked up at Asher, all of these can be yours. Frankly, if you offered to help for free without any conditions, I wouldn't dare accept, Asher said. You state your conditions first. Anything I can do is fine, Morgan said. It's nothing difficult. Rather, it's a great help that you're so understanding. Scotty's lips curved slightly, and she raised her index finger. The first condition is, I can't find a way back in a short time, so I want to stay here. I hope you can provide me with a room for accommodation, as well as daily food and water. That's not difficult, Morgan breathed a sigh of relief. What's the second condition? She had thought this woman would make things difficult for them and had even prepared to forcibly take the staffs, but negotiating was certainly best. The second condition, Scotty said, looking at Scáthach, I hope you can tell me everything that has happened to your disciple in this world. I need to prove certain things. Scáthach nodded slightly. Like Morgan, she was also considering her disciple. Such a condition was acceptable. The third condition, Scotty grabbed Asher's wrist, please hand him over to me and let him become my subject. Question mark. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 220, but, I refuse. Fire you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available fire. I didn't mishear that, did I? As Scotty's words fell, Morgan's usual calm smile faded considerably. Scáthach's expression also subtly changed, and a terrifying coldness seemed to burst forth from her narrowed eyes. You want Ash to be your subject? What Haka's eyes also grew a bit wary. What's the reason? Although seeing Mom and Ash together was quite exciting, she wasn't so magnanimous as to give Ash to a stranger. That kind of joke isn't funny at all. He's King Arthur, and you actually want him to be your subject. Artoria's tone was stern. Even a god, the king will not submit. To be precise, not a god, but a goddess queen, you know. Scotty raised an eyebrow slightly, her tone flat. Didn't you just say you were just a god? Asher suddenly said. It's completely ungentlemanly to interrupt at a time like this, King Arthur. Scotty gave a meaningful smile. But you're right, I should indeed just be a god, provided that person can come back. Of course, don't worry. Saying you'll be my subject actually just means keeping me company and chatting. During this time, I'll also teach you magic and the correct way to absorb the staff. With your own clumsy method, it would probably take several years to absorb all those staffs. How about it? For you, there should be no downside to such a condition, right? Scotty continued to speak to herself. You can gain power and be accompanied by a beautiful girl every day. No matter what, it's a good choice. Beautiful girl, huh? Asher couldn't help but look at Scotty a few more times. Indeed, this woman could certainly be called a beautiful girl, no, to be precise, a great beauty. Just as she said, there was no downside to such a condition. But there was a prerequisite: his identity was not King Arthur, and he was not Scáthach's disciple. We have no reason to accept such conditions. He is King Arthur, and he will never become your subject. Morgan's voice held a hint of coldness. You've been talking to yourself since earlier, neither explaining about the branch nor why you value him, yet you hope we'll agree to your unreasonable demands. It would be a divine punishment to ignore power that's so close yet not obtain it, Scotty said with a tone of regret. Although it's regrettable, like her, I hope you can explain. Perhaps after that, we will consider your conditions. Scáthach stared intently at Scotty. What is the staff in your hand made of, and who is the person you're looking for? You want me to start from such a distant matter? Scotty said this, then noticed everyone's gazes, Morgan's unfriendly eyes, and Scáthach's cold stare. She could only sigh and look at Asher. What about you? Do you also want to know the truth? Do you think anyone would unknowingly accept many benefits from others without any suspicion? Asher retorted. You wouldn't happen to be very smart, would you? Scotty said after a moment of contemplation. I don't want to be lectured by a woman who just arrived in this world and immediately proposed an unreasonable condition, Asher said. For example, if I were to say now that I'm unconditionally giving this country and this throne to you, would you accept? So I didn't propose 3 conditions. Scotty spread her hands. By the way, if you reverse what I just said, you should have said earlier that you'd give me the throne, but the precondition is for me to become your queen. That's how it should be. Actually, if you think about it, you won't lose out either way. Even if you become my subject, I won't order you to do anything bad, Scotty continued. I just hope you can cooperate with me a little. Just doing that can make you stronger, you know. Asher thought for a moment, then nodded gently. I have to say, your suggestion just now was quite tempting. So you agree to be my subject? Scotty showed a faint smile. No, I refuse, Asher said. Scáthach and the others beside him weren't surprised. It wasn't the first time they had seen Asher, after an apparently very tempted expression, suddenly and flatly refuse someone. As Sister Morgan and Shishou said, I need to know your purpose first before considering whether to accept. Asher continued. What if I go back on my word and leave? Scotty asked. You went to such great lengths to come to this world. If you leave that easily, then I have nothing to say, Asher shrugged. Looking at the two women watching him intently, Scotty's lips curved into a faint smile. All right, I was negligent just now, my apologies. Give me one night. I'll reconsider and tell you the answer tomorrow. Is that okay? She continued. Asher nodded, glancing at Morgan and the others. After seeing them nod slightly, he turned to Scotty and said. Then you can stay tonight. Lily, take Miss Scotty to the guest room to rest. Yes. Despite the subtle awkwardness with Asher, Artoria knew how to prioritize when others were present. She gestured to Scotty with a please. Please follow me. Scotty nodded slightly and followed Artoria out of the audience hall. What do you plan to do? Agree to her unreasonable request and become her subject? Scáthach asked, looking at Asher who seemed to still be in a daze. Asher slightly regained his composure, shaking his head. I want to hear her reason first before making a decision. In fact, when he saw Scotty, many thoughts flashed through Asher's mind, why Scotty was here, why he could absorb magic from the staff, and who Scotty was looking for. It's good that you have your own ideas, Scáthach said softly. Asher nodded. Then I'll go back to rest first. After saying that, Asher turned and walked out of the audience hall. Morgan quietly gazed at Asher's retreating back, only muttering to herself after he had left, he seems to have something on his mind. Probably related to the person Scotty mentioned, Scáthach sighed faintly. Speaking of which, you mentioned having dreams about Scotty, didn't you? Do you know something? Morgan turned and asked. I know a little inside information, Scáthach said, but there's no need to tell you. I thought so too. Morgan wasn't annoyed. She shrugged and walked out of the audience hall. Although she cared about Asher, since Scáthach didn't want to talk, there was no point in pressing her. Rather than staying with Scáthach, that pedophile, she might as well check on Vivian's situation. She still needed to investigate the matter of the lost sword of the lake. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 221, Chapter 221, Go Away, Annoying Woman. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. After leaving the audience hall, Asher walked down the long corridor for a while and finally arrived at his room. This room had been somewhat damaged due to Vivian earlier, but it had now been repaired. When he pushed open the door, Asher saw an unexpected person in the room. Why did you come into someone else's room without permission? Asher looked at the woman sitting on the chair. It was Scotty, who had just left with Artoria. Lily should have taken you to your room to rest, right? Could this woman be trying to talk to me in private, to make me agree to her condition? Asher thought with a hint of wariness. I wanted to talk to you again, so I had her bring me to your room to wait for you. So, you call her Lily? Scotty showed a thoughtful expression. Earlier, when I heard her mention you, her expression seemed a bit subtle. You wouldn't happen to have some kind of relationship with her too, would you? Relationship too? Why does that sound so strange when you say it? Do you have some misunderstanding about me? Asher casually placed his cloak aside as he spoke. Misunderstanding, you say? Scotty tilted her head slightly and crossed her legs. I don't think there's any misunderstanding. Aren't you just the guy who's secretly in a more-than-lover relationship with his fiancée and his fiancée's mother, and also has an intimate relationship with that goddess of death? But it doesn't matter anyway, she added. Seeing Asher about to speak, she smiled casually and continued, as for your relationship with your Shishou, I know it without you even explaining. I've vaguely guessed this kind of thing for a long time. Dreams? Asher asked. For some reason, Scotty could dream of some of Scáthach's experiences and certain thoughts. Similarly, Scáthach seemed to have encountered similar situations before. Scotty was noncommittal, nodding slightly. People who have lived longer, besides fighting and seeking death, it's understandable that they'd want to find other exciting things to do while hiding from their daughters. That woman is such a lonely individual. Asher walked to the head of the bed and sat down, saying faintly, You're probably not much younger than Shishou either, are you? I think I just heard something amazing. Scotty narrowed her eyes. After staring at Asher for a long time, she suddenly smiled. But since you're standing up for your Shishou, I'll let it slide this time. I'll pay attention next time. Similarly, I don't want you to bring up age again. After all, she switched which leg was crossed. For a god, age is completely irrelevant. My skin's smoothness is even better than your Shishou's. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call me a blooming young girl. Asher shook his head. I think Shishou's is better. You're not being sincere at all, Scotty sighed. That's my Shishou, of course hers is better, Asher said. Besides, she exercises every day, so her skin wouldn't be worse than yours. You really don't know how to please women, Scotty. Ched. I'm just being honest, Asher shrugged. He truly didn't care about Scotty's favorability. The so-called salty fish is someone who is easily satisfied with the status quo and too lazy to change it. For Asher, having Shishou was already enough. However, Scotty seemed very unconvinced. After glaring at Asher several times, she walked over and sat down next to him. What are you doing? Being intensely stared at by those oppressive eyes, Asher suddenly became a little flustered. Fortunately, he had been honed by Scáthach for a long time, otherwise he would probably have averted his gaze under Scotty's aggressive stare. Don't you think I'm inferior to your Shishou? Then why don't you confirm it yourself? Scotty's eyes seemed to burn with fighting spirit. Use your own hands to confirm it. See whose skin is better, or whose skin is smoother. Forget it, I'm not interested. Asher turned his face away. Really? Scotty's lips curved into a teasing smile. Fake, Asher said. But I think you must have something important to tell me, that's why you're staying in my room, instead of this meaningless comparison, he said again. Asher was no saint. When Scotty suddenly proposed something almost equivalent to a doujinshi development, to say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. However, between his salty fish life and beauty, he still felt his life was more important. He knew that Lily had brought Scotty to the room just now, and Lily would definitely tell Morgan later. If Scotty stayed in the room for too long, and Morgan and Shishou came together, it was needless to say what tonight would turn out like. The worst case would be training with Scáthach all night in the training ground, with Morgan mentally tormenting him, and Lily and Scáthach giving him disdainful looks. Even in the best case, he would probably be squeezed by Morgan and Scáthach until his back and knees ached the next day. It sounded wonderful, but if he actually experienced it, he wouldn't think so. Asher already had a deep psychological shadow from it. I do have something important to discuss with you, Scotty nodded slightly. I've thought about it briefly and decided to start teaching you the correct way to absorb the staff's energy from today onwards. Asher was startled and subconsciously said, I haven't agreed to be your subject yet. It doesn't matter. My condition for you to become my subject was just hoping you'd cooperate with me a little. I'll teach you regardless, Scotty said flatly. Why? Asher asked. Why are you helping me so much? I'll tell you the reason later. Now isn't the time. But don't worry, I won't eat you. Asher pondered for a moment. But it's unsettling if you don't explain why. Scotty's face gained a hint of a sadistic smile. Why are you so verbose? I'm going to give you good things for free, you know. Could it be that the great King Arthur is actually afraid of a weak woman like me? Asher nodded. Yes, I'm afraid. Scotty. You're truly too much. You just kissed someone last night, and now you're turning your back on them right away. What a scumbag, Scotty said after a moment, recovering from her initial daze. She raised her hand and placed it on Asher's face, her moist eyes gazing into his. I can teach you anything, you know. Besides absorbing the staff's magic normally, I can also help you with other practices. Yes, Scotty slightly pulled up her skirt, revealing a small section of her smooth, fair thigh. For example, after class, I can help you practice kissing and such. Not interested, Asher shook his head. The last person who said they wanted to practice kissing probably had grass 5 meters high on their grave by now. Moreover, Asher had only felt strange before, but Scotty's recent actions made him even more suspicious. Why was she going to such lengths to help him? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Unless he understood her purpose, he wouldn't accept this favor. Asher stood up. I think you should consider it tonight. If you can clearly explain your reason for helping me tomorrow, perhaps I'll agree to accept your guidance. Wait a minute. Why won't you believe me? Didn't I say I'd tell you the reason later? Scotty's voice rose a few octaves. Good night, Asher said. However, Scotty remained seated on the bed, showing no intention of leaving. Asher glanced at her. Scotty raised her eyes and said faintly. Tell me if you change your mind. I won't leave the room until you agree. Should I say she's truly a woman who has lived long? She seems to have a thick skin too. Asher had just thought of this when he quickly changed his mind. because he saw Scotty looking down, a shy blush coloring her face. Clearly, saying such words made her feel very embarrassed herself. There's no other way, Asher sighed. You agreed. Scotty rejoiced. As she looked up, she felt her body floating in midair, and she let out a cry of surprise. Asher ignored Scotty's cry, carried Scotty out of the room, and placed her on the carpet at the doorway. Good night. He closed the door, leaving Scotty sitting on the floor, bewildered, staring at the closed door. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 222, Chapter 222, The Correct Use of Runes. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. What the heck, that guy? Scotty sat in a duck-sitting position outside Asher's room. After a while, a passing guard hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Miss Scotty, let me escort you back to your room. How do you know my name? Scotty looked up at the armored man beside her, her tone cold. Princess Morgan said you were about to return to your room to rest, and asked me to come and fetch you, the guard said respectfully. Asher had already dismissed most of the guards from his room earlier. Since Morgan would basically come to find him every now and then, there was no need for too many guards here. Princess Morgan, huh? Scotty's eyes narrowed slightly, and she recalled the woman with the blue crown in her mind. Currently, that woman was the only one with obvious hostility towards her. As for Scáthach, she was fine, at least she hadn't shown too much hostility. But then again, this human actually dared to throw her out of the room. This was the first time she had experienced such humiliation. If it weren't for that existence, she would have already made Asher apologize at her feet. Thinking of this, Scotty looked up, glaring angrily at the closed door. But forget it, that human was probably just putting on a brave front. After all, no one could resist such a great temptation. So many staffs, how much magical power could be gained if they were all absorbed? If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another. King Arthur would definitely come to beg her. She just had to wait for him to come and apologize for his actions last night. Thinking of this, Scotty's angry gaze returned to calmness, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Miss Scotty. The guard carefully called out, pulling Scotty back to reality. Ah, yes, lead the way. Scotty came back to her senses, stood up, dusted off her dress, and said blandly. Asher's room. Asher naturally had no idea what Scotty was thinking outside the room. He was currently lying on the soft bed, looking up at the ceiling and contemplating Scotty's purpose. After thinking for a long time, his mind felt increasingly muddled, and Asher couldn't help but mutter to himself. So annoying. Annoying about what? A faint fragrance suddenly wafted from his nose. A woman sat on the edge of the bed, looking down at Asher, her red eyes carrying a hint of teasing as she said, Are you annoyed because of that woman? Yes, but seeing Shishou, I'm no longer annoyed, Asher replied. Scáthach's face showed obvious surprise. Not surprised at all. Did you notice me already? Even though my stealth was so subtle. No, I just found out Shishou was here, Asher said. Asher had indeed just realized Scáthach had entered the room. This Shishou was not only skilled with a spear but also highly talented in other martial arts. Fortunately, he was clever and threw Scotty out in time, otherwise, if Shishou had seen it, things wouldn't have been so simple. Asher couldn't help but think secretly as he looked at the woman sitting on the bed. Since you just found out I sneaked into the room, why aren't you surprised at all? Scáthach couldn't help but ask. Shishou, when did you come into the room? Why you scared me to death, Asher recited in a flat tone. Only now are you using such an emotionless tone to appease your Shishou. It seems you have no regard for your Shishou's dignity. Scáthach raised her hand and lightly tapped Asher's head. But never mind, her tone suddenly shifted, and a smile played on her lips. It's not bad this way. As she spoke, Scáthach naturally let her body weight rest entirely on Asher, her ample softness deforming under the pressure. The sensation of that softness pressing against Asher's chest soon disappeared as Scáthach supported herself with her hands. Her long hair brushed across Asher's face, ticklish, her red eyes intently gazing into Asher's. What are you troubled about? Just a trivial matter, Shishou doesn't need to worry. Asher shook his head, unable to resist reaching out to caress a strand of her smooth, fine hair. Scáthach was indeed very different from Scotty, both in temperament and scent. After letting her disciple caress her hair for a while, Scáthach suddenly remembered something, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her face. By the way, I seem to have said earlier that I'd give you some special training to help you distinguish between me and that woman, right? I can recognize you now. If I look carefully, the two of you are quite easy to distinguish, Asher said. I just couldn't recognize you earlier because the visibility wasn't very good. Actually, it wasn't a matter of visibility, it was that he had never imagined Scotty would descend into this world. Distinguish carefully, huh? Scáthach repeated. I think you should be able to recognize me at a glance. By the end of her sentence, her gaze was incredibly fervent, intently staring into Asher's eyes. Realizing Shishou's intention, Asher raised his hand, but after a moment, he put it down again. He felt that Morgan would be coming over soon, so it was better to be cautious now. Don't worry, Lily saw me on the way and asked me to protect your safety, as she was worried Scotty might do something bad to you. Scáthach's face showed a hint of a smile. Although now she was essentially guarding herself. Looking at Asher, who was still hesitant, Scáthach leaned down slightly, her mouth close to his ear. Are you perhaps tired of your Shishou? As she spoke, a pair of captivating red eyes stared intently at Asher, making him unable to look away. Obviously, this was impossible. The next moment, Asher raised his hand, and even through a layer of clothing, the sensation was still soft, feeling very comfortable. Scáthach let out a sweet sound from her mouth, but her smile was filled with the same sadism as in her past battles. Her fingers, like soft silk, wrapped around Asher's lower abdomen, bringing a nearly numbing sweet pleasure. Immediately after, the gentle kneading of her fingertips brought a slight stimulating sensation. Without giving Asher any time to buffer, Scáthach lifted her thigh, and warmth quickly enveloped him as her thigh began to rub up and down. Wait, Shishou. Scáthach's face showed a look of pleasure. No waiting, this is your punishment. Accept your punishment properly, foolish disciple. Magic power gradually surged, and Asher suddenly felt a wave of dullness. Ah, Shishou looks very sexy, but she doesn't seem to have much allure anymore. Scáthach looked down at Asher's languid expression, her face showing a charming smile, satisfied. Asher nodded subconsciously. But I'm afraid I'm not satisfied yet, Scáthach said as she raised her fingertips, green light swirling around them. Shishou, what are you going to do? For some reason, Asher suddenly had a very bad premonition. Do you know? The healing power of runes also works on your other areas. Scáthach enveloped Asher with the light from her fingertips, and soon, Asher felt his previous fatigue vanish, instantly snapping out of sage mode. It only has a recovery effect, but the lost magic power can't be recovered as well, right? Asher couldn't help but say. Of course, it would be too exaggerated if it could recover magic power as well, Scáthach said matter-of-factly, her eyes shimmering with affectionate light as she stared at Asher, her usual fierce aura now replaced by an alluring blush, looking exceptionally captivating. Then isn't there no difference at all? Asher said, his gaze unconsciously drawn to Scáthach's cheeks, his hand resting on her thigh. There's still a difference. She raised her hand to Asher's face. For example, aren't you quite spirited now? Her lips lightly pressed against Asher's ear, and she said in a pleasing voice that made him involuntarily feel a surge of energy, don't worry, your Shishou will keep you spirited. Only then can it be considered a punishment. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 223, Chapter 223, Scotty's mental breakdown. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher didn't know how long he had slept, but when he woke up the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Sunlight streamed through the window, and the woman who had drained him until he was still groggy was no longer in the room. Yesterday, Asher could barely remember what happened in the latter half of last night. He only vaguely remembered that in the dim room, Scáthach seemed to have repeatedly used runes several times to heal his body. However, it only healed his body, not his mind. By the end, Asher's mind was completely blank, and he had no idea what he was thinking. How to put it, he felt that Shishou's research on runes seemed to have gone a little off track. Aren't runes supposed to be used for combat? Why would they be used in that kind of place? Fortunately, Morgan didn't sneak attack last night. Otherwise, it would probably have turned into a situation where he'd be bedridden for 2 or 3 days. He should go check on Scotty's situation first. Yesterday, Scotty said to give her a night to think it over, she should have figured it out by now. Changing his clothes, Asher left the room. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Scotty right at the door. She seemed to be just passing by. Yo, up early, aren't we? Asher raised his hand. He didn't expect such a coincidence, he didn't even need to actively look for Scotty. However, Scotty had no intention of responding to Asher. She merely gave him a brief glance and said, something wrong? Nothing, I just happened to run into you, so I said hello. Asher strangely sized up Scotty. How strange, why is this woman's attitude so cold today? Nothing wrong. Then I'm leaving first, Scotty said. Just as she turned around, she heard Asher's voice. About yesterday, are you planning to explain your purpose clearly now? Scotty's steps slowed considerably. She turned her head and said, before I explain my purpose, shouldn't you apologize for your disrespectful behavior last night? Disrespectful behavior last night? Asher repeated, his face full of question marks. Did you forget what happened last night? Didn't you make such disrespectful moves towards a goddess? Do you think a human would normally dare to touch a goddess with those hands, and even throw her out of the room? Scotty's tone grew colder, and her gaze towards Asher was as if she was looking at an insect. But I've touched Sister Morgan many times before. Asher said. She didn't say anything either. Does that mean she's more approachable? Scotty. Is this guy implying that she, a goddess, isn't approachable enough? But what's up with that goddess of death? Normally, gods shouldn't like humans, right? Especially when the other party is just a child who just turned 16 not long ago. She really couldn't understand these people's thoughts. Scotty couldn't help but shake her head secretly. She often felt out of place with those perverted pedophiles. If I apologize, will you explain your purpose? Asher's voice pulled Scotty back to reality. I will seriously consider whether to explain, Scotty said blandly. But right now, I'm in a bad mood. In reality, whether Scotty explained her purpose or not, her teaching Asher would only benefit him, not harm him. She didn't believe a normal person could resist such a temptation and would definitely come to her actively. So if I apologize, your mood will get better? Asher asked. Scotty nodded, it will get a little better. So, even if I apologize, your mood won't completely improve. Asher muttered thoughtfully to himself. It's not that easy to win a goddess's favor, Scotty said with one eye closed, her tone flat. At this moment, she had taken the initiative. Last night, she specifically went to find Asher, but he ignored her. Even if he regretted it today, he would have to pay a greater price to win her favor. That's tough, Asher frowned and sighed. Forget it then, I'll go to the training ground first. Shishou should be waiting for me. Scotty was stunned. Anyway, apologizing won't completely improve your mood. It feels too troublesome. When your anger subsides in a day or two and you want to tell me your purpose, then come find me. Asher added, then turned and walked towards the training ground. Wait, Scotty's words got stuck in her throat, unable to be shouted out. She had said those words, and now she couldn't keep this man. It doesn't matter. Let's see who can outlast whom. She's an experienced goddess. When it comes to patience, how could she lose to this wet behind the ears kid? If he goes to the training ground to train with Scáthach, he will definitely realize his lack of strength and then desperately want power. He will absolutely come back to her. Scotty slightly clenched her fists, staring in Asher's direction. After a long while, she still followed him. She didn't want to explain her purpose. Although she had no intention of harming Asher, she didn't want to reveal that tragic story so early. In other words, Scotty currently only wanted to teach Asher, but didn't want Asher to know her purpose. Scotty followed Asher's footsteps all the way to the training ground and soon saw the young men sparring with Scáthach. Their spear skills seemed to be quite similar, and at first, they seemed evenly matched, but after a while, Asher began to fall behind. And at this moment, she saw Asher throw his weapon, which, accompanied by a fiery glow, attacked Scáthach. A thread connected Scáthach to the spear. What an annoying temperature. Scotty couldn't help but mutter to herself, her eyes slightly dazed. She remembered once when she said she disliked fire, that person said that fire was something humans needed, and even if she didn't like it, she had to. However, this fire felt quite unfamiliar, somehow different from that person's. While Scotty's eyes were dazed and she was reminiscing, the battle in the training ground had already ended. Scáthach had clearly noticed Scotty standing at the entrance, but she ignored her. Instead, she pulled the young man who was lying on the ground to his feet, and the two seemed to be talking about something. Let's see how long you can endure, Scotty snorted, watching the scene, then turned and left the training ground. Did you argue with that goddess? After seeing Scotty leave, Scáthach's gaze returned to Asher. My relationship with her isn't good enough to call it an argument, Asher wiped the sweat from his forehead. Something just happened last night, but let's just ignore her. Don't you want to properly absorb the power of those staffs for your own use? Yes, but only if she first explains her intentions, Asher said. A test of patience, huh? Scáthach's face showed a faint smile. Her disciple was quite patient in a certain sense. After all, back in the land of shadows, her disciple could endure 5 years without expressing his love for her, and in the end, she was the one who lost her composure. First, if Scotty wanted to test patience against her disciple, she probably found the wrong person. We'll continue training, Shishou. Asher stood up. Scáthach came back to her senses, looked up and sized up Asher. It seems last night wasn't enough to completely exhaust your stamina. As expected of a young man, she then said faintly. Asher couldn't help but shiver, pretending not to have heard, and gripped the weapon in his hand. It seems next time, even if he's not weak, he'll have to pretend to be a little weak. If it's this late every day, he'd probably have to rest in bed within a few days. Time flew by, and before he knew it, half a month had passed. Scotty had to admit that this man, or rather, this young man, was the most patient person she had ever met. Asher had never actively sought her out so far. At first, he would greet her when they met, but later, he didn't even bother acknowledging Scotty when they met. He just had the guards deliver his 3 meals on time, and after that, he would handle state affairs and train with Scáthach every day. And after that, he would go to the alchemy workshop to find Morgan le Fay and learn how to make potions. Although Asher didn't want to make potions, he at least needed to understand their effects and scents, so that he wouldn't be poisoned again without knowing it. This evening, Asher was patrolling the town with Artoria, partly to relax and partly to observe the public sentiment. Artoria and Asher walked along a dirt road, with farmland stretching out on both sides. Many villagers were diligently working in the fields. By now, Artoria no longer felt as awkward when interacting with Asher as she did at first. They both had a tacit understanding and didn't mention what happened in Morgan's dressing room before. Of course, don't be fooled by their current harmonious relationship. If Asher dared to mention that day's events, Artoria would definitely flip out. After walking for a while, Artoria's steps slowed a little, and she subtly glanced at a woman hiding behind a large tree. She's here again. Artoria's tone was calm, but there seemed to be a hint of impatience. For the past half-month, Scotty had perfectly demonstrated what a true stalker was. Wherever Asher went, she would secretly follow, occasionally pretending to run into him by chance, seemingly hoping Asher would proactively bring up the matter of teaching him. Ignore her, let's go back. Asher walked towards the royal castle without even turning his head. Artoria nodded, then took one last look at the goddess hiding behind the large tree, peeking at them. Scotty was currently looking slightly down, biting her lips tightly, her long legs encased in black stockings. One hand clutched her skirt tightly, and the other was slightly clenched, looking very aggrieved. What's wrong? Seeing Artoria's steps slow considerably, Asher also slowed down and asked. Artoria stared at the distant woman and said, she looks like she's about to cry. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 224, Chapter 224, small in stature, but can eat. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. As the sun began to set, smoke curled up from the village chimneys. Asher returned to the palace after dark. Along the way, Artoria would occasionally look back to see if the woman behind them was following. She had been habitually doing this for the past half-month, fearing that the goddess queen, if left ignored for too long, would become enraged and attack Asher. However, Scotty must have been severely demoralized today, as she hadn't been seen secretly following them. Do we really not need to bother with her? Artoria couldn't help but ask. Even she felt a little sorry. After all, she was a goddess, yet she was being completely ignored. It was fortunate that Scotty had a good temper. If Morgan were treated like that, Asher would probably be tied to a bed by now. No need to bother with her. We'll talk when she's willing to explain her purpose. Anyway, we have plenty of rooms in the palace, so it doesn't matter if she stays for a long time, Asher said. That's true, and it's nothing to just have one more person to feed, Artoria nodded. Asher suddenly went silent, just glancing at Artoria. Is it nothing to have one more person to feed? He couldn't help but glance at the girl again. Her golden hogue swayed gently in the wind. She was currently carrying a long spear and wearing armor, yet she still couldn't hide her lively and adorable youthful charm. She doesn't look like she eats a lot. Where does all the food she usually eats go? Asher thought, and couldn't help but glance at her again. Artoria suddenly frowned, raised her eyes, and gave Asher a, I'm super fierce right now, look. What are you looking at? No, nothing. Asher averted his gaze. Artoria pursed her lips in displeasure. Did I say something wrong? Why is Ash looking at me with such a strange expression? It's really annoying. From then until they returned to the palace, Artoria didn't speak to Asher again, looking as if she was very unhappy right now. This child Lily gets angry easily. Asher looked helpless, glanced at the sky, and said, it's almost time for dinner. Do you want to go together, Lily? Her previously tense cheeks relaxed slightly. Artoria tilted her head and peeked at Asher, softly saying, MHM. After dinner, Asher happened to see Scotty returning to the palace with a blank expression, but he ignored her and walked past her directly. This goddess is really persistent, Vivian said, sitting on a stone chair nearby, taking a bite of a cookie, and looking at Scotty's back. The cookies were pastries Asher had made some time ago, originally intended to get on Artoria's good side, and to feed her, but Vivian happened to take a bite one day, and ever since, she would occasionally run out of Avalon to eat pastries. The more she acts like this, the more suspicious she becomes. Ash's approach is correct, Morgan said flatly. I don't believe she would want to help Ash for no reason. This was indeed true. Scotty's persistence towards Asher so far was truly strange. She wanted to teach Asher for no reason but refused to explain why, which was too suspicious. Is that from your experience? Scáthach leaned against a stone pillar, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Ah, yes, Morgan admitted frankly, then chuckled, tilting her head slightly. But according to your statement, isn't this also from your experience? Asher isn't the only disciple trained in the land of shadows. I'm different from you, Scáthach said, shaking her head. At first, I simply thought he was very talented and didn't want to bury such a talent. At first, meaning it's in the past tense. Scáthach fell silent. Vivian looked left and right, her gaze quickly returning to the stern-faced Morgan. After a moment, her gaze shifted to Asher not far away, then she bit fiercely into a cookie. Don't let her get a chance, otherwise, she'll definitely make this person who confused Morgan pay. For example, by locking him up in Avalon and making him bake pastries for her every day. Vivian thought to herself while licking her fingers. Not far from Vivian, Artoria sat quietly on the other side, silently moving the crumbs that had fallen on her smooth thighs to her palm, glancing around, then pouring them into her mouth. The hazy moonlight cast a thin veil over the land. The wind rustled the leaves, and dappled shadows moved on the ground. Scotty stood silently beneath a large tree, looking up at the sky with a complex expression. Silver light enveloped her, and her fair skin seemed to glow with a faint sacred radiance. It seemed she was thinking of something troubling. After gazing silently at the moonlight for a moment, she sighed genuinely. Her normally proud nature had almost been worn away by Asher over the past half-month. It was truly strange. A normal person wouldn't refuse such readily available immense power, would they? And to be personally taught by a beautiful girl like her, there was no reason to refuse. However, what was wrong with that person? Thinking of this, Scotty's eyes seemed to burn with anger, and she turned to look in a certain direction. That was Asher's room where he was currently resting. After staring for a moment, the anger gradually faded, replaced by a sigh. With those two women around, she couldn't force Asher at all. What should she do? Recalling Asher's unyielding attitude over the past half-month, Scotty felt increasingly heavy-hearted. Time unknowingly flowed by. The next afternoon, Asher and Artoria conducted their usual patrol in the town. Normally, for governmental affairs, Asher only needed to decide whether to approve certain meeting contents. The rest was handled by Milo and others, so he didn't need to worry too much. Therefore, patrols like this were one of the few things he could do. She doesn't seem to be following today. Asher greeted the commoners who recognized his identity along the way, then glanced around, but didn't find Scotty, who had been like a stalker for the past half-month. She probably gave up after getting discouraged, Artoria said calmly. If she were treated as invisible, she would also be discouraged. No one likes to be treated as a nobody, and Artoria deeply understood this. After all, she too had been treated as invisible by Asher for a while before, which was why she later resorted to such extreme methods to attract his attention. She won't explain her purpose, so I can't do anything either, Asher said helplessly. If Scotty had explained her intentions, there wouldn't be so many problems. However, the more she refused to speak, the more Asher suspected her motives, which only created a vicious cycle. That person is Lancelot. At this moment, Artoria's voice came, her gaze falling on a small alleyway not far away. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 225, Chapter 225, Tsundere is no longer in demand. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher followed Artoria's gaze. A man in white armor was half-crouching at the entrance of the alley. His messy purple hair fluttered in the evening breeze. A crowd of people gathered around Lancelot, pointing and seemingly discussing something at the alley entrance. Something seems to have happened, Artoria said. Let's go take a look. Asher stepped forward, and the surrounding crowd consciously made way. King Arthur, Lancelot noticed the young man behind him and respectfully greeted him, then his gaze returned to the alley. Asher's gaze followed to the alley entrance. It looked dark and damp due to the lack of sunlight. Inside the alley, a man had already fallen in a pool of blood. Killed in an attack. Asher's eyes narrowed slightly, muttering to himself. It shouldn't be human. Lancelot pointed to the claw marks on the man's back and the faint marks on his neck. It looks more like a monster did it. The man's clothes on his back were torn by 3 sharp, bloody gashes. His eyes were wide open, as if he had encountered something terrifying before he died. Asher frowned slightly. For some reason, seeing this claw mark gave him a very familiar feeling, but he couldn't pinpoint why. Do you know who the killer is? Asher asked. Lancelot shook his head regretfully. He was already dead when I arrived, and I didn't see any suspicious traces. Towards the end, Lancelot looked up at Asher and said, King Arthur, you should go back first. I'll have someone handle this later. Asher thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. Then I'll leave it to you, Sir Lancelot. Even if he stubbornly stayed here, it would be meaningless. The killer might not reappear, and Asher trusted Lancelot very much. After all, the other party was known as the strongest among the knights of the Round Table. There was no need to question his strength. Lancelot nodded solemnly. By the name of a knight, I will do my best to catch the culprit. If you need anything else, you can send someone to find me. I will provide as much assistance as possible, Asher said, then turned and left the scene. Lancelot's gaze returned to the corpse. His handsome face was grim as he stared intently at the man's neck. It clearly wasn't done by a human, so what could it be? The sky unknowingly darkened. Artoria followed beside Asher. The two walked through the town, enveloped in a silent atmosphere. What are you thinking, Ash? Artoria finally couldn't resist asking. Asher had been walking with his head down the whole way, seemingly pondering something, and Artoria was a bit curious about it. I feel like the claw mark earlier looked a bit familiar. Asher came back to his senses and turned to Artoria. Lily, have we seen similar claw marks somewhere before? Artoria thought carefully for a moment, then said, now that you mention it, I do have a slight impression. Where could it have been? She muttered to herself. Although she had some impression, she couldn't immediately recall where she had encountered similar claw marks. Looking at Artoria, who was frowning in thought, Asher comforted her, if you can't think of it, then don't worry about it for now. We can talk about it when we get back. Maybe Lancelot will catch the real culprit tomorrow. But Artoria still had her head down, showing no reaction. Seeing this, Asher could only helplessly shake his head. He regretted telling Lily. This girl was too prone to getting stuck in a rut. Once she committed to something, she would go all out until the matter was resolved. The two walked in silence along a small path. The town residents, at this dusk hour, were packing up to return home. The stained walls of every household were tinged with varying degrees of dim yellow light. The blood-red sunset gradually sank, and the outline of the moon could vaguely be seen. A cold evening breeze swept by, and Asher couldn't help but shiver, hugging his arms, shaking off his recent thoughts. It's quite cold. Is winter coming soon? No. Asher suddenly felt a chill down his spine and grabbed Artoria's collar, pulling her back. In that instant, a sharp claw seemed to descend from thin air. Asher's reaction was still a bit slow. Just as the claw was about to scratch Artoria's chest, the girl seemed to have a premonition. She gripped her spear tightly and raised her vanguard spear to block the attack. Clang! The sharp blade scraped along the spear with sparks. Artoria retreated 2 steps, and Asher drew his forged sword of the lake, slashing at the cloaked enemy in front of him. The sword energy, accompanied by golden light, swept past. It quickly retreated, but its hood had been torn by Asher's blade. Soon, its ugly face came into view. An elf. Asher suddenly froze as he looked at the silver-haired elf, who had distanced itself from him. A certain memory gradually emerged in his mind. It was the elf that had run out of the gate of the other world when they were conquering a certain territory earlier. He had thought it had disappeared, but unexpectedly, it had appeared now. This elf's eyes were like a snake's. Just being stared at gave him goosebumps. This guy's ability to conceal its presence is truly astounding. Asher secretly thought with alarm. If it weren't for his intuition, he probably wouldn't have discovered this thing by now. And, it seemed much stronger than before. What exactly is this thing? It seems that the one who attacked the villager just now was it. Artoria gripped her spear. Perfect, we'll capture it right here. Be careful, it's a bit strange, Asher warned. Back then, this elf had managed to escape safely even when surrounded by so many knights, and even before that, it had killed many non-human soldiers. How much more so now? This elf was very dangerous. Whoosh! The next second, the elf moved. Its movements were fast, almost instantly disappearing into the night. Asher and Artoria stood back to back, looking around. The next moment, Asher suddenly turned and slashed to the left. The elf's sharp blade and the sword of the lake collided. The moment the elf attacked, Asher's prophecy skill also activated. He saw the elf's movements 5 seconds in advance. His sword strike was steady, without the slightest tremor. Even though it was a forged sword of the lake, having been forged by Vivian, it was much stronger than ordinary weapons, easily blocking the elf's sharp claws. The elf's attack failed. It immediately raised its other sharp claw and slashed at Artoria. As Artoria turned to block this attack, Asher swung his sword again. With the support of magic, the special magic and his own magic intertwined, creating a dazzling golden light. The lingering sword energy made the distant leaves rustle, but the elf cleverly dodged the sword energy with a single leap. It didn't stop there. Its withered foot stomped back, and its speed increased significantly again. Dozens of scenes flashed through Asher's prophecy skill in that instant. Even if he could predict the elf's attacks at first, facing such a fierce offensive, even if his prophecy skill could keep up with the elf's assault, Asher's body couldn't react in time to dodge. Asher frantically dodged several of the elf's attacks, but his body struggled to avoid such an onslaught. Seeing the sharp blade about to pierce his abdomen, Asher barely managed to block the attack with the flat of his sword. He stumbled back several steps uncontrollably before regaining his footing. The elf didn't hesitate. A sharp claw swung fiercely. Artoria stepped forward, but the elf suddenly dodged, lunging at Asher. This guy is so fast. Artoria spun around abruptly, but the elf had already pounced in front of Asher. Asher barely raised the sword of the lake, about to enter overload mode, but at that moment, a graceful song suddenly came from afar. A massive ice wall rose out of thin air in front of Asher. His vision was completely blocked. Then, dozens of ice shards swept in from all directions with a whistling sound. A crisp, piercing sound echoed under the dusk sky. When the ice wall disappeared, the elf had already maintained a safe distance from Asher. It held its other injured arm with its left hand, staring coldly and warily at the woman slowly walking towards them, then turned and disappeared into the night. Asher only looked back after the elf had vanished. Scotty had somehow appeared beside him, her arrogant expression seemingly conveying her disdain. She was tall, her skirt flowing, and she never once looked at Asher, instead turning her face away. But she looked like a, "Say thank you quickly, Tsundere." "Thank you," Asher said. If Scotty hadn't been there, even if they had managed to escape earlier, they would probably have paid a considerable price. Scotty snorted softly, casually brushed a lock of her beautiful hair aside, and said faintly, "Don't misunderstand, I just found it annoying, it has nothing to do with you. Also, don't think that just saying thank you will make me forget your attitude towards me over the past half-month." Towards the end, Scotty's voice grew colder. She glanced at Asher and said again, "I just happened to be passing by." After speaking, she ignored Asher and walked away, her high heels clicking on the ground. After a few steps, she turned around again and said faintly, "Please don't misunderstand, don't think I would act like a stalker. Today was really just a coincidence. You won't be so lucky next time." With that, she left without looking back, as Asher watched her go. "Are you all right?" Artoria's voice sounded. "I'm fine," Asher composed himself, put away the sword of the lake, and then slowly exhaled. Fortunately, Scotty was here just now. If Scotty hadn't been following them like a stalker recently, dealing with this monster with just him and Artoria would have been quite troublesome. "I'm very sorry just now," Artoria said softly, lowering her head. She had no idea that the elf would completely ignore her and go straight for Asher. Asher raised his hand and patted the girl's head. "That's just because we're still young. We'll definitely become stronger later." Under Asher's comforting hand, Artoria lowered her eyes, her ahogue swaying gently, seemingly somewhat intoxicated. But after a moment, as if waking from a dream, she quickly slapped Asher's hand away. This guy is treating her like a child again. She seemed to be enjoying it just now. Asher muttered to himself, looking at the somewhat shy girl. And Lily felt quite nice to touch. Of course, Asher would never say such a thing aloud. He could only keep it to himself. "Anyway, let's go back first. It might still be dangerous to stay here. Who knows if that elf will attack us again." Asher quickly collected his thoughts and walked towards the direction Scotty had left. He still had too many questions about that elf, but now was not the time to consider these matters. The immediate priority was to quickly return to the palace and then arrange for someone to assist Lancelot in investigating the elf. Artoria followed closely behind Asher. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Do you still plan to treat Miss Scotty the same way you did before?" Scotty's intervention just now made her feel a considerable amount of apology towards Scotty. Asher thought briefly, then gently shook his head. Scotty and Shishou's personalities were too different. That goddess was too much of a tsundere. Dragging this on would not benefit either of them. When we get back, I really need to have a good talk with her. Tangerine, boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 226, Chapter 226, Expressing Thanks. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Soon after returning to the palace, Artoria left. Before she went, Asher saw her looking quite depressed. Although he wanted to comfort her, he couldn't think of anything appropriate to say, so he just let her go. Clearly, being attacked today and failing to protect the king had been a significant blow to her. It might be better to have Morgan talk to her later. Not long after entering the palace, Asher was still considering who to ask to assist Lancelot's investigation when he happened to encounter Gawain. After a brief explanation, Gawain readily offered to help with the investigation. Understood, I'll set off to assist Lancelot immediately, Gawain said earnestly. He was quite curious about the elf Asher mentioned. After all, such creatures were extremely rare, and an enemy who attacked King Arthur definitely needed to be investigated thoroughly. By now, Gawain had largely come to terms with Asher's white dragon body. If anything, he felt that Asher was the true sun. After all, if he could even enlighten that previously gloomy woman, what else could he be but the sun? Although the method of enlightenment seemed a bit strange. He wasn't Agravain, he wasn't so oblivious as to not see his mother's feelings for Asher. But precisely because of this, Gawain found it truly incredible. In Gawain's view, his mother probably just misunderstood the difference between love and familial affection. After all, his mother had watched King Arthur grow up, so her liking was probably just a familial one. In any case, the exact nature of the feelings didn't matter, as long as his mother could walk the right path. That was Gawain's current thought. Then I'll trouble you. That elf's left shoulder was injured by Scotty, and its threat level has decreased significantly, but be careful not to be careless if you encounter it, Asher warned. Yes, leave it to me, Arthur. After Gawain finished speaking, he noticed a hint of trouble on Asher's face and couldn't help but ask, Arthur, is something bothering you? You can even see that, Sir Gawain. Asher shook his head helplessly at the end. Asher was indeed a bit troubled now. Although he had decided to actively seek out Scotty, he had a rough idea of how angry she must be after being neglected for half a month. He had planned to endure longer with Scotty, until she couldn't stand it anymore. But today's elf attack finally gave Asher a sense of crisis. He needed power to repel enemies. After all, Shishou Scáthach and Morgan couldn't always be by his side. For this, Scotty's teachings and her staff's were very necessary. As for what's bothering me, I suppose it's only this, Gawain smiled. But I think King Arthur can definitely do it. Go for it. Sounds very official. Asher muttered inwardly. After seeing Gawain off, he turned and went back to his room. After much deliberation, Asher finally made up his mind and walked to Scotty's door, knocking. There was no sound from the room, but Asher opened the door after knocking. He figured knocking was just a formality, he knew Scotty had to be in the room. There was no way he'd just happen to walk in on her changing clothes or something. Asher silently closed the door, leaning against it and sighing. Sometimes, people just don't know what they're going to encounter. When he had just pushed the door open, Scotty was in the room taking off her stockings. You can come in now. Only after a voice came from the room did Asher push the door open again. The fact that she was still willing to talk to him meant there was still a chance to negotiate. Noticing the coldness in Scotty's eyes, Asher said, Sorry about that, but I don't have any intentions towards you, so you can rest assured. Who would have thought he'd walk in just as she was taking off her stockings? What a rude fellow. Have you ever seen a man say he has no intentions towards a woman when he sees her changing clothes? Scotty said coldly. Doesn't that imply she has no charm? Sorry, actually, I did have quite a few intentions, Asher could only answer honestly. Having other intentions towards a woman who is changing, you truly are a rude fellow. Asher. Whatever makes you happy. Is there something you want to say? Scotty crossed her legs, glancing at Asher, her tone cold. Thank you for what you did today. Oh, are you done? Her attitude was truly cold. And about what you said earlier about teaching me. Scotty's eyes brightened slightly, and she coughed lightly. What is it? Does it still count? Although it took you so long to say it, I'll forgive you considering your good attitude, Scotty said calmly, but an unconscious faint smile appeared on her face. It seems that today's help did pay off. Perhaps King Arthur also felt a sense of crisis. But before that, can you explain your purpose now? Asher suddenly asked. Scotty's smile gradually faded. As she looked up, her gaze met Asher's, and after a moment, she spoke, Sorry, not yet. But you can rest assured, I swear by the name of a goddess, I absolutely have no intention of harming you. A hidden difficulty, huh? Asher muttered to himself. He had pondered for a long time after returning, and now he had finally made up his mind. Dragging this out further wouldn't benefit either of them. then I'll trouble you. Please tell me the correct method to absorb the staffs, he said. In the dim room, a slight curve appeared at the corner of Scotty's mouth. Finally, this guy, he finally brought it up himself. Scotty felt a genuine sense of relief. She looked at Asher again, then said, I can't do anything with you. Although your attitude for the past half-month was infuriating, a generous goddess will forgive your actions. I agree to it then. It sounded more like she was finding an excuse for herself. But of course, Asher couldn't speak his mind. Come sit here, Scotty said. Asher walked to the head of the bed and sat down, maintaining a distance from Scotty. Scotty looked at him wordlessly. Why are you sitting so far? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Come sit over here. She patted the spot beside her. Asher hesitated for a moment, then walked over and sat beside Scotty. Actually, Scotty's words sounded familiar to Asher. Before this, Scáthach and Morgan le Fay had said similar things, and after that, Asher really was eaten. Scotty took out a staff and placed it on Asher's lap. Under his bright eyes, she said as calmly as possible. Your previous method of absorbing the staffs was incorrect. I know, it was so slow, Asher said. Please teach me the correct method. The correct method isn't to absorb the staffs, Scotty pointed to the staff in Asher's hand. It to guide out the magic you already possess. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 227, Chapter 227, turning them all into green support casters. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Upon hearing Scotty's words, Asher fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Come to think of it, his Shishou and Morgan had also mentioned before that he possessed vast magic power within him, but he couldn't use it. He had never considered using this magic power. In fact, Asher had tried to guide out this magic power at the very beginning, but he couldn't find a way, so he naturally gave up later. According to what you're saying, Asher pointed to the staff, it's not for me to draw magic, but to guide out the magic I already possess. Is that right? Scotty nodded seriously. That sounds as if I'm not myself, but that there's something else inside my body, Asher chuckled. Scotty's expression was slightly strange, but she didn't say anything. Is the thing you're hiding related to this? Looking at the woman with downcast eyes, Asher continued to ask, could it be that what's inside my body is Niagara? How could it be that? Scotty's voice suddenly grew agitated. Oh, so it's Odin then. Ugh. Scotty suddenly covered her mouth. After a moment of hesitation, she looked up at the seemingly still young boy. How do you know about my world? You have secrets you can't tell, and so do I. Asher spread his hands. Is it because of Odin that you came to help me? With Asher having exposed her to this extent, Scotty naturally had no intention of continuing to conceal it, and she nodded lightly. Then let's continue, Asher said. Please continue to explain about how to guide out the magic. This guy is much calmer than I imagined. Is it because he already guessed the truth? Scotty looked at Asher in surprise. She naturally didn't know that Asher simply had a superficial understanding of Norse mythology, which was why he was so calm now. He had already had such a premonition when Scotty first appeared. After all, the staff was made from the World Tree, and his resonance with the World Tree could only be due to Niagara or some other deity. But how did Odin get into my body? Asher couldn't help but feel a little confused. While he was thinking about these things, Scotty had already begun to explain the specific method of guiding magic. Moonlight enveloped the room, and its silvery white glow gave Scotty a faint, lustrous sheen. Beneath her long eyelashes, her red eyes held a completely different light from Scáthach's. By the way, are you Odin's wife? While Scotty was resting after half of her explanation, Asher looked at her profile and suddenly asked. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Scotty instantly snapped to attention, her eyes flashing with anger as she glared at Asher. What are you talking about? I'm unmarried. Unmarried. As if to prove her innocence, Scotty specifically emphasized twice to Asher that she was single. Ah, or are you starting to have ideas about me after finding out you might be Odin? Scotty asked with a hint of mockery. But unfortunately, I'm not interested in young people. Her voice paused, then she asked, could it be that your Shishou and that other goddess aren't enough to satisfy you? Upon hearing the word Shishou, Asher's expression immediately collapsed. Recalling what happened that night, he couldn't help but sigh genuinely. Although his physique was already quite good, he still couldn't quite keep up when facing Scáthach and Morgan. Oh my. Is it that as a man, you can't satisfy your own Shishou? That truly is a sad thing. Scotty's smile widened a bit, feeling a sense of triumph for having gotten revenge. It served Asher right for treating her like she was invisible for the past half-month. But Asher just calmly glanced at Scotty. I never even thought about such lewd things. I only asked the question out of pure curiosity. What in the world is a goddess like you thinking about all day? Could it be that you've always been expecting something like this, which is why? What did you say? Scotty tilted her head slightly, lightly tapping her palm with the staff, a seemingly kind smile on her face. No, nothing, sorry. Asher quickly shook his head, but then looked at Scotty one last time. Clearly, Scotty obviously lacked romantic experience, which was why her first thought was always about those kinds of things. To put it bluntly, she was secretly lustful. In that regard, she's a bit like me. He was very self-aware of his own hidden lewdness. Your gaze right now makes me want to turn you into an ice sculpture, Scotty said softly. What are you thinking about? She continued to ask. No, nothing. Asher looked away. Your gaze just now was exactly as if you were thinking I have no romantic experience, which is why my mind is full of those kinds of lewd thoughts, making me a secretly lustful goddess, Scotty said with a smile. So scary, extremely scary. What's wrong with this goddess? Could she also read minds? Looking at Asher, whose forehead seemed to be breaking out in cold sweat, Scotty grabbed Asher's collar. Although I haven't been in love, I'm not inferior to your Shishou in terms of maturity, you know. I know, Asher nodded. Let's continue with the explanation we were just doing. Anyway, it was better to end this topic as soon as possible. What do you mean by that perfunctory attitude? You clearly don't believe what I just said. Scotty's face pressed closer to Asher. You really do think I'm a secretly lustful goddess, don't you? Do you think a secretly lustful person would do this? A faint smile appeared on her exquisite face, and her lips drew a little closer, as if she wanted to fully display her mature, older sister's composure. That's why I said I believe you. Asher tried to pry open Scotty's hand, but found his movement seemed much slower. Looking up at his surroundings, he suddenly froze. Runes. Why do these people all like to use runes in such strange ways? Correct answer. Scotty pulled Asher closer to her face by his collar. This is the first lesson I'm giving you, don't trust a stranger. As she spoke, her lips moved a little closer again, but in the dim light, her cheeks seemed to be starting to flush. I think your thought process is a bit strange. Asher was momentarily speechless. Who tries to express their mature personality by kissing someone when they're accused of being secretly lustful? You have a point. Scotty's lips, which were about to get closer, stopped, and she fell into thought. Indeed, there was no one else here. If she were to forcibly kiss Asher in this place, she would truly solidify the title of secretly lustful pedophile. Looking at Asher, who suddenly let out a sigh of relief, Scotty continued, it should only count as not being secretly lustful if others also see the scene, right? Simply put, she wants to turn everyone else into a green support caster. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 228. Chapter 228, Battle is not as sweet as a discipline. Fire you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher was at a loss for how to communicate with this person. To prove that she wasn't repressed, she wanted to kiss him where others could see. How was this goddess's brain wired? And, even though Scotty herself proposed the plan, she was now blushing profusely, looking incredibly embarrassed. It was hard to know where to even begin to retort. I think we should just forget it. Asher tried to give the goddess an out. I've never doubted that you were repressed or anything. You've been talking to yourself from the start. As a goddess, there must be many people pursuing you, right? Of course, I've rejected many gods' advances. Scotty couldn't help but lift her proud head slightly towards the end, a hint of arrogance in her voice. So there's absolutely no need to prove you're not repressed in front of others, right? Scotty pondered for a moment, then patted Asher's head. It's rare for you to have a clear head, you know. Don't say it like I'm usually stupid, Asher complained helplessly. It's about time you unbind me, isn't it? He no longer dared to tease Scotty as casually as before. Heaven knew if she would directly attack him if he continued to tease her. Considering your sincere attitude, I'll let you off this time. Scotty raised her finger and released Asher's restraints. Then, I will continue to explain the method of guiding magic from earlier. Scotty put down the staff. In the dimness, her accelerated heartbeat gradually calmed, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Fortunately, Asher is a bit of a coward, otherwise, if he really kissed her, she'd probably bury her head in the sand like an ostrich out of embarrassment. After changing her clothes, Artoria entered the alchemy workshop. Morgan was concocting potions. Where's Ash? As the king's court attendant, you should be by his side until he goes to sleep, Lily. Morgan didn't turn around, her hands busy with the bottles on the table labeled with various strange characters. She had been in this place for most of the day, but there was no sign of fatigue. Her black and gold uniform dress, her delicate face unadorned with makeup, was still full of charm. The faint scent of her perfume made one's heart race with just a light sniff. We were attacked on our way back, Artoria said, pausing slightly as she watched Morgan's busy movements. It was an elf. The elf from the other world you mentioned before. Morgan's potion concocting movements continued, but slowed significantly. Nothing happened, right? Miss Scotty was with us, so she intercepted the elf's attack in time, Artoria nodded. Is this a case of being frightened and coming to find your royal sister? That's quite nice. Morgan put down the 2 bottles in her hand, walked to a soft armchair nearby, and sat down, crossing her legs. Come sit here. What's wrong? Are you still worried that royal sister will do something to you? Morgan looked up and asked. No. Artoria hesitated for a moment, then walked over and sat beside Morgan. I probably know what you're thinking, but please trust me, Lily, Morgan said slowly. If you tell him now that you regret letting him be king and putting him in danger, he will definitely get angry. He already had that resolve when he pulled out that sword, and I've tried my best to keep him from being busy with state affairs. As for the result, it's already perfect. Oh, by the way, Morgan continued, as a court attendant, you're not qualified enough, but everything takes time, and you're still young, aren't you? Youth is no excuse, Artoria shook her head. That's true, Morgan rubbed her forehead. All right, come find me starting tomorrow. I'll arrange new training for you. But Shishou teaches me and Ash every day already. Artoria said. Didn't you see Scáthach when you came back? Morgan asked, puzzled. What's wrong? Artoria tilted her head slightly. I don't know the specifics, but something seems to have happened in the Land of Shadows, probably related to the Queen of Alba. If nothing unexpected happens, she should be saying goodbye to Ash now. The Queen of Alba. Artoria frowned slightly. I heard Scáthach say that Queen is actually quite gentle. Even if Wib is gentle, it doesn't mean everyone under her is equally gentle, Morgan shrugged. It's probably that some subordinates clashed with the residents of the Land of Shadows. And it just so happens to be today, when Ash was attacked. Artoria's brows furrowed tightly. Do you think there's a connection? Morgan sighed. Actually, I also feel something's off, but we can't help with anything else right now. We'll talk after Gawain's investigation is over. All right, stop thinking so much, Morgan touched Artoria's head. Come find me at the training ground tomorrow morning. She can teach you martial arts, and I can teach you magic. Scáthach stood by the door, quietly gazing at the closed door. Although a little reluctant to leave, she had to stabilize the situation before the friction between the 2 nations escalated. She had similar experiences in the past. While her sister seemed to have no intention of causing major friction with the Land of Shadows, not everyone listened to Scáthach and controlled themselves. There would always be 1 or 2 hawkish high-ranking individuals trying to stir up greater conflict. Although it might be a bit inappropriate for her to call others hawkish. After all, in her youth, she was also a warmonger, and living life on the edge of a blade was not uncommon for her. But even so, she still had many admirers. Scáthach vaguely knew what these admirers saw in her. It was nothing more than this body that was perfect from a woman's perspective. She once told those people that if they could defeat her, she would accept their courtship. For a long time after that, people would come to the Land of Shadows to challenge her. This life continued for a very, very long time, and she always used decisive and violent combat methods to beat down every man who courted her until they were convinced. It wasn't until 5 years ago that her nature as a battle maniac was quietly hidden by her image as a gentle older sister. Since then, the gates of the Land of Shadows were closed, no longer accepting any challenges. After all, when teaching children, one always has to teach them well. She couldn't engage in overly violent combat in front of someone who saw her as a trusted older sister. As for her past training of disciples, it was actually the result of her considerable restraint. This conflict, she thought, would be an opportunity to stretch her muscles again while her disciple was away. Thinking about it, it was quite exciting. Scáthach felt the boiling blood in her veins. Thinking of the battle scenes to come, she felt an impatient urge. She now desperately wanted to fight her enemies, to pit herself against equally strong foes with her 2 spears. And that thought would soon be realized. Thump, thump. But when she knocked on the door and saw the woman in the purple slit dress in the room, and the young man sitting at the head of the bed with his eyes closed, a feeling of reluctance suddenly spread in her heart. Battles could make one's blood boil, but love could make one's blood evaporate. Battle, it seemed not as sweet as a disciple. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 229, Scáthach and Scotty swap identities. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Is there something you need? Scotty looked at the woman standing at the door with some confusion. Long purple hair flowed down to her waist, a beautifully plain face, and a mature body hidden in a tight suit, yet it held a mysterious beauty. Although it wasn't the first time she had seen Scáthach, Scotty still couldn't help but feel a little envious. The woman in front of her always looked so heroic and dashing. Every movement she made had an alluring charm. Scáthach's gaze didn't fall on Scotty, but directly on the young man in the room. May I ask, what are you doing in the room? As you can see, I'm teaching him the correct way to guide magic, Scotty answered calmly, having slightly composed herself. As a goddess, she couldn't lose to another woman who looked so much like her, could she? At least, she had to maintain her presence. That's quite a lot of trouble for you. Scáthach shifted her gaze from Asher, looked at Scotty for a few moments, then suddenly smiled and lightly patted Scotty's shoulder. I'll leave this child in your care for now. Scotty was startled. She heard a sense of brother taking over for brother, or son inheriting father's business, in Scáthach's words. But she didn't have any interest in young boys, and taking care of Asher wouldn't bring her any benefit. Do you drink? Scáthach gestured with the red wine and 2 glasses in her left hand as she spoke. Scotty didn't speak. Don't be so reserved. Although we haven't had much interaction, we actually understand each other quite well, don't we? Scáthach said, shaking the bottle of red wine in her hand and offering Scotty a glass. In dreams, she added. Scotty gazed deeply into Scáthach's profound and alluring red eyes. Those eyes were even more intoxicating than the red wine in her hand. Gladly, but it's better not to disturb him here. Let's go to the courtyard outside. She took the glass Scáthach offered. The moonlight was hazy, enveloped in silver light. Scáthach lowered her eyes, swirling the red wine in her hand. Since my disciple came to you, I'll ask directly, are you helping him, meaning my disciple, or are you helping someone who has already passed away? Scotty smiled. Isn't the result the same? No matter what, your disciple is the beneficiary. That won't change. I'm only helping him for my own peace of mind. Is that all? That's all, Scotty shrugged. I disdain lying. Although your disciple doesn't believe me at all. Towards the end, her voice held a hint of indignation, and her previous calmness faded considerably. Hearing Scotty's annoyed voice, Scáthach seemed to recall something amusing, and a smile involuntarily curved at the corner of her lips. She had observed Asher's attitude over the past half-month but hadn't interfered much. Through those dreams, she could be considered the one who understood Scotty best, and she knew this goddess had no ill intentions. But sometimes, it was better to let her disciple make his own judgments. At least, she thought her disciple's performance was quite good. He truly shouldn't easily trust someone, even if that person looked almost identical to her. You seem very happy. Scotty frowned slightly. It's hard to survive in this world without suspicion. I've always been worried that child would be blinded by beauty and unconditionally trust some woman. Scáthach raised her wine glass. But he understands how to be suspicious of you, so I think it's quite good. Suspicion. Scotty also raised her wine glass. The 2 glasses clinked lightly. Scotty took a sip of red wine and chuckled softly. That's just because I didn't make my intentions clear. If I wanted him to obediently listen to me, I could have used another method, but I don't want to do that. Another method is. Scáthach became a little interested and asked curiously. For example, Scotty drained the red wine in her glass. After discussing it with you, I could swap clothes with you, and then just have him listen to Shishou. You would impersonate me, and teach him in my name. Scáthach muttered thoughtfully to herself, then quickly shook her head with a smile. What's wrong? Do you think he could still recognize you then? Scotty asked. I don't know, but it's worth a try. Scáthach poured herself a glass of red wine. If he can recognize me, I can return to the land of shadows with a bit more peace of mind this time. Is something wrong in the land of shadows? Just a small matter, but it shouldn't be my sister's doing. It's probably that some subordinates are trying to incite war. Perhaps they've been quiet for too long and are itching for a fight. What a boring bunch, Scáthach chuckled casually, pouring Scotty a glass of red wine. But I'm not really in a position to criticize others. Will you be gone for a long time? I'm not sure about the exact time. Scáthach walked to a pillar, stopping in its shadow, silently watching a few crows perched on tree branches outside the courtyard. In any case, I'll resolve the issues here as quickly as possible. Don't worry too much about things in the land of shadows. Scáthach sighed lightly as she said this. Instead, she was a little worried about her disciple. That's not like you at all, Scotty said, shaking her head as if she had noticed something. Enjoying battle is your nature, isn't it? And, isn't your teaching philosophy to let your disciples go out on their own once they've reached a certain level? Worrying about your disciple like this is truly unlike you. From the perspective of teaching a disciple, I really shouldn't worry about him. Scáthach placed her glass on the stone chair. But he's not just my disciple. But you're right. Thank you for the reminder. I almost forgot how to act as a Shishou for his own good. So, without further ado, let's go quickly, while the griffin still needs some time to arrive from the land of shadows. Do what? Scotty was slightly startled. Scáthach pointed to her own clothes, a playful smile on her face. Of course, we're swapping identities, Miss Scáthach. Asher opened his eyes in the darkness. Golden specks of light were visible in his dark eyes, standing out even in the dimness. Scotty was right. He had been wrong from the beginning. It wasn't about absorbing the magic of the World Tree, but about using the World Tree's magic to guide the magic that was already within him. The speed of absorption was indeed much faster than before. If it initially took half a year for one staff, now less than a week would be enough. If he could fully guide all the magic out, he should be able to catch up to Shishou's level, right? Asher gently clenched his fists, looking around. Speaking of which, where did that goddess go? He just now realized that the goddess seemed to no longer be in the room. No wonder it was so quiet. If Scotty were nearby, she would probably be continuing to tell him that his magic guidance was still a bit problematic, or that his speed was too slow, and so on. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock suddenly sounded. Who would come looking for this goddess so late at night? Asher muttered to himself, but still said loudly. Come in. A woman in a tight suit walked into the room, her eyes calmly observing Asher for a few moments, then she asked faintly, What are you looking at? Asher was slightly startled, looking up and down at Scáthach several times. Why does Shishou feel a bit off? Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 230, since you're Shishou, kissing should be fine, right? Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Feeling Asher's questioning gaze, and that look as if he was scrutinizing her body, Scotty for a moment thought she had been exposed. But she quickly realized she was overthinking. Shishou, how did you know I was here? When she heard Asher call out that title, Scotty, standing in the dim doorway, a triumphant curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Just as she suspected, Asher had no idea of her true identity. This wasn't surprising, even she sometimes felt like she was looking in a mirror when she saw Scáthach. How could Asher possibly recognize her? But then again, so this is what it feels like to be called Shishou. Especially when gazed upon by the boy sitting on the bed with such clear, respectful eyes, there was a surge of excitement from the bottom of her heart. She seemed to understand a little why that woman would fall in love with, and eat, her own disciple. To devour a disciple who respects and loves oneself, it truly is quite exciting. No. What am I thinking? Scotty quickly shook her head, dispelling the messy thoughts in her mind. Wouldn't that make her no different from those 2 lowly lovers? Shishou. Asher's voice pulled Scotty back to reality. Scotty lightly coughed, composing herself, and said in a steady yet cold tone, I just happened to see you arrive at Miss Scotty's room, so I came to take a look. She walked into the room, each step accompanied by a soft sound, and soon sat down beside Asher, placing the red wine she had brought into the room on a nearby table. Speaking of which, what did you come to see Scotty for tonight? Scotty asked. Actually, I feel I'm still too weak, Asher sighed. This elf attack made me realize my own shortcomings. So that's why you came to her, I see, Scotty nodded slightly. She's a powerful and responsible goddess. I'm very relieved that you can learn from her. Watching Asher nod seriously, like an obedient student who understood everything, Scotty's lips curled slightly. For the first time, she felt a true sense of satisfaction from having gotten her revenge, as if all the frustrations of the past half-month had been released. Disciple, your Shishou now has a question for you. I hope you can answer truthfully. Please ask, Shishou. Asher looked like he would say everything he knew. Why were you so cold to her before? Because I wasn't very familiar with her. It's normal to be wary of strangers, isn't it? Asher said. Scotty nodded slightly. It was just as Scáthach said, this guy was indeed wary of her. It was understandable, after all, she had refused to explain why she was helping Asher before, so it was normal for him to be so wary. But being wary is one thing, but being so cold to others isn't right, is it? No, that's not just coldness, that's isolation. Thinking of this, Scotty felt a little indignant, but she quickly snapped out of it under Asher's gaze. She was a goddess, the goddess of snow. She should be aloof and proud. How could she get angry over such a small matter? Is that so? I thought you were trying to get close to her because you were drawn to her beauty or something. Scotty said in a flat tone. No, 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 how could that be? You're overthinking it. Asher waved his hand. I'm not that kind of person. I truly just came to ask her to teach me. I'm not that interested in her. Scotty's cheeks puffed out slightly. Even as the goddess of snow, being so bluntly rejected by Asher would make her angry. Doesn't this make it seem like she has no charm whatsoever? She poured herself a glass of wine, took a sip, then slightly tilted her head to look at Asher. Do you drink? Asher's expression stiffened slightly. What's wrong? Nothing, just recalling some bad memories. Asher thought carefully. It seemed he had experienced this kind of scene more than once. From Morgan back then, to Scáthach later, and then Lily, it seemed he had encountered similar situations every time. You're not afraid to drink, are you? Scotty looked at Asher's timid expression, her eyes brightening slightly, and a smile appeared on her face. Minors are not allowed to drink, Asher said sternly. Shishou should be very clear about that, right? No, there's never been such a rule. Scotty poured a glass of wine and handed it to Asher. Drink it, it's Shishou's order. Ugh. Asher hesitated for a moment, but still took the wine glass. Scotty's eyes brightened slightly, and she was incredibly surprised, as if a new world had opened up for her. So, being Shishou could make a disciple so obedient. But she soon saw Asher put the wine glass down again, shaking his head and saying, Shishou would never order me to do such a thing. He looked intently at Scotty for a long time, frowning. Slightly. You're really a fake Shishou, aren't you? Scotty's eyelid twitched slightly, and she coughed twice. What foolishness are you talking about, child? Asher still stared closely into Scotty's eyes. If I think carefully, your tone doesn't sound like Shishou either. If it were Shishou, after I refused, she would get very angry and drink the wine herself to cheer up. Would that woman do such a thing? Scotty's eyes flickered. Despite some suspicion, under Asher's gaze, she picked up the remaining half bottle of red wine and swallowed it sip by sip. The delicate earlobes on her swan-like white neck also turned a faint red. Scotty put down the empty wine bottle, turned to look at Asher, and didn't speak, but her meaning was clear, as if to say, how about that? I am your Shishou, right? Ugh. Asher propped his chin, and stared at Scotty for a while longer. What now? Perhaps due to the red wine, Scotty's red eyes seemed a bit hazy, and she spoke with a slight slur. It's really strange. Usually, if I refuse Shishou, she'll punish me after getting angry. That's true, Scotty nodded seriously, looking thoughtful. How should I punish you this time? This time, a kiss should be fine, right? If you use that kind of magic draining punishment from that night again today, I won't be able to train tonight. I hope Shishou will be especially merciful. Magic draining. Scotty muttered, then suddenly seemed to realize something, her eyes widening slightly. Her cheeks, already flushed from the alcohol, turned crimson. In an instant. This guy's magic draining definitely refers to that, doesn't it? Fine, I can't do anything about you. I'll let you off this time and punish you in a lighter way, Scotty said, suppressing the shame in her heart. She propped herself up on the bed with both hands, her lips moving towards Asher. But she quickly felt a pair of hands pressing against her forehead, stopping her lips from getting any closer to Asher. Scotty couldn't help but open her eyes in confusion, only to find Asher pushing her face back. What's wrong? She asked after a moment of hesitation. I was just joking with you. There's no need to actually do that, Asher shook his head. He didn't expect this goddess to actually intend to kiss him. Was she just giving up? But Scotty felt a string snap in her brain. She stared blankly at the black-haired boy who looked like a boy next door. You weren't joking with me too? Asher tried to ask. Scotty was stunned again. Joking? Weren't you deliberately pretending to be my Shishou to tease me? So I just played along, Asher said. After all, no matter what, I couldn't possibly mistake someone twice, right? I was teasing you. Scotty's head was practically sprouting countless question marks. She carefully recalled what had just happened and suddenly realized the truth. This somewhat cunning guy had recognized her from the very beginning. A sudden chill spread out from Scotty, filling the entire room with cold air. Asher felt a shiver run down his spine. Frost formed on the bed frame, and soon even the floor was covered in ice. Miss Scotty. Asher couldn't help but shiver, glancing at Scotty, who had her head bowed, her face seemingly shrouded in shadow, and tentatively called out. Scotty raised her cold red eyes. The next second, a brilliant smile appeared on her face. You like to tease me, do you? Asher. It seems the joke went too far. Just remembered a certain hentai I read before while writing. Ah, when will Ash finally manage to deal with Scotty? Looks up at the sky. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 231, Lily's mental collapse. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Frankly, Asher originally had no intention of angering Scotty. He just wanted to tease her, and he thought she was also just teasing him. Though halfway through, he felt that something wasn't right. Although Scotty and Scáthach looked alike, their temperaments were completely different. Their demeanor, tone of voice, and even their behavior were entirely distinct. Ever since he kissed the wrong person that night, Asher had been repeatedly thinking about how to distinguish between the two, and he finally came to a conclusion. He could tell the difference just by their tone of voice. Actually, there was another more obvious characteristic, which was the crown on Scotty's head. However, a goddess queen would clearly not be so foolish as to wear a crown while trying to deceive someone, so the best way to distinguish them was through their demeanor and tone of voice. Scotty apparently never realized that Asher had already recognized her identity from beginning to end, otherwise, she wouldn't have done everything Asher told her to. Recalling what Asher had just said to her, and how he even made her drink the nearly full bottle of wine, Scotty felt a surge of anger burning from the bottom of her heart. Then she remembered that she had actually been influenced by Asher's words and truly wanted to kiss him. The most crucial thing was that Asher even rejected her. Just thinking about it brought a genuine sense of shame, and so, Scotty's anger intensified even further. This guy was clearly just toying with her, pushing her away when she had finally made up her mind to kiss him, and his reason was, I actually recognized you a long time ago, I was just teasing you. If it weren't for Asher's identity, he would already be in ice sculpture. Frost enveloped the entire room, and visibly cold air wafted in midair. Just one look sent a bone-chilling cold through one's body. Miss Scotty, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Thank you for your guidance today, Asher swallowed, standing up. The frost condensed on the bed frame made his butt feel cold and uncomfortable. Is that your last will and testament? Scotty stared coldly into Asher's eyes. Sorry, I guess the joke went too far, Asher said. If he had known she would lash out at the drop of a hat, he wouldn't have teased her like this. You call what just happened a joke? I just made you drink a little wine. The point isn't the wine. Scotty unsuitably let out a hiccup from anger. It's not about the drinking, then it's that little joke I made at the end. Scotty didn't say anything, but her eyes clearly burned with fire, as if to burn away the shyness within them. It seemed Scotty's anger was because of the last thing he said, and her own subsequent action of trying to kiss him. I can't do anything with you, Asher sighed. How about I kiss you once, and then you push me away? That way, we'll be even. Scotty silently watched the helplessly looking boy standing in front of her, momentarily unsure how to respond. She was angry because when she intended to kiss Asher, he pushed her away. Now, if Asher kissed her and she pushed him away, she wouldn't be angry anymore. Although it seemed to balance out that way, for some reason, the more she thought about it, the more annoyed she felt. Are you deliberately playing with me? Scotty scrutinized Asher from head to toe. I'm not playing with you. If you think this isn't okay, then forget it. I'm going back to sleep. Asher walked to the door in a huff, only to find that even the door had frozen solid with frost. Pretending to be angry while leaving the room. Do you think I wouldn't see through that? Or are you taking me for a fool? Ugh, what exactly do you want? Seeing no possibility of escape, Asher could only turn back and look at the woman sitting on the bed with crossed legs. After all, if you hadn't pretended to be my Shishou first, I wouldn't have thought of teasing you. Scotty's expression froze slightly. Thinking carefully, it seemed that was indeed the case. So, it's your problem, actually. I'm just making a small counterattack against your actions. Asher pressed his advantage. And why did you listen to me? Have you ever heard of someone punishing another with a kiss? Asher asked again. Although Scáthach indeed used such methods, Asher would certainly not tell Scotty about this. Scotty's expression changed several times throughout Asher's words. Thinking carefully, it really was like that. Why did I kiss him just because he told me to? Do I really have no mind of my own? Or am I also attracted to Asher? No. Thinking too far ahead. This must be a delusion of empathy because of dreaming about Scáthach. This is Scáthach's experience, not mine. Don't be deceived by this little rascal's appearance. This seemingly harmless guy has a cunning heart. After a brief struggle, Scotty suddenly raised her eyes, filled with anger, interrupting the boy who was still planning to criticize her. Have you said enough? No. I'm not finished yet. A layer of frost enveloped Asher's feet on the floor. I'm done. Asher said. He felt that if he kept talking, his life as a fish might be forfeit. Then you can continue training. I still have some things to deal with, Scotty said, standing up and walking to the doorway. The frost that had covered everything quietly dissipated, but her cheeks gradually took on a blush. Failed. Such a failure. She didn't expect Asher to have noticed her as soon as she entered the room, and to have been played by this guy. If Scáthach found out, even if she didn't say anything to her face, she would definitely laugh at her, this foolish goddess, behind her back, wouldn't she? Shishou, take care. Hearing the word Shishou, Scotty's steps paused slightly. She slowly turned her head to look at Asher. Are you still trying to tease me? You taught me quite a few things tonight anyway, so it's quite normal for me to call you Shishou, right? Asher said. Scotty merely snorted, but her anger seemed to have significantly subsided. Is Ash here? Artoria walked to the doorway, observing Scotty with a curious gaze for a moment. You're Miss Scotty, aren't you? Despite looking dressed like Scáthach, Artoria immediately recognized Scotty's identity. Scotty nodded noncommittally. Even Artoria recognized her identity. It seemed this disguise was indeed quite a failure. Perhaps next time, she should just directly transform into Scáthach, instead of just wearing her clothes. That way, it might be a more convincing disguise. Artoria glanced around the room, asking in surprise. How did the room become like this? Scotty came back to her senses, thought for a moment, and pointed to the boy in the room. He wanted to kiss me, but I stopped him, so it ended up like this. Artoria froze, then looked up at Asher. Be careful, King Arthur. He's a pervert who demands others kiss him. Scotty patted Artoria's shoulder and walked out of the room. Asher. This goddess, one day he'll make her cry. She even had to badmouth him. But Lily wouldn't even believe such a joking remark, so it didn't really matter. As Asher thought this, he looked up and saw Artoria looking down, her pupils completely devoid of highlights under the shadow. She didn't actually believe it, did she? Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 232. Chapter 232, Lily has a Yandere tendency. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Lily, just to ask, you wouldn't actually believe what Scotty said, would you? Asher looked at Artoria with a questioning tone. Of course not. We were just attacked this afternoon, you wouldn't be in the mood to do such a boring thing. Artoria walked into the room calmly, but a shadow fell across her face. Asher nodded inwardly. As expected, Lily understands him. However, she paused, then looked up and said flatly, it reminded me of how disgusted you looked when I kissed you before. Asher. I didn't look disgusted at you, did I? Asher said, a little. Speechless. Back in the changing room, he only held back because he considered Lily's age and knew that doing such a thing would cause her considerable harm. In my eyes, that was disgust, Artoria said, a hint of resentment creeping into her usual calm at the end. Although she wouldn't believe what Scotty just said, as she also believed Asher wouldn't dare to lay a hand on her, Scotty's words still reminded her of what had happened before. Yes, Asher didn't have the guts, which was why she had been so exasperated back then that she wanted to do that to this fish. But in the end, she was firmly rejected by this righteous fish. Looking at the girl who had suddenly fallen silent, Asher cleared his throat twice, changing the subject. By the way, did you need something from me? Can't I look for you if I don't need anything? Asher. Did this Lily take the wrong medicine? She's so easily irritated. Sorry, Artoria clearly realized her impropriety and apologized softly. She didn't know why she was like this. Just thinking about what happened before made her irritable, and then remembering that she failed to protect Asher today only added to that irritation. It wouldn't do to vent her anger on him just because he had a good temper. Artoria shook her head vigorously, shaking off those vexing emotions. Royal Sister has something to ask you, she wants you to go over there. Sister Morgan. Asher was startled. She already knows about this afternoon. She knew shortly after we were attacked, Artoria said. After all, a small half of the Knights of the Round Table were Morgan's people, so it wasn't strange that she would know so quickly. However, the Knights of the Round Table no longer differentiated themselves, as, strictly speaking, Morgan herself was on Asher's side. All right, let's go over there now, Asher said, standing up. Do you want to come along? Artoria shook her head. I need to go to the training ground to continue training. This failure gave Artoria a serious sense of crisis. Morgan had told her some time ago that to protect others, one must first be able to protect oneself, and that with enough strength, she could make Ash do anything she wanted. Of course, her training was purely for her own improvement and had little to do with Morgan's latter statement. At most, it had a tiny bit of connection. Asher rubbed Artoria's head. Then let's go out together. The path to Sister Morgan's alchemy workshop is the same for a part of the way. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. The gentle head rub made Artoria's ahog sway happily, and an unconsciously intoxicated smile appeared on her adorable face. But soon, she seemed to snap out of a dream, slapping Asher's hand away. Don't touch my head. Her royal sister often did this kind of caressing, and in her opinion, it was a gesture of affection from an elder to a junior. She and Asher were the same age, they should be on equal footing. Asher was startled. Do you want me to hug you instead? Why would you assume I want comfort? Artoria glared at Asher in annoyance. But after staring into his eyes for a moment, she quietly lowered her head. Just a small hug will do, her voice was tiny. Just a small hug wouldn't be elder to junior affection, just a small hug would simply be encouraging her. Asher stepped forward and embraced Artoria from behind, pulling her petite body into his arms. He inhaled her soft, faint scent. Wait a minute. Artoria was completely caught off guard. Even without a mirror, she knew her face must be completely red right now. According to her understanding, when she said something about hugging her, Asher should have hesitated first, but now he had embraced her so readily. What's wrong? Asher turned to ask. His warm breath caressed Artoria's delicate earlobe, and she cried out in panic, her small face turning even redder. Asher couldn't help but laugh, then released her. Indeed, this is the normal Lily. She was so strange when she blackened earlier, completely unlike herself. And, to be this shy from just a hug, if he had really done that while she was under the influence of an aphrodisiac, Lily would probably have been too ashamed to face him directly. Then I'll go find Sister Morgan first. Don't overthink things, okay? Seeing Artoria's flushed cheeks, Asher rubbed her head again, then walked towards the door. The genuine smile he had from earlier quickly returned to normal. Artoria stared blankly at Asher's retreating back. After a moment, a happy smile appeared on her face. Her previously maintained aloofness was long gone, and her emerald eyes held a hint of both expectation and unease. Just being hugged like this already makes me so happy. If I had really done that with Ash back then, would I be able to sleep in his arms every night? If not for royal sister and teacher, then Ash would belong only to her. Artoria quickly shook her head, dispelling the fleeting dark thoughts in her mind, and reorganized her thoughts. Training was still important now. If she couldn't even protect the person she loved, there was no point in talking about the future or happiness. Asher walked towards the alchemy workshop, pondering certain things. The first time he encountered that elf, it escaped, but this time it actively attacked him. Was this because it lacked confidence before, and now that it was stronger, it had become arrogant? Also, the method Scotty taught him was a bit strange. Guiding the magic within him, if he wasn't mistaken, that magic should belong to Odin. If he made that magic his own, would he eventually turn into Odin? Wasn't this a common occurrence? After a great person dies, they usually don't die immediately but lie dormant in a body, attempting to take it over. Thinking of this, Asher suddenly remembered something else. When King Marco set a trap, his original intention was to expose his identity as the White Dragon, but what appeared in the end was a tall figure. Was that person Odin? Perhaps he should ask Morgan if they could use his blood to project the image again, and then have Scotty confirm whether the person in his body was indeed Odin. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 233, Chapter 233, here is also fine. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher quickly arrived at the alchemy workshop. Morgan was still concocting potions, acting as if she hadn't noticed someone walking up behind her. A warm light enveloped the entire workshop. A small white mouse in a corner seemed to have lost a lot of weight and was now lying sprawled in its cage, probably having been deprived of food after speaking ill of Morgan in front of Asher. Sister Morgan, what potion are you concocting? Asher asked curiously. The white mouse, which had been playing dead nearby, immediately squeaked, "Be careful, it's definitely an AF." Morgan curved her finger and flicked it towards the white mouse in the air. Flames erupted under the cage. The white mouse shrieked and was forced to dance disco in its cage. She turned to Asher, a strand of hair falling down, and smiled lightly. Don't listen to it. It's just a truth serum. Don't you still have truth serum in your room? Asher asked, puzzled. That's ordinary truth serum. I'm making a special truth serum that can make a certain individual tell the truth as well. Would you like to help me test if it works, big sister? Morgan placed her index finger on her lips, tilted her head slightly, and waved the potion bottle in her hand. Her slender fingers were adorned with alluring red nail polish. Asher shook his head flatly. If you need a test subject, isn't there one right there? He finished by pointing to the white mouse that was still dancing. That's true. I'll test the potion on it later. Morgan's tone suddenly shifted. By the way, did you need something from me, big sister? It's late, and it's not like you to come find me now. It can't be that you're bored in your room and want to play with big sister somewhere else, can it? Asher took a second to process that before reacting. He quickly shook his head and said, I'm a little concerned about that figure King Marco projected from my blood at that time. Morgan leaned against the table, sitting with her hand supporting her behind her back, and chuckled, what a shame. If you had other ideas, I might even consider agreeing to them. Asher watched Morgan playing with a strand of fine hair and said helplessly, how could I possibly be thinking of such things? If Lily, or Shishou, or anyone else happened to stumble upon that suggestive scene at the door, his innocence for this lifetime would probably be ruined. If Morgan's children saw it, he'd probably be buried alive by Morgan on the spot. Oh dear, then why don't you think about it now? Morgan gently lifted the hem of her skirt. A section of her tender white thigh was revealed beneath the black and gold short skirt, taking on a warm glow under the dim light. Are you thinking about it now? She slightly straightened her toes. Asher swallowed, nodding. A little. Just a little. A lot, Asher said. Morgan's lips curved slightly, and she said contentedly, you want to ask me if I have a way to project that figure from your blood again, to confirm if the person inside you is the one Scotty is looking for. She tempts me and then changes the subject. What about Ash? Asher shook his head, dispelling the alluring image and bold thoughts he had just seen, and said, yes, do you have a way? Morgan regrettably shook her head. If I knew what method that druid used back then, I could do it, but I don't know what method King Marco's druid used to project the image from your blood. If you find that druid, you'll have a way, right? Yes, actually, I have thought about it. I'm also quite curious whether the entity inside you is dead or alive. If it's dead, that's best. If it's not dead, I hope to kill it. As she finished speaking, a rare ruthlessness appeared on Morgan le Fay's face that even Asher could sense. Even if she usually appeared gentle, it was only when Asher was present. Essentially, Morgan le Fay was still the witch who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Morgan lightly crossed her right leg over her left, and said with a smile, by the way, although I don't think you're that foolish, I'll remind you anyway. That goddess is interested in something within your body that concerns her, not you. If that thing inside you isn't dead, whose body do you think this will be once it awakens? Asher nodded gently. He had naturally thought of this point, but from Scotty's words, the great god, suspected to be Odin, should already be dead, probably. But Sister Morgan, too, he still needed to be careful. So, for your sake, and for Big Sister's sake, you must be careful, Morgan said gently, stroking Asher's head. Big Sister likes you, not this body of yours, understand? Asher nodded seriously. I've had people continue to monitor King Marco. That druid should still be in his territory, if nothing unexpected happened. We'll go check it out together later. Morgan's smile faded considerably. After all, if the other party keeps hiding like a turtle, we can only take the initiative. That'll also confirm the druid's location, Asher said. Morgan nodded, then looked at Asher again. Do you have anything else? No, Asher shook his head. How strange. Morgan muttered to herself. Didn't that woman Scáthach tell her disciple about the situation in the land of shadows? Otherwise, why would he come find her instead of seeing his Shishou off? What's wrong, Sister Morgan? Asher noticed Morgan's odd behavior and couldn't help but ask. So she really didn't tell him. Morgan's eyes flickered, but after a struggle, she sighed. I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. That way, you wouldn't blame me later. What do you mean? If nothing unexpected happens, your Shishou should be preparing to return to the land of shadows right now, Morgan said. Asher was startled. Shishou's returning to the land of shadows. Did something happen? I don't know the specifics, but it seems there was a conflict with Alba, so she needs to go back and control the situation to prevent it from escalating into war. After all, no one likes war, Morgan suddenly smiled at the end. It seemed quite ironic for her, the goddess who controlled death and war, to say she didn't like war. Are you leaving? Morgan asked, seeing Asher turn around. I need to go see Shishou's situation. Asher looked back at Morgan. Do you want to come along, Sister Morgan? Morgan grabbed a potion bottle, casually extinguished the flames under the cage nearby, and the white mouse lay weakly in the cage, panting. My potion concocting isn't finished yet. You go by yourself. Her going with Asher to see Scáthach off, it just feels a little odd. Don't stay up too late, Asher reminded her. Morgan chuckled softly, her eyes filled with tenderness. If you're worried about big sister, why don't you come find me tonight? Looking at Asher, who had already run out, Morgan added, oh, by the way, it's fine here in the alchemy workshop too. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 234, Chapter 234, A Very Ordinary Shishou Disciple Relationship. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Under the deep night sky, tree shadows swayed in the courtyard, rustling softly. Scáthach stood quietly by the lakeside, accompanied by Scáthach and Scotty. Scotty had come to explain what had just happened to Scáthach. Although she was very unwilling to admit it, the fact was laid bare. Asher had indeed recognized that she was impersonating Scáthach. Being played a trick on by a little kid who was countless years younger than her was truly too embarrassing, so when Scáthach came to fetch Scáthach, Scotty remained silent. At the very least, she had to maintain her divine image in front of others. Scáthach wasn't the type to blurt things out, and as for Asher, she'd just warn him later. The nearby griffin let out a cry, seemingly asking Scáthach if it was time to leave. Scáthach stroked the griffin's head, casually glancing at the darkness ahead. The front was silent, no one was coming. This wasn't surprising. She hadn't told her disciple about her impending departure. Besides Scáthach and Scotty, only Morgan knew. This was for the best, to avoid adding to the sadness. After all, she wouldn't be gone for long, so there was no need to bid farewell to her disciple again, otherwise, she would also feel reluctant to leave. I'm going, Scáthach said softly, patting Scáthach's head. Scáthach clutched Scáthach's clothes, looking up worriedly. Mom, should I really come with you? Afe cherished her so much, she didn't want her mother and Afe to fight. Don't worry, neither of us will be in danger, Scáthach patted Scáthach's head. Clearly, she had long known about Afe occasionally contacting Scáthach in private. Afe always thought Scáthach only cared about her martial arts, but in reality, she had always seen everything, though she rarely brought it up. Scáthach naturally understood her daughter's thoughts, but the current problem wasn't something Scáthach could solve by showing up. She needed to go back and ascertain exactly what had happened first. A conflict might occur along the way, and if Scáthach followed, she might be in danger. If someone was truly trying to incite war in secret, that person would definitely target Scáthach. If something happened to the princess of the Land of Shadows, it would probably indeed become a fuse. Scáthach bit her lip, clearly understanding her mother's meaning, and could only lower her head. Stay well with your brother in Britain. With Miss Scotty and that goddess here, you two won't have any problems. Scáthach's fingers gently brushed through her daughter's purple hair, a smile appearing on her face. I remember you used to be incredibly happy when you could be alone with your brother. Why the long face now? That's not like you at all. Scáthach frowned, whispering, that's only because nothing like this happened back then. I like it when Ash and Mom are here, and me too, not just me and Ash. Scotty listened to the mother and daughter's conversation, her face looking quite peculiar. Why did Scáthach's tone sound as if she wasn't against her mother being with Asher? Not only not against it, but even wanting to join in. It must be my imagination, right? Scáthach's eyes grew even softer. She smiled and said, I'll be back soon, and there won't be any war, don't worry. She's not the kind of person who likes to provoke war. Scáthach nodded heavily. Scáthach turned around and sat on the griffin that was lying beside her. Shishou. A shout came from a distance. The griffin was about to spread its wings but stopped when Scáthach gently patted it. Scáthach turned her head in the direction of the voice. Asher was running towards them. Scáthach's eyes darted. She pulled Scotty's hand. Sister, let's go first. I think Ash must have something to say to Mom. Ha, MHM. Scotty was pulled away by Scáthach, looking bewildered. Before leaving, she looked at the young man who had already arrived in front of Scáthach, then at the girl who was holding her hand, and countless question marks appeared on her forehead. Does this child know everything, or nothing at all? If these Shishou and disciple were left alone in this atmosphere, it wouldn't just be Shishou disciple affection on display. In any case, Scotty was eventually pulled away by Scáthach. She tried to ask the girl several times, but she was afraid of hurting Scáthach's feelings, so she strongly resisted asking. Sigh, secretly dating her fiancé and her fiancé's mother, this naive girl is truly pitiful. She decided not to expose Asher for now. Scotty thought helplessly to herself, disappearing into the courtyard. Scáthach looked at the young man standing in front of her. In the darkness, she inadvertently showed a relieved smile. Are you going to ask why I didn't tell you I was leaving? I'm coming back with you, Asher looked up and said. Scáthach shook her head. If you come back, I'm afraid the tribal kings will know about it the next day and try to do something in the chaos. Asher fell silent. A faint smile appeared on Scáthach's face. I'm content with your concern. I didn't tell you simply because it's not a big deal. I'll be back soon. Afe always wanted to fight you to the death, Asher said. She won't miss this opportunity. If it's just a decisive battle, it doesn't matter, as long as the people below don't kill each other, Scáthach said. Calmly. Asher sighed from the bottom of his heart. Indeed, even after so long, even with their relationship now, Shishou still loves to fight others, always seeking powerful opponents, always wanting to die at their hands. I still want to see you again, Asher stared into Scáthach's eyes. At this point, if you say you don't, I should probably take you back and throw you into the abyss of the land of shadows, Scáthach chuckled. As if thinking of something, she suddenly paused, looking back into Asher's eyes. I see, are you worried that I want to die by my sister's hand? I'm truly underestimated, aren't I? Looking at the sulking boy, Scáthach couldn't help but laugh. She crooked her finger, come here. Asher took 2 steps forward, but still kept his eyes downcast. Scáthach lightly jumped off the griffin and said, close your eyes. Before I go, I want to give you a gift to protect you. Is it necessary to close my eyes? Hurry up, she suddenly urged impatiently. Asher felt a little unaccustomed to her suddenly becoming so queenly. Although he felt a bit speechless, Asher still closed his eyes. The next second, a hot breath sprayed on his face, and a refreshing scent rushed straight to his brain. Her considerable softness deformed somewhat as they embraced. Cool, soft lips sealed Asher's mouth. He opened his eyes in surprise. This is my answer. Scáthach cupped Asher's face. With my kiss, from now on, walk with me forever. Can you? Asher was stunned for a long time, then suddenly smiled. Of course. Tongue, Scáthach said. A kiss like this is completely meaningless. Scáthach's lips moved closer to Asher's again. Just as they were about to touch, her red eyes gleamed with aggressive light. Stick your tongue in. Their lips touched again. After a long while, Scáthach released her tight embrace of Asher, touching her lips with her fingertip, sighing contentedly. You are far more powerful than any opponent I have ever faced. Others competed with her in martial arts. No matter how powerful their martial arts were, they could not conquer her. However, this foolish disciple almost caused her a huge psychological impact of, maybe I should just stay here and be with him forever. But as the queen of the land of shadows, this was absolutely not allowed. At the very least, she had to resolve this issue first. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. Asher said. At a time like this, you shouldn't apologize. You should be more proactive, though I mean generally, not now, Scáthach said. Was your hand just instinctively wandering just now? Asher nodded. Scáthach stared intently at Asher's face. After a long while, she chuckled, considering how enthusiastic you were just now, I'll forgive you this time. She pressed her lips close to Asher's ear, next time, after I return, you can be even bolder, it's fine. Asher was stunned for a moment, looking at Scáthach's face. Ah. Shishou is indeed so beautiful. He really wanted to hold her in his arms and kiss her again. However, while Asher was dazed, the fragrant breeze had already departed. Scáthach stepped onto the griffin's back, turning to look at her disciple. Don't let that woman completely devour you. The griffin soared into the sky, disappearing into the moonlight with a gust of wind. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 235, Chapter 235, Anyone But Me Is Fine. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. The next morning, in the simply furnished government office, Asher sat in a chair, seemingly deep in thought. Artoria stood quietly by his side. The morning light fell upon her, her golden hair tied up, looking both capable and aesthetically pleasing. No news from Gawain and Lancelot yet? Asher asked. Artoria shook her head. No news received yet. It seems that Elf escaped directly after being injured that day and didn't remain in the town. Asher muttered thoughtfully. If I were it, I wouldn't stay there waiting to be caught either, Artoria said. Asher nodded lightly. That was true. If the elf had any sense, it wouldn't stay in such a dangerous place. He could only hope that Gawain and Lancelot's investigation would yield some news. Noticing the fatigue on Artoria's face, Asher couldn't help but ask, "Lily, did you not rest well last night?" Artoria gently shook her head. "It won't affect my normal work, don't worry. That's not the point. If you're very tired, it's fine to go back and rest first," Asher said with a smile. "There's nothing urgent to deal with here for now anyway." Artoria shook her head again. "This is my duty. There's no need for me to rest because of personal feelings. I just went to bed a little late last night, it's fine. I remember you went to train last night, right? Did you come back very late?" "I went back when it was almost time to rest," Artoria said. "Then why are you so tired?" Asher asked curiously, but he felt as if Artoria had glared at him. "Did something happen after you got back?" Artoria's small face was taut. She said in a flat tone, "Your big sister slept in my room last night. No wonder she went to bed so late." Asher understood as soon as Artoria said that. Scáthach had just left last night, so Scáthach must have been very reluctant to be alone, which is why she ran to chat with Lily to relieve her boredom, right? She was carried in by the royal sister, Artoria added. Speaking of which, Asher remembered that he hadn't gone to see Morgan last night, but Morgan had come to him instead. He guessed she became completely unrestrained after Scáthach left. And at that time, Asher vaguely heard some sounds from the door. Perhaps Scáthach was planning to come find him then, but was coincidentally knocked out and carried away by Morgan. "I was planning to sleep, but she woke up in the middle of the night," Artoria said again, "and then she talked a lot." "That must have been tough for you," Asher said with a chuckle. Artoria, who was planning to sleep, was held by Scáthach and talked to all night. After imagining that scene, Asher suddenly felt it was quite amusing. "What's so funny?" Artoria frowned in dissatisfaction. "Just thought of something interesting." Asher patted the chair beside him. "Since you won't go back to rest, at least sit down." "No need, standing is fine." "Are you going to look down on your king from above?" Asher asked. What a despicable fellow. After Asher said that, Artoria had no choice but to go to the nearby seat and sit down. Watching Asher, who was deep in thought, Artoria's mind conjured the scene from last night with Scáthach in bed. When Scáthach woke up, the first thing she did was complain about Morgan. Scáthach said she only wanted to sneak attack Ash because she hadn't done a night raid on him for a long time, but she was coincidentally knocked out and carried away by Morgan, who was passing by. After that, Scáthach hugged Artoria's arm and rubbed her face against it, then, like gossiping, asked a bunch of very bad questions. For example, do you like Ash? You spend every day with Ash, so your relationship must be very good, right? And, have you already kissed? Have you done anything else? And when Artoria denied it, she heard Scáthach continue, there's no way you spend every day with him and have so many good opportunities without seizing them, right? Lily definitely isn't that stupid. At that time, Artoria's mouth twitched a bit, thinking, I'm sorry for being that stupid person who spends every day with Ash and can't seize opportunities. In short, Artoria basically spent last night enduring Scáthach's incessant questions. Actually, she wasn't very annoyed by Scáthach. She was even quite happy for Scáthach to talk about Asher's past in the land of shadows, such as how Asher had no strength when he was little and was easy to bully, or how, despite looking timid, he was actually quite cunning. In short, she still loved hearing these things, and sometimes she even thought, when I grow up and my strength far exceeds Asher's, can I just use force directly? For example, the next time Asher rejects her, she could just use force to get him. If possible, it would be best if it could be accepted. This was only a last resort. There was nothing she could do. This guy, Ash, was like he was fine with any woman except her. He would say, she's still young, it's for her own good, but in reality, he probably just disliked her lack of development. If it really came down to it, she'd just have to do that. Dazing off again. Asher chuckled, looking at the expressionless Artoria. Ah, MHM. Artoria snapped out of it, giving a perfunctory reply. You really like to daze off lately, Asher said with a smile. Of course, this was because Asher didn't know what Lily was thinking at the moment. If he knew that this Ahog-chan was thinking about forcibly pushing King Arthur later, he probably wouldn't be smiling so brightly. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. After Asher said, come in, a tall figure entered the government office. Asher looked up. A handsome blonde man came into view. After searching the room for a moment, his gaze quickly fell upon Asher. He was wearing armor, his hair slightly clinging to his forehead, sweat dripping down his strands. He must have rushed back to Camelot. Judging by Gawain's demeanor, it was clear he had found something. Sure enough, the next second, Gawain spoke. King Arthur, there's news. Asher asked, did you find out the origin of that elf? Gawain shook his head. I don't know its origin, but according to the investigation, the elf entered King Marco's territory after being injured. Lancelot has already gone to investigate, and I've returned first to report the situation, Gawain continued. Asher nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work. You can go rest now. I'll send someone to assist Lancelot with the investigation. Gawain nodded gently, not being overly polite. After saying yes, he turned and left, as the journey had indeed made him a bit tired. Could the elf have some connection to King Marco? Artoria muttered to herself. It's not necessarily connected. The elf might have just accidentally fled into King Marco's territory, but it's worth investigating, Asher said. Moreover, to investigate whether the person inside his body was indeed the Odin that Scotty mentioned, he would also need the druid by King Marco's side. They could investigate it all together. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 236, Chapter 236, Lily also knows the tricks. Fire you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available Fire. Where on earth did Sister Morgan run off to? Asher muttered to himself, standing in the corridor. After much deliberation, Asher decided to personally go to King Marco's territory. The elf was injured, so its threat had significantly decreased, otherwise, it wouldn't have had to hide. Moreover, the druid was still in King Marco's territory, and Asher was equally concerned about this. If possible, it would be best to find that druid as soon as possible and learn the method of projecting images through blood. Before setting off, Asher wanted to see if Morgan had a way to disguise them or use illusions to change his and Artoria's appearance, to avoid being too conspicuous. However, they had already been to Morgan's room and hadn't found her. Royal Sister's whereabouts are always hard to pinpoint. Mostly, she comes to find us, not the other way around, Artoria said. Asher nodded slightly. That's true. After all, she can turn into a crow and fly anywhere. Who knows where she ends up flying? Maybe she left last night, Artoria continued. I think she probably left this morning, Asher shook his head. She was still here last night. Is that so? Artoria muttered thoughtfully. Wait, she suddenly turned to Asher. How do you know she was still in the palace last night? Asher. Give me back the obtuse Lily from before. Under Artoria's calm gaze, Asher was secretly panicking, but on the surface, he remained as steady as a mountain, saying calmly, I saw her return to her room in the long corridor last night. Liar, Artoria said. I'm not lying to you. Artoria gave Asher a look full of disdain. That pure little face, coupled with the scornful look, had a unique kind of cuteness. What hack said last night that she was knocked out by Royal Sister when she went to your room, but why was Royal Sister just happening to pass by there? I was curious about this, so I secretly followed and saw her enter your room. She didn't come out after that, Artoria continued. Because she was in your room all last night, that's how you can tell Royal Sister was still in the palace last night, right? Asher was speechless again for a moment. Is this some kind of detective game? Is there anything else you want to say? Artoria continued to ask. Asher sighed. You already know everything, what else can I say? Royal Sister really went to your room last night, huh? Artoria muttered to herself, her tone flat, her small face showing little emotional fluctuation. She had moved from initial shock, unbelievable, Royal Sister, the Royal Sister I respect, is actually a pedophile. She didn't even spare Ash. To now, knowing such things, she would only think, Royal Sister went to find Ash again last night. Oh, okay, I see. She was almost numb to it. Anyway, besides her, any other girl was fine for Ash, only she wasn't. This was what an older woman complex felt like. Asher, on the other hand, silently covered his face. She's changed, everything has changed. She was no longer the dull, naive Lily from before. Now, Lily knew how to play mind games. Nothing to say. Artoria asked again. Asher coughed twice. Anyway, let's go ask others if they know where Sister Morgan went. Maybe someone saw her this morning. Knowing that dwelling on this topic was meaningless now, Artoria didn't press further, instead saying, no one should be able to track Royal Sister's whereabouts, right? Humans might not, but animals probably can. Come with me, Asher deliberately built suspense. The two walked together into the alchemy workshop. Morgan's magic had no effect on them, so they easily entered the workshop. King Arthur, you're here. Quickly get me some food, I'm starving. That vicious woman hasn't fed me for almost 5 days. The white mouse in the distant corner immediately squeaked. Do you know where Sister Morgan went? Asher walked up to the white mouse and squatted down. The white mouse's eyes darted around, and it immediately yelled, who knows where that bad woman went? That's not important, quickly get me some food, I'm hungry. It seems this mouse really knows something, but doesn't intend to say it. Asher looked at the white mouse, thoughtfully stroking his chin. After a moment of thought, he turned to Artoria, who was fiddling with the potions, and asked, Lily, do you want to eat mouse? Roasted, it smells really good, Asher added. Mouse meat. Artoria's attention was successfully caught, her gaze falling on the white mouse. Her already emerald eyes now seemed to gleam green. This was the eerie green glow a predator emits when looking at its prey. Such a gaze made the white mouse's hair stand on end. Its entire body pressed tightly against the cage behind it, trembling as it stared at Artoria. Its instincts told it that it might be in danger. Artoria suddenly moved, approaching the white mouse. She quickly squatted beside Asher, placed a hand on the cage, observed for a moment, then muttered, it seems quite plump. I know. I'll tell you everything. Quickly pull her away, the white mouse shrieked. Asher smiled and stopped Artoria's action. Lily, let's wait until it finishes speaking before deciding whether to eat mouse meat. Artoria nodded slightly, but her face seemed to show some regret. The white mouse then slowly exhaled a sigh of relief, complaining, it's actually very easy to guess. Wasn't that woman making an enhanced truth serum yesterday? Why do you think she would make an enhanced truth serum? She wants someone to drink it. Asher said thoughtfully. Exactly. That narrows down the possibilities quite a bit, doesn't it? Asher nodded, patted the cage. Thank you. Lily, let's go. Artoria seemed to look at the white mouse with some regret, but still stood up. Do you want me to prepare some food for you? Asher walked 2 steps, then turned back to ask the white mouse. Artoria also turned to look. No need, take her away. Take her away now, the white mouse shrieked in terror. Asher couldn't help but chuckle. He patted Artoria's shoulder. Let's go, Lily. It wasn't until the two had left and closed the door that the white mouse slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Asher's remark about roasting the white mouse had truly opened a new world for Artoria. It wasn't the first time the white mouse had seen Artoria, but she had never looked at it with the gaze of someone examining food before. It was too dangerous, it almost became someone else's meal. The white mouse secretly celebrated in its heart. Meanwhile, Asher and Artoria left the alchemy workshop and were walking back. Lily, who do you think Sister Morgan is more likely to go find? After a moment of thought, Asher turned to the girl beside him and asked. Artoria seemed to still be thinking about something until Asher asked for the second time, then she came back to her senses and said, I think it should be Merlin or Vivian. Or maybe Scotty. Asher felt this possibility was greater. After all, Morgan had always been quite wary of Scotty and might want to use this method to get the information she wanted. After a brief moment of thought, Asher raised his eyes and said, anyway, let's ask them one by one. Let's go find Scotty first and see. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 237, Chapter 237, I cuckolded it myself. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher and Artoria walked together down the long corridor, and at that moment, a young woman walked towards them. She was wearing a pink dress, and her usual gentle smile now looked very impatient. Sir Milo, no, Vivian. Asher guessed, seeing the impatient look on Milo's face. Ha, quite clever, aren't you? Vivian put her hands on her hips and glanced at Asher. Listen, I'm only here to find you because Morgan asked me to. Sister Morgan entrusted you, so, she's in Avalon now? Asher asked. That's right, she told me she'll probably be in Avalon for 2 days and not to worry about her, Vivian snorted, hands behind her back. In the end, you were still abandoned by Morgan, huh? But it's not bad that you lasted so long. If you prepare snacks for me every day from now on, I might even consider letting you see her, Vivian continued. Sister Morgan is only gone for 2 days, right? Asher said calmly. It seems Sister Morgan's truth serum is for Vivian, then. Vivian's expression stiffened slightly, and she snorted. After this, she'll definitely love staying in Avalon and never come back. Anyway, I've delivered the message. I'm leaving if there's nothing else. After Vivian finished speaking, Asher felt something on Milo's body disappear into the air. Immediately after, Milo's legs went weak, and Asher quickly stepped forward to support her. He glanced at Milo. It looked like it would take some time for her to wake up. I'll take her back to her room first, then go find Scotty and see if she can help us disguise ourselves, Asher said, holding Milo's soft body, turning to Artoria beside him. Artoria frowned tightly, reaching out her hand. Give her to me. What? I'll take her to her room. If Asher interacted with Morgan, Artoria could barely turn a blind eye. If he interacted with Scáthach, at least she was his Shishou, so Artoria couldn't say much. Interacting with Scáthach was even more impossible to say anything about, as she was his fiancée after all. But Milo, absolutely not. She absolutely could not add new enemies. Without giving Asher a chance to speak, Artoria stepped forward and picked up Milo. I'll take her back first. You go find Miss Scotty. I'll come find you later. With that, she carried Milo and quickly disappeared down the corridor. Goodness, how little faith does Lily have in me? Asher muttered helplessly, looking at his right hand, and gently clenched it. Sir Milo's thigh felt quite nice, soft and smooth. He quickly shook his head, dispelling the thoughts in his mind, and walked towards Scotty's room. Since Scotty could disguise herself as Shishou that night, it shouldn't be a problem for her to help him disguise himself. But first, she had to be willing to help. Unknowingly, he arrived at Scotty's room. Asher knocked on the door. Come in, a lazy voice came from inside the room. That doesn't sound like Scotty's voice. Asher pushed open the door in confusion. After seeing the scene before him, he rubbed his eyes again. He almost suspected he was mistaken. A purple-haired girl was dressed in cool attire, with a pair of fair, tender legs exposed beneath her hot pants. It was Scáthach. Scotty was sitting at the head of the bed, massaging Scáthach's thighs, and didn't even look at Asher after noticing him enter the room. Big sister, why are you here? Asher couldn't help but ask. I told Sister Scotty that my thighs felt a bit stiff, so she offered to massage them for me. Scáthach tilted her head to look at Asher. Noticing his gaze, her lips curled slightly. Do you want to take over for Sister Scotty? If you let this guy massage you, it probably won't be just a simple massage. Scotty's fingers gently stroked along Scáthach's smooth thigh to her hip. Something much scarier will happen. Is that so? Scáthach smiled playfully at Asher. I wouldn't go that far. Asher said righteously. At most. He'd secretly touch her. Earlier that morning, Scotty encountered Scáthach when she went out. The young girl had been acting very uneasy about Scáthach leaving last night, and Scotty had comforted her. After that, their relationship naturally improved. Asher had to marvel at Scáthach's social skills. But then again, she was a girl who could get along well with even a straightforward girl like Lily, even sleeping in the same bed. It wasn't hard to understand why her relationship with Scotty had improved. If you have something to say, just say it quickly, Scotty glanced at Asher. If you're just going to stand there, scanning your sister with those eyes and just breathing in and out, I think you should go outside. Don't hog all the fresh air. Asher walked into the room, opened the window, and turned to say, this way the air will get better. Scotty. Scáthach glanced left and right, then patted the bed. Ash, be good. Don't be so rude to Goddess sister. Yes, realizing that Scáthach was deliberately trying to ease the tension, Asher didn't want to spoil her good intentions. Scotty slightly composed herself and said, if you have something to say, just say it quickly. Miss Scotty, you can do disguises, right? When Asher uttered the word disguise, Scotty's eyelids twitched slightly, remembering how her disguise had been easily seen through last night. I know a thing or two, she said faintly. Could you do a small favor? You first say what it is. Feeling the girl lying on the bed gently tug her sleeve, Scotty sighed lightly, looking at Asher with one eye closed. For your sister's sake, I'll listen to you. Asher briefly recounted his encounter and thoughts. Upon hearing the end, Scotty nodded thoughtfully. If you want to determine the true identity of the divine being in your body, then I can't just stand by and do nothing. After all, this involved her quite a bit too. Scáthach, who had been listening nearby, looked bewildered. After a moment, she came back to her senses. So, Ash's body is inhabited by a dead deity. To be precise, only that person's magic resides in his body, Scotty said, letting go and standing up. You continue massaging her. I'll go get my staff to help you with your illusion. Asher naturally took Scotty's original place, massaging Scáthach's thighs while watching Scotty walk towards a nearby table. Little Ash, Scáthach's dissatisfied voice pulled Asher back to reality. What? Where are you touching? Scáthach glared at Asher, her cheeks flushed. Asher looked down. His hands had unknowingly moved from her thighs to his sister's alluring hips. Sorry, Asher quickly released his hands. Just this once, continue massaging. Scáthach retracted her gaze and said softly. Asher then continued to massage his sister's thighs. Her thighs were fair and delicate, and the touch to his palm was smooth and elastic, so much so that Asher's vision became a bit hazy. Ash, do you think there will be any problems with Mom? Wathaka's voice sounded. Asher barely managed to stabilize his attention and said, with Shishou's strength, there definitely won't be any problems. I'm not talking about Mom's strength, but how she's going to handle that relationship. Clearly, Wathak was referring to the relationship between Wib and Scáthach. She wasn't particularly worried about Scáthach's safety, but she was worried about whether the two sisters would engage in battle. It's fine. Shishou already knows, she'll handle it properly, Asher said. Wathak looked back at Asher, said. Is that so, then averted her gaze again. Sister, aren't you planning to come with me to King Marco's place? Asher suddenly asked. In the past, Wathak would have probably clung to him, wanting to go with him, but today she was surprisingly silent. Huh? Do I need to tell you about that? Wathak asked in surprise. Asher. So this sister had already assumed from the beginning that she would go with them. After all, Big Sister has to prevent you from flirting with your court attendant, Wathak added. And I won't hold you back either. I'm going to do serious business. Who knows? Wathak looked back and smiled sweetly. For some reason, facing that smile, Asher suddenly felt a little uneasy. He always felt as if he had been completely seen through. Don't stop, Wathak suddenly said. Asher resumed massaging. Wathak comfortably narrowed her eyes and averted her gaze. Lily is too weak, that's why it's taking her so long to win over just Ash. If you like him, kiss him forcefully. If he disagrees, push him down. That's the most important way to win over Ash. Or rather, when it's late at night and quiet, Ash won't be so cowardly. That night when I kissed Mom, I only dared to kiss her when no one was around. I'll help Lily a little later. Wathaka's legs gently swayed on the bed as she enjoyed Asher's massage, thinking about these random things. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 238, Chapter 238, Traces of the Druid. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. By the way, do you have any objections? Sister is coming with us to King Marco's territory. Asher looked at Scotty, who had taken out a staff and was walking towards them, and asked. Scotty lightly tapped Asher's forehead with her staff. Don't misunderstand. I'm not your nanny. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. I won't intervene this time either. It's already a huge help that you can help us with the illusion. Thank you very much, Asher chuckled. Scotty just let out an awkward tisk, looking displeased. Just then, a knock came from the door. Artoria pushed the door open. I'm coming in. Asher was momentarily speechless. What was the point of saying that after already entering? Scotty didn't seem to mind much. She raised the staff in her hand. So, are the only people going with me the 3 of you? Please, Miss Scotty, Asher nodded seriously. Scotty nodded slightly, and light enveloped the 3 of them. Asher's vision went completely white. When he recovered, the light had already disappeared. He looked at the 2 girls beside him and was slightly stunned. Artoria and Wathak looked unchanged. Only the 3 of you who have accepted the illusion can see each other's true appearance. To outsiders, you all look like commoners, Scotty said. It feels like the Emperor's new clothes, Asher muttered. Is Wathak going too? Artoria asked the eager-looking girl beside her. Of course. How could I miss something this fun, this important? Don't underestimate me. Ash was always easily pinned down and rubbed into the ground by me since back then, Wathak said, with a hint of pride on her face towards the end. Hey, Asher gave his sister a cold laugh. At least I used to spar with you for a while before being pinned down and rubbed into the ground. Artoria. She's not denying it. Scotty walked to the head of the bed and sat down, crossing her legs. All right, if you're going, go early. Don't disturb my rest. Thank you, Asher said again. Scotty glanced at him faintly. Don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to help you. I just thought you were too noisy and wanted to quickly trick you into leaving. Oh. She actually said it. Textbook Tsundere lines. For a moment, Asher didn't know how to respond. He glanced at the 2 girls beside him and said, let's go. After watching Asher and the others leave, Scotty slowly let out a breath. It felt like ever since that night, she hadn't quite known how to get along with Asher. Ah. Such a failure. I knew I shouldn't have disguised myself as someone else. Ah. So embarrassing. Boom. A pillar of ice shot into the sky, exploding in midair. Enemy attack. Artoria was leading her white horse out when she saw the ice pillar explode into powder like fireworks, and couldn't help but ask. I think Scotty must be training, right? Asher praised. With a tisk. Even her superb magic control still requires training. We can't slack off after we return. Either. Indeed, Scáthach nodded seriously. Asher immediately eyed Scáthach askance. She was still in her previous cool attire, only her long hair was tied into a high ponytail like a kendo girl, paired with her fair and tender thighs beneath her hot pants, making her look incredibly dashing. His sister actually had the nerve to nod. She used to be the laziest, otherwise her current strength might be more than it was. Ash, can you ride a horse now? Scáthach suddenly asked, looking at the horse Asher was leading. I trained for a while here before, Asher nodded. Lily can too. Scáthach turned to look, and Artoria showed a faint smile. His riding was taught by me. A rare hint of pride appeared on her face, as if recalling what happened when she taught Asher to ride. Having one or two more skills than Asher made her quite proud. That's nice, I don't know how to ride a horse yet. Scáthach regretfully sat on the horse's back, wrapping her arms around Asher's waist. Ash will have to carry me. Artoria's smile stiffened slightly, and her expression suddenly became a little unnatural. She secretly glanced to the side. Scáthach was almost completely pressed against Asher's body, and her considerable softness naturally pressed against his back. Seemingly noticing Artoria's gaze, Scáthach gave Artoria a cute smile. Artoria silently withdrew her gaze. Let's go, she said, then rode her white horse away at a gallop. She's giving up just like that, no wonder she hasn't conquered him yet. Scáthach mumbled. In Scáthach's view, Artoria was the type of pure girl who was good at most skills, but completely clueless when it came to romance. Of course, if Scáthach knew that this girl, whom she considered pure, had tried to drug Asher twice unsuccessfully before, she would probably burst into tears of laughter from surprise. Scáthach patted Asher's head. Let's go. You're the one riding the horse, sister. Don't treat me like a horse. You can be a horse too, Scáthach whispered. Asher pretended not to hear, tightened the reins, and lightly kicked the horse's belly. The black steed neighed and galloped out of Camelot Castle, following Artoria. Unbeknownst to them, the orange-red sunset enveloped the vast land. Asher could no longer see Artoria's figure, but he didn't continue chasing. Instead, he let the horse stop by the side to rest. Because not long ago, Scáthach had been shouting behind him about her aching back and legs, Asher decided to take a short rest in a village near King Marco's territory for his sister's sake. Lily wasn't foolish, she would definitely wait for them when they were close to King Marco's territory. Sister, is this what you meant by, you won't hold us back? Asher leaned back on the roadside grass, turning to look at the girl who unceremoniously used his thigh as a pillow. Hee. Sister is a mage, not someone who exercises regularly like you guys. Isn't it normal to have less stamina? Scáthach lightly rubbed Asher's thigh like a kitten. Besides, it's been a long time since it was like this, hasn't it? She raised her eyes, which held a gentle smile. Asher remained silent. It truly had been a long time since he was this close to his sister. Thinking about it made him feel quite nostalgic. Scáthach also stopped talking, silently staring at Asher's face. Her beautiful purple eyes seemed to sparkle in the light of the setting sun. She reached out and touched Asher's lips. Ash. What? How many times have you kissed? Looking at Asher's undisguised look of surprise, Scáthach secretly stifled a laugh, her shoulders trembling slightly. I was just joking, don't be nervous. Asher glanced at the girl lying on his lap. Why did he feel like his sister already knew something? His imagination. Or, had he really been discovered? No, he should just take this opportunity to explain things clearly to his sister. As Asher thought this, he was about to speak, but then suddenly felt a very familiar aura. He turned to look at the nearby village, his gaze slightly narrowing. What's wrong? Scáthach couldn't help but ask. That druid is in this village, Asher said, looking at the black-robed man surrounded by a group of children in the village. Even though his face was hidden by a large hood, Asher recognized him at once. This was the druid from the knighting ceremony that day. Let's go take a look, Asher said. This was an excellent opportunity. Although he didn't know why the druid was in this village, it was undoubtedly much safer than directly entering King Marco's territory. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 239, Chapter 239, Persecuting Lily Again. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. In the village under the setting sun, the dim yellow light filtered through the tree branches. As Asher and Wathak approached the village, the villagers clearly noticed them but didn't speak. It was likely that many passers-by often rested here, so they were used to it. As Asher and Wathak walked closer to the druid, they saw him holding a child in one arm and carrying a little girl on his back, not paying too much attention to Asher. Scotty's illusion effect was indeed very good. The druid didn't recognize Asher's identity immediately. Is he a resident of this village? Wathak whispered, leaning into Asher's ear. I don't know, Asher shook his head. But we'll find out soon. He walked up to the druid, who was still playing with the children. A few old women with hunched backs watched the scene kindly from the side. The druid finally noticed Asher's presence. He turned to look, and from beneath his wide hood, his eyes first showed hesitation. Under the confused gazes of the children, he gently put them down one by one, patting each of their heads. You all go play for now. I have something to discuss with your big brother and sister. After watching the children run off, the druid smiled and said, shall we talk somewhere else? Asher was slightly surprised and nodded. Could it be that this person had already guessed their arrival? Only then could it explain why the druid was so calm at the moment. Asher held Wathak's hand and followed the druid towards the forest outside the village. Walking along a path of fallen branches and somewhat slippery leaves, Asher stopped after a while. Let's talk here, he said, looking at the druid ahead. The druid turned to Asher and chuckled, are you afraid I've set up an ambush beforehand? Asher didn't answer. Instead, he asked, do you know my identity? No, how could I possibly know? The druid shook his head. I've done so many things and offended so many people. How much time would it take to remember every single enemy? However, his voice suddenly paused, not many people know that I am currently in King Marco's territory. Are you King Arthur? This guy's guess was surprisingly accurate. I'd like to ask for your help, and if possible, I'd appreciate it if you could answer some questions. Asher's gaze remained fixed on the druid. If the other party made any move, he could react in time. You're not denying it? The druid bowed slightly. My apologies, it was my oversight not to recognize your identity earlier. Please forgive me. You can skip the formalities. Can you answer a few questions for me? Asher asked. Of course, anything I can answer, I will certainly answer for you, the druid said, lowering his head, his hood completely obscuring his face. A cold wind blew from deep within the forest, making the tree shadows sway. Why didn't you run just now? Wathak stared intently at the druid. You two were watching me, running would have been useless, the druid chuckled. Besides, I'm not King Marco's subordinate. I was just asked by him to do some work, so I'll be very cooperative with you. You sound like a very intelligent person, Asher chuckled. But he didn't lower his guard. The method you used that day, where did it come from? He asked. The method used that day. The druid looked up and thought for a moment, then lightly tapped his palm. Are you referring to the magic of projecting images through blood? That's quite simple. If I tell you that method, will you let me go? Can you swear by King Arthur's name? Asher nodded lightly. He truly was a cautious fellow. But that was normal. If he told him the method so easily, Asher would actually suspect something was wrong. Upon hearing Asher's affirmative reply, the druid nodded gently and said, I trust King Arthur's character. I will tell you the method now. The druid slowly began to say something, and Asher listened silently. As the druid reached the end of his explanation, Asher suddenly felt a light tap on his shoulder. He turned and asked, is something wrong, sister? Shall we try that method now? Projecting a real image from blood sounds like fun. Is this the time to play, sister? Asher was momentarily speechless. He shifted his gaze back to the druid. He still had some questions he wanted to ask this person. I know what you're thinking, but unfortunately, I don't know anything about King Marco's affairs. I'm just a hired hand. Given that person's caution, he wouldn't tell me any secrets, the druid said with a smile. And I myself don't want to know those secrets. If you don't believe me, I can swear an oath. After the druid finished speaking, he indeed made an oath. From this moment on, if I encounter King Arthur, I will not utter a single lie to him, he stated. Are you satisfied now, King Arthur? The druid asked. Asher nodded lightly. Can you repeat what you just said? That you don't know King Marco's secrets, nor why he targeted me that day. The druid was slightly startled, then quickly chuckled, of course, that's no problem. Truly worthy of King Arthur. Though young, you are indeed quite cautious, the druid said admiringly. Next, I will repeat what I just said. Invisible hand. Wathak's eyes suddenly widened, staring intently at an unseen image in the air. Ash, watch out. She raised her hand to push Asher away, but it was too late. A dark, claw-like image reached out from the ground towards Asher's heart. The druid's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness in that instant, and the smile on his face twisted. The druid had been preparing this spell ever since they entered the forest, intending to strike at the moment Asher let his guard down. But as the dark claw gripped Asher's heart, a raven-black, inky light enveloped Asher, and the invisible hand silently disappeared. The death goddess's blessing. The druid's face finally changed, staring at Asher in disbelief. How is that possible? Where did you get that from? Someone gave it to me, Asher said, staring at the druid. It seems you still don't intend to talk to me properly. His body transformed under the power overload. Complex patterns appeared on his body, and his golden eyes stared at the druid, like a god looking down on the mortal world. The druid raised his hand and chanted something. Asher naturally didn't intend to wait for him to finish chanting. He stepped forward directly, intending to interrupt his spellcasting. His foot stomped backward, leaving a deep imprint on the ground. Scáthach also raised her hand at the same time. The enhancement of runes made Asher's speed even faster and more elusive. The druid's eyes searched everywhere for Asher's figure, but could only catch afterimages. Asher rushed in front of the druid, kicking him directly into the air. But the druid's chant was completed. It was invisible magic again, but Asher could clearly feel the trajectory of the magic under the power overload. He easily leaped high, twisting his head to avoid the druid's invisible magic bullet, but his face was still grazed, and a thin line of blood appeared on his face. Blood splattered. A curse seemed to be activated from that blood stain on Asher's face, but almost at that instant, the sun god's blessing was activated, and brilliant light expelled the curse. The wind howled in his ears, and the branches in the forest swayed rapidly. Asher grabbed the druid by his collar and threw him to the ground. At close range, the flaws of a mage were evident. Not every mage has excellent swordsmanship or other martial arts. The druid's frail body heavily slammed onto the ground, and Asher floated down, landing another punch on the druid. A finishing blow was necessary. However, he wasn't so exaggerated as to blast the forest with fire magic. This druid still needed to be interrogated later, so he had to be kept alive. The druid was still chanting something, not even stopping after being hit by Asher's punch. Asher was about to raise his hand for another strike, but he found that the druid, who had been lying on the ground, had disappeared, leaving only a black robe on the ground. Your luck is truly good, with the death goddess's blessing and even the sun god's blessing. A jealous voice came from a distant tree branch. Asher looked up and saw an ugly-looking man standing on the tree, panting, his gaze fixed on Asher. But the curse still took effect, King Arthur. Please be very careful in the next few days. The druid's figure swayed like an image, and the next moment, it melted into the darkness. Ash, are you all right? Scáthach rushed forward and asked. Asher shook his head, looking up with a hint of regret. He still got away. The druid possessed very mysterious magic. He was completely clueless about these spells. If he had brought the handcuffs Morgan made before, he might have been able to catch that guy. Ash. Scáthach stared blankly at Asher, as if seeing some incredible creature. What's wrong? Asher asked. Your face. Asher was startled, touching his face. It was perfectly fine, completely unchanged. What about my face? Scáthach said with a complex expression, you'll know if you look in the lake. The wind swept through the forest, the tree shadows swayed. Before nightfall, Asher and Scáthach arrived at the lakeside near the forest. Upon seeing his reflection, Asher couldn't help but be stunned. Who is this? His appearance had completely changed to an unfamiliar face, and even his clothes were different from before. Did something go wrong with Scotty's magic? Asher muttered to himself. Scáthach shook her head. I think it must be the curse the druid put on you. I heard Mom mention a similar curse before. It can change a person's appearance, and the person cannot reveal their identity, otherwise the curse will take effect. Then can you tell others? Asher asked. Those who know the person's identity also cannot explain it to others, otherwise your curse will activate. But similarly, the caster cannot explain it to others either, otherwise the curse will automatically be dispelled. Scáthach shook her head. But thankfully, the sun god's blessing negated most of the curse. I think the curse effect should end quickly. So, during this time, neither you nor I can reveal my identity. Asher muttered to himself. What would happen if we did? I advise you not to try. Scáthach shook her head. Although the curse's effect has been greatly weakened, just to be safe, endure it for these few days. Asher nodded lightly. There was indeed no need to take that risk. By the way, sister, how are you so sure the curse effect on me is minimal? Asher suddenly asked. Only your face changed, your height and other features are completely unchanged. Scáthach walked in front of Asher. The 17-year-old girl was tall. She compared her height with Asher's and suddenly giggled. This means the curse's effect on you is very small. Asher. That's harsh, sister. But this wasn't the time to dwell on height. Lily was still waiting for them near King Marco's territory. We need to find Lily first, and it's already getting late. After that, we need to find a place to stay, then consider entering King Marco's territory tomorrow, Asher said. Scáthach nodded lightly, then looked up at Asher. After staring for a long time, she said seriously, Ash, I've discovered something very important. What? Your current face looks much more mature than before. Asher. Let's leave here first. Asher was too lazy to talk to Scáthach and turned to walk towards the forest exit. Scáthach immediately followed, hugging one of Asher's arms. It's true. You used to look super young, but now this face looks a bit like your adult self. Can you please stop focusing on whether my face is mature or not? Asher said helplessly. Scáthach nodded. You're short. I've grown a lot taller. Asher finally couldn't take it anymore. He turned to Scáthach, comparing their heights again. See, I'm almost as tall as you now. Eh? It really looks like it. Scáthach raised her hand to compare again, and couldn't help but tisk in admiration. Boys really do develop later, don't they? You used to be almost half a head shorter than me. As she spoke, Scáthach compared their heights again. Their closeness was so intimate that they could almost feel each other's breath. Feeling the girl's somewhat fervent gaze, Scáthach also realized something. She quietly looked up, staring into Asher's eyes. Then, she stared for a full 30 seconds. Scáthach's eyes flickered. Seeing Asher's face come a little closer to her, she slowly closed her eyes. Then, she pushed him away. Sorry, I can't physiologically accept kissing you with an unfamiliar face. Then don't hit my nose. Asher said speechlessly, clutching his nose. And didn't you say it looks a bit like my adult self? Scáthach couldn't help but chuckle, sorry. But to me, it's still an unfamiliar face. Let's talk about it after your curse is lifted. After speaking, she grabbed Asher and walked towards the forest exit. Unknowingly, they walked out of the forest. Asher was about to lead his horse, while Scáthach still tightly held Asher's arm, looking like a couple deeply in love. Just then, the sound of approaching hooves suddenly came from beside them. Asher turned to look. A hooded girl jumped off her horse and quickly came to Scáthach. Seeing you two taking so long, I rode back again. I just felt the light of runes glow in this forest. Did something happen here just now? Artoria said as she walked towards Scáthach. It's a bit complicated, Scáthach said, secretly. Glancing at Asher again. Because of the curse, she couldn't reveal Asher's identity now. Artoria's eyes paused slightly, looking at the unfamiliar man tightly embraced by Scáthach. Why was she with a strange man? And he looked somewhat familiar. Artoria's gaze quickly grew colder. Who is he? Were you threatened? Ah, no. Scáthach frantically waved her small hands. Artoria hesitated for a moment, then asked, then why are you? I like him. Scáthach said, holding Asher's arm. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Artoria's face showed a surprised expression. Soon, she looked at Scáthach with complex eyes. She hadn't expected Scáthach to change her mind so quickly. Or, perhaps she never liked Asher from the beginning, which was why she didn't care about others being with him. That explanation made sense. Artoria nodded secretly, then suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, where's Ash? Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 240, Chapter 240, I am destined to be pushed down. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Ash, he. Scáthach instinctively glanced at Asher. He went back to the palace first, said he had something to do. Artoria frowned, pondered for a moment, and muttered to herself, does he have something on his mind? Why would he suddenly go back? Probably, Scáthach nodded gently. I see. Asher listened silently to their conversation, thinking, Lily is too easy to fool, isn't she? He looked at Artoria and said, it's getting late. We should find a place to stay for the night. Who is this? Artoria asked with some doubt, observing Asher's face. A very unfamiliar face. Asher's gaze darted left and right, then he suddenly had an idea and said, Jean, my name is Jean. Yes, he's Jean, my most favorite person. Scáthach hugged Asher's arm, turned her head, and said with a beaming smile, and he likes me the most too, right? Asher nodded silently. He could only cooperate with Sister Scáthach's act now. Jean, huh? Artoria took a deep look at Asher, her gaze lingering for a moment on the black horse Wathak was leading, then she retracted her gaze. Let's stay in this village for the night, Artoria said. Asher looked at the nearby village and asked in confusion, will they be willing? Even though Britain isn't as chaotic as before, it seems a bit difficult to get the villagers to agree to let a few of them stay, right? With this, there'll be no problem. Artoria took out the medal she carried with her. Most residents know about the medal from the recent knighting ceremony. If we show this to the village chief, he'll arrange a place for us to stay. Is it to assist us with the investigation? Asher said thoughtfully. Why do you also know about the investigation? Artoria suddenly asked. King Arthur sent me to secretly investigate. This matter is top secret. Asher had already thought of a reason. Just now, Miss Wathak was attacked by a druid in the forest, so I had to help her. Artoria looked at Wathak, who immediately nodded. I see. You two wait here, I'll go ask the village chief. Artoria then averted her gaze and walked towards the village chief's house. It feels like Lily is already suspecting you. Wathak patted Asher's shoulder, leaning close to his ear, her gaze fixed on the blonde girl talking to the village chief in the distance. It'd be even better if she could guess it, so we can cooperate better later. The nature of the curse was that he couldn't actively reveal any truth about his identity to others, but if Artoria could guess it herself, then the curse wouldn't take effect. Wathak pondered for a moment, then chuckled, that's true, but I don't think it'll be that easy. I know that. Asher straightened his back and suddenly said, oh, by the way, big sister, one more thing. What? Don't keep talking in my ear, it's a bit ticklish, Asher said. Wathak glanced at Artoria, who was already walking towards them, and blew a puff of air into Asher's ear. I like it. At that moment, Artoria had returned to stand before them, her gaze lingering on Wathak's action for a moment. She subtly frowned, then said plainly, I've spoken with the village chief, and he's willing to provide us with a room. 1. Asher repeated. Only one, Artoria nodded again. Thinking about it, that makes sense. This is a village, not an inn. How could there be extra rooms? This room was probably painstakingly cleared out by the village chief. Everyone, please follow me, an aged voice came from a distance. The village chief, with a hunchback, looked at Asher and the others with his cloudy eyes. Seeing no other option, Asher followed the village chief to a small hut somewhat isolated from the other houses. Weeds grew all around. The wind blew gently. The village chief unlocked the door, entered the hut, and lit a candle inside. Then, he turned, nodded slightly at the three, and slowly walked towards his own hut, leaning on his cane. This is my first time staying in a room like this, it feels quite novel. Wathak stepped into the room. I didn't expect the medal to have such an effect, Asher said, watching the flickering candlelight in the hut and Wathak observing her surroundings with her hands behind her back. This is all thanks to King Arthur. Artoria turned around after speaking and took off her hood. Her magnificent golden hair, tied up, came into view, with a few golden strands naturally falling to her fair neck, making her skin appear even more radiant. If he hadn't caused such a big commotion before, the medal wouldn't have had this effect. Artoria said, raising her finger, and a faint light glowed at her fingertip. What is Lily doing again? Why is she using runes for no reason? Asher watched the girl's actions with a slight puzzlement. Artoria glanced at Asher, then averted her gaze. Let's go. She was the first to step into the small hut. So what was Lily doing just now? Her thoughts really are hard to understand. Asher shook his head, stopped thinking, and followed the two into the room, then closed the door. But soon, Asher realized a very serious problem. There was only one bed in this small hut, barely enough for 2 people, let alone 3. And, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't take advantage like this. I'll sleep on the floor tonight, Asher said. Eh? Why? Let's sleep together. Wathak was already sitting on the hard bedboard, looking at Asher in confusion. Asher shook his head. You should sleep with Lily. Miss Artoria tonight. After all, it's not good for me, a man, to sleep with you. That was close. I'm so used to calling her Lily that I almost got the name wrong. Wathak nodded. You're right. Then you sleep on the floor tonight. Asher. Sister is too real, isn't she? She didn't even try to persuade me. Lily, let's sleep together tonight. Wathak said affectionately, hugging Artoria's arm. Don't talk so much tonight. Artoria reminded her helplessly. She was already developing a bit of a phobia towards Wathak's garrulousness. Lily is so mean. You were quite serious when I was telling you about Ash earlier, and now you're immediately disliking me, Wathak pouted. That's different. Artoria was rarely embarrassed. Wathak stared intently into Artoria's eyes. After a moment, she suddenly smiled. Just kidding, actually, I'm really sleepy. After all, we traveled all day today. That's good, Artoria nodded lightly, seemingly truly relieved. At that moment, Asher had already made his bed on the floor. He looked at the two girls lying on the bed and asked, "Shall I blow out the candle?" Good night. Scáthach hugged one of Artoria's arms, rubbed her cheek against it, and closed her eyes. Does Big Sister really just flirt with anyone? Asher smiled wryly and blew out the candle. Outside, only the occasional whistling wind could be heard. Perhaps it was the weather turning colder, or perhaps it was because he was sleeping on the floor. Asher could feel the cold wind seeping through the door crack. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't disturb the two sleeping girls right now, he would even have wanted to build a fire nearby. Soon, Asher heard soft snoring. Just hearing that sound, he immediately knew it was definitely Scáthach's voice. She hadn't lied. A full day of travel had indeed made Scáthach extremely tired, so much so that she fell asleep shortly after lying down, not bothered by sleeping in an unfamiliar bed at all. I wonder if Lily is asleep yet. Asher couldn't help but wonder. Also, tomorrow, should he first go back to confirm the identity of the divine being residing in his body, or should he continue to King Marco's territory? Such questions also arose in his heart. The bedboard suddenly creaked faintly, causing Asher's heart to lurch and his alertness to heighten. Faint footsteps sounded near his ear. Soon, he felt someone quietly approaching. Asher opened his eyes. In the darkness, a few strands of Artoria's golden hair hung down, natural and casual, giving the girl a more languid and charming aura. A faint light glowed at her fingertips. Her delicate face was unadorned with makeup, yet in the faint candlelight, it reflected a mysterious and alluring charm. Beneath her black shorts, a pair of legs sat crossed, outlining two rounded curves of her tender white thighs. Looking up from below, one could faintly discern the already somewhat developed, soft fullness like fresh snow. "Miss Artoria." Asher called out softly, sitting up from the floor, looking at her in confusion. He couldn't quite understand what Lily was suddenly up to. "Is it fun to lie to me with Scáthach?" Artoria's voice sounded colder to Asher than the temperature had been. "Just now." "What? Do I need to repeat myself?" Artoria's finger touched Asher's face. Her emerald eyes, illuminated by the faint candlelight, seemed to burn like flames. "You were lying to me with Scáthach this afternoon, Asher," Artoria said again. "Next time you lie, please hide the horse you rode today." Or did Asher run back to Camelot Castle? Also, a knight who uses magic, and runes at that, why aren't you even a little curious? Artoria said again. "Your behavior today was as if you weren't interested in me at all, and your sister's behavior was also very strange. She has never been so intimate with a strange man, except for you." "Are you taking me for a fool?" she asked again. "Lower your voice, be careful, you'll wake my sister." Since his identity had been guessed, Asher saw no need to deny it, and could only say this. Even he could feel Artoria's anger at this moment. He only hoped that, Scáthach is sleeping, would make Lily calm down a little. "She's hard to wake up once she's asleep," Artoria said. "I heard Shishou say that before." "How did Shishou even tell you that?" Asher said, a little speechless. "That's not important." Artoria pressed Asher's shoulders with both hands, pushing him back onto the floor. With a flip, her knees pressed against his body. "Answer me, why were you lying to me with Scáthach?" "It wasn't exactly lying. I was just forced." "Then please explain in detail why you were forced." Asher could only recount the events of the evening one by one. After hearing Asher's words, Artoria muttered thoughtfully, "So, you're under a curse now, and even with the sun god's blessing, it will take some time for you to return to normal." Asher wanted to nod, but being pressed hard against the floor made it difficult, so he could only say, "That's right, so it wasn't Sister Scáthach and I lying to you, but being forced." Artoria nodded. This way, their actions today could be understood. However, understanding was one thing, but thinking of Scáthach's intimate actions with Asher today, Artoria felt a pang of jealousy in her heart. Even though she knew such thoughts were inappropriate, she couldn't help but feel them. "Lily, it's about time to go back to rest, isn't it?" Asher tried to ask. "We have to get up early tomorrow." Artoria stared at Asher, who was pinned to the floor by her. After a moment's gaze, she silently stood up. The flickering light at her fingertips quietly dissipated. Asher secretly breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes. The next instant, warm breath brushed his face, and a body pressed down on him, soft and slightly cool lips sealing his own. As Asher opened his eyes in surprise, a soft tongue explored his mouth. After a brief moment of daze, the first thought that popped into Asher's mind was, why is it this scene again? Unbeknownst to him, his face had silently returned to its original appearance. The effects of the curse seemed to have faded with his pounding heart. Soon, Asher was immersed in the passionate kiss, one hand instinctively embracing Artoria's slender waist, the other touching her soft, smooth thighs. Artoria trembled slightly but did not resist, simply pressing her lips tightly against Asher's, as if to vent all the pent-up frustration of this period. This was a battle between the red dragon and the white dragon, a contest of lung capacity, but clearly, Asher lost. Morgan had said before that Asher's white dragon form was not a true complete form, and there was still a gap compared to Artoria. He gasped slightly, looking blankly at the girl riding on top of him. Just as Artoria had said today, her riding skills were excellent, whether riding a horse or riding a fish. Your sister told me before she left today. Artoria's hurried breath brushed Asher's face as she spoke, slightly panting. To capture Ash, you have to use this method. Lily, I don't like you like this. Your sister also said. Artoria's slender fingers rested on Asher's face, revealing a charming smile, her flushed cheeks seeming to exude a captivating allure. When kissing Ash, don't listen to anything he says. Artoria leaned in. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 241, Chapter 241, I'm fine now. Fire you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available fire. A cold wind whistled through the door crack of the small hut, sounding like a demonic cry. In the darkness, the two lying on the floor were pressed tightly together, their lips sealed. Artoria was currently in the riding fish position. After a long time, their lips parted. Artoria's snowy white neck was flushed and hot from Asher's exhaled breath, her ears burning, but she bit her lower lip tightly, refusing to climb off Asher, and Asher's hands remained on her thighs. The girl's body, trained daily, was exceptionally firm and elastic. The skin touched by his fingers was smooth and succulent. Asher's hands slid upwards along her thighs, but he quickly restrained himself. Breathe. Breathe. He slowly inhaled and exhaled, trying to maintain his dead fish mode. After a moment, Asher felt himself calm down a little and said, Lily, calm down. It would be troublesome if sister saw us, wouldn't it? He hoped that mentioning Scáthach would make Lily calm down a bit. This was no joke. Sister was sleeping right next to them. Although she wasn't awake yet, if they made a little more noise, waking her up would be a real problem. He would probably be slaughtered like a fish on a cutting board by his sister tonight. Lily even knows how to make fish soup. Artoria stopped her movements, looking at Asher with a complicated expression, a hint of apology seemingly flowing in her emerald eyes. Asher suddenly realized something and quickly said, You don't have to apologize. It's my fault today. If I had been more careful, I wouldn't have been cursed by the druid, and you wouldn't have been so angry. But you don't want sister to find out, right? Asher said again. Sorry, Artoria said softly. I think I'm even more excited now. Asher. Is Lily really learning bad things from someone? Also, did you notice? Artoria's finger touched Asher's face. Your face is back to normal. Asher was startled. Really? Wouldn't you know if you touched it yourself? Asher didn't say a word. If he could tell what he looked like just by touching his face, he wouldn't have needed to go to the lake this evening. But Lily shouldn't be lying to him. In other words, the curse was really lifted. But why? Was he too excited, so the effect of the sun god's blessing was also activated, speeding up the removal of the curse? Just as he thought this, he felt a hot breath on his cheek again. Asher focused his eyes, and Artoria's lips were already nearing his own again. It seemed she had no intention of listening to his earlier suggestion. Lily, if sister finds out, what do you think she'll think? Asher tried to put up a final resistance. I know. But if I stop now, I'll feel very strange, Artoria whispered. No, you've already made me very strange. Her words sounded full of misunderstanding. But Artoria wasn't lying. She had indeed been made strange by Asher during this time. To be precise, Morgan and Shishou were also among the culprits. If it weren't for them, this barrier wouldn't have broken so quickly. If anything, Morgan was the earliest culprit. If you want to refuse, just push me away, Artoria said, her lips pressing against his again, her usually cold little face now filled with aggression. The last time she became so aggressive was because of the potion in Morgan's room, but this time there was no potion, yet she was still full of aggression, as if it was an instinct hidden deep within her. Asher's hands were at a loss for where to put them. Logically, he should have decisively pushed Lily away, but the girl's passionate kiss and the moist sound of their lips meeting made it impossible for him to do so. Forget it, sister probably won't wake up, probably. After comforting himself, Asher's hands returned to Artoria's waist, touching her smooth skin through her clothes. A gust of wind howled through the door crack, and the candle on the table suddenly fell over with a snap. A girl's voice came from the head of the bed. Ash, Scáthach suddenly called out. Asher could clearly feel Artoria's body tremble slightly. She released his mouth and quietly looked at the girl on the bed. As an upright knight, such an action was truly contrary to the name of a knight, but as a girl, to stop at nothing for what she desired, seemed to be no problem. However, Scáthach was very kind to her, which made it a problem. Doing such a thing to her best friend's fiancé was something that would make one want to crawl into a hole out of shame. Asher held his breath, secretly observing the girl on the bed. After a moment, he tentatively whispered, "Big sister." At the same time, Artoria silently left Asher's side, then lay down nearby, pretending to be asleep. No matter what, she didn't have the audacity to kiss Asher, or even do that kind of thing, in front of Scáthach. "It must have been sleep-talking," Asher said softly, feeling the fragrant scent emanating from the blonde girl. Artoria only gently hummed in response, then fell silent. After a moment, she turned over to face Asher, and whispered, "Sorry about earlier, doing that to you again." "It's fine, no, should I say, thanks for the treat?" Asher asked tentatively. "What's there to thank for this?" "I've already lost my proof of integrity as a knight," Artoria said, shaking her head, looking a little downcast. "A knight's integrity doesn't have much to do with their private life, does it?" Asher stroked her head. "As long as your daily conduct doesn't dishonor the title of knight, that's enough. It has nothing to do with private life." Artoria muttered to herself. Even though she knew Asher was only saying that to comfort her, she was still quite happy. "Ash," she raised her eyes, secretly peering at Asher's face in the darkness. "What? Can you make the first move just this once?" She closed her eyes, tilting her head slightly. Her voice was so quiet it was almost inaudible, but it was precisely this completely uncharacteristic vulnerability that Artoria displayed at this moment that made Asher's heart ripple like a pebble dropped into a lake. He wrapped his arms around Artoria's soft body and kissed her again. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 242, Lancelot's News. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. The next morning, Scáthach rubbed her sleepy eyes and got up. Asher had woken up early and was currently leaning against the wall, his gaze towards Scáthach, and chuckled, "Sister, you sleep too soundly. You slept right until morning." Artoria, meanwhile, sat quietly to the side, not making a sound. She felt a little guilty now. After all, Scáthach had been sleeping in the room last night, and she had done that to Asher while Scáthach was asleep. Even if the other party didn't know the truth, she still felt guilty now. "I didn't sleep well at all yesterday," Scáthach suddenly mumbled. Artoria's ahog perked up slightly, and Asher's heart skipped a beat. He forced himself to remain calm and asked, "Did something happen last night?" "Actually, I woke up once in the middle of the night yesterday. I think I heard some strange sounds." Scáthach sat on the bed, seemingly still in startup mode, her face full of sleepiness. Asher said a little nervously, "What strange sounds?" "I don't know either," Scáthach shook her head. "I was too sleepy last night, so I was too lazy to get up and just lay down and continued sleeping. I thought it shouldn't matter since you guys were there. Anyway, if anything happens, you'll protect me, Ash, right?" Scáthach looked at Asher with a beaming smile. Asher nodded seriously, "Of course. If anything happened to you, Shishou would kill me, wouldn't she?" That last sentence was redundant. Scáthach wagged her finger, sighing with a tsk. "You shouldn't mention Mom at this point. That's how you gain your sister's affection." "What's the use of gaining affection?" Asher mumbled. "What did you say?" Scáthach's ears were sharp, she immediately heard Asher's mumble. "No, nothing," Asher quickly shook his head. "Sister's hearing is so good, did she really sleep like a log last night?" Asher couldn't help but wonder. Scáthach was still muttering things like, "honestly," and, "I can't do anything with you," when she suddenly felt Artoria's gaze. She turned and asked in confusion, "Lily, is something wrong?" "No, nothing." Artoria shook her head. "Are you really sure? If you have any worries, you can discuss them with me," Scáthach said caringly. "No, really, nothing's wrong." Artoria shook her head again. It's not like she could just ask Scáthach, "Would you mind if I screwed Ash?" Artoria believed she wasn't so bold as to ask such a question in front of Scáthach. "By the way, where did you go in the middle of the night yesterday?" Scáthach suddenly asked. Artoria was startled. "Why do you ask?" Scáthach looked at Artoria's arm and said, "Didn't I sleep holding your arm last night? But in the middle of the night, I vaguely felt like you weren't in bed. Did you go somewhere else later?" "Lily." Scáthach called out again, looking at the slightly stiff-faced Artoria. Asher glanced left and right, his heart tightening. Not good. Lily is completely bad at lying. If she's pressed like this, she'll definitely be exposed. Scáthach's true personality only showed in front of familiar people. Although she usually seemed a bit blank, she was actually super shrewd. Asher knew this well. He had to quickly change the subject. Sister, we should probably set off soon. We've been delayed here for a night. If we drag it out further, something might happen, Asher said. That was true. The druid had been injured and fled yesterday. He didn't know if he went back to King Marco or escaped somewhere else. If King Marco already knew about their arrival, he might become even more vigilant. If so, the difficulty of the investigation would also increase. Scáthach nodded upon hearing this. You're right. Let's go quickly then. Saying this, she took the lead and walked out of the hut, her steps uneven as she headed towards the forest where the horses were tethered. Thank you, Artoria said. It's nothing, this matter was originally related to me, Asher said, shaking his head. But if I hadn't made a move on you last night, it wouldn't have become so troublesome, Artoria said. However, just as she said this, she felt a light tap on her head. She turned around and saw Asher smiling as he withdrew his hand, saying, If I could resist the temptation, none of the subsequent things would have happened. This isn't just your problem alone. Artoria was stunned for a moment. Let's go first, Asher said. Sister is still waiting for us outside. It wasn't until Asher walked out of the room that she recovered, looking at Scáthach waving at her at the doorway, and Asher standing beside her, a slight curve appearing on her lips. This was the first time in her life she felt happy. The happiness of being acknowledged. At least Asher's actions basically meant he recognized her charm, and, finally, it wasn't her initiative, but Asher's for once. How wonderful. Artoria stepped out of the room. After leaving the village, Scáthach, following yesterday's method, sat on the horse behind Asher. However, this time, Artoria didn't feel as sour as she did yesterday. Everything that needed to be kissed and touched had been done. All she had to do was wait for this elf situation to be investigated, then find an opportunity to imitate the royal sister's previous method of locking up Ash and eating him. Asher's reaction last night gave Artoria a lot of confidence in her own charm. She wasn't lacking in charm, Asher was just too timid. Just give him a little courage, and he'll definitely take the bait. Doesn't that person ahead look a bit familiar? After the three continued their journey for a while, Asher suddenly pulled on the reins, slowing the horse slightly, his gaze fixed on the figure ahead. Artoria also followed Asher's gaze. Ahead, a man rode a swift horse towards them, his purple hair gently swaying in the wind. Soon, his face clearly came into view. Lancelot. Lancelot had clearly spotted Asher and the others. He looked them over curiously for a few moments but didn't stop, instead urging his horse to gallop towards Camelot. Lancelot. Asher called out, turning his head. Lancelot was startled. He pulled the reins to the left and quickly came before Asher, still looking at him with a puzzled expression. Who are you? Because of the illusion Scotty had cast earlier, Asher looked like a stranger, and Lancelot naturally didn't recognize him. He is King Arthur. After Artoria spoke, seeing Lancelot still looking confused, she took out her medal to prove her identity. Then, she gave a brief explanation. So it was King Arthur. My apologies for my rudeness just now, Lancelot bowed his head in apology. No, it's fine. I actually wanted to ask you, weren't you tracking the elf? Why the hurried return? Did something happen there? Asher asked. I was just about to return and report to you. This is perfect, Lancelot said with a solemn expression. King Marco is secretly recruiting troops. In the past few days, a lot of weapons and provisions have been transported into the city, and that elf is also in the city. Why would he secretly recruit troops for no reason? King Marco's actions were already too obvious. But why was King Marco making such a big show of it? Asher couldn't help but wonder. King Marco was making such a big fuss. Wasn't he afraid that they would find out in advance and prepare? However, the good news is, judging from the progress there, it will take at least a week or more to complete the transportation, Lancelot continued. King Arthur, Artoria turned to Asher, her face grave. Asher snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Lancelot, saying, Sir Lancelot, I need your help with something. I will do my utmost, Lancelot said. I'd like to ask you to invite the kings of other territories, Asher said. Considering the king's travel progress, let's schedule a meeting in Camelot Castle in 3 days. This needs to be done secretly. Although I say that, I imagine the other party, having made such a big move, must have been on guard against us for a long time. Perhaps King Marco was aware of your entry into his territory very early on. First, go inform King Ogeron. His daughter is in Camelot, so I imagine he would be willing to send people to notify the other kings, Asher continued. I understand, Lancelot nodded. I'll handle this matter. I'll go help too, Artoria suddenly said. With stallion speed, we'll reach King Ogeron quickly. Her white horse neighed, raising its proud head, seemingly happy about its Shishou's approval. Asher hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. All right, it's good for you two to have each other. Then I'll trouble you. Artoria nodded, mounted her horse, and galloped off in another direction with Lancelot. Ash, they're all gone, what are you still looking at? Scáthach raised her slender fingers and waved them in front of Asher's eyes. If you didn't want her to go, you should have just said so directly. Asher snapped out of his thoughts and shook his head. Let's go back first. He knew Lily was a very stubborn person. She definitely wanted to separate emotions from serious matters. If he refused her now without a good reason, even if Lily didn't say anything on the surface, she would definitely sulk alone. Rather than that, it was better to openly let her go and help. He just didn't know why. Asher always felt that something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint the exact reason. There was just an unexplainable sense of disharmony. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 243. Chapter 243, I considered her a lover. Fire you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Scotty sat idly in front of the courtyard, staring blankly at the sky. She had been in this state for the past 2 days, because there was really nothing to do. No, she should say she had been in this state from the very beginning. I wonder if that child has entered that person's territory yet. Scotty muttered to herself. She suddenly regretted it. If she had known it would be so boring, she would have gone for a ride with Asher. Although they were on official business. But if she had gone with them, she could have helped a little. Yes, just a little. Scotty had noticed while helping Asher before that she seemed unable to casually use large amounts of magical power. This was probably the price for crossing myths to come to this world. But it didn't matter. With that woman and that goddess here, nothing could go wrong anyway. If anything, only Asher himself would be in trouble. Like being quintupled, for example. Scotty suddenly let out a surprised sound, looking at the young man walking towards her from afar. You're back so soon, she asked in confusion. Asher sighed, something came up, so I came back early. But I've already figured out the method of blood projection. Quite efficient, I thought you'd be delayed there for several days, Scotty said. I'm quite surprised too, but I'm sorry, I don't have time to confirm the identity of the thing inside me right now. I have other matters to prioritize. Scotty looked at Asher's grave expression and smiled casually. It's fine, please proceed. She had long been accustomed to waiting. Days, years. All passed in an instant for her. However, don't neglect guiding your magic, Scotty said. You want to become stronger too, don't you? Don't worry, I do it every day, Asher said. That's excellent, Scotty nodded with satisfaction. It wasn't a waste of my effort and expectations. Asher said nothing. He wasn't guiding his magic for Scotty's sake. If anything, he himself wanted to become stronger, and on the other hand, he wanted to surprise his Shishou. Although he felt it was unlikely to surprise his Shishou. By the way, where's Scáthach? Scotty looked beside Asher but didn't see Scáthach. Sister went back to her room first, saying she wanted to rest, Asher said. Her stamina is too poor. Although Scáthach had a good talent for magic, her physical stamina had always been subpar. It had been like this since before. Of course, this wasn't innate, she simply hadn't trained much later in life. This meant Scáthach was destined to be a physically frail mage. Where are you going? Scotty asked, looking at Asher walking towards the long corridor. Asher stopped and said, to be on the safe side, I need to send messengers to various places to invite the kings. Although he thought nothing would go wrong with Lily, he still felt a bit uneasy. It would be safer to send someone else to the king's territories. All right, then go do your business, Scotty nodded. Oh, by the way, your illusion needs to be dispelled. Saying this, she raised her staff, and a light fell upon Asher, dispelling the illusion on him. Asher turned and walked into the government office. After Scotty watched him leave, she thought for a moment, then walked towards Scáthach's room. By the time all the arrangements were handled, night had fallen. Asher returned to his room and, as Scotty had instructed, began guiding the magic within his body. He hadn't even worn out a single one of Scotty's staves yet. At this rate, it would probably take a long time to guide all of them. However, Asher knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, he had to take it slowly. Although it was already time to sleep, Lily and Lancelot were likely still on their way to King Ogeron's territory. Asher felt a bit restless for some reason. Instead of lying in bed and staring blankly, he might as well continue guiding his magic. The night passed unknowingly. The next morning, Asher stretched his limbs and walked out of his room. Then, upon seeing the sky outside, Asher couldn't help but be stunned. For a moment, he thought it was still night. Yesterday had been sunny, but now when he stepped outside, the sky was as dark as night. The sky was pitch black, and a cold wind mixed with dense raindrops hit the lawn. Many patches of grass were turned over, emitting the smell of soil. Boom. A branched lightning bolt suddenly tore through the darkness, and thunder roared across the sky, as if the floodgates of heaven had opened, and torrential rain poured down. This weather couldn't have come at a worse time, Asher muttered, looking at the ground, which was a blinding white from the rain. In such weather, I'm afraid the messenger's arrival time will also be affected. A cold, eerie voice came from behind him. Asher turned to look. It's Sir Agravain. Thank you for your hard work yesterday. It's merely a trivial task. Agravain shook his head, then looked up at the rain curtain outside. Lancelot should be back soon, right? Probably, Asher said. I'll go continue my work, Arthur, Agravain said. Asher nodded, his gaze returning to the rain curtain outside. He felt the palace suddenly become much quieter. Shishou had temporarily left to deal with matters in the Land of Shadows, Sister Morgan was also in Avalon, and Lily had gone to King Ogeron. The vast palace suddenly became much quieter, yet it also added a few touches of loneliness. The rain fell all day long, showing no sign of lessening. Without a clock, it was even impossible to tell if it was day or night. Is it my imagination? Asher muttered to himself. For some reason, he had a restless feeling. Logically speaking, a whole day would have been enough for Artoria and Lancelot to make a round trip, unless they stopped to rest midway last night and only set off again at dawn. Just wait a little longer. Asher stood with his hands behind his back in front of the courtyard, quietly looking at the rain curtain outside. Ash. Scáthach had come up behind Asher at some point and lightly patted his shoulder. Oh, it's sister. Don't suddenly call out to people, you startled me, Asher said helplessly. I've called you several times, you just didn't hear me, Scáthach complained with a sigh. She walked over and sat beside Asher, tilting her head to ask, what are you thinking about? Nothing, I just feel a bit uneasy, Asher shook his head. About Lily. Scáthach reached out, raindrops hitting her palm. If you were so worried, you should have just told her not to go yesterday. If I really didn't let her go, I'd need a reason, otherwise she'd definitely be unhappy, and she'd think I kept her for personal reasons, Asher said. That's true, Scáthach nodded, then sighed again. But since you're so worried, you might as well have kept her from the beginning. I just don't understand you. This is probably like how Shishou initially didn't want to send me out for outdoor training, but eventually sent me out anyway, right? Asher said, rarely smiling towards the end. If you always stay indoors, you'll never grow. So you treat Lily as your child? Scáthach asked after a moment of contemplation. Asher's expression was slightly peculiar. He recalled what happened the night before. The soft lips and skin sensation were still clearly remembered. Rather than treating Lily as a child, it was more like treating her as. Asher quickly shook his head, not answering Scáthach, but instead said, you go back and rest first, sister. I just came out after resting, and you're telling me to go back and rest again. Scáthach glared at Asher irritably and snorted, sister won't bother you anymore. I'm going to play with Sister Scotty again. Saying this, she ignored Asher and left the courtyard, looking displeased. After Asher watched Scáthach leave, his gaze returned to the rain curtain outside. Until night fell, Asher finally couldn't sit still any longer. Someone, prepare the horses, Asher said to a nearby attendant. He felt his intuition must be correct. Morgan had taught him prophecy, and while this prophecy had turned into an ability to foresee danger, it also gave him a certain premonition. My king, where are you going? Gawain's surprised voice came from behind him. Gawain had also been waiting for Lancelot's news since morning. Some others had gone to the king's territories to invite them, while some were busy with government affairs or military training. And while waiting, Gawain had also been busy with administrative activities. Now that he was done, his patience was almost at its limit. I feel something strange. Logically, he should have arrived by now, Asher said, looking at the attendant rushing to the stable in the rain. Sir Gawain, if Sister Morgan comes out, you are to notify her. Gawain was stunned for a moment, but still bowed his head and replied, yes. The attendant led the horse over. Asher was about to step forward, but then, the sound of hooves suddenly came from afar. Accompanied by a horse's whinny, a man fell off his horse, clutching his arm. Asher rushed forward in the rain to help him. Who are you? Princess Morgan sent me to monitor King Marco. The man coughed blood as he spoke, his words fragmented. Last night, King Malco's army marched towards King Ogeron's direction. And with them. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, raising his heavy eyes. With them were foreign troops. Asher's face changed slightly. He turned and said, "Gawain, send him to my sister. She'll help treat him. Then, inform everyone else to prepare and head to King Audrin's territory. Also, leave a contingent of men to guard Camelot." He should have realized it sooner. Why would Lancelot get such crucial information so easily? Because he had been detected even before Lancelot stepped into King Marco's territory. This news was simply a smokescreen to mislead them. As he stepped out of the courtyard, Asher saw an unexpected figure in front of it. "Arthur, take me with you," Guinevere said, staring at Asher. "It's too dangerous." "You stay here," Asher said, not even looking at her, walking past her. "I know where they're going." Guinevere called out to him. "If it's a sneak attack, they won't take the usual route. When they leave, they won't take the usual route either." Guinevere walked behind Asher and grabbed the hem of his clothes. "Calm down, Arthur," she said, looking at Asher who had turned to face her, revealing a reassuring smile. "You're not yourself right now, calm down. Then, I'll take you." Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 244, Chapter 244, The Demonic Dragon Descends. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. King Leodegrance, I've said all I have to say, Lancelot bowed slightly. Feel free to ask any questions you have. Sir Lancelot, I generally understand what you're saying, but there's one thing I find very strange, King Leodegrance said. Even if King Marco recruits more troops, they couldn't possibly compare to the army dispatched by King Arthur, could they? Lancelot nodded slightly. I've thought about that too. To be honest, I don't know what King Marco's plans are, but even with doubts, what I saw with my own eyes is enough to warrant caution. It would be best if we could make King Marco abandon his ill intentions on his own. So you need the help of the other kings. King Leodegrance narrowed his eyes. Accepting King Arthur's invitation would be a signal to King Marco, meaning we stand with King Arthur, right? Lancelot hesitated, but still nodded. Then, what's in it for us if we do this? King Leodegrance gazed into Lancelot's eyes. I don't think anyone wants to go to war, Artoria interjected, her tone calm. And, do you think if you remain neutral this time, anyone will trust you next time? King Leodegrance's gaze fell on Artoria. He smiled and nodded. You're King Arthur's court attendant, aren't you? What you say makes sense, but he paused. There's a precondition. I must completely believe Sir Lancelot's words for this precondition to be valid. Lancelot looked up, meeting King Leodegrance's eyes. I swear on my knightly honor that I have spoken no lies. King Leodegrance smiled and shook his head. A knight's honor is useless in the face of great profit. Lancelot frowned, about to speak, but at that moment, a clear voice suddenly came from outside the hall. If you don't believe his words, then what you see with your own eyes should convince you, right? Lancelot abruptly turned his head, but felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. As he looked up, the elf's sharp claw had already pierced his abdomen. Without giving Artoria any chance, it quickly retreated. Several bodies were thrown in from outside the main entrance. Screams came from the attendants guarding the hall. Amidst the screams, King Marco elegantly stepped into the hall. He observed the few people in the hall, bowed slightly, then looked up, smiling broadly. Good evening, everyone. King Marco, what are you doing? For all these years, the kings have not interfered with each other's affairs. Are you trying to break this peace and become an enemy of the kings? King Leodegrance glared at the smiling men in front of him, both shocked and furious. I have no intention of being an enemy of the kings. This is just a misunderstanding, King Marco smiled and shook his head. It's just that when I wanted to come in and chat with you, some people who didn't know their place blocked me, so I had to resort to this. The surrounding attendants, who had been lurking in ambush, surrounded King Marco from all directions. As soon as Lancelot and Artoria entered the hall, they had been hiding in wait. They were originally monitoring Lancelot and Artoria, but they didn't expect the enemy to suddenly become King Marco. At this moment, the elf suddenly moved. The next second, a scream came from the attendants, followed by a second scream. Blood soaked the entire hall. Stop. I've already said, peace is paramount. I don't like violence. A cold voice came from outside the hall. The weathered voice seemed to carry a hint of gentleness, but it made King Leodegrance, who had maintained his composure, finally lose his voice and exclaim, Vortigern. His cloak fluttered in the cold wind. The man raised his golden eyes, which were as deep as a pond. He didn't even glance at King Leodegrance, his gaze fixed on Artoria. He grinned and said, I told you I'd be back. The surrounding attendants lay in pools of blood. The elf returned to Vortigern's side, watching Artoria with a sinister gaze. Leave here. Artoria gripped her lance of the vanguard, aiming it at Vortigern. That's truly terrifying. If I were hit by that thing, even I wouldn't be able to handle it, Vortigern said with a laugh. But, can you unleash the power within it? Artoria didn't utter a sound, her expression resolute. Lord Vortigern, this little one is enough for me to handle, King Marco laughed, stepping forward 2 paces, his gaze fixed on Artoria, wanting to see what tricks Artoria could pull. But in the next second, a blazing fire ignited on the lance of the vanguard, and a massive fire dragon surged towards King Marco. The scorching fire dragon scorched the red carpet, and the terrifying temperature almost engulfed the hall. King Marco's eyes widened involuntarily. He wanted to retreat, but there was nowhere to escape. The suddenly rising fire dragon completely consumed King Marco. Almost at the instant King Marco was consumed, extreme ice spikes shot towards Vortigern and the elf, and the ground instantly became covered in a layer of frost. This was the utmost Artoria could do, combining the rune magic Asher had taught her with the magic Morgan had recently taught her. Beside them, Lancelot knelt on one knee, staring blankly at the scene. His eyes reflected the fire and ice spikes. He knew Artoria had some skill, but he had no idea she possessed such terrifying magic. He had to use this opportunity to think of a way. Lancelot's gaze swept left and right. He had been wounded by the elf's surprise attack. Although he had avoided vital areas, he had lost his combat capability, but his mind could still think. Thud. But at that moment, with a muffled thud, Lancelot fell heavily to the ground. You should just lie down obediently. Vortigern stood behind Lancelot, a gentle smile on his face. What a pity. Such magic, if mastered to its peak, would surely pose a considerable threat to me. The firelight had long since been swallowed by the dark radiance, and the ice spikes had vanished at some unknown moment. Vortigern raised his hand, his body covered in thick scales. But as his voice fell, a palm struck Artoria's back, then he stepped on her. Handcuffs locked her hands the next second. Half-baked magic is useless against me. Vortigern picked up the lance of the vanguard from the ground, played with it for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. If he hadn't been worried about this thing, he would have appeared much earlier. However, the people around that pretty boy were truly terrifying. He had to seize control of Britain as quickly as possible. Take them away. After glancing at the few people who were successively handcuffed, Vortigern turned and stepped out of the hall. Attendants pushed forward a prison cart, and Artoria, Lancelot, and the others were locked inside the cage. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 245, Chapter 245, the person you're looking for is me, right? Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Princess Guinevere, how did you know about that secret passage? When Asher and Guinevere arrived in Leodegrance territory, Asher led his horse to a sheltered spot, patted its head, and turned to Guinevere behind him. My father used to dislike me wandering around. I was always obedient, diligently learning etiquette in the palace. But sometimes, I'd secretly use the excuse of going out to play to escape the attendant sight and go search for treasures in nearby forests or mountain paths. Guinevere smiled as she walked towards the palace. But you know, there were no treasures at all. No, that's not right. Escaping secretly from that kind of environment to explore and adventure on your own, that in itself is a treasure, Asher said. Guinevere was slightly stunned, then turned to look at the young man, and suddenly smiled. You're right. The two soon stepped in front of the palace. Asher's gaze fell upon the tragic scene at the palace entrance. King Marco's target really was here. Even though he was mentally prepared, Asher was still shocked to see the palace gate covered in bodies. He strode into the palace, his gaze sweeping around. After not finding Artoria or Lancelot, he decisively left the palace. Undoubtedly, they had already been moved elsewhere by King Marco. But in such low visibility due to the rain, if they were also leading an army, their movement speed would undoubtedly be much slower. They could still catch up now. Princess Guinevere, let's go, Asher said to the girl standing in the rain. But Guinevere still didn't move, just quietly gazing at the desolate palace, her face devoid of emotion. Her white dress clung to her body, drenched by the rain, but she showed no sign of distress, appearing like a white ghost lingering before the palace. Princess Guinevere. Asher called out again. Guinevere snapped out of her daze, turned to Asher, and nodded seriously, let's go. It was impossible for them to take the mountain path in the rain, so they would likely leave via a forest trail. Such places were difficult to navigate at night, so they could definitely catch up if they pursued them. But when Asher and Guinevere returned to where they had tethered the horse, as soon as they mounted it, the horse knelt on the ground. The journey had already exhausted it, and it had reached its limit. No choice then. Is there a stable nearby? Asher turned to ask. Guinevere nodded. I'll take you. But she took one step and then stopped again. Asher also stopped. Because, in the distance, a white steed was galloping towards them, and soon stopped in front of Asher. Stallion. Asher looked at the white horse in front of him. Are you here to pick us up? The white steed turned around, signaling Asher to mount. Asher got on Stallion and extended a hand to Guinevere. Let's go, Princess Guinevere. Guinevere hesitated, then reached out her hand, murmuring, is this a knight and a princess? Asher pulled Guinevere onto the horse's back and tugged the reins. I suppose so. Stallion galloped towards the palace exit. As they left the palace, Asher saw the arriving army at the gate, led by Gawain and Agravain. A group stays behind to attend to the casualties. The rest, follow me, Asher said, and the white steed had already vanished from sight. In the dimly lit environment, a group of people was transporting the prison cart through the forest. The rain had significantly lessened, which was good news for them. It meant they could reach their destination faster. King Leodegrance coughed violently in the cage. His body, already frail from old age, had been drenched in the rain and was now naturally suffering from a cold. I fought alongside King Uther in my youth, but in my old age, I've become like this. What a tragedy. King Marco shook his head and sighed, putting on a show of compassion, then looked behind King Leodegrance and scoffed, but you should be thankful. The others aren't so lucky, you know. They've been dragged along by us this whole time. King Leodegrance, amidst his coughing, followed King Marco's gaze. His eyes widened in an instant, and he gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, angrily exclaiming, King Marco, you'll get your comeuppance. There were a few of his personal attendants, and also those princes and princesses. Without exception, they had all been dragged along by horses the entire way. Those with good stamina might have been able to keep running at first, but later, they were doomed to be dragged. That's truly terrifying, but you should thank me, King Marco said with a laugh. If it weren't for me, these people would have already been killed in the palace. That's enough. Loose lips sink ships, don't you understand, King Marco? Vortigern glanced at King Marco, his tone flat. Sorry, King Marco closed his mouth, but felt a bit unconvinced. He naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to completely obey Vortigern. If anything, they should be considered partners. Vortigern would achieve his revenge, and he, in turn, would gain vast territories. This was the oath Vortigern had made, and he wasn't afraid of Vortigern breaking it. Once an oath takes effect, it's impossible to violate, even for the usurper king. Lancelot seems to be fading fast. Is he all right? King Marco said, looking at Lancelot in the prison cart. He avoided fatal injuries. If he can't even withstand this much, Lancelot wouldn't be hailed as Britain's strongest knight, Vortigern snorted. Don't underestimate him. What about King Arthur's court attendant? Has she given up already? King Marco then looked at the blonde girl in another prison cart. The power she unleashed in an instant had truly shocked King Marco. If Vortigern hadn't intervened in time, he might have been burned to a crisp. Vortigern merely glanced at Artoria, then averted his gaze. Increase the speed, he commanded. As their pace quickened, the others paid less attention to the people in the prison carts. Artoria quietly opened her eyes in the dimness. Her weapon had been taken, and Lancelot was severely wounded, but this didn't mean there was no hope. At the very least, she had to deliver the news of Vortigern's return to Asher. And, she still wanted to see Asher again. No matter what, she had to escape from here. The handcuffs Vortigern used weren't a special variant like Morgan's. They seemed to have some magic restricting effect, but the effect wasn't as obvious. As long as she could break the handcuffs in the cage in one go, there would be a chance to escape. The only ones to be wary of were Vortigern and the elf, but the elf wasn't here now. Artoria wasn't sure if the elf was hiding in the shadows. But its injuries hadn't healed, so it probably couldn't maintain a combat state. There was only one chance to escape, and she had to seize the moment. The light of rune magic quietly gleamed in the dimness. A faint cracking sound came from the handcuffs, but it was immediately masked by the sound of the army moving in the rain. The handcuffs were successfully undone by Artoria. With a surge of momentum, she raised her finger, and a burst of fire erupted, shattering the cage in an instant. As long as she entered the forest, in the rainy night, with the cover of the trees, the chances of escape were high. However, almost at the instant the cage shattered, a hand grabbed her wrist from behind. Artoria had anticipated the possibility of being discovered as well. She decisively unleashed an ice spike, piercing the person's arm. She then shot into the air, surging towards the forest. Feigning weakness to a strong opponent, making them complacent, is indeed a good idea, but you've chosen the wrong person. King Marco blocked Artoria's path. The elf appeared from the darkness, its sharp claws thrusting towards Artoria's abdomen. Even though she reacted extremely quickly to evade the attack, her abdomen was still grazed, and a spurt of blood splashed out. Don't even think about escaping, King Marco said, drawing a dagger and blocking Artoria, who was trying to retreat. At that moment, the elf's sharp claws viciously struck towards Artoria. Artoria bit her lip tightly. Even though she wanted to avoid the attack, the attendants on both sides were already eyeing her, so she could only watch helplessly as the sharp claws approached. Stop. Someone suddenly spoke. As he spoke, the elf's movements halted abruptly. Artoria looked at the men who spoke, somewhat surprised. It was Vortigern. I admire your courage, Vortigern slowly stepped forward. The elf and King Marco all retreated. The somewhat aged man looked down at Artoria and suddenly showed a gentle smile. I want to give you a chance to escape. Lord Vortigern, before King Marco could finish, Vortigern interrupted him and continued, there are about 200 people here, every single one of them an elite among elites. I will send 50 of them to duel you one by one. If you defeat 50, I'll let you go, how about it? Actually, you have no choice, Vortigern hooked a finger at a nearby attendant. This is just an entertainment show, to give my soldiers some excitement. All right, now begin your performance. He snapped his fingers. They formed a circle, and an attendant first walked into the circle. Come on, we're completely different from a little girl like you who only thinks about romance. Please be careful, holy shit. As soon as the attendant smiled, a fist came flying at him, sending him sprawling backwards. Damn it, what's with this guy's strength? Someone nearby exclaimed. Vortigern narrowed his eyes, looking at the second and third people who fought Artoria. This was the power of the Red Dragon, a product created jointly by King Uther and Merlin. At this moment, Artoria was like a ghost, effortlessly dispatching 20-odd attendants. The power of her Red Dragon body was fully activated. Let's go. The remaining dozen or so attendants rushed towards Artoria with shouts. They seemed to have forgotten Vortigern's earlier words. Being defeated by one woman was a great humiliation. They had to stop this farce no matter what. Artoria took a step forward, splashing water on the ground. The attendant's forward charge paused for half a second with her step. The next moment, Artoria charged forward herself. Although her body was already tired, under the blessing of the runes, her speed remained high. She arrived in front of the crowd, raising her head slightly. Boom. A flash of lightning, and pillars of ice crashed down from mid-air, instantly sending the dozen or so people in front of her scrambling, clutching their heads. This was the first time she had truly unleashed her power. She didn't need to fight so desperately in training, and when training with that person, she often got distracted. But this wasn't training. If she wanted to see that person, she had to give it her all to survive. The surroundings were silent. The laughter from earlier had quietly ceased. The attendants silently watched the girl. Rain lashed against her face. Although she looked disheveled, it only added to her captivating charm. Who said this was just a pretty face, a little girl who only thought about romance? Can your little girl fight 50 at once? A round of applause suddenly erupted. Vortigern clapped as he walked towards the heavily panting Artoria. Much more impressive than I imagined. Congratulations, you've defeated 49 people. Now, defeat me, and you can leave. Vortigern tossed Artoria a longsword. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. 10 breaths. If you can last 10 breaths against me, I'll let you go. Artoria stared intently at Vortigern. There wasn't no chance. Although most of her stamina was depleted, there was still a chance. As long as she suddenly lifted her foot, kicking the longsword upwards, and Artoria grabbed the blade, surprisingly slashing at Vortigern. Vortigern magically caught the hilt of the sword in mid-air, then smiled. A sneak attack won't work on me. Don't take me for some small fry, you fool. As his voice fell, he raised the longsword in his hand. The sword seemed to have a will of its own in his grip. A strange attack, accompanied by immense pressure, surged towards Artoria. One breath, Vortigern said. Artoria barely managed to block the attack with her longsword. A heavy oppressive force swept over her. 2 breaths. He cut down again, and blood splattered in the rain. Artoria staggered back a few steps. The healing power of the runes quietly enveloped her wound. Vortigern's eyes gleamed slightly. What an interesting ability. After this, I hope you can tell me how to use it. Of course, if you don't want to tell me, I'll go find King Arthur. If I lock him in a cage and interrogate him slowly, he'll surely teach me. Vortigern. Artoria's voice was filled with rage, rebuking the usurper king's name. This was the first time she had shown such fury. The potential of the red dragon seemed to be ignited once more. She held no holy sword, nor the lance of the vanguard, yet that ordinary sword was clearly devouring the red dragon's magic. The next moment, a scorching pillar of light pierced through the darkness. It was a heat sufficient to evaporate the standing water on the ground and the falling raindrops. Although not a king, she still possesses such power. Indeed, you are the true King Arthur. Vortigern's eyes finally showed surprise as he praised the golden light. Artoria remained silent. She took a step forward, swinging the sword in her hand. The dazzling light completely enveloped Vortigern. The sword broke, turning into dust. Darkness completely swallowed that dazzling brilliance. Vortigern was such an existence, any so-called brilliance would be completely devoured by his darkness, even the king's radiance. Moreover, she was not a king now. Vortigern stood with his hands behind his back in front of Artoria, sighing, "It took you quite a while to block that attack. Congratulations, it's been 10 breaths. You win." Artoria didn't know what happened, only felt a sharp pain in her internal organs. She looked up at Vortigern. In her blurry vision, she saw the men smile and say, "Just kidding. How foolish are you to trust an enemy?" Artoria collapsed onto the ground. "She's a truly dangerous woman," King Marco said with lingering fear. "And there's more than one woman like that," Vortigern said, looking at Artoria as he finished speaking. He suddenly smiled. "But with her, our chances of conquering Britain will increase significantly." "Why are you so obsessed with her?" King Marco couldn't help but ask. "Her value is greater than all of yours combined," Vortigern said flatly. "That woman could extract my vital blood for a little one, so I should be able to do the same." King Marco hesitated for a moment. "What do you mean?" "For example, like this." Vortigern raised his long sword and cut Artoria's arm. A stream of blood splattered, but the girl didn't utter a sound, gritting her teeth and enduring it. Vortigern bent down, extended a finger, smeared it on the blood, and licked it, clucking and shaking his head. "What I want is vital blood, but unfortunately, I don't know what method that woman used to extract my vital blood back then. In any case, she's very useful, and that's enough." Vortigern averted his gaze and turned to walk towards the horse resting nearby. "Secure her first. She won't be able to resist again for a short period." "Should we break her limbs?" King Marco asked. "This woman's strength is terrifying. If we just keep her imprisoned like this, there might still be trouble." Vortigern glanced at King Marco. "Do as you please, just don't kill her." "Understood, she's a very important test subject you're looking for," King Marco said. Vortigern glanced at King Marco again. "The person I'm looking for isn't her, but until I catch that fake king, she can serve as a test subject. It would be troublesome if she died." Artoria stared intently at King Marco approaching her. She felt very tired, and her vision was somewhat blurry. Even biting her lip tightly couldn't clear her mind. She could only watch helplessly as that hand approached her. The rain suddenly paused. "Who?" Vortigern sharply turned his head, but no one answered him. Instead, the next second, King Marco suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. A red spear pierced through the rainy night. King Marco's outstretched hand, along with the red spear, was nailed to a large tree behind him. "The person you're looking for is me, right? Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong." Chapter 246, Chapter 246, King Meets King. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. King Arthur. King Marco gasped in pain, his gaze fixed in terror on the deep jungle ahead. The white steed stopped by the edge of the forest, and Asher leaped from its back. He patted Stallion's head, and the horse, carrying Guinevere, quietly retreated, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Rain fell silently. Asher's body was covered in dragon scales from the power overload, and his golden eyes swept over the hostile foreign army. His gaze quickly fell on Artoria. Then, he slowly exhaled. What hack was right, he should have followed his instincts and kept Lily with him earlier. But thankfully, he didn't have to regret it for a lifetime. Everything was still salvageable. He just needed to deal with these matters now. These troubles he would inevitably face. He was young and had little experience with such things. But he knew what to do. There wasn't much to do at a time like this. In fact, it was quite simple. A sound echoed in the rainy night. The sound of a sword being drawn. "If you came for me." He looked at Vortigern, drawing the sword from his waist. Vivian's forged Caliban, imbued with the magic of the white dragon and the power of a deity, shone with a golden radiance that pierced the heavens and earth. Asher struck down with a single sword slash, The dazzling light blade seemed to cut through the rain curtain itself. The fiery glow of rune magic clung to the golden radiance, making it appear to burn with an unquenchable flame. In the rain, countless streams of blood suddenly splattered, staining the jungle red. "If you came for me, you can be excused now," Asher sharply turned, pointing his sword at the elf attacking from behind. Rune script adhered to the sword, and a wind blade cut a trail of blood on the elf's arm. He stepped forward, stomped on the elf's head, then sharply turned and pointed his sword at the approaching foreign creatures. "Now, I've come for you." Asher thrust the tip of his sword into the elf's arm. Without looking up, he kicked away an enemy that secretly lunged at him from behind the jungle. Under power overload, many complex white patterns appeared on his body, exactly like Siyu Chilin when he broke through the trial bridge. Every heartbeat, breath, and movement was clearly transmitted to his ears. He didn't know if this was an evolution of power overload or pure rage. The rage of the white dragon. And as the second and even third foreign creatures lunged at Asher, the others remained hesitant, observing the young men, including Vortigern. Everyone present was watching the white dragon who had drawn the Caliban. King Arthur had arrived. Did that also mean the Knights of the Round Table had arrived and had already surrounded them all? Did he dare to come to such a place alone because the goddess of death was also nearby? Would even the Queen of the Land of Shadows be here? And, being able to detect elves hidden in the darkness so quickly, did it mean that his strength was already on par with his own? So, apart from some foreign creatures who, seeing Asher, attacked him out of jealousy, the others did not move, merely staring at the young men who had already cut down all the attacking foreign creatures. The two sides stared at each other for a moment, rain splashing on their faces, but no one dared to utter a sound. One side had only one person, while the other had hundreds, yet such an eerie silence prevailed. After a period of quiet, Vortigern finally realized something very important. This fellow had truly brought a useless princess and came knocking on their door by himself. "Charge!" Vortigern commanded with a chilling voice. But then he suddenly found that no one moved forward, so he spoke again. "What are you waiting for?" Vortigern's words abruptly stopped. Fire, accompanied by frost and wind pressure, rushed towards him. When Vortigern looked up, his face showed shock. And then, for the first time, rage surfaced from deep within his heart. Asher had actually charged forward himself. Capture him. The previous silence was broken in an instant. Asher focused all his attention on his ears. In such a dim environment, what he saw was not as fast as what he heard. The first foreign creature raised the large axe in its hand, but Asher deftly swept past it without hesitation. The Caliban stabbed another person, then he used a large tree to push off, rapidly moving towards the next person. The first foreign creature from before never managed to swing that large axe in the end. A clean trail of blood splattered on his neck, and his body stiffly fell to the ground. Does seeing a dead person really make one vomit? The answer is no. This wasn't the first time Asher had seen such a sight. In the Land of Shadows, Scáthach had shown him too many similar scenes. Unless the corpses were truly too gruesome to bear, he wouldn't feel nauseous or want to vomit. After cutting down another person, immediately 3 or 4 more, brandishing their bladed weapons, lunged at Asher. But before they could reach him, a deep blue ice wall blocked their attack. A tremendous pressure enveloped the air, causing even the rain to cease. Asher retreated like a phantom. The ice wall in the sky crashed down with a roar. When he looked up again, countless threads appeared before his eyes. Asher picked up the weapon from the fallen foreign creature and hurled it with force into the crowd. Screams of terror erupted from the crowd. They raised their weapons to block the thrown weapon, but they couldn't. The weapon was connected to their fate. It pierced through one person's chest and continued to shoot towards the second person behind. Even if they dodged, it was useless. Such a throw was guaranteed to hit. No matter where they fled, the weapon would follow. This was fate, a destiny that, once connected, could no longer be severed. Asher did not stop. After evading the foreign creature lunging at him, he snatched the weapon from its hand, slashed at the enemy's neck, and then threw the weapon. These weapons had clearly become Asher's killing tools. Every weapon he took was thrown in this manner. 30, 32, 36, 39, 45. The foreign army couldn't maneuver at all in such a confined space. One by one, the foreign creatures fell. Asher pulled out the red spear from King Marco's hand and looked down at him, smiling. The spear pierced King Marco's heart. Flames suddenly ignited, and King Marco, without even a scream, turned into charcoal under his terrified gaze. "Why did you come here?" Artoria, relying on the powerful red dragon's heart, still maintained her consciousness, even though her body was so exhausted she didn't even want to open her eyes. But she still forced herself to. If she fell asleep now, it might be the last time she saw him. "Your question is really strange, Lily," Asher said, looking at the foreign creatures who surrounded them but didn't dare to take another step forward. He raised his finger. The healing effect of rune magic enveloped Artoria. Her body's wounds quietly healed under the powerful recovery ability of the red dragon and the runes. Although the pain still existed, it was far better than the initial, dizzying pain that felt like it would overwhelm her brain. Your personality is really strange, Asher continued. Why did you come here? She simply repeated. Because you're here, Asher said. Artoria was stunned. Suddenly, someone moved among the foreign creatures. Wind howled past, and Vortigern roared as he lunged forward, a smile on his face. It was the arrogant smile that appears when one sees their prey. Everyone get back, he's mine. Asher tilted his head to dodge Vortigern's attack, his figure rapidly moving forward. Do you want to shield her from the aftershocks of the battle? No matter, as you wish. Vortigern's figure shot forward, raising his sword to slash at Asher's back. Asher's fingertips glowed with the light of rune magic. A wind blade struck Vortigern, but this time, it did not succeed in repelling him. Sword and spear clashed, sparks erupting in the darkness. Vortigern's other hand transformed into a white claw, stabbing at Asher's head at an extremely strange angle, but Asher dodged the attack as if he had already known the outcome beforehand. Unaware foreign creatures silently approached, but before they could get close, they were pierced by an ice shard and fell amidst a spray of blood. Vortigern and Asher retreated almost simultaneously. Prophecy, Vortigern narrowed his eyes. Asher didn't answer him, simply holding the spear with both hands, maintaining a fighting stance. Indeed, even a pretty boy will gain some skills after being taught for so long, Vortigern slowly began. Only someone unpopular would say such a thing, Asher said flatly. He was trying to provoke Vortigern. A furious Vortigern might gain strength, but if he could make the opponent lose some reason, it might be easier to deal with him. You glib-tongued fellow, you have the ability of prophecy, but... Vortigern's body underwent a transformation. Black scales covered him, and his eyes gradually turned golden. When he slightly squeezed his hand, the hilt of the sword in his grip shattered into pieces. The outcome is the same, Vortigern raised his cold, golden eyes. Just now, I told that girl that I could defeat her within 10 breaths. Now, I'll send that same message to you. If you can last 10 breaths against me, I'll let you and that girl leave. Otherwise... Vortigern roared and charged forward, you'll be buried with her. Clang. Claw and red spear violently collided, striking golden sparks that illuminated the darkness. Vortigern's strength was far greater than before. Although this sweeping claw was barely blocked, it made Asher's arms go numb. If he were to continue resisting head-on, his arms would probably be ruined in just a few more hits. He couldn't take it head-on. He needed to calm down and think. Vortigern's explosive power was probably even higher than Shishou's. What would Shishou do? No, Asher didn't believe he could do what she did. But he had an advantage that Shishou didn't. Asher parried Vortigern's claw without hesitation, immediately retreating backward. As long as he could create distance, he could use thrown weapons and the power of runes to counter Vortigern's attacks. His peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the cage card in the distance, his gaze lingering for a moment on the vanguard spear placed inside the cage. You're distracted while fighting me. Are you too careless, or do you look down on me? Vortigern appeared in front of Asher in an instant. Despite his already astonishing strength, his speed was equally incredible. Vortigern raised his sharp claw, and the second fierce attack nearly knocked the red spear from Asher's hand. But without giving Asher any chance to breathe, as Vortigern swung his sharp claw, his other hand grabbed Asher's head and flung him away. The violent impact caused Asher immense pain. Vortigern didn't stop for a moment. He stomped his foot back, using the momentum to charge at Asher, and plunged a claw through Asher's heart. However, not a single drop of blood splattered. Asher disappeared from Vortigern's sight. Illusion. It could create 3 identical selves. Although it couldn't release the same rune magic, it was a very effective tactic for confusing enemies in battle. A sound like rushing wind came from behind Vortigern. Asher threw the red spear. Vortigern sharply turned and swung another claw. The dark blade slashed at Asher's body. But Asher disappeared again. The black blade sliced open the ground, countless shattered rocks and dust scattered, and the jungle was in disarray. Even the foreign creatures were howling. Vortigern didn't care about his surrounding allies, or perhaps, for him, there had never been any allies. I should have one, right? Asher's gentle and innocent voice came from behind. 10 breaths are up. You did indeed win, Vortigern slowly said. He turned to look at the young man standing behind him. Congratulations. Before Vortigern could finish his sentence, he felt a wrenching pain in his body. Looking down again, the red spear had pierced his heart from behind. When Vortigern looked up again, the Asher who had been standing in front of him had already disappeared. The third illusion. The healing effect of rune magic enveloped Asher. He stepped forward, drew the caliban from his waist. The foreign army that tried to approach from behind was blocked by his ice wall. Asher kicked the red spear that had pierced Vortigern's heart. Under this kick, Vortigern was sent flying backward. Asher then rushed forward, grabbing Vortigern's head. As the red spear impaled Vortigern on the massive trunk of a towering tree, his head was also violently slammed against the tree by Asher. "You bastard." Bang. Asher again slammed Vortigern's head heavily against the tree trunk behind him. The dragon scales covering Vortigern's head left deep marks on the sturdy trunk. The large tree swayed precariously. Asher tightened his grip on the Caliban, channeling more magic into it. A golden radiance lit up the sword, imbued with the mysteries of runes. Vortigern struggled to raise his eyes to Asher. "You cheated. Believing your enemy, are you such an idiot, the usurper king?" The light of the Caliban seemed to illuminate the darkness. Asher raised the Caliban, flames blazing on it, and again pierced Vortigern's heart. The scorching flames dyed half the sky red, burning through the night. The huge towering tree swayed precariously in the blaze. As Asher retreated several steps to avoid being caught in the aftermath, the tree finally collapsed amidst the flames, sparks flying everywhere. Rain fell, silently extinguishing the flames. Thick mist rose, and Vortigern's body was like charcoal, completely unrecognizable. Asher, using his last remaining strength, stood his ground, wiping away the blood that was about to run into his eyes, and said coldly, 10 breaths are up now. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 247, Chapter 247, Queen of the Land of Shadows. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher felt that he was at his limit. The energy he had just expended and the pain from the scratches on his body made it very difficult for him to continue, but he still gritted his teeth and raised his long spear towards the hundreds of foreign troops in front of him. If he fell now, both he and Artoria would perish here. He was King Arthur. Although he hadn't done anything particularly impressive since taking office, he at least had to drive out the foreign tribes. At the very least, he had to leave all the enemy troops here and rescue his court steward. This was one of the few things he, as king, could do. As long as he was conscious, he could continue to fight. Disciples from the land of shadows were not useless. Kill him. Avenge Lord Vortigern. After a brief stunned silence, angry shouts suddenly erupted from the distant foreign creatures. He's done for. Capture him and hang him on the city wall. Let the people of Britain see what a miserable state their king is in. Don't be afraid, we outnumber them. Charge. Foreign creatures rushed towards Asher's direction one after another. Their eyes were red, fear and anger combined. They raised their weapons and shouted. However, before they could charge forward, a solemn voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Do you want to compare numbers? Countless footsteps sounded in succession. The foreign creatures' shouts from moments ago fell silent in an instant. King Arthur, my apologies, we are late. A voice came from behind, and then, a large army arrived. At the scene one after another. Leading them was the Knights of the Round Table. From the numbers, at least most of the Knights of the Round Table had arrived this time. And in the middle of the Knights of the Round Table was Guinevere, who had retreated earlier. It was she who had led Gawain and the others here. Everyone, drop your weapons. Gawain raised his sword. Hi, and then, one after another, the foreign creatures threw down their weapons. Are you all right, King Arthur? Gawain turned to Asher, then gave a bitter smile, helping him up. Although I wanted to ask that, it seems unnecessary now. Asher's miserable state clearly showed what kind of battle he had just endured. What happened here? Agravain looked at the scene before him, his face somewhat stunned. Who did this? Piles of foreign creatures lay scattered on the ground, blood spreading across the area. Just the first glance had shocked Agravain's eyes. The answer was actually quite obvious, but he still found it hard to believe that King Arthur had single-handedly annihilated most of the enemy forces. The rest of the troops dismounted one after another and surrounded the enemy. I'm fine, Asher shook his head. Imprison all of them and send them to the nearest Leodegrance territory. Also, Sir Lancelot is severely wounded, quickly take him for treatment. Yes. Gawain looked at Bedivere beside him. Can I leave? This to you. Bedivere nodded, and began to orderly command his subordinates to work. Who is he? Gawain quickly noticed the charred man lying on the ground. Is he King Marco? King Marco is dead, Artoria said, walking over with Bedivere's support. He is Vortigern. Gawain was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Vortigern. He's still alive. Agravain asked in shock. He's dead now, Artoria said, looking at Asher with a complex expression. He killed him. Gawain was stunned for a moment, looking at the group of foreign creatures lying on the ground, and asked with some disbelief, alone. Upon receiving Artoria's affirmative answer, the knights of the Round Table were all somewhat stunned. The name of the usurper king had long been imprinted deep in everyone's memory, indelible, yet now he was in such a miserable state. If they didn't believe King Arthur wouldn't lie, they would absolutely not believe that the charred thing on the ground was Vortigern. Alone, Artoria whispered. Most of the people here were dealt with by him, and he came here to save me. Asher raised his somewhat weak arm and flicked Artoria's forehead. If you say something like that again, I'll get angry. Sorry. Artoria lowered her head. After a moment, she looked up again, pushed Bedivere away, and then extended her hand to Asher. I'll help you out. Asher was slightly stunned, then chuckled helplessly. The red dragon's recovery is truly strong. Logically, the white dragon should also have such power, yet his recovery was much weaker than Artoria's. This was probably what Morgan had mentioned before. Because his white dragon was not complete. I'll go check on Lancelot's condition up ahead. Bedivere simply smiled and walked towards Lancelot. Everyone, move out. Gawain raised the holy sword of the sun. The army gradually began to withdraw from the jungle. Asher, supported by Artoria, walked behind. The healing effect of runes continuously healed his wounds, and his depleted stamina was slowly recovering. Actually, these wounds were minor issues. The real problem was the power overload. After prolonged use of power overload, Asher felt his physical magic being continuously drained. If the struggle with Vortigern had lasted any longer, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As the group gradually began to withdraw from the jungle, in this bustling place, a shattering sound suddenly echoed. Asher, walking among the troops, was startled. He slowly turned to look. The object that Asher had burned into charcoal began to show cracks. Asher had an ominous thought at that moment. It shouldn't be. It's impossible. He really didn't want to believe this premonition, but now it seemed he had no choice. The charcoal chunk produced another crack, and then, dense cracks rapidly burst open. Run! Asher roared. Get out of here. Vortigern wasn't dead, or rather, he died, but was thus reborn, breaking free of his shackles. And so, the black dragon descended. Everyone was stunned for a moment, looking up at the black dragon soaring into the sky. It was unlike the black dragon Asher had encountered before. This was truly the king of the foreign tribes, magic dragon Vortigern. I said, 10 breaths. The black dragon let out a sky-shattering roar, diving towards Asher. Gawain drew the holy sword of the sun and stood in front of Asher, but the dragon merely swept its massive claw at the enemy troops. A black aura, accompanied by immense pressure, rushed forward, and the holy sword of the sun's usual radiance was devoured by the profound darkness. I am the true white dragon, the king of Britain, the leader of the foreign tribes. The false king should obediently be devoured by me, so I can become the true white dragon. The magic dragon raised its head. It truly was like a dragon of despair in the apocalypse, wielding its thick dragon claws. Volcanoes erupted with scorching pillars of light beneath its raised claws. Lava burned the earth, and the sea surged with massive tsunamis, overwhelming the town. Earth, water, wind, fire, everything in Britain was under its control. Everyone would prostrate at its feet. But it could never return to its former appearance. Vortigern sighed in sadness, but soon let out an ear-splitting laugh, as if he had descended into madness. Morgan le Fay. It roared in fury. It could have freely returned to human form, but its essence blood had been taken by Asher. Asher had gained the shell of the white dragon, possessing a portion of its power. For Vortigern to exert the white dragon's power again, it had to abandon some important things. For example, humanity. But it didn't matter now. Vortigern had been killed by Asher due to carelessness. Now it was the magic dragon, and its goal was revenge. The magic dragon looked down at the army below and raised its massive claw. Get out of here. Asher roared, turning his head. These troops might be useful against humans, but against a monster like this, any attack would only increase casualties. This was a monster that could no longer be dealt with by sheer numbers. Boom. Vortigern raised its giant claw, causing countless cracks to appear on the ground, forming a massive abyss. Watching the fleeing army and the terrified foreign creatures scurrying away, Vortigern again raised its giant claw and slammed it onto the ground. Looking at the humans swaying precariously from the violent shaking, it merely shook its head and sighed. To the current Vortigern, this was merely a game, a cat-and-mouse game. Its gaze fell on Asher on the ground, and it roared, Asher. This time, it won't take 10 breaths, just 3 moves. It wielded its power in midair. An abyss-like crack formed beside Asher. Artoria's eyes widened. She quickly grabbed him, pulling Asher back to the ground with the little strength she had just managed to recover. But Vortigern didn't stop at all. It simply moved one of its claws, and a black light enveloped the volcanic lava, rushing towards Asher, as if to burn him to charcoal. However, just as the scorching light was about to reach Asher's back, Kay appeared in front of Asher. He cleaved the dark lava with his sword, and in the exploding firelight, turned and roared, "Get the king out of here." Artoria nodded heavily, supporting Asher as they ran towards the forest exit. Vortigern merely glanced at Kay. It grinned, and its golden slit pupils revealed a cunning that only humans possessed. It flapped its wings and swooped down towards Asher on the ground, letting out a deafening roar. "You bastard. I told you, this time I'll kill you for sure." It raised its claw, aiming to pierce both Asher and Artoria. "3 moves, you say?" A woman's low murmur echoed from a distance. Swish. A red spear streaked down from the sky, piercing the magic dragon's chest. Immediately after, a second red spear passed through its abdomen. Who? As Vortigern turned his head, a third red spear descended with a rushing sound, followed by a fourth, and even a fifth red spear. A griffin circled in midair, letting out a sharp cry. Scáthach descended from the air, raising her head, her red eyes seemingly burning with an inextinguishable flame. "Stay and play with me. Tangerine boost this fanfic." Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 248, Chapter 248, Dragon vs. Dragon. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. The rain fell silently, and on the ground, countless lotuses seemed to bloom. Asher looked up through the curtain of rain at the woman standing before him. Even in the dimness, visibility was low, but he could clearly see her figure. Her purple hair danced in the fierce wind, like a valkyrie on the battlefield. Why is Shishou here? Didn't the Land of Shadows have a conflict with Aif's kingdom, Alba? Could it be resolved already? Asher was puzzled. He wanted to speak but swallowed the words. You're truly overprotective, even disregarding your own country. Queen of the Land of Shadows, Vortigern slowly began. As it spoke, even the clouds in the sky shifted, everything underwent an earth-shattering change with its raised hand. The generals who controlled Alba launched an attack on the common people of the Land of Shadows and pinned the blame on Alba. Though I don't know how you managed it, Scáthach raised her spear and pointed it at Vortigern, to try to lure me away with such a boring method and cause conflict between us and our neighboring country. You're far too naive. Is that so? What a pity, Vortigern roared. Then I'll send you and your apprentice off together. Red spears on its body were slowly pushed out, inch by inch. Finally, several red spears shot out from the demonic dragon's body. Scáthach leaped up, grabbed a red spear, and the spears, with astonishing speed, lunged towards the dragon's chest. The demonic dragon raised its massive claw, and a magic circle formed in the air. Immense wind pressure descended from the sky, slowing the spears to an extreme crawl. But before it could wield its power again, Scáthach stepped on the demonic dragon's head, and the red spear plunged into the dragon's massive vertical pupil. The demonic dragon violently twisted its head, and the fierce wind pressure nearly blew Scáthach out of midair. But as Scáthach flew backward, she plunged the red spear into the demonic dragon's abdomen, stepped on the red spear lodged in the demonic dragon's body, then leaped high, landed on the demonic dragon's back, and then another red spear plunged into the demonic dragon's back. Scáthach's eyes burned with intense fire. The long-awaited battle made her blood boil. Her strength, speed, and even magic reached their peak at this moment. Each time a red spear pierced the demonic dragon's body, it was accompanied by astonishing dragon roars and spurting blood. This was true dragon slaying. The gate of the dead realm, overflowing with death, unfolded in midair, absorbing Vortigern's magic. All the soldiers had retreated, except for a few knights of the Round Table and Asher, who remained there, gazing at the scene in awe. Each time the demonic dragon raised its massive claw, it was met with a red spear piercing it. Wounds appeared on Vortigern's body one after another, like blooming fireworks, but Scáthach's attack showed no pause, only growing more ferocious. Not fast enough, still too slow, faster, must be faster. This thought was all that remained in Scáthach's mind. Vortigern's expression was contorted with pain. It was a newly born king, yet Scáthach's attack style was too cunning. If Vortigern had been extremely careful from the start, even Scáthach would have found it difficult to leap onto its body, let alone launch such a furious assault. But now it was too late. Countless blood-colored fireworks seemed to bloom on the demonic dragon's body. It flew and spun in midair, trying to shake Scáthach off. The surrounding mountains and forests collapsed in an instant. Many of its scales had fallen off due to injuries, yet the surrounding magical energy was clearly being absorbed into its body, and the dark clouds in the sky formed a visible vortex. The demonic dragon let out another furious roar. Unlike before, this was a piercing, scalp-tingling sound, as if tearing through eardrums. It suddenly flicked its tail, finally throwing the woman off its back. It opened its mouth, and a scorching magma fireball spewed out. This was Britain, its territory. The queen of the land of shadows should stay in her own territory. Boom. Scáthach plunged straight down in midair. A massive fireball, like a meteorite, fell from the sky. The fireball and the entire sky were reflected in her beautiful red eyes, the fireball appearing as a mere dot in her pupils. But the woman's face showed an increasingly wild smile. The true nature of a battle maniac was completely activated. She raised her red spear and threw it, the red spear piercing the fireball with a scorching red glow. Just as Scáthach was about to use the power of rune magic to levitate her body in midair, a figure suddenly shot out from a distance. Asher leaped from the ground and hugged Scáthach. The fireball suspended in midair exploded with a roar, like fireworks in the night, but the falling sparks ignited fires in the forest. The two lightly landed on the ground. Scáthach broke free from Asher's embrace and stood on the ground, tilting her head and saying, "It's dangerous here. Leave with them." "Then why are you here?" "I am your Shishou," Scáthach said. "Things an apprentice can't solve, a Shishou should solve." "Take him far away," Scáthach said, looking at Artoria, who was running towards them. Vortigern stared intently at Scáthach, its golden eyes filled with raging fury and a hint of fear. It shouldn't feel so afraid. It was invincible in Britain. It was no longer human, yet it still lacked the heart of a demonic dragon. It still possessed human negative emotions. It felt fear. Vortigern felt humiliated by its fear. The king of Britain, actually feeling fear because of the queen of the land of shadows and two inexperienced children. No, it shouldn't be like this. The emotion of fear was meaningless. It was the usurper king, a true demonic dragon. It would use foreign races to conquer all of Britain, kill Asher, and regain all of its rightful power. How could it be afraid of a few mere humans? It would kill all who defied it, become the king of Britain, and even conquer Rome and all other countries, becoming the king of the world. Yes, fear was meaningless. Intense desire made Vortigern let out an ear-splitting roar. Its golden vertical pupils glowed with furious light. The scales that had fallen off regrew. It had completely entered a berserk state. Magical power surged, and a vast, overwhelming black curtain descended, engulfing everything. The ether sea within it also churned, as if an endless darkness enveloped everyone. This was the demonic dragon, an almost invincible presence in Britain. "You all must die." Vortigern raised its colossal claw, and a pitch-black light surged towards Asher. "Leave here," Scáthach said again, raising her red spear and piercing the demonic dragon's body. The same speed, the same power. The demonic dragon was pierced, letting out an astonishing roar. Then, the fallen dragon's scales regenerated again. "I told you, I am an absolutely invincible existence in Britain." Vortigern laughed wildly. It completely disregarded Scáthach's attack, flapping its wings. Its speed easily surpassed the limits attainable by humans. It lunged at Asher. Vortigern. Scáthach's red eyes changed for the first time. Her body felt as if countless goosebumps had risen, as she watched that sharp claw violently strike down towards Asher. Asher abruptly pushed Artoria away. "Ash!" Artoria yelled, running towards him, but the black claw had already struck the spot where Asher had been. "Apprentice." Scáthach was slightly stunned, Vortigern's joyous laughter echoing in her ears. Finally, this time, it could reclaim its lost power. It turned its head to look at the woman, grinning. "What if you kill me a few times? You still can't protect your disciple. Are you angry?" The demonic dragon shook its head. "So what? Dead creatures cannot be resurrected. Even if you rage and roar, it's useless. Come on, keep killing me. Let's see how many more times you can kill me." Piercing laughter echoed in the sky. The demonic dragon looked down at Scáthach standing on the ground, its vertical pupils reflecting human cunning. It raised both its claws high, and massive meteorites fell from the dark sky. "Since you want to see your disciple so badly, I'll send you to join him." The meteorites descended towards Scáthach and Artoria. Vortigern snorted coldly and raised its massive claw again. Magma surged towards the Knights of the Round Table. Scáthach raised her red eyes. The calm red eyes now showed a furious glint. Vortigern laughed maniacally, being angry is right. "Come on, attack me again with that last offensive. What's wrong with letting you kill me again?" Scáthach gripped the red spear, looking up at the falling meteorites. The rage in her chest was almost uncontrollable, but just as she was about to lose control and launch another attack, a deafening voice suddenly rang out. I said. Boom. The descending meteorite suddenly changed course, striking Vortigern's face with fierce power, sending debris flying. The magma quietly receded, and the raging tsunami from earlier vanished. Who are you looking down on? The white dragon on the ground raised its head. Its white scales shimmered with dazzling luster. All its lines were smooth and fluid, as if naturally formed. It opened its brilliant golden eyes, which seemed to spark with fire. You're not the only white dragon. Tangerine, boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 249, Chapter 249, this is The Lance That Shines at the End. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. The meteorite smashed into Vortigern's face, scattering debris. Scáthach and Artoria were protected by the giant dragon, whose body was entirely covered in white scales, in what seemed like an embrace. From its appearance, there was no trace of Asher's existence on it. Its ferocious appearance and awe-inspiring golden eyes made it look more like a monster than Asher. Just as Vortigern's shell had shattered and become a dragon, so too had Asher. Although he didn't know why he had transformed, it was undoubtedly a good thing. At least for the current situation, it was a good thing. Shishou, leave him to me. Asher looked up at the demonic dragon in the sky. Gaining power comes with a price. Sister Morgan told me that before. Vortigern wanted to kill him, and he, too, wished to deal with Vortigern as quickly as possible. 2 identical dragons could not exist in this world, one of them had to fall for the battle to end. As Asher looked up and gazed at the demonic dragon, the Knights of the Round Table were observing Asher. After all, the King Arthur they had protected for half a year was actually a white dragon just like Vortigern. This joke was not funny at all. Gawain silently covered his forehead. Since things had come to this, it was impossible to conceal it any longer. The person who could become King Arthur should be the red dragon, but now he had turned into a white dragon. This was unacceptable to these loyal individuals. Besides Gawain, Kay also sighed, covering his forehead. When Asher pulled out the Caliban, the old knight had told Kay the truth. He had known Asher's identity for a long time. Originally, he had hesitated about whether to reveal Asher's identity, but his sister complex ultimately made him decide to conceal the truth. Moreover, to dismiss all of a person's efforts simply because of his white dragon identity would be too heartless. While the Knights of the Round Table were each caught in their own dilemmas and confusion, Asher ignored their gazes. He lowered his head slightly, looking at the dazed Artoria, and whispered, "Lily, your magic should still be plentiful, right?" As Artoria looked at Asher in confusion, he flapped his wings and soared into the sky. His massive dragon body surged through the rain and above the clouds, gazing at the demonic dragon also situated above the clouds in the distance. He sighed sincerely, "No wonder Sister Morgan wouldn't kill you. Becoming this kind of monster is truly troublesome." Morgan le Fay. If it weren't for that little girl, how could you have had the chance to gain such power? You scoundrel, you scoundrel. Vortigern roared hysterically. It should have received the complete power of the white dragon, but it was forcibly stripped away, becoming an incomplete existence. But it didn't matter, there was still a chance, everything could still turn around. As long as... King Arthur, have you considered one thing? Vortigern suddenly calmed down, its voice gentle and elegant, like those high-ranking nobles holding red wine. Its previously enraged golden eyes also calmed instantly. It hadn't even remembered that not long ago, it had called Asher a bastard. What? Asher asked. You are a white dragon, and I am also a white dragon. At this point, even if we kill each other, it's meaningless. Those Knights of the Round Table already know your identity, and King Arthur, you surely can't be one anymore, Vortigern said persuasively, then why not? Cooperate. Asher didn't make a move, but asked with interest, you were just fighting to the death, wanting nothing more than to kill each other. There are no absolute enemies in this world. When the benefits are sufficient, so-called enemies can immediately become friends. Vortigern showed a gentle smile, though it didn't seem to consider that a demonic dragon, even when smiling, only exposed its sharp fangs. What's your benefit? Asher asked with interest. Sharing the throne. You and I will join forces, making Britain our own. We will have the same power. How does that sound? Vortigern chuckled. Asher, after serious consideration, nodded. I think that's quite good, that condition. Vortigern's face brightened, and his smile became even more cordial. He began, then, almost at that instant, Vortigern suddenly opened its mouth. The space around Asher seemed to tear as a result, and deep cracks opened beside him. Asher nodded, also opening his mouth. Then go die. Almost simultaneously, spatial tears erupted next to both of them, followed by bursts of black fireballs striking both sides. The bodies of the white dragon and the black dragon were instantly subjected to fierce attacks, yet neither paused, charging at each other at speeds exceeding the sound barrier. Vortigern was using words to make Asher drop his guard, and Asher was doing the same. Their powers were almost identical. In a sense, both were usurper kings, attempting to relax their enemies during battle, hoping to kill them more efficiently. But now, such petty schemes were useless. Only a brutal fight until one side fell would suffice. In this battle, whoever showed fear first would give the other an opportunity. Each attack from both sides was accompanied by rolling thunder and churning clouds. Black lights consumed each other, and torn scales regenerated with incredible regenerative abilities. This was Vortigern's confidence when it told Scáthach earlier that it didn't matter how many times she killed it. In Britain, it possessed incredible regenerative abilities. While the pain from injuries and bleeding would be difficult to bear, it could regenerate infinitely. Even severe injuries were irrelevant. But Asher was the same. He could also regenerate. Being stripped of his scales caused him severe damage, but his injuries healed immediately. The two sides tore at each other, then sprang apart. This was less a battle and more a competition of their respective recovery rates. The forest was flattened in the fight, countless cracks appeared on the ground, and lightning flashed and disappeared in the sky. The people on the ground looked up, but they couldn't see two dragons. All they could see were churning clouds and the sound of thunder. Artoria looked up at the pitch-black sky, where no figures could be seen, as if in a daze, or perhaps contemplating something. Since you can't see, how about you get some rest? Scáthach's voice came from nearby. Or are you praying to the gods, hoping they'll send down heavenly thunder, she said with a hint of teasing. Artoria shook her head. If prayers worked, the gods would have already killed the demonic dragon. It seems you're still quite calm, Scáthach showed a relieved smile, plunging her red spear into the earth, her expression solemn. Whether Vortigern can be killed depends on you, Artoria. What do you mean? Artoria asked in confusion. My apprentice just asked you something, he said. Your magic should still be plentiful, right? Scáthach said. What does that have to do with the current situation? Don't you understand yet? Scáthach made a grabbing motion towards the lance of the vanguard, and the long spear fell into her hand. Why Merlin entrusted you with this weapon, don't you understand? Artoria stared blankly at the weapon Scáthach held out to her. That weapon, which seemed to glow even in the darkness. It was the lance that shines at the end, Rhongomyniad, the anchor that tethered the stars, which Merlin had once given to her. Kay, you knew all along, didn't you? Bedivere asked Kay. That king is a white dragon, and the true red dragon is her. As he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Artoria in the distance. Kay nodded silently. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Lamorak asked loudly. If I had, would anything have changed? Kay retorted. Would King Arthur do better if it were Artoria instead? But he's a white dragon. Gawain interjected, plunging his holy sword of the sun into the ground. A rare lack of a smile adorned his face. Not just Kay, I also knew a long time ago that King Arthur was a white dragon. Everyone present was stunned. Gawain, hailed as the Knight of the Sun, had known King Arthur's identity all along. And in such a situation, he still remained by King Arthur's side. Why? Bedivere looked at Gawain in confusion. Beside him was Lancelot, barely supporting himself. The unexpected attack by the elf earlier had incapacitated him, and he was only now recovering. As the Knight of the Sun, don't you only wield your sword for the true king? Do you think he's not the true King Arthur, then? Gawain looked back at Bedivere. What measures do you think the true King Arthur would take upon taking office? Do you think if it were the Red Dragon, things would be better, that Britain would prosper? Bedivere was speechless. The other knights also fell silent. It was only a moment later that someone quietly broke the silence. What should we do? Should we continue to accept him as king, or should we deny everything he's done? Just because he's a white dragon, does that mean he's a second Vortigern? Voices rose and fell, one after another, except for Lancelot, who kept his eyes closed and remained silent. At that moment, Artoria walked towards the Knights of the Round Table. If you don't know what to do, how about you temporarily follow my orders? The previous noise suddenly quieted, and the Knights of the Round Table's gazes all fell upon the girl. Artoria. Agravain looked at the approaching Artoria, frowning. Is something wrong? Lancelot opened his eyes. You willingly gave up the sword-pulling ceremony and handed the position of King Arthur to someone else. What do you want to say now? Kay simply gazed at Artoria quietly, never uttering a sound. Every word and action of a king carries the fate of all people. I don't believe I would do better than the current King Arthur. Artoria walked up to Lancelot, meeting his gaze fixedly. "Then what do you want to say?" Lancelot asked calmly. "He is King Arthur," Artoria said again. "Now, draw your swords and help me repel the demonic dragon." Lancelot's gaze sharpened considerably. "This sword is only wielded for King Arthur, the true King Arthur." His sword pointed at Artoria. "And you are not." Lancelot's body swayed, but he exuded an astonishing aura. "That's right, I am not King Arthur," Artoria said. "The true King Arthur is currently battling Vortigern. He's a white dragon." "Look up now," she interrupted impatiently. Almost all the knights instinctively looked up at the dark sky. In the clouds, lightning flashed rapidly, and the thunder seemed to shake the heavens. Lancelot fell silent. A white dragon battling another white dragon. In such a situation, could King Arthur truly be deemed unqualified to be king? They weren't stubborn old fools, they didn't harbor such high obsession. Gazing at the silent knights, Artoria took a shallow breath, then slowly exhaled. She didn't need everyone to agree with her, but at least she needed them to acknowledge King Arthur's existence, and then help him repel the demonic dragon. Artoria grasped Lancelot's sword, which was pressed against her neck. Hot blood dripped from her palm along the sharp blade. "Artoria." Kay grabbed Artoria's arm, but the girl's slender hand firmly gripped the sword, her eyes unwavering. "I am his court attendant, a member of the Knights of the Round Table. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Are your swords merely useless decorations?" Silence enveloped the area, until a moment later, Gawain broke the silence. "What should we do?" Artoria looked at Lancelot. He sighed softly. "Tell me what to do." As the strongest knight of the Round Table, yet caught in a surprise attack that left him incapacitated, if there was a way for him to make amends in this situation, it would be wonderful. "Thank you," Artoria said sincerely. "The method is simple." She gripped Rongaminiad in her hand and raised her emerald eyes. "Round Table vote. Why are you fighting so desperately?" Vortigern hovered high in the sky, gazing at the scarred white dragon. It couldn't understand, even felt confused. Possessing the blood of the white dragon, they were both kings. Vortigern deliberately avoided Asher's attacks, but Asher launched attacks as if he didn't care about his life. Even if the injuries can heal, each recovery speed will slow down. What's the point of fighting so desperately? I can't kill you, but you can't kill me either. Vortigern no longer advanced its attack. It gazed at Asher, looking at those visibly dimmed golden eyes, and rejoiced in its heart. Asher's recovery speed was clearly inferior to Vortigern's, or rather, it was because Asher's attacks were too desperate, hurting others but hurting himself even more, which led to the current situation. Why bother? What good does this do you? Vortigern sighed, trying to shake Asher's resolve. You can't be King Arthur anymore, so what are you striving for? Even if you defeat me, you'll lose all power, and even be despised, simply because you're a white dragon. Vortigern stared at Asher's vertical pupils, slowly saying, if I were you, I would leave here now, instead of continuing to fight desperately when your recovery speed has already slowed so much. Asher suddenly smiled, not being King Arthur, isn't that even better? What? For a moment, Vortigern thought it had misheard. I said, if I can't be, that's fine too. Asher, like lightning, once again tore into Vortigern. It was that same desperate attack. Vortigern didn't know whether to feel fortunate or afraid. It couldn't understand Asher's thoughts, but it was very glad that Asher had lost his sanity and was maintaining such a fierce offensive. Although its own consumption was also great, there was a good chance it could kill Asher this way. After all, Asher's consumption was much greater than its own. Two giant dragons plummeted from the clouds, fighting fiercely in the high sky. The cold wind and fine rain swept past their bodies. Asher's sharp claws pierced Vortigern's neck, as if to crush its head, while Vortigern's massive claw plunged into the white dragon's heart. They were competing on their respective wound-healing speeds, but Asher's wounds were clearly healing much slower than Vortigern's. Even if you fight desperately, you still failed. Vortigern grinned, throwing Asher away. There was no longer any need for it to fight so desperately with its opponent, because it now had a significant advantage and could slowly wear down Asher's stamina until the end. But as Asher was thrown out, Vortigern suddenly felt its heart pounding violently, its blood boiling. Asher had just spoken one word. Death. The demonic dragon's wound healing was instantly restricted. The divine word of death, Geis, sounded from the god's mouth. The mid-air around Asher became a dead zone. Whenever Vortigern's wound worsened, it immediately tore open again. Asher spoke again. Die. Each utterance added to Asher's injuries, but Vortigern suffered even more severe damage. A scorching light quietly dissolved Vortigern's body, and partially melted liquid splashed down from high in the sky. Madman, you madman. Vortigern turned around in disbelief, trying to escape, but was caught by Asher by the wing. He flung Vortigern to the other side, and at the same time retreated. Vortigern was puzzled by Asher's actions, but it quickly felt a sense of impending death. Although it heard no sound, it could feel a dazzling light. It instinctively looked down. On the ground, the golden-haired girl tightly clutched Rongaminiad. The knights of the Round Table knelt around her. Countless golden specks of light gathered around her. The next moment, she opened her eyes. Brilliant golden, bright as day. At this moment, Artoria was breathtakingly beautiful. Boom. That's... Vortigern's eyes suddenly widened. It flapped its wings, wanting to leave, but a red spear from the ground struck its chest. It tried to move but found itself completely unable. Balg alternative. A second red spear, with a blazing light, struck, followed by a golden pillar of light erupting. Holy spear. Artoria raised the holy spear, looking up at the black giant dragon in the clouds. Anchor away. A roar seemed to echo in the air, and the ground seemed to tremble. In Artoria's golden eyes, sparks flew as if from forging iron. She tightly gripped the holy spear. The lance that shines at the end. The golden pillar of light seemed to pierce through the darkness, parting the dark clouds. The black dragon roared in the light pillar, struggling in despair, but finally, even its voice completely vanished, and it fell powerlessly. Asher also landed on the ground. His body had returned to human form, but he didn't even have the strength to move a single finger. Damn it, you bastards, I'll definitely have my revenge. Vortigern said weakly. Are you still saying such things at this point, Vortigern? Artoria looked at the dying black dragon and pointed the lance of the vanguard at Vortigern. Do you really think it's over? I haven't failed yet. Vortigern roared with its remaining strength. What are you waiting for? Have you forgotten your oath? Artoria was stunned. Did Vortigern have allies? And would they come to help it now? Who could it be? Footsteps approached from a distance, very familiar footsteps. The sound of high heels. Asher smelled a very familiar fragrance. He couldn't help but open his nearly closed eyes. A woman wearing a blue crown appeared in his vision, her platinum blonde hair gently swaying in the wind, her exquisite face showing a cold expression. Morgan. Sister. Asher stared blankly at the woman standing beside the demonic dragon. She raised her palm towards Vortigern. In less than a second, the black dragon's body began to dissolve into liquid. An invisible sound of laughter echoed in the air. This favor, I won't forget, Morgan. No, it should be the goddess of death. Vortigern's voice disappeared, but Asher soon felt a strong sense of dizziness, his vision gradually becoming blurry, until finally, everything went dark. Sister, what did you do? Artoria looked at Morgan le Fay in confusion. Scáthach also took a deep look at Morgan. It seemed Morgan le Fay had been hiding in the shadows all along, then. What did you do? Lancelot asked. Is there a need to tell you? Morgan coldly glanced at Lancelot. Sister, I also want to know, where is Vortigern now? Artoria quickly followed up, her gaze fixed on Morgan le Fay's eyes. Vortigern's consciousness is now in Asher's body, Morgan said plainly. Vortigern is in Asher's body. She looked up in disbelief. Why? You'll see, Morgan said, taking out a sword. No, to be precise, it was just a scabbard. Sword in the lake. Scáthach looked at Morgan's face. It seems you know something. Wasn't that sword stolen? It was stolen by someone, Morgan said coldly. Stolen by Vivian herself. Vivian. Vivian was just lying to us, Morgan snorted. If it weren't for the truth serum, she probably would have kept us in the dark until now. At this moment, in a certain room, Vivian, with black twin pigtails, had her hands cuffed, her eyes blindfolded with a black cloth, her stocking-clad legs tied with ropes, and a stocking stuffed in her mouth. She tried to make muffled sounds but couldn't speak. Chapter 250, sorry, I'm vile. Fire you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available Fire. You mean Asher defeated Vortigern all by himself? Scotty looked up at Scáthach, frowning slightly. You know your disciple's strength better than I do. I also confirmed Vortigern's power when he became the magic dragon. A being of that caliber absolutely cannot be killed by a mere human. He dealt with Vortigern while he was still human, and after that, he used a word of power called death to restrict Vortigern's recovery speed, Scáthach said softly. Word of power of death. Scotty repeated, then shook her head. Even so, I still find it hard to believe that a boy under 17 could unleash a word of power of death capable of restricting a magic dragon's recovery speed. Scáthach suddenly smiled. Strength isn't determined by age. Otherwise, wouldn't the older one gets, the stronger one becomes. Ugh. Scotty raised her somewhat displeased eyes. It's easy for you to say, damaging the enemy 1,000, damaging yourself 800, so lightly. I don't actually particularly care, Scáthach shrugged. After all, her disciple wouldn't care about her age. And isn't there a saying? The longer the wine is stored, the more fragrant it becomes. Scotty walked to the window. After a moment of silence, she said, that last magic dragon was dealt with by Lily, wasn't it? If you must say, it died after being severely wounded by me and my disciple, and then took a direct light cannon from Lily. Scáthach paused slightly. No, it wasn't even dead then. Killed by Morgan's machinations, wasn't it? Scotty leaned against the wall, arms crossed, sighing with a tsk. That goddess's cunning is truly deep. Deceiving Vortigern, even going so far as to make a vow to feign cooperation with him, until in the end, he transferred all the White Dragon's power to Asher, wanting to occupy Asher's body, but unexpectedly being dealt with by an unknown deity. Morgan was not only ruthless to her enemies but also to her own people. Fortunately, the scabbard entering Asher's body was accelerating the healing of his injuries. By the way, it's been almost 3 days already, and Asher still hasn't woken up. Scotty suddenly asked. Not yet, Scáthach shook her head. I find this a bit strange too. Logically, after Morgan gave Asher the scabbard of the Caliban, his injury should have been healing very quickly, especially since he was now truly the White Dragon. But it had been 3 days already, and according to Scáthach's estimate, Asher should have woken up in less than 2 days. Scotty frowned tightly, murmuring, did something happen after Vortigern's consciousness entered Asher's body? Or did the word of power of death he released exceed his own limits? You seem very concerned about my disciple. Scáthach raised her eyes. Scotty paused slightly, then lightly coughed. Of course, but don't misunderstand, I don't care about him, but about that deity. That deceased deity. Scáthach repeated. Haven't you still confirmed the identity of that deity? It's basically confirmed, Scotty spread her hands. The omnipresent authority, the word of power of death, and the surging magic power. Besides that God King, I can't think of any other deity. Do you mind if I take some blood now? Scotty then asked. Are you so eager to confirm my disciple's identity? Scáthach said slowly. A little blood is fine, but do you know a way to prove his identity? After your disciple left, I met a fellow with a wounded shoulder in Camelot Castle, so I just happened to bring him back, Scotty said. Turns out, by coincidence, it's the druid your disciple drove off. Scáthach let out a wry laugh. That really is a coincidence. If you don't mind, I'll come to the room with you too, and see if my disciple is awake. Just happen to, not because I want to see him. Based on what my disciple used to tell me, if I were Tsundra, I'd speak in that way. Scáthach gave Scotty a meaningful glance. His face is so cold, almost like it has no warmth. Artoria reached out her hand and placed it on Asher's face, then pressed the back of her slender hand against his cheek. Don't worry, with the scabbard, he'll be fine. Another woman's voice came from nearby. She stood by the window with her arms crossed, her gaze fixed on the unconscious boy lying on the bed, then quietly shifted it away. Royal sister, did you calculate everything from the start? Artoria turned to Morgan le Fay. I'm not a god. Oh, I guess I am a god, Morgan smiled helplessly. However, even a god can't predict how things will unfold. For example, Vivian deceiving me. I truly didn't expect that. Moreover, if I had calculated everything, you wouldn't have been hurt either. Morgan walked behind Artoria and lightly patted her head. I wasn't badly hurt, Artoria turned back to look at Asher. But he suffered a lot of injuries. I know, Morgan sighed softly. But if I didn't do this, it would have been impossible to trick Vortigern, and even more impossible to make him transfer the remaining authority of the White Dragon to Ash. Using everything that could be used, placing everything on the chessboard, playing with people's hearts, that was the witch. You continue to look after him. I have some matters to attend to. Morgan le Fay started to leave the room. Where are you going, royal sister? Artoria couldn't help but turn to look. Vivian sighed. I still have some things to interrogate her about. Morgan stopped. Let me know when he wakes up. With that, Morgan le Fay left the room. Artoria's fingers traced Asher's face, her fingertips finally touching his lips. How much longer until he wakes up? Artoria murmured to herself. Even if I did something now, no one would see, right? This thought suddenly flashed through her mind. No, that's completely inappropriate. An honorable knight would not do such a vulgar thing. This is basic gentleman's etiquette. Yes, gentleman's etiquette, but Artoria was not a gentleman. Thump thump. A knock came from outside the door, and then the door opened. What are you doing? Scáthach asked in confusion. Artoria's forehead was pressed against Asher's forehead. Under the gazes of two beautiful girls, Artoria expressionlessly returned to her seat. Helping to take his temperature, her tone was quite flat. I see, Scáthach observed the room. Didn't what hack come over? She guarded his bedside all night last night, so I told her to go rest first, Artoria said. Princess Guinevere is helping with government affairs in the office. I'll have to go there soon too. Scáthach nodded slightly, then turned to Scotty and said. Don't take too much blood. I know. Scotty stepped forward towards Asher, observed him for a moment, then softly mumbled, it seems he's generally fine now. Artoria stared at Scotty's action of taking blood, asking in confusion, what are you doing? Confirming his identity. As Scotty spoke, she poured the blood into a small vial, then began drawing some kind of magic circle on the floor. Ash's identity. Artoria recalled Vortigern's hysterical roar at the time. Morgan had also dared to confidently place Vortigern's consciousness inside Asher's body because she was certain Vortigern couldn't pose a threat to Asher. In other words, was there really something living inside Ash's body? If this thing woke up, would Ash still be Ash? Artoria couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, what's inside him won't awaken. Besides, a deceased being, even a god, can't be resurrected, Scotty said with a faint smile, lifting the magic circle. The magic circle drawn on the ground glowed, and Scotty's red eyes reflected a hopeful color. Come, let me see you one last time. Accompanied by a soft white light, a phantom appeared in the room. Scotty slowly raised her head, her gaze fixed on the man whose face was unclear. Neither Artoria nor Scáthach were seeing this phantom for the first time, so they weren't particularly surprised. However, when the woman beside her remained completely still, Scáthach finally couldn't help but turn to Scotty. What's wrong with you? Scotty stared blankly at the phantom that was gradually disappearing, murmuring, it's not him. It's actually not him. Scotty took half a step back, muttering distractedly. How is that possible? Why is this happening? She looked at the completely vanished phantom before her, took another half step back, turned around, and rushed out of the room. Scáthach shook her head, and to Artoria, who was about to speak, she said, let her calm down by herself. Artoria fell silent. Lily, you've taken care of Ash all day and you're tired. Go rest a bit. I'll take care of things here, Scáthach looked at Artoria. I'm fine, Artoria shook her head. It's not about being fine. Scáthach looked quite helpless. Did she have to be more direct, I want to be alone with my disciple for a while? Did it really have to go that far? Go on, you'll have to go to the political affairs office soon, right? Scáthach said again. During Asher's unconsciousness, someone needed to act as an acting king to handle important government affairs. Although Artoria didn't have that much power, as a member of the Knights of the Round Table, she still had considerable influence. Basically, any meeting votes she proposed were rarely opposed by the Knights of the Round Table. Artoria took one last look at Asher, then nodded gently. Then I'll leave him to you for now, Shishou. Go on, Scáthach said with a smile. Seeing Artoria still standing there, looking somewhat uneasy, Scáthach sighed helplessly. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I'm not the type to take advantage of someone when they're vulnerable. It was nothing more than fear that she would do something while Ash was unconscious, but she was an upright queen. As the super upright queen of the Land of Shadows, how could she take advantage of someone when they were vulnerable? Artoria looked at Scáthach with some shame, then silently turned and left the room, thinking to herself, sorry. I am. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 251, Sleeping Bow, Tie. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available Fire. By the time Artoria finished handling a day's worth of government affairs, the sun had already set. She didn't go to rest, but instead went directly to Asher's room after leaving the office. So I told you, I don't know either. The scabbard is definitely real, I swear by Merlin's integrity that I didn't lie to you. I really didn't lie to you. Don't you trust me if you don't trust Merlin? Can you believe him? Morgan's cold voice sounded. Is Ash still not awake? Artoria looked at Asher, who was still unconscious on the bed, frowning slightly. Logically, his injury should have completely healed by now, right? I've confirmed it. His superficial injuries have basically recovered, but I don't know why he's still not awake. Morgan looked at Vivian in front of her. That's why I'm suspecting if there's something wrong with the scabbard. Vivian pouted aggrievedly, gently shaking her twin tails that reached her calves. I said it, the scabbard is definitely real. Besides, how could Avalon possibly be faked? If even the Caliban can be faked, faking a scabbard isn't impossible either, Morgan said coldly, staring at Vivian. You don't trust me that much. You've lied to me more than once, Morgan replied coldly. If it can heal my disciples' injuries, I think it should be real. Scáthach glanced at Vivian. Besides, she gave you that scabbard after drinking truth serum. You should have confirmed whether the scabbard was real after that, right? Morgan was silent. She certainly knew the scabbard was real, but this still couldn't convince her. His injuries had clearly completely healed, yet there was still no sign of him waking up. Why? Could it be that he doesn't want to wake up himself? Artoria murmured softly to herself. How could that be? How could Ash not want to wake up? Scáthach immediately shook her head, refuting the idea. Trapped in a dream by that old pervert Merlin, unable to wake up. Could that be it? Morgan asked thoughtfully. Let's go see Merlin later, Scáthach said. But I don't think it's very likely. Perhaps it's internal damage, like mental trauma that hasn't fully recovered yet. Maybe some kind of ritual is needed to wake him up, like giving him a kiss or something, Scáthach suddenly said. No, how could that possibly be? A kiss can wake him up. What kind of strange magic is that? Vivian waved her hand, complaining somewhat speechlessly, then looked at the few people in the room. Although everyone's ideas had just been immediately denied by the others, now there was no sound in the room. You guys don't actually think this method is feasible, do you? Vivian blinked. Then let's temporarily classify it as a possibility, Scáthach scribbled on the table, then looked up. Does anyone else have anything to say? No one spoke again. Then let's wait 2 more days, Scáthach said. If it really doesn't work, we'll have to take some action. Whose turn is it tonight? Morgan asked. During the 2 days Asher was unconscious, one person guarded his bedside every half-day, and tonight would be the same. Artoria raised her hand, her emerald eyes scanning those present, and said, Everyone, please go rest. I'll take care of him tonight. Are you really okay? You just recovered from a serious illness. If you can't, it's fine for someone else to take your place, Morgan said with concern. Yeah, Lily, it'd be so nice if you slept with me tonight. Scáthach hugged Artoria's arm, gently rubbing her cheek against it, like a clingy cat. No need, Artoria simply shook her head and said seriously, this is my duty as the king's court steward. There's nothing wrong with my body. Please feel free to entrust Ash to me. Although it's a shame we can't sleep together tonight, I'm relieved if Ash is being looked after by Lily, Scáthach said with a giggle. Then, she sighed again, if only Guinevere were here. Guinevere's body was too frail compared to those present. Asher's battle with Vortigern that day, even just the aftershocks of the battle, had caused her some injuries. Although the injuries had healed, she still needed to rest. Otherwise, she would probably be more suitable to care for Asher. After all, among the people in the room, one was the goddess of death. Forget taking care of people, she'd probably be more skilled at killing. As for the queen of the land of shadows, there was no need to mention her, she was a battle maniac before and completely out of place when it came to caring for others. And Scáthach was someone who couldn't sit still. It seemed she secretly burrowed into Asher's bed in the middle of the night yesterday and slept soundly with him. As for Artoria, she had spent her childhood in training, so it was naturally impossible for her to know how to care for people. I can take good care of him too, Artoria heard Scáthach's meaning and frowned in displeasure. Since Artoria had said this much, the others naturally didn't say anything more, only reminding her before leaving that if Asher woke up, she should inform them, and then they left the room. After watching the group leave, the lively room returned to silence. Artoria silently gazed at Asher. She thought about what had happened in the past 2 days. The Knights of the Round Table had accepted things faster than expected. She didn't know if Morgan had secretly done her homework, or if they themselves had good receptiveness. In any case, everything was proceeding as usual, and Britain would probably get better and better. It was as if Asher's presence didn't matter. Everyone had accepted her so frankly, but this made her feel even more afraid. Artoria wasn't afraid of becoming the acting king, nor was she afraid of not doing well with these government affairs. She was just afraid that Asher would suddenly disappear. Just thinking about it made her feel terrified. So, she reached out, pushed aside Asher's bangs, and then lightly kissed his forehead. Only then could she feel that Asher was truly there. Everyone thought Artoria was an honorable knight, some even said she didn't understand others' inner thoughts. Perhaps that was truly the case, but in fact, she wasn't honorable at all. Because he had said, honesty in life and in government affairs can be separated. In other words, for the things you like, you should do what you want to do. It could probably be understood this way, probably. Artoria gently rested her forehead on Asher's chest and whispered, "Wake up quickly, Ash." Or was it truly like Scáthach had just said, that he would only wake up after a kiss? Artoria's gaze lingered on Asher's lips for a moment. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 252, Chapter 252, Disrespecting the Divine. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. It's over, am I going to become a heroic spirit? Asher looked at the pitch-black world before him, lost in deep thought. He only remembered that after uttering die twice consecutively during his battle with Vortigern, his mind fell into chaos, and then he saw Morgan. She seemed to have some kind of cooperation with Vortigern. After that, he remembered nothing at all. Was he killed? No. Morgan wouldn't do that. Asher was convinced of this from the bottom of his heart. So, was he just simply too tired? Right, after all, Shishou was there, and Sister Morgan was there. His real body should still be salvageable. It seems that he's currently dreaming. What is that? Asher suddenly noticed a figure appearing in the deep darkness ahead. He slowly walked forward, and soon the figure came into view. A very familiar back, at least to Asher. Dressed in a black robe, with a raven perched on his left shoulder and a golden crow on his right, the man tilted his head slightly to look at Asher. A pair of deep eyes peeked out from under the black robe, giving a profound sense of falling into an abyss just by looking at them. He slowly spoke, "When you see a god, why do you not kneel?" "I've seen you before," Asher said. "Are you the one Scotty is looking for?" "I am." His voice was filled with majesty, giving off a sacred feeling that made one instinctively want to prostrate oneself just by looking at him. He spoke again. "Why do you not kneel?" Asher scratched his head. "I don't believe in gods." Perhaps feeling that speaking to a god like this was impolite, and not wanting to anger him, Asher thought for a moment and continued, "Besides, you've been in my body for so long, just consider it your rent for staying there." The god's brow arched slightly, seemingly smiling. His figure was like a bubble, as if it could dissipate at any moment. He extended his hand, "Come over here." "What for?" Asher watched him warily. "Are you still afraid I'll do something to you?" The god let out a wry chuckle, shaking his head. "Come, child, I won't do anything. Gods do not lie. Sister Morgan has lied to me many times." Asher said. "By the way, is this a dream? Or am I awake now?" Asher looked around. It was still a vast darkness. The only thing he could see was the god in front of him. He stood with his hands behind his back, his figure towering, like a king of gods overlooking the world. But for some reason, Asher felt no awe, only a sense of familiarity, as if an old friend he hadn't seen in years had finally reappeared. This was probably because he had been guiding the other's magical energy for his own use. "This is a dream," the god said, looking at Asher with a smile in his eyes, "but also not a dream." "Asher? ? "I don't understand," Asher said. "Can you guarantee that your past experiences weren't a dream, and this is the true reality?" the god continued. "This is a dream, right?" Asher looked around and asked. "Why are you so sure?" the god smiled. "Don't you dislike being King Arthur?" Asher was stunned. "How do you know? Is every god these days a mind reader?" "I am a god," the god said again. "Gods are omniscient and omnipotent. But actually, I'm quite happy being King Arthur," Asher said. The god played with a black and white orb of light in his hand. The orb emitted a faint glow, like a living thing, seemingly throbbing slowly. He raised his eyes. "Your identity as the White Dragon has been discovered. Perhaps you'll face questioning from your subordinates later. You must feel tired, right? Being tired doesn't mean I dislike King Arthur. Although I've always felt that being King Arthur or not is the same," Asher shook his head. "But I don't dislike being King Arthur. This kingship makes you tired, and you even foresee facing doubts from others after you wake up, yet you still don't dislike this throne," the god asked with interest. Asher nodded. "Why? You're not a fish, how would you know the joy of a fish? In short, you think I'm unhappy, but I'm actually very happy. You only see the first layer, but I'm actually on the 5th layer." Asher's words basically meant this. The god was slightly speechless, then smiled and shook his head, raising a finger. Asher only felt his body suddenly become light, and then, slowly floated to stand before the god. The god extended his hand, placing the orb of light in front of Asher. The orb was half black and half white, the black and white lights always separated. It pulsed slowly, like a heart. "What is this?" Asher asked instinctively. "Your prize, or rather, what the goddess of death painstakingly wanted to give you," the god said. "This is a dream, right?" Asher asked instinctively. "Even getting a prize in a dream would be useless, right?" "I said," the god revealed a gentle smile, "how do you know if this is a dream or not?" The orb of light merged. Into Asher's body. What exactly is this? Asher frowned and asked. Dragon factor, you can call it a magic core, the god said. Or, a white dragon core. White dragon. Asher was stunned. Then why is there black light? I added some seasoning, the god said with a smile. Why does that sound like something edible? And now, it's time to settle our recent score, the god said after explaining, a mischievous expression suddenly appearing on his face. Huh. As Asher looked up, the god flicked Asher's forehead with his finger, sending him flying backward. This is the price for disrespecting a god. After hearing the god's last words, Asher felt an intense headache. He cursed the god silently for being so petty, then suddenly felt his vision go black. When Asher opened his eyes again, a forest appeared before him. A lush, green forest. Asher frowned slightly. Is this a double dream? Was that just a dream? Recalling what the god had given him earlier, Asher tried to feel the changes in his body. He took a deep breath, and magic immediately filled his body. This was the power of a true white dragon, the white dragon core, the power once wielded by Vortigern. With just one breath, abundant magic would immediately be unleashed. By the way, was that person Odin just now? Asher recalled the men he had seen earlier, that sacred feeling, and his attire. It must have been Odin, the great god. Is Odin dead or alive? Since he can talk to me, he must not be dead yet, right? As Asher thought this, a sword banner suddenly pierced through his left shoulder with a whooshing sound from afar. A sharp pain shot through him, and Asher stumbled and fell to the ground, but his mood was calm. After all, it was just a dream. Not only was he calm, he was even thinking to himself, U, did you hear me, U. Why am I having such nightmares? Can't I have some good dreams? Like, in reality, I'm lying in a hospital bed, and a beautiful girl is sitting by my side taking care of me. Maybe she'd lean in and kiss me out of nostalgia or something. By the way, will I wake up and find that I've been asleep for 2 or 3 years? Asher suddenly thought for no reason. And then, when I wake up, I'll have a daughter or son. If he had kids, he'd have to consider names, right? If it's a girl, Modred would be nice. If it's a boy, just something simple, like Redmod. I'm sorry. I don't know if you're an enemy or not. This is the safest thing to do. A cold, clear voice came from a distance, and footsteps slowly approached. Asher snapped out of his fantasy and slowly looked up. A silver-haired woman was approaching him. She held a banner, and a cruel, sadistic smile played on her face. Her golden eyes glinted with cold, murderous intent. Lily? Asher asked instinctively. She looked really like Artoria, a corrupted Artoria. What foolishness are you speaking? The woman frowned slightly. Never mind, let me send you on your way. She raised the banner spear in her hand. At that moment, another rushing sound came from the distance. The woman quickly retreated, her gaze fixed on the approaching army and the golden-haired girl leading them. Her long hair was tied into a braid. She stepped forward and walked beside Asher, raising the banner spear in her hand. This is as far as you go. You are not to harm innocent people anymore. Lily? Asher asked again. Why do both of these people look so much like Lily? The girl turned to Asher and smiled, a smile full of holiness. You've mistaken me for someone else. My name is Jean d'Arc. I'm sorry I couldn't save you sooner. It's fine, but I think I can still be saved, Asher said. How could a white dragon possibly die from a single stab? Moreover, the injury was only on his shoulder. And even if he really died, it was just a dream. You. Jean showed a surprised expression, then looked down at the gradually healing wound on Asher's left shoulder, her eyes widening. You are the white dragon. Asher nodded blankly. Although he didn't quite understand what she meant, he was indeed the white dragon. Jean's eyes lit up little by little as she looked at Asher, her voice filled with delight. This must be the Lord's revelation, for us to meet like this. This dream is getting crazier and crazier, Asher muttered. I'll explain everything to you later, but now I must take you away, Jean declared, raising the banner in her hand with resolute determination. Then, Asher heard the clash of swords, as if the two sides had engaged in battle. What is going on? I couldn't have transmigrated again, could I? Asher stared blankly at the scene before him. At that moment, someone silently approached Asher from behind. A long sword slashed down before his eyes, and Asher's vision suddenly went black, completely plunging into darkness. No. He last heard a girl's cry of sorrow, followed by a faint scent, and the soft touch on his cheek. So soft, it could only be a chest. In a daze, Asher's consciousness completely vanished. Asher abruptly threw off the covers and sat straight up, breathing heavily. He turned to look beside him. Outside the window, stars hung low over the plain. The night was so quiet, and the room was silent. "You're awake." A cool yet gentle voice came from beside him, breaking the silence. Asher turned to look. Long golden hair, a very mature figure, and a white dress. A relieved smile appeared on her face. Under the moonlight, she looked full of sacredness, yet also gave off a somewhat suggestive feeling, the reason being that her white dress couldn't conceal her overly developed chest. "Jean?" Asher asked instinctively. Artoria's smile slowly vanished from her face. "No, you're not Jean." Asher rubbed his forehead, shook his head vigorously, then looked up again. "Could it be Lily?" Artoria nodded expressionlessly. "That's not right, is it? How could Lily look like that?" Asher scanned Artoria's body up and down, then paused for a moment on her ample chest, then shook his head vigorously, mumbling, "I must be dreaming, I must be dreaming." He hadn't expected it to be a triple dream. But as he shook his head, Asher soon felt a chill. His body stiffened slightly, and he looked up. "Who is Jean?" Artoria asked, her eyes devoid of emotion as she gazed at Asher. Her tone was flat, yet subtly tinged with a coldness. "Sorry, it was just a dream I had." "I was confused from sleep," Asher said with a smile, shaking his head. "By the way, how long have I been unconscious?" 3 years, Artoria said expressionlessly, still seeming displeased that Asher had mistaken her for another woman. "Is that so? I slept for 3 years." 3 years. Asher was stunned. He abruptly looked up at Artoria, grabbing her shoulders. "How long did you say I slept?" Artoria quietly lowered her gaze, a blush appearing on her delicate face. She softly said, "I was just teasing you, you only slept for 3 days. You developed this well in 3 days?" Asher asked, somewhat incredulously. "Are you Morgan, Lily? What are you even saying?" "I'm going to get angry if you keep this up, Ash," Artoria said, raising her eyes to Asher with displeasure. "I'm complimenting you." As Asher spoke, his gaze shifted to Artoria's face, then swept downwards. She was still wearing a white dress, but the overly mature figure from before had disappeared. This is the normal Lily, after all. So what was that earlier? Future Lily? Or did I just imagine it? Asher rubbed his eyes, then asked, "Where's my Shishou?" "It's the middle of the night, so of course she's resting," Artoria said, waving Asher's hand away. "Isn't it enough for me to take care of you?" "No, I didn't mean that. I was just asking." Asher tried to stretch his limbs, but immediately felt a sharp pain. The pain came from his left shoulder. Asher was stunned, then turned to look at his left shoulder. Blood was seeping from his left shoulder. His left shoulder, which had partially healed, had reopened its wound due to his recent movement. "What's wrong?" Artoria asked, then followed Asher's gaze. "Your injury hasn't healed yet." Artoria immediately stood up. "We must bandage it." Asher watched Artoria busily searching for bandages, covering his left shoulder, and muttering to himself, could it be that what happened earlier wasn't a dream? Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, Dreaming of a Butterfly. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Do you want some water? After bandaging Asher's wound, Artoria placed a cup of water by the bed. Thanks, Asher said after taking a sip. "Are you hungry?" "Huh." I said, "Are you hungry now?" Artoria frowned, then reached out and placed her hand on Asher's forehead. She muttered to herself, could it be an after effect of the previous battle? "You can't even understand what I'm saying." "My brain's fine," Asher said helplessly. He just thought it was a bit strange. When did Lily become so good at taking care of people? First bandaging, then pouring water, and now asking if he's hungry. Or rather. Asher reached out and placed his hand on Artoria's forehead. She didn't seem to have a fever, so she should be fine. "What are you doing?" Artoria asked strangely. "Just checking your temperature, don't worry about it," Asher waved his hand. "I'm not sick," Artoria said, noticing Asher's subtle expression, a little displeased. "If you're hungry, I'll go prepare some food for you." "You made it yourself?" Asher asked tentatively. Artoria nodded. "Never mind, I'm not particularly hungry." Artoria. "I really want to slap his injured shoulder." "Just kidding," to lighten the mood, Asher coughed, feeling Lily's displeased gaze, and then asked seriously, has anything happened these past few days while I was unconscious? For example, how did the Knights of the Round Table, who now knew the truth, view him? Although he didn't care much about the throne, Asher was still quite concerned about this. Artoria put away her displeasure and sat up slightly. The affairs of state are being handled by the Knights of the Round Table, so there are no problems. You can rest assured and recover. Perhaps sensing Asher's worries, she continued, it won't be easy for them to accept your identity so quickly, but don't worry, it's not entirely moving in a bad direction. What about the situation with the foreign races? Asher asked. They are completely under supervision. When Vortigern attacked the Leodegrans' territory that night, he also sent people to invade the territories of several other kings, which probably gave the kings a considerable sense of crisis. Now it's much easier to discuss things with them. Asher nodded slightly, then smiled, you seem to handle these matters much better than I do, Lily. This way, even if I'm not here in the future, I can rest assured. Not here. Artoria raised her eyes and gazed into Asher's eyes. At this point, you're not still thinking of leaving, are you? If the Knights of the Round Table eventually decide you're better suited to be King Arthur, I'll hand the throne over to you, Asher said. With Sister Morgan around, there shouldn't be any problems. And you, she pressed relentlessly. I should return to the Land of Shadows. Noticing Artoria's expression instantly stiffen, Asher could probably guess her thoughts and quickly added, don't worry, even when I was in the Land of Shadows, I could cross mountains and rivers to see you every day. It's even easier now. If that day truly comes, Artoria lowered her gaze, I will confine you to Britain. Why does that sound like she's not joking? Looking at Artoria's serious expression, Asher felt an inexplicable chill. He could tell that Lily really wasn't joking. A very ill-timed growl came from Artoria's stomach in the room. You're hungry. Asher looked at Artoria. Artoria's cheeks instantly flushed. Feeling Asher's gaze, she whispered. Just a little bit. It was understandable. After all, Artoria had been guarding Asher's room since the evening. The Ahogchan, who was known for being able to empty the national treasury, hadn't eaten all night. This was quite a serious matter. I'm fine here. Go get something to eat, Lily, Asher said with a chuckle. Normally, a serious Artoria was very attractive, but occasionally, like now, a girl who blushed because she was hungry was quite cute too. As for the overly mature Lily he had seen when he was half asleep, well, she seemed pretty good too. I'll stay here, Artoria just shook her head, with no intention of leaving. Knowing he couldn't convince her, Asher didn't bother trying anymore, nodding slightly. If you can endure it, it's fine. Anyway, eating in the middle of the night isn't good. Are you going to find your Shishou? Artoria asked. Although Scáthach and the others hadn't shown too much concern these past few days, anyone with eyes could tell that Scáthach really cared about her disciple. The reason was her increasingly violent attacks during spars with the Knights of the Round Table due to frustration, which was undoubtedly her way of venting her inner gloom. If she knew Asher was awake, Scáthach would surely rush over immediately. Asher shook his head and said, let's wait until tomorrow. Shishou and the others are probably resting now. As he said this, Asher glanced at Artoria. A hint of unconcealed fatigue showed on her delicate face. You haven't been sleeping all night and just guarding my room, have you? Asher couldn't help but ask. Artoria didn't speak, essentially confirming it. Asher sighed in admiration. You really touch me. Artoria looked up in surprise. Ash would actually say something like that. To endure losing out on proper growth and stay up all night taking care of me, that spirit is commendable, Asher said. This way, I'll always be taller than you. Artoria was stunned, looking at Asher. Asher was meeting her gaze. The next moment, Artoria extended an index finger and poked Asher's shoulder. Hiss. The sudden pain made Asher's body involuntarily flinch. He gasped, quickly raising his other hand to stop Artoria's finger from poking his shoulder again. I'm sorry, don't touch there again. Artoria then retracted her hand and said expressionlessly, your injury hasn't healed yet, so I'll continue to handle the affairs of state these next few days. You should rest well. Asher nodded gently, lay back down, then glanced at the girl quietly sitting in the chair, and tentatively asked, why don't you sleep here too? Artoria shook her head, her attitude firm, I can't sleep with a patient. My illness is long gone, Asher muttered, subconsciously glancing at his injured shoulder. This injury was probably from fighting Vortigern. After all, in that situation, he simply couldn't afford to pay attention to any minor injuries. No matter what, he couldn't believe this injury was caused by the dream he just had. By the way, what was I dreaming about? Asher suddenly wondered as he lay in bed. It seemed he dreamed of a girl. What was her name? Never mind, I won't think about it. That's how dreams are. When you wake up, you might remember a little bit, but as time passes, no matter how hard you try to recall, You won't be able to remember what happened in that dream or who you met. A soft touch suddenly came from beside him, pulling Asher back to reality. Turning his head, Artoria had somehow slipped into the bed. Perhaps sensing Asher's gaze, she said in as calm a tone as possible, "Although I can't sleep with a patient, it's fine as long as I don't fall asleep." This explanation sounded a bit forced, but Asher just smiled and didn't expose her. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but he was afraid this Ahok-chan would poke his injured shoulder again with her finger. It really hurt like hell. But now, the wound seemed to have recovered a lot. Is my recovery ability this strong? As these random thoughts filled his mind, his vision once again became blurry. Asher soon felt a wave of sleepiness, and then, he didn't even know when he fell asleep. When Asher opened his eyes again, he saw the surrounding trees and the girl walking in front of him, carrying him on her back. Asher was a bit bewildered. This dream can continue further. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 254, Chapter 254, I really didn't think that much. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher felt utterly bewildered. It seemed he was dreaming again, and it was a continuation of a previous dream. The scent of hair tickled his nose, a young girl was carrying him on her back. He turned his head to look around. A forest came into view. At that moment, things he had forgotten in reality, and the name of that girl, now appeared in Asher's mind. Asher looked at the golden-haired girl carrying him deeper into the forest and tentatively asked, "Jean, are you awake?" The golden-haired girl tilted her head slightly to look at him, continuing to step forward with difficulty. What exactly is going on? Asher was a bit confused. If he hadn't just seen Lily in reality, he would even suspect that he had actually transmigrated. Jean didn't look back this time, just kept walking forward, saying, "It's very dangerous now. I'll explain the specific situation later. We must find a place to hide. The enemy is surely still pursuing us. Why don't you put me down?" Asher tried to say. "My injuries are fine now." Asher's shoulder injury had indeed mostly healed. The White Dragon's super strong recovery ability, combined with the scabbard of the Caliban, made his recovery power impeccable. Just before falling asleep, he felt the wound on his shoulder was almost completely healed. However, he felt that this girl, like Lily, was probably a bit stubborn, so Asher said again, "Carrying me like this uses up too much stamina. If there are still enemy troops pursuing us, it's better to conserve your strength, right?" This was, of course, a lie. Asher hadn't considered that much at all. He just felt it was too embarrassing to be carried by a girl, even in a dream. He couldn't be tough with Scáthach and Morgan in reality, so why couldn't he be tough in a dream? "Are you really okay?" Jean asked doubtfully. Asher nodded, "My injuries have basically recovered." Jean turned to observe Asher for a few moments, her gaze lingering on his injured shoulder for a while before she finally relaxed and set him down. It wasn't until his feet touched the ground that Asher felt much more stable. He observed the girl in front of him for a few moments. She really looked incredibly similar to Lily. If it weren't for the vast difference in their bust size, he probably wouldn't have recognized her. Recalling Jean's earlier question, Asher couldn't help but ask, "Do you know me?" Jean nodded gently, "I have been waiting for your arrival, White Dragon." "Asher, ? You know me?" Asher asked in confusion. Of course, all of this is the Lord's revelation. A rare hint of excitement appeared on Jean's face. "The Lord told me that I would find the Savior in this forest." "Simply put, you dreamed of me?" Asher asked. "How did you know?" "I can only think that way." "It's not like your Lord personally descended to tell you," Asher said casually. Although he said it so casually, Asher was actually very confused at this moment. Was this really a dream? If it was a dream, it was a little too real. But if it wasn't a dream, why was he here now? Also, at that time in the dream, his shoulder was indeed ambushed and injured, and after that, his real self also found a wound in the same spot. It couldn't be Odin's doing, could it? He shouldn't have such powerful abilities. "What do you need me for?" Asher asked. Jean looked troubled. She was about to speak when, suddenly, a roar of a giant dragon echoed from a distance. "Oh no, we've been discovered, we must leave here quickly." Jean's expression changed, and she drew her sword. But before they could retreat, the shadow of the giant dragon had already loomed over them. "What is this again?" Asher looked up at the giant dragon that had descended before them, a look of confusion on his face. "That person's summoned dragon." Jean's expression turned grave. She stepped forward. You provide support from behind. If necessary, just run. Okay. Asher nodded, feeling his waist and back, only to find all his weapons gone. Since it's a dream, can't I create some weapons in the dream? Asher muttered. The roar of the giant dragon came from a distance. Asher looked up. Jean had already plunged her sword into the dragon's body. Crimson blood splattered, and the pain made the dragon let out an angry roar. Since there are no weapons, I'll just use rune magic. Asher raised his hand, and several ice spikes shot towards the giant dragon. The ice spikes did not cause any damage to the giant dragon. Instead, they angered it. It flapped its wings and, ignoring Jean's attack, lunged towards Asher. Oh no. Jean's heart skipped a beat. She turned and rushed towards Asher, but at that moment, the enormous dragon had already lunged in front of Asher. If it were in the past, Asher would probably have activated his power overload mode and fought the dragon to the death. But now, he was a bit confused because he wasn't sure if this was a dream. So, he didn't go for the kill. He simply raised his finger, and an ice wall appeared before him. The giant dragon shattered the ice wall, and was about to lunge in front of Asher. Asher was about to dodge, but at that moment, the giant dragon's gaze met Asher's. Then, its forward speed suddenly slowed, and its attack stopped midway. Roar. And then, like a startled cat, it circled Asher, letting out uneasy roars. Jean hesitated for a moment, looking at this subtle scene with some confusion. It should have been a fierce battle, but it turned into this situation. It seems to be afraid of me. Asher looked at the giant dragon in confusion, taking a tentative step forward. The giant dragon immediately retreated a bit, then roared again. This time, Asher finally confirmed his guess. He took another step forward. Then, he tried to imitate the sound of a giant dragon. The giant dragon, with a harmless roar, retreated another half step, and finally, it flapped its wings, turned, and flew away. Should he say it truly was a dream? Even retreating without a fight could happen. Looking up at the giant dragon flying into the distance, Asher couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But now was not the time to be spaced out. That giant dragon had caused such a commotion. If there were enemy troops in the forest, they must have discovered them. They had to leave as soon as possible. Before he could figure out whether this was a dream or not, Asher felt that he absolutely could not suffer any more harm. So, he quickly collected his thoughts, turned around, and said, "Miss Jean, shall we leave here first?" But Jean didn't move. Instead, her eyes were filled with admiration as she gazed at Asher. "Miss Jean. Truly remarkable," Jean said sincerely. Asher was startled. "What?" Jean said with great emotion, to be so calm in the face of a dragon's attack, without releasing any killing intent, and even giving the enemy a chance to leave on their own while holding back, such a being of both kindness and strength, truly worthy of being the one divinely revealed by the Lord himself. Asher. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 255, because I want to sleep, I had no choice but to kill them. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. In the dimly lit cave, only the firelight illuminated the damp, dark environment. Asher sat on the ground, his head resting against the wall behind him, quietly listening to Jean's explanation. That's how it is. According to the Lord's divine revelation, you are the one I'm looking for. Or rather, the dragon, the white dragon. Jean looked up at Asher, her expression incredibly serious. Seeing Asher looking sleepy, Jean couldn't help but frown. Did you hear what I said? Could it be that what she just saw was an illusion? He didn't look like a divinely revealed person at all. Jean looked at the sleepy young man. His soft black hair seemed to glow warmly in the firelight, and a few longer strands of hair draped over his closed eyelids. From Asher's current appearance, he looked quite immature. Moreover, to be so carelessly sleepy in such a place proved that his mind was not mature enough either. White dragon. Jean raised her hand and gently patted Asher's shoulder, but Asher didn't respond at all. He was just too sleepy. One must know, it was the middle of the night. Asher didn't know why he felt sleepy even in a dream, but in short, he just felt sleepy now, so sleepy that his eyes could barely open. He just mumbled vaguely, "You keep talking, I'm listening." "I don't think you're listening to me at all right now," Jean frowned in dissatisfaction. "How can you save this country like this?" She suddenly paused, then looked at Asher again. In the dim light, the firelight seemed to render Asher completely sacred. "So that's how it is." A faint smile of sudden realization appeared on Jean's face. Should she say he truly was the one divinely revealed by the Lord? He seemed to be sleeping, but in reality, this was a test for her. Undoubtedly, the white dragon was testing her patience and trust. Indeed, this was the white dragon who could save this country. Yes, thinking about it closely, that made sense. Why should the white dragon believe that she was the saint? Why should he believe what she said? She had no evidence to prove her identity right now. The white dragon was waiting for evidence, waiting for her to confess voluntarily and explain the whole story clearly. I apologize, that was my fault just now. I will clearly explain my intention and the parts of the truth I previously concealed from you. I swear to the Lord, there will not be a single lie in what I am about to say. Jean raised her hand, making a gesture of swearing. Her delicate face held a solemn expression. Then, she began to recount her experiences and why she specifically came to find Asher. As she spoke, Jean observed Asher. He looked as if he had fallen into a deep sleep, seemingly unconcerned about his surroundings, and appeared quite young. But he was the white dragon, and dragons were creatures that could live for a very long time. How could such a being be judged by its outward appearance? Undoubtedly, this was a monster that had lived for a very, very long time. Mr. White Dragon, I know you don't trust me right now, but I think as long as we leave here and reach Orleans, you'll know that there's not a single false component in what I'm saying. There really is a woman very much like me who intends to destroy this country. I need your help to save this country. Jean grasped Asher's hands, half kneeling and leaning closer. Her pair of clear, bright blue eyes fixed on Asher. The armor perfectly enveloped Jean's beautiful breasts, creating a unique aesthetic. To be honest, Jean still felt a little uneasy. Although she had said so much, ultimately, the other party might still not believe her because she had no evidence to prove her identity, and even if she did, the white dragon might not necessarily help her. Without the white dragon, she would have to rely on her own strength to save this country. But hoping to succeed that way was simply too slim. Mr. White Dragon. Jean called out again. Asher awoke from his previous haze of sleepiness, forced himself to wake up, and looked at the girl in front of him. It doesn't seem like a dream. Asher muttered to himself. Although he didn't know why, now he would appear in this place whenever he fell asleep. This was beyond doubt. Perhaps it was someone's trick, or perhaps it was the god within his body. In any case, it could basically be confirmed that this was not a dream. Because, Asher could clearly feel the slight coolness emanating from her soft palms. Mr. White Dragon, what have you decided? Jean asked tentatively. Call me Asher, or Ash is fine too, Asher said. The title, Mr. White Dragon, always felt a bit strange. I understand, Mr. White Dragon, Jean nodded. Asher's mouth twitched slightly, thinking, is this child really not doing it on purpose? Never mind, it's just a title, it doesn't matter. I roughly understand the situation. So, you had a dream, and in that dream, the Lord told you I was in this forest, which is why you specifically came to find me. Is that right? Asher summarized Jean's previous words. Jean nodded, I believe this is the Lord's divine revelation. I truly found you in this forest. And then, there's a black Jean who looks a lot like you, attempting to destroy this country, so you hope I can go with you to stop her. Jean nodded again. As if to make her words more convincing, she gripped Asher's hands tighter. You might not have seen her earlier, but she was the one who attacked you. She's gone now, though. Asher gazed thoughtfully at the girl in front of him. From the looks of it, his presence here might not be an accident. Perhaps he would only be able to return to his own world after resolving these troubles. Or rather, he wouldn't have such strange dreams anymore. Of course, this was just Asher's guess, but it was a guess worth trying. And the earlier unprovoked attack in the forest, that account also needed to be settled. I understand. Asher nodded gently. Jean's eyes gradually brightened, then a charming smile appeared on her face. Thank you for your cooperation. Mr. White Dragon. Call me Asher or Ash. Sorry. I accidentally forgot again, hee. Jean released his hands, smiling apologetically, her smile as cute as an ordinary little girl, completely without any airs of a saint. Never mind, Asher waved his hand. Let's leave tomorrow. We need to get enough rest tonight. Mem, that's right, Jean extended her hand to Asher. Having you here is very reassuring. Let's do our best. Asher silently reached out and shook her hand, a brief touch and then separation. He rolled over and lay on his stomach on the hay, yawning, tears welling up in his eyes. It was so strange. He was in his white dragon form, so why was he still sleepy at night? And he had slept so much for the past 2 days. Or did the time he was unconscious not count as rest? Asher yawned again as he thought, then lay down on the hay and said, I'm going to sleep first. Don't worry, just sleep. I'll keep watch tonight, Jean smiled. Asher. When a girl says that, how can a normal person still feel comfortable sleeping? But unfortunately, Asher was not a normal person. So he yawned again, and was about to go to sleep. Just then, a noisy sound broke out, instantly shattering Asher's sleepiness. You search over there, we'll keep going and block the forest exit. Make sure to keep them here. Footsteps faintly echoed in his ears. At this moment, the drawback of being in white dragon form became apparent. Asher's hearing was simply too good, even these faint sounds clearly entered his ears. Enemies coming? He turned to Jean and asked. Don't worry, I've checked carefully. This cave is very secluded, and I've set up a special cover outside. There won't be any problems, Jean said with a reassuring smile. Please rest assured. Asher inwardly scoffed, why does it feel like all the death flags have been raised? Then he glanced at the flag Jean had placed nearby. Okay, it really was raised. However, Asher quickly confirmed the truth in Jean's words. The voices of the guards who were searching nearby had indeed disappeared. Clearly, they hadn't found the cave entrance. Asher closed his eyes again. Although the bed made of hay wasn't very comfortable, for Asher now, having a place to sleep was already very good. Do you need something to put under your head? Jean said, folding the cloak from her shoulder and offering it to Asher. If you don't mind, use this as a pillow. It's a bit simple, but it's better than nothing. No thanks, Asher refused. Jean didn't stubbornly insist on giving the cloak to Asher. Instead, she smiled and said, I understand. If you need anything, please tell me. Although, in this situation, there's very little I can do. I understand, Asher nodded gently, placing his hands behind his head and glancing at the girl beside him. Jean had already untied her hair, her golden hair gently resting on her back. She wore light armor, curled up in the corner, hugging her knees. Her slender thighs were encased in long stockings, perfectly forming an absolute territory with the armor, revealing delicate, tender white skin. Actually, if he really wanted something to put under his head, besides the cloak, there were other things that could substitute, but Asher really couldn't bring himself to say it. However, he felt that if he were to say now, this is the Lord's revelation, to ensure the Savior sleeps well, please. Give him a lap pillow. He felt like Jean wouldn't refuse. Presumably, in the girl's eyes, this white dragon had been elevated to a very high position. However, no matter how high this white dragon's position was in Jean's heart, a dead fish was a dead fish, and that would never change. The saint clearly sensed Asher's gaze. She paused slightly, then a blush involuntarily appeared on her face. She averted her gaze from Asher and whispered, if you don't mind, use my leg as a pillow. No thanks. Asher immediately shook his head and refused. He was a fish with super integrity. Lily in reality was still lying in his bed. In such a situation, it was unacceptable to make such intimate gestures with another girl. It wasn't that he was cowardly, it was a matter of integrity. To reiterate, it really wasn't that he was cowardly. Okay, Asher was just simply too cowardly. Lightly coughing, Asher turned his back. I'm going to sleep first. After saying that, he adjusted his mood, and then once again brewed up some sleepiness. Slowly, his heart gradually calmed, and sleepiness followed. Strange, where did they go? I don't know, could they have already found a small path and secretly left? Dare you say that to Lord Gillis? No, so let's keep looking. But at that moment, the voices of the distant soldiers once again entered Asher's ears, and then the sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Never mind them, sleep is important. First. However, just as Asher turned over, footsteps sounded again. After several times of almost falling asleep, only to be awakened by footsteps, repeating this cycle multiple times, Asher simply didn't close his eyes anymore. What's wrong? Jean looked curiously at Asher, who had climbed up from the hay. His eyes seemed bloodshot. I want to rest, Asher said. Jean tilted her head slightly, as if a question mark appeared above her head. She wanted to ask, if you want to rest, why are you getting up now? But then she saw Asher walk to the entrance of the cave. What are you going to do? Jean couldn't help but ask. I want to reduce the number of enemy troops in the forest tonight, Asher said. You'll be discovered. Jean immediately stood up. Once you're discovered, other enemies will quickly arrive, and then we'll be caught in a pincer attack and be in danger. No, if I just assassinate them secretly, I won't be discovered. Asher shook his head. Jean thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. If we can reduce the number of enemies tonight, the battles after this will be easier, but are you confident? Of course. Is that so? Then there's no problem. Jean had just begun to smile when she froze. She saw the figure at the entrance of the cave slowly grow larger. The next moment, a magnificent white dragon appeared before the girl's eyes. This was Asher's first time actively transforming into a dragon. Previously, neither he nor Vortigern could freely switch forms, but after becoming the true white dragon, Asher was able to achieve this level. Jean stared blankly at the white dragon. Such a being, surely even God could not have constructed it. Most of its body was white, but there were also some black scales, shimmering with a captivating luster under the moonlight. A white dragon, or rather, a combination of a white dragon and a black dragon. Jean's eyes gradually widened. She stared blankly at the creature before her for a long moment, then, with a somewhat helpless smile, said, "How are we going to assassinate anyone like this?" The white dragon grinned, revealing its sharp teeth. "This is what true assassination looks like." Roar. A deafening roar echoed through the forest, making the leaves tremble. The white dragon lifted its proud head, tilting it slightly to look at Jean. "Come up. Tangerine, boost this fanfic." Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 256, Chapter 256, Knock Me Out, Lily. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. After Asher spoke, he saw Jean hesitate for a long time without acting, so he turned his head to look at her, puzzled. The girl was slightly hesitant, but still hadn't stepped onto the white dragon's back. "Miss Jean." Asher called out tentatively. "Ah. I understand." Jean stepped onto the white dragon's back, then gently stroked its head. "Let's go, white dragon." "Mr. Asher." The white dragon raised its head and let out another roar, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. That night, enemy soldiers patrolled the forest with torches held high, their presence formidable. "Have you still not found the whereabouts of the Saintess?" the commanding officer asked in a deep voice, looking at his subordinate who had come to report the situation. "My sincerest apologies, we haven't found her yet. Continue the search. Every exit from the forest has been sealed. I don't believe they can grow wings and fly away." "Yes, sir." The subordinate turned to continue, giving orders to other soldiers, and then a group of troops continued to search the forest. The general's gaze sharply swept the surroundings, his face maintaining a cold expression. His orders were to capture the Saintess, dead or alive, everything else was none of his concern. He only needed to carry out the mission. And this mission was simply too easy. The forest was now completely surrounded, impenetrable. No matter where the opponent hid, they would eventually be found. The Saintess was merely making a last stand. All in all, they had a huge advantage. The general looked up at the sky, which was vaguely nearing dawn, and slowly let out a breath. "I'll rest a bit before dawn." The people hiding in this forest couldn't fight a war of attrition with them. As the search area continued to shrink, those rats would eventually appear in his sight. By then, they could be captured without any effort at all. A massive shadow flew across the sky. The general, with a touch of emotion, muttered to himself, "I didn't expect such a huge creature to fly by so early in the morning." He suddenly widened his eyes and loudly exclaimed, "Everyone, enter first-degree alert." Boom. The ground began to shake. Everyone struggled to maintain their balance, falling amidst the violent tremors, staring blankly at the white dragon that had descended before them. And on the white dragon was the Holy Maiden. Roar. The white dragon let out another roar, a deafening sound that made everyone cover their ears. A fierce wind rose with the roar. It raised a claw and slammed it heavily onto the ground. Several cracks appeared. The soldiers had no courage to attack. Most of them stared with wide, terrified eyes at the white dragon, which was like a combination of devil and angel, full of beauty and ferocity. "I feel like I'm the big boss," Asher muttered, then slapped the ground again. Immediately, with a flick of his tail, large numbers of soldiers were sent flying into the air and then crashed down, their wails echoing for a time. The white dragon did not linger, but instead turned, flapped its wings, and soared into the sky, leaving a group of people staring in a daze as they departed. It wasn't until after they had left that the general somewhat recovered, trembling as he supported himself to stand up. Only now did he realize what kind of monster he had faced. Without a doubt, that dragon just now was the white dragon mentioned by the Black Saintess. Fortunately, nothing happened. The general exhaled with lingering fear. After exhaling, he quickly felt anger again. That dragon clearly hadn't paid them any mind, which was why it left so casually. This extreme humiliation must be avenged. Send men to pursue them. "We must ascertain the direction of that dragon's movement," the general said furiously. "Yes, sir." After speaking, the subordinate cautiously asked, "Are you going too?" "I must report this important intelligence to my superiors." "Your pursuit is sufficient. Remember, absolutely do not alert them," the general said. "What a joke, How could I possibly follow them again? That white dragon might have let them go just because it was in a good mood. Next time, it might not. Just send some men to pursue and confirm the enemy's movements. A token effort will be enough. The Black Saintess will definitely forgive him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Asher had already flown away from the lush forest with Jean. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. White Dragon, Jean said, half lying on the white dragon's back, filled with gratitude. If it weren't for you, we would probably be in a very troublesome situation right now. This was just to confirm my suspicions, nothing to be thankful for, the white dragon shook its head. It was already too lazy to complain about the title, Mr. White Dragon. Its golden eyes looked slightly upwards, trying to glance at the girl riding on its back. Are we going directly to Orleans now? If possible, please do, Jean said earnestly. We need to act quickly and resolve this trouble before the enemy can react. Understood, the white dragon nodded. Although I'd like to say that. I'm sorry, but you'll probably need to cover for me. What do you mean? Jean was slightly taken aback, not understanding Asher's words. The next moment, the white dragon slowly descended, finally landing near a certain village, its massive figure gradually shrinking back to normal. I told you earlier, didn't I? Perhaps for you, this is reality, but for me, this is just a dream, and now the dream is about to end, Asher yawned. So I'll have to trouble you for a while. And originally, the time I could spend as a white dragon was limited. Think of this as a small rest, Asher continued. After transforming into a white dragon earlier, Asher had confirmed that becoming a white dragon rapidly consumed the magic from his white dragon core. Unless absolutely necessary, Asher didn't want to squander his magic like this, even though his current magic was enough to sustain him as a white dragon for a long time. A dream. Jean tilted her head slightly, pondering for a moment, then saw Asher's forehead resting on her shoulder, seemingly having fallen into unconsciousness. There had been a period like this last night too. Jean initially thought Asher had been attacked and knocked out, but now it seemed that he was waking up in his reality, which was why he fell unconscious here. Regardless, it must be true. He is the divine revelation the Lord spoke of, capable of turning both reality and dreams into reality. This must be the power of a god. I understand, I will protect your safety, Mr. White Dragon. Jean stared at the boy leaning on her shoulder, secretly making a firm resolution in her heart. However, before Mr. White Dragon woke up, she needed to find a place to rest. After all, she hadn't rested well these past few days, and she was a bit tired too. After thinking for a moment, Jean picked Asher up. Before he woke up, she would take him to the village ahead to rest. By the way, this person is so light. Jean looked down at the sleeping boy, thoughts appearing in her mind. The light of dawn flickered on his eyelids. Asher slowly opened his eyes. Before him was a golden-haired girl in a white dress, gazing at him with a faint smile. Good morning, Ash. Asher looked hazily at the girl before him, his gaze sweeping over her chest. That's right, it's Lily. Did you sleep well last night? Artoria asked. Asher himself was a bit unsure of his current state, after all, he had such a long dream last night. He rubbed his temples and said, I think I slept pretty well. I feel quite energetic now. Then, he suddenly froze. What's wrong? Artoria asked. I forgot what I dreamed about last night again, Asher said, scratching the back of his head. He only remembered that he was supposed to go somewhere, and someone asked him for help with something. Who was that person again? It's normal to forget dreams, Artoria said. If you've forgotten, don't think about it. Asher just lowered his head thoughtfully. After a moment, he looked up and said, Lily, can you knock me out? Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 257, Chapter 257, You keep romancing the Saintess, we'll just watch the live broadcast from the side. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Knock, knock. A faint knock came from outside the room. Immediately after, Scáthach entered. Glancing at the young man still lying in bed, Scáthach asked, Has my apprentice not woken up yet? He's awake, Artoria said expressionlessly. Awake. Scáthach glanced at Asher, whose eyes were tightly closed. Yes, he woke up, Artoria nodded slightly. But I knocked him out again. Scáthach, ? She couldn't understand what Lily was doing. Ash just woke up, and then she knocked Ash out again. What's wrong? Just then, Morgan also entered the room. She looked at the two in the room and asked in confusion. What are you talking about? I think I heard something about someone waking up. Let Lily tell you, Scáthach said expressionlessly, sitting to the side. If it weren't for the fact that the other person was Lily, she would have already stabbed her with a spear. Artoria lowered her head slightly, an apologetic expression on her face. She didn't want to do it, but Asher had ordered her as king, so there was nothing she could do. It's all right, tell me, Lily, what did you do? Morgan said, smiling as she stroked Artoria's head. Your big sister. Won't blame you. Ash woke up just now, Artoria said softly. I see. And then? Morgan asked with a smile. I knocked him out again. Morgan. Her smile gradually froze. What did you say? I knocked him out again, Artoria said again. Why? Morgan asked tentatively. Ash's request. Artoria roughly recounted her conversation with Asher. So, Ash said he had something he absolutely had to deal with, and then asked you to knock him out, is that right? Morgan asked. Artoria nodded gently. Could it be that his head was messed up from the fight with Vortigern that day? Morgan muttered to herself. But that shouldn't be the case. The scabbard should be able to heal even head injuries, right? He said it was related to a dream, Artoria whispered. If only we could see what he's dreaming about. Related to a dream. Scáthach muttered, then looked up. Morgan also happened to look up. After their gazes met for a moment, both unconsciously showed a faint smile. They might not be able to do it themselves, but a nightmare might be able to. Artoria looked left and right. For some reason, she suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. She had a feeling someone was about to have bad luck again. At the same time, Scáthach, who had just arrived at the door, still looked bewildered, watching the two women leave the room. She blinked her eyes and asked in confusion, what happened? Asher opened his eyes. He could be sure that he was moving now, because he could see the white clouds in the sky slowly moving backward, and under the blue sky, the Saintess's flawless face looked exceptionally bright and charming in the sunlight. Ah, what a familiar scene, another *****ing bridal carry. You've worked hard. Can you put me down first? Asher said to the Saintess who was carrying him forward. You woke up so quickly. Jean looked down, then smiled and said, actually, you don't need to worry too much. You're quite light, so carrying you isn't much of a burden. That's not really a compliment for a man, Asher sighed sincerely. Is that so? Jean tilted her head slightly, but still put Asher down. Only when his feet were firmly on the ground did Asher finally relax. Fortunately, no one saw such an embarrassing scene, otherwise, it would be explosively shameful. By the way, where are we? Asher looked around. It seemed they had just arrived at a village, but luckily there weren't many villagers nearby, so presumably no one had seen him being carried by a girl. By the way, why didn't Jean carry him on her back? I'm not sure if assassins are targeting you, so I need to keep you in my sight, Jean immediately said, as if she had read Asher's thoughts. I see. Asher nodded gently, understanding Jean's reasoning. Although that pose was quite embarrassing, it didn't matter since no one saw it anyway. But I was probably overthinking it. We've been safe all the way here, and we haven't found any assassins, Jean said to Asher with a smile. At this rate, we should be able to reach Orland smoothly. After speaking, she clasped her hands together in prayer. May the Lord bless us. Asher merely glanced at her, then turned his attention to the surroundings. Rather than praying to God at a time like this, he wished he could find a place to rest. After all, he hadn't slept well last night, even he needed some rest. Grumble. An ill-timed growl came from Asher's stomach. He didn't know if he was infected by Lily, but Asher now felt extremely hungry, the kind of hunger that made him panic. Jean looked at Asher in surprise, then smiled and said, let's go to the village ahead to get something to eat. Or do you want to find other animals nearby? Asher waved his hand and said, let's go to the village and see. Eating wild game is prone to viral infections. So, the two walked into the village. Asher didn't know if his palate had become too refined or if the food in this village was simply too bad. In any case, the grains he ate had no taste, like drinking plain water. The dishes were the same, almost tasteless, simply for filling the stomach. But never mind, as long as he was full. After eating, Asher turned and surveyed the surroundings. Looking out through the small window, he could see a green meadow not far away, and beyond that, a riverbank. These villagers lived a self-sufficient life. The environment here is quite nice, so peaceful, Asher said contentedly. It's fine to relax now, but you still need to maintain some vigilance afterwards, Jean said earnestly, looking up. Otherwise, you might be ambushed. Asher turned to look at the serious-faced girl, then smiled faintly and nodded. You have a point, but... He reached out and wiped a grain of rice from the corner of her mouth. It would be more convincing if you wiped your mouth first. What? Jean's eyes widened slightly. After all, she was just a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Seeing the grain of rice on Asher's finger, a blush unconsciously appeared on her face. She swatted his hand away, then buried her head and silently continued eating the rest of her meal. Asher watched this scene, pursed his lips, and forcibly suppressed the smile that was about to burst out. So teasing others was this interesting. No wonder Sister Morgan and Shishou enjoyed teasing him so much. However, just as he thought this, he suddenly froze, and his smile tightened slightly. For some reason, Asher suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. What's wrong? Mr. White Dragon? Jean asked in confusion. I feel like I'm being watched. Asher said. But this shouldn't be possible. His intuition allowed him to sense an enemy's killing intent, but the sense of crisis he felt now wasn't from killing intent. It was more like an indescribable chill. Just now, when he reached out to wipe the grain of rice from Jean's mouth, Asher had felt the same way. What exactly was going on? Asher fell into deep thought, looking at Jean, who was eating. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 258, Chapter 258, The fish is so big, one pot can't hold it all. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher sat on the steps outside after finishing his meal. He thought for a long time but couldn't figure out where the sudden chill he felt earlier came from, so he decided to just let it go. He was a white dragon now. While not invincible in this country, self-preservation was certainly more than enough. As for why he felt a sudden palpitation and uneasiness. Probably because this dream makes me feel less secure. Asher muttered to himself. After all, forgetting everything that happened in the dream as soon as he left it was indeed quite unsettling. What's insecure? Jean walked up behind him, a smile on her face. Nothing, just talking to myself, don't mind it. Asher shook his head, then glanced at the corner of Jean's mouth. It's wiped clean this time. After saying that, Asher seemed to feel the saint's displeased glare in that instant. I was just concerned about your situation. Calm down, Asher explained. That just now was completely unlike a saint, you know. Asher was indeed simply concerned about Jean's situation. After all, if the saint still had rice stuck to the corner of her mouth while commanding the army, wouldn't she lose all her dignity? Speaking of which, when he woke up earlier, he probably should have told Shishou and the others in advance, so they wouldn't worry and think he went crazy for letting Lily knock him out. Asher couldn't help but think. I am very calm right now, Mr. White Dragon, Jean said with a straight face, sitting on the steps next to Asher. Also, she added again, you can call me Jean, or Joan is fine too. If she hadn't personally witnessed Asher transform into a white dragon earlier, she would have even doubted his identity. How could the one divinely revealed by the Lord be so ill-willed? That shouldn't be right. Or was this guy deliberately trying to annoy her? Jean turned to look at Asher again, carefully scrutinizing him. Soft and somewhat disheveled black hair, a calm expression on his face, and a pair of profound black eyes. Seemingly pondering something important. Wait. Jean paused slightly, then a look of sudden realization appeared on her face. Carefully savoring Mr. White Dragon's words just now, could it be that the White Dragon already knew about her current predicament? After a moment of hesitation, Jean gazed into Asher's eyes. After a while, a wry smile involuntarily appeared on her face. So, Mr. White Dragon already knew. Asher was startled, turning to look at the girl, a question mark appearing above his head. You guessed right, Mr. White Dragon, I do need to calm down, Jean said softly, lowering her gaze. Our forces are indeed inferior to the enemy's now. Although there isn't a huge gap in military strength, the enemy's offensive is too fierce, and I cannot make my army retaliate day and night like the enemy. Asher was stunned again. What are you talking about, girl? You must have seen it, right? Earlier, when I went to rescue you, I brought a troop of soldiers, and after that, that troop was captured by the enemy, Jean said softly. Huh. I think I remember a bit, Asher nodded. So, when he woke up, so much had happened in the dream. Jean's expression turned solemn as she continued, that woman, the one called the Black Saint, she doesn't care about the soldiers' condition. She mobilized a large army to surround that forest. It was the same before, she made the soldiers attack the Orleans Cathedral day and night, driving all of our station people out of the cathedral and occupying it for herself. Why didn't you have the soldiers guard the cathedral overnight? Asher asked. Soldiers are also human, they need rest. Of course, I had people taking turns on watch, but the other side didn't give you a chance at all, attacking Orleans Cathedral continuously day and night for several days. Asher asked. Jean nodded gently. Such an attack lasted for a whole week. This enemy is truly a devil. This is even worse than 996, Asher said very seriously. A whole week. I didn't expect such a black-hearted boss, actually implementing a 007 system. Such bosses are trash. So that Black Jean and some marshal are currently in the cathedral. Asher turned and asked. If nothing unexpected happens, yes, Jean nodded. So you hope to resolve this crisis as soon as possible, to avoid further casualties? Jean nodded again. She took Asher's hands, looked up, and said, Mr. White Dragon, this is the revelation from the Lord. Please help me save this country from its plight. Leaving aside whether I believe in gods or not. Since I was attacked for no reason earlier, it's naturally impossible for me to ignore it. Don't worry, Asher thought for a moment, then asked. By the way, is it possible that the divine revelation dream you had from the Lord, the other, blackened you also dreamed of? Jean was stunned, a hint of blankness appearing on her beautiful face. It seemed quite possible. Asher looked at Jean's stunned expression and continued, because, you see, before you appeared in that forest, the other, blackened you had been to that forest, and even attacked me for no reason. Did she follow you to that forest, or did she have the same dream as you? Are you saying the Lord also entrusted this dream to her? Jean asked incredulously. Why? Maybe because I'm not just the White Dragon. Asher was also a bit confused. All in all, he stood up and walked into the villager's warehouse. Once we deal with the two main leaders in the cathedral, everything will be perfectly resolved, right? Jean nodded, following Asher into the warehouse. That's what I think. She expected Asher to immediately transform into the White Dragon he had been earlier, but instead, Jean saw him lying on the hay in the warehouse. She asked in confusion, What are you doing now, Mr. White Dragon? Resting, of course. Since there's a big battle coming, I definitely need to get enough rest, right? Asher said this, then looked at the girl again. Are you going to sleep? Too? No, that's not what I meant, I thought you were going to leave now. Jean said, her face flushed. It doesn't really matter. Such a big bed, we won't bump into each other at all. Asher pointed to the bed made of hay. Jean looked at the hay Asher pointed to, and for a moment, her face showed a look of longing. How should she put it? She felt that a bed made of hay like this had an irresistible charm. So, she stepped over and lay down next to Asher, letting out a soft giggle, a happy expression appearing on her face that made Asher a little dumbfounded. Of course, he wasn't dumbfounded by the girl, but rather Asher never expected her point of happiness to be so strange. Sleeping on hay would make her show such a happy smile. In the future, when summoning heroic spirits, could one just put down a pile of hay to summon Jean? Asher lay on the hay, looking at the ceiling, but thinking about these things. Perhaps because she relaxed a lot once she lay down, Jean's elbow accidentally touched Asher's arm. Sorry, I'll move over a bit, I was a bit too excited just now, Jean said apologetically. It's fine, no problem, Asher said with a smile. I don't really mind, but you don't mind at all. Could it be that the saint was such a person, not caring about overly intimate contact with the opposite sex? Jean blinked, then looked at Asher suspiciously for a long time. Aren't you the White Dragon? Why would you mind? Why should I not mind just because I'm the White Dragon? Asher asked strangely. What kind of weird logic was that? The White Dragon isn't human. Jean suddenly paused, her face gradually turning serious, then she sat up. What's wrong? Can I hug you? Jean shifted her body, quickly moving in front of Asher. Asher looked up at the saint's flawless twin peaks, then at her face. He paused, then asked, why? He was starting to have trouble keeping up with Jean's train of thought. Can I? Jean just asked again. If it's just a hug, it's fine. As soon as Asher finished speaking, Jean reached out and picked Asher up horizontally. She weighed him in her arms, a thoughtful expression on her face. Miss Jean, when I said a hug, I meant a simple embrace, not a bridal carry. Asher cried out, almost despairingly. But Jean seemed not to hear Asher's words. After a moment of contemplation, she looked down at Asher and asked, Are you human? I think anyone can tell I'm human just by looking, right? But aren't you the White Dragon? Who told you humans can't be white dragons? Asher said, quite speechless. So Jean had been treating him as a dragon with powerful abilities who could transform into a human at any time, ever since she met him. Jean was stunned, looking at Asher's face, murmuring, Then does that mean, your age is what it appears to be? Of course. Otherwise, did you think I was an old monster who lived for thousands of years? Asher said, exasperated. Jean froze again, staring blankly at the young man's face. Could it be that what the White Dragon had told her earlier had no deep meaning, and she had just over-imagined it herself? As she thought of this, the saint felt a rush of blood to her head, her face gradually turning red with embarrassment, and her usually clear eyes flickered slightly due to shame. "Miss Jean." Asher called out in confusion. "Ah, Jean quickly calmed down. Regardless, the white dragon was the white dragon. Even if he was young, his power was undeniable, and that was enough. However, since he possessed such powerful strength and appeared young, she must guide him properly. Otherwise, it would be terrible if he went down the wrong path in the future. Oh. Jean's eyes gradually widened significantly as she looked at Asher. So that's it. So, was this what the Lord truly wanted her to do? Why did the Lord ask her to find the white dragon? Was it to have the white dragon assist her in dealing with the black Jean and saving the country? No, not entirely. The Lord must have hoped that she could correctly guide the white dragon onto the right path. This was the real thing she needed to do. So, how could she make the white dragon accept her guidance? Ash, if I may ask, are your parents still alive? Jean asked. Asher paused. He didn't know whether to first complain about her sudden change in address or why the saint would ask such a question. But he still replied, I've been with my Shishou since I was a child. Jean nodded gently. It seemed her guess was correct. Clearly, the white dragon had no parents and must have suffered a lot since childhood. Because he had said before that he was an atheist, she shouldn't guide him as a saint, but rather in a more intimate way, using the role of an older sister as an entry point, and guiding him correctly through familial affection. However, the saint seemed to have forgotten that her age was not much different from Asher's. Ash, is your Shishou good to you? Jean asked again. In any case, it was now necessary to confirm whether this young man had suffered any hardships while with his Shishou, such as being beaten since childhood or doing housework day and night. Very good, Shishou and my older sisters have always been quite nice to me, Asher nodded. Shishou is very strong. Very strong. Jean repeated. Asher thought for a moment, then said, because my Shishou has lived for a long time, she has a wide range of knowledge and has taught me many things. Of course, I'm not entirely sure how long she's lived, but if I ask that question, she'll punish me. Is it okay for you to say that now? Jean asked. It's fine for us to talk privately. Shishou can't hear us anyway, Asher added. I see, Jean muttered thoughtfully. You just said you have an older sister. To be precise, two. One is Shishou's daughter, and the other is the same age as Shishou. Asher thought for a moment. Should be the same age, right? I'm not very sure. Anyway, they've both lived a long time, so their ages should be similar. I see, Jean nodded slightly, having a general understanding in her heart. It seemed he had a decent childhood after all. By the way, Miss Jean. Asher's voice brought Jean back to reality. What is it? Could you put me down first? Jean looked down at the boy in her arms, then realized. Placed him on the hay, and said, Sorry, I didn't react in time. That sounds like you're saying I'm so light you didn't even feel me, Asher muttered, somewhat speechless. You are quite light, Jean said, observing Asher's expression. You seem unhappy. Asher nodded. Of course. Who would want a girl to say they're light? Is that a derogatory term? Jean asked, puzzled. For girls, it might be a compliment, but I'm a man. Asher said. My weight should be heavier than a girl's, right? Jean tilted her head, pondered for a moment, still didn't understand, and asked strangely, what kind of weird logic is that? It's very normal logic, Asher said. If I say you're light, I'm complimenting you, but if you say I'm light, it's not okay. Jean thought for a moment, then shook her head. I don't understand. Then shall I try? Asher said. That way you'll understand what I mean. Jean was startled, looked at Asher again, and finally nodded silently. She braided her long, flowing hair and then said. You try. Asher walked forward and lifted Jean horizontally. How is it? She looked up at Asher for a moment, then immediately lowered her gaze. Quite heavy, Asher said. Are you angry? Asher tentatively looked at the girl in his arms. No, honestly, I don't feel anything, Jean said plainly. Should he say she truly was a saint? This level of comment caused her absolutely no harm. Just as Asher was about to put the saint down, he heard her voice. Shouldn't you put me down now? After a brief hesitation, Asher's face finally showed a satisfied smile. Now do you understand how embarrassing that was for me just now? A little, Jean nodded slightly. So it feels this embarrassing to be carried this way. She thought to herself. And just as Asher was nodding repeatedly in satisfaction, his body inexplicably shivered again, then he felt a chill from behind. It's happening again. What exactly is going on? Asher frowned, muttering to himself. Where was this occasional chill coming from? Asher turned to look at the small window in the warehouse, thinking, don't let me find out who it is, or I'll definitely give them a good beating. Meanwhile, in Asher's room, several people were sitting on chairs, watching the unconscious young man. The atmosphere was very casual, one might even say quite relaxed. Everyone had varying degrees of smiles on their faces, as if watching a very funny movie. Scáthach had a faint smile on her face, the woman with the crown next to her also had a charming smile, while Scáthach was stifling her laughter. Asher's recent mention of age made her want to laugh but she didn't dare. Only Artoria sat quietly in her chair, her face devoid of any expression. It seemed that even before she burrowed into Asher's quilt last night, Asher was already with that girl named Jean in his dream. He even called out Jean's name when he woke up. This dream is truly interesting, Scáthach muttered to herself, though the smile on her face grew increasingly dangerous. Let's keep watching. I want to see what he thinks of me, Morgan said. Vivian next to them showed a cute, schadenfreude-filled smile, humming a happy song, seemingly genuinely joyful. She was very much looking forward to the scene when Asher woke up. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 259, Chapter 259, May the Lord bless you. Fire you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available Fire. By the time Asher was fully rested and feeling refreshed, it was already noon. When he opened his eyes, the girl next to him was gazing at him, a thoughtful expression on her face. While Asher was resting, Jean had been contemplating how to properly guide Asher so that he wouldn't go astray in the future. Now, she had mostly figured it out and knew roughly what to do. Let's go, we can set off now, Asher stretched his body. Then said, turning his head. Frankly, if he hadn't known she was the saint, Asher would have thought she had some ill intent, staring at someone while they slept. That just looked like a pervert's behavior. Jean nodded and said, let's transform into a dragon in a secluded spot outside the village. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if people saw us. That's true, Asher nodded. If he suddenly transformed into a giant dragon in the village, it would probably scare the villagers. As they left the warehouse, Asher turned and asked, did you bring everything, Miss Jean? Of course, I'm not a scatterbrain, Jean frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with Asher's question, but then quickly smiled again. Oh, by the way, you can just call me Jean. In exchange, I'll call you Ash from now on. Understood, let's go. Although Asher still didn't understand why the saint's attitude had suddenly done a complete 180-degree turn, it didn't harm him in any way, so he didn't really care. Roar. At noon, the sun shone brightly on the earth, and the scales of a white dragon glittered under the sunlight, brilliant and splendid. It raised its head and roared towards the sky, looking quite impressive. Come up, Miss Jean, the white dragon turned to the girl behind it and said. I told you, call me Jean. I understand, Miss Jean. Jean silently stepped onto the dragon's back. The white dragon looked up at her. Miss Jean. She ignored Asher. Jean. Asher called out tentatively. Let's go, Jean said, somewhat displeased. That guy had clearly called her that on purpose just now. She couldn't believe someone who looked less than 16 could be so mischievous. The white dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Jean's ponytail on her back swayed in the strong wind. She narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at the blue sky, then looked down at the white dragon beneath her, quickly shedding her earlier displeasure. Ever since she learned that Asher was human and not a dragon this morning, Miss Jean had vowed to guide him onto the right path. After all, with such immense power, it would be terrible if he went astray. So, Jean leaned down, touched the white dragon's head, and softly said, Ash, you have such strong power. In your original world, did you not use it to do something meaningful? Meaningful things. The white dragon tilted its head slightly and pondered for a while. If you must say, I've done quite a few meaningful things, like driving out the foreign tribes in Britain, getting rid of Vortigern, and so on. Shishou taught me a lot of things before, not just martial arts, but other principles as well. Why are you suddenly asking this? No, I was just curious, so I wanted to ask you before we reached Orleans. No other meaning, Jean shook her head. It seemed she didn't need to worry. Asher's Shishou seemed to have taught him very well. From her conversations with Asher so far, it was clear his moral compass was still very sound. By the way, since there are 2 saints, why would those soldiers believe that you are the real saint? Asher suddenly recalled this. Even before I appeared, you were already fighting against the other black Jean, right? A cloud that couldn't be dispersed appeared on Jean's face as Asher spoke. She said softly, at first, I was also doubted by the soldiers. After that, I met Gillis, and he confirmed my identity. Where is he now? Asher asked. Missing, Jean said softly. After being attacked by Black Jean's large army, Gillis covered my retreat from the cathedral. He might have been captured by now. As she spoke the last words, Jean's mood clearly dropped significantly. Asher thought for a moment and comforted her, it's okay. Since I'm in this world, it means I'm here to help you solve problems, right? Thank you. Having you here is very reassuring, a smile unconsciously appeared on Jean's face. But soon, as if she had thought of something, she suddenly froze, then vigorously rubbed her face. No, no, no. What am I even thinking? He's a boy 2 or 3 years younger than me. Shouldn't I be guiding him? Why have I become the one being comforted? Jean kneaded her face until it was somewhat red, then looked at Asher with vigilant eyes. This boy truly is a formidable fellow. What's wrong? Seeing Jean remaining silent, Asher asked again. You seem to have something on your mind. No, nothing. Jean shook her head. She couldn't possibly say that she had intended to mentor Asher as an elder, but felt shy because he had comforted her instead, could she? Seeing that Asher still intended to press further, Jean quickly changed the subject. By the way, I don't think I've told you, have I? Actually, I'm not really a saint, at least I don't think so myself, so you can just treat me as an ordinary person from now on. I've always done that, Asher said. Didn't you notice? Jean thought back carefully, and it seemed that was indeed the case. Just as she was about to continue speaking, a faint, scorching heat drifted up from below. Jean looked down, and her expression changed slightly. Below them was a city, but it had now completely become a purgatory. There were ruins everywhere, and the firelight seemed to be setting the sky ablaze. Let's go down and see, Jean said, staring intently at the city below. There's no point in going down now, the white dragon shook its head. That city has no life left. He was a white dragon, but not a dragon in the true sense. The white dragon Asher had transformed into now was more like a conceptual existence. He could easily control the 4 elements and could easily feel everyone's heartbeat nearby. And in the city below, there were no more human heartbeats. What a tragic city, an unsuppressible sadness appeared on Jean's face. What exactly does that woman, Black Jean, want to do? Since the other you is exactly the opposite of you, her personality will naturally be completely opposite to yours, Asher said. Whatever you wish to do, she will probably do the opposite of your wish. So what we need to do now is to reach Orleans as soon as possible to stop them. The longer we delay here, the more casualties there will be, Asher continued. Jean was silent for a moment, then nodded gently. Continue towards Orleans. The white dragon did not continue flying forward. Instead, it hovered in midair, looking down at the city that had become ruins. Ash. Jean called out. I just said we need to stop them as soon as possible, the white dragon's mouth slightly opened. They also include the servants below. A dazzling golden light spewed from the white dragon's mouth. It was a power no less than Excalibur, its light seemingly overpowering the brilliant sunlight, striking a certain part of the city below at an uncatchable speed. Who is it? A berserk lancer looked up and roared. Another beautiful woman next to him also looked up. They had just massacred this city and were about to leave, but they unexpectedly encountered enemies. The two were about to see who the enemy was, but what met them was a dazzling beam of light, so hot it seemed to burn people to ashes. Who are you? The berserk lancer asked furiously, raising his weapon simultaneously. I never hide my true name, the white dragon's voice came from midair. Remember my name. If you have any grievances, you're welcome to come find me later for trouble. Remember, I am the court magician of Britain. Merlin. Very well, Merlin, is it? The light engulfed the two. The white dragon flicked its tail, like a swimming dragon, and soared towards Orleans. Jean silently looked down at the white dragon before her. He said that the immediate priority was to quickly resolve the trouble in Orleans, but he still acted out of his own anger. Although it seemed impulsive from a rational perspective, this was actually good. Because when she saw her country and city become the desolate scene, she, too, felt angry. And after Asher took action, she felt much better. Thank you, Jean touched the white dragon's head. Don't keep touching my head, Asher said unhappily. Why? Jean asked, puzzled. I hate being treated like a child, Asher said. In reality, he was treated like a child every day, and he couldn't really say anything, since those two were indeed much older than him, and he couldn't beat them anyway, so he could only meekly be a dead fish. But Jean was clearly around his age. If he was treated like a child even in this situation, that would be too sad. After a brief hesitation, Jean maintained a calm expression, then nodded. I understand. I won't treat you like a child, Puffed. However, in less than a second, Jean's serious expression could no longer be maintained. She sat on the white dragon's back, her shoulders trembling slightly, and her previously heavy mood also lightened considerably. Jean stifled her almost uncontrollable laughter. "So sorry, but it really is a bit. What's so funny about this?" The white dragon looked up at the girl, baring its teeth, its eyes filled with displeasure. Jean lightly coughed, composing herself slightly, and said, "Generally speaking, if your usual behavior is a bit more mature, you won't be treated like a child, will you?" "Are you saying my own behavior is too immature?" Asher asked. "Is there any other explanation?" "No," the white dragon shook its head and sighed. "No matter how mature I act, I'll always be treated like a child. It's like how in the future, when you grow up and do many things, even if you command the winds and rain outside and achieve great things, even save the world, your mom will still treat you like a child. It's the same principle." Jean thought for a moment and asked, "Do you treat your Shishou and that older sister as your mothers?" "It's not like that." "Ugh, you wouldn't understand." "Never mind," Asher sighed. "Just pretend I didn't say anything just now." He couldn't possibly tell Jean that he treated his Shishou as his wife. "What exactly is it?" Asher left his sentence unfinished, which immediately made Jean very curious. She quickly pressed for an answer. "Siret. Being cute won't help now, explain clearly." Jean hugged the white dragon's head and stared into its eyes. "No, I absolutely cannot say," Asher shook his head firmly. She expected the girl to continue pestering endlessly, but Jean didn't pursue it further. Instead, she immediately became quiet, silently watching the sky beside them. "Jean." Asher tried calling out. "I just want to be quiet now." "I don't want to talk to you for a while," Jean said flatly, clearly sulking. Asher wanted to quip, "Who's quiet?" but the joke was too old, so he didn't dare say it. He could only sigh and say, "What a willful girl." "Too immature," he added. He originally thought the saint's personality would be more serious and reserved, but unexpectedly, he inexplicably annoyed her. In that sense, she's a bit like Lily. Asher thought to himself for no particular reason. "Perhaps I am immature," Jean finally spoke, "but I'm still much more mature than you." Asher, "Oh." Then he mumbled, "She really doesn't seem like a saint, to be so vengeful." "I already said, you don't need to call me saint," Jean said calmly. Asher thought for a moment, then finally nodded. "True. After all, you fulfilled the duties of a saint to the very end, so from now on, you can simply do what you want to do." "What I want to do?" Jean pondered for a moment, then gently shook her head. "I don't have anything I want to do." She was inexplicably summoned to this world as a servant, inexplicably met another, blackened version of herself, then inexplicably dreamed of a white dragon, and finally inexplicably discovered that this white dragon was actually human. And the most inexplicable thing was that she was actually annoyed by this human. Simply unbelievable. Very well, she must calm down now. She was an elder. An elder should be composed and calm, guiding the white dragon to do the right things as an older sister. How could she sulk over such a small matter? She was the saint, the judge of the Holy Grail War. She had to stay calm. Jean took a shallow breath, slowly exhaled, and a smile reappeared on her face. She touched the white dragon's head. Good, this was teasing him, signifying that she saw Asher as a younger brother in the role of an older sister. By the way, Asher suddenly remembered something. His golden eyes looked up, reflecting the girl's faint smile. "There's something I forgot to say." "What?" Jean asked subconsciously. "You've been talking to me for a long time now." Jean had just said she didn't want to talk to Asher. The white dragon's golden pupils reflected the girl's delicate face, and her gradually frozen smile. Thump. She raised her hand and slapped the white dragon's head. "May the Lord bless you," she said. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 260, Chapter 260, if you don't die, you'll die trying. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Orleans, the cathedral. This is the tallest building in the center of Orleans. The surrounding walls are adorned with various murals, appearing grand and ancient, filled with a sense of holiness that inspires awe. A silver-haired woman sat on the throne, her legs crossed, her face as still as water. To eliminate 2 servants in an instant, who could it be? What's certain is that the opponent is formidable, likely a helper Jean found, and there's also someone from another world rushing here, inside. He wore a cloak, his eyes so wide they seemed about to pop out, inspiring dread. Gilgamesh Rice, originally a marshal, had descended into this world as a black magician. At this point, the only option is to try and summon a new servant, Gillis continued. If we can summon that being, this battle might be stabilized. That being? Jean repeated. Who? King Arthur, Gillis said. If it's that person, they'll surely help us defeat the enemy. Can such a fellow be summoned? Jean murmured, puzzled. She shook her head and continued, never mind. I'll try. Although I'm not confident, if King Arthur can be summoned, the chances of winning this battle will increase greatly. The rest is temporarily up to you, Gillis. Ah, please leave it to me. Gillis bowed, a morbid smile on his face, his eyes as deep and terrifying as an abyss. Is this Orlan's? The white dragon looked down at the city below, murmuring to itself. From its appearance, the city's damage wasn't particularly severe, perhaps due to Jean's mercy or some other reason. However, the streets were basically deserted. Flying over, they saw almost no one, suggesting that people knew it was wartime and had either hidden in their homes or fled the city. Where's the cathedral? Asher looked up at the girl on his back. Jean was currently rubbing her right palm, which looked red. This was caused by her slapping Asher's head just now. Jean didn't know if Asher did it on purpose, but she felt that the white dragon's head was as hard as diamond. It felt so good to touch, yet a slap made her hand ache terribly. What's wrong? The white dragon asked, puzzled. Nothing. Jean shook her head, hiding her reddened palm behind her back. If he knew about this, she would definitely be mocked. For some reason, Jean had this intuition at the moment. Asher didn't pay attention and continued to ask, should we go directly to the cathedral now? Or do you have other thoughts? Jean thought for a moment and said, before entering the cathedral, if possible, I hope to save someone first. Who? Gillis, Jean said. If nothing goes wrong, he should be imprisoned in the nearby dungeon. Understood. You lead the way, I'll take you there, Asher said straightforwardly. After glancing at the city below and confirming the dungeon's direction, Jean couldn't help but ask, you're not asking me why I'm going to save Gillis. You were once an excellent army leader, after all, so you must have your own reasons, Asher said. Jean was stunned, then her face quickly regained its bright smile. Thank you for your affirmation, but it would be better if you showed me more respect. Since she was going to guide Asher as an big sister, she had to maintain a certain level of dignity. However, she felt that she had no dignity to speak of in front of Asher. The Lord says all people are created equal, which is why. I speak to you as an equal, Asher said. Jean tilted her head slightly. Is that so? Probably. Why is that a question? Jean was at a loss for words. She then put away her thoughts and pointed somewhere below. It's there. If nothing unexpected happens, Gillis should be imprisoned in the dungeon over there. I understand. The white dragon twisted its body and shot towards the direction Jean pointed. Considering the white dragon's enormous size, Asher immediately reverted to his original form upon landing, then turned to Jean and said, you lead the way. After walking for a while, Asher suddenly stopped and turned to look in a certain direction behind him. What's wrong, Ash? Jean asked, puzzled. Lend me your weapon, Asher said, then took the long sword from Jean's hand. Jean followed Asher's gaze, and her eyes soon fixed on a certain spot. She stepped forward. Who's hiding there? Indeed, quite sharp intuition. A shadow emerged from the darkness, and a white-haired man came into view. As expected of the Saintess, and the person next to you, he looked at the young man beside Jean. Who are you? An invisible thread tautened. Asher threw the long sword, which pierced the man's chest. Ugh, at least let me finish my sentence, you scoundrel. The man's figure began to become illusory, then slowly disappeared. Let's go, Asher raised his hand, and the long sword returned to his hand. Jean looked stunned, taking a long time to recover. What's wrong? Asher looked at Jean, puzzled. No, I just haven't fully processed it yet. Jean shook her head, calming herself down, and looked back at Asher. I thought you would try to gather some information from that person, but you just, so decisively. If we waited for him to unleash his noble phantasm, it would become very troublesome, so it's better to deal with him quickly, Asher said. His idea was to use a one-time burst to quickly eliminate the enemy by imbuing the longsword with the sure hit ability, combined with the blessing of the runes. That counts as a sneak attack, right? Jean said, slightly confused. Of course, that was a sneak attack, Asher replied frankly. He handed the sword to Jean. But as long as we win, it's fine. All right, let's keep going. In a sense, Asher and the Tyrant King did share many similarities. Asher didn't dislike fighting fair and square, but he wasn't averse to sneak attacks either. The outcome was what mattered most. The two continued towards the dungeon. As they walked, recalling what had just happened, Asher suddenly thought of Artoria for no reason and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. if Lily were here, she'd probably call me despicable. Lily? Jean asked curiously. Who's that? A friend of mine, probably a friend. She's a very upright person, always adhering to knightly etiquette, so she doesn't like sneak attacks either, Asher said. That girl is very serious, and once she sets her mind on something, she'll go all out, so everyone likes her very much. She certainly sounds like a very upright friend. Jean's face brightened with a smile. With such an upright friend by her side, she really didn't need to worry too much about Asher going astray. Of course, if Jean knew that this upright friend had twice tried to do certain things to Asher, she probably wouldn't think so. Meanwhile, in a certain room, a group of people's gazes intentionally or unintentionally fell upon Artoria. Scáthach deliberately sighed loudly, saying, "Oh, how nice. Ash really likes Lily, he understands her so well." Facing a group of people's benevolent gazes, Artoria looked somewhat embarrassed, stammering for a long time before finally calming down and saying, "Don't be silly. He's just saying some nice things about me in front of outsiders. It's nothing." Despite saying so, a soft smile still graced her delicate cheeks. "That's what you say, but the first person Ash thought of was you, which means you hold a very high position in his heart, right?" Scáthach continued. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable being pressed by Scáthach on such a topic, Artoria glanced around the room and changed the subject. "By the way, why has Sister Morgan been gone for so long and still hasn't returned?" Just now, after Asher mentioned the age issue, Morgan silently left the room. No one knew where she went. Artoria asked, but Morgan didn't answer, only saying she had some things to take care of. "She went to find handcuffs and a whip, she's probably on her way back," Vivian said, glancing at Asher at the end, a schadenfreude smile inevitably appearing on her face. He didn't even need her to act. Asher chose the path of suicide himself. Just thinking about it made her feel joyful. "Handcuffs and a whip," Artoria repeated, then shook her head. "Sister is still too serious." Ash didn't say anything bad, just mentioned the topic of age. It was the truth, wasn't it? Why would Sister be angry then? There was absolutely no need. "That goddess is too petty," Scáthach also shook her head. Comparing them like this, the difference between her and Morgan became apparent. Although her apprentice mentioned her age, Scáthach was completely unconcerned. Her mind was much broader than Morgan's. "Shishou, please try to restrain my big sister later," Artoria said. "Don't worry," Scáthach said with a faint smile. Asher was her disciple. How could she let Morgan do anything bad to her disciple? She's really a narrow-minded goddess. At this moment, Asher and Jean were still walking towards the dungeon. Jean observed her surroundings, continuing to ask, "From your description, that person named Lily sounds like quite a perfect woman." Artoria's ears twitched slightly, and her attention immediately focused on Asher. No, Asher said with a chuckle, waving his hand. "Lily has tons of flaws too. For example, she's rigid, repressed, a bit tsundere, and she develops slowly, even though she eats so much every day. I don't know where it all goes. Plus, she's very stubborn, gets stuck in her own ways, and is a bit of a battle maniac. Her competitive spirit is super strong, and frankly, I've suffered quite a bit because of it. And her cooking is terrible. She never knows how to put in the right amount of seasoning," Asher continued. "Why does it sound like you're mentioning more flaws than virtues?" Jean said with a smile. "It's about half and half. Half virtues, half flaws." Asher arrived at the dungeon entrance. "What about your Shishou?" Jean asked. "My Shishou, she's a rather serious person." Asher raised his hand, knocked out a guard at the door, and stepped into the dungeon. "I suffered a lot during training with my Shishou. Although she's a beauty, she's also a true battle maniac. Most people in our country are afraid of her, but she's very experienced, having gone through a lot, you know. And honestly, I always get distracted when fighting her." "Why?" Jean asked in confusion. Asher thought for a moment. "It's a bit complicated to explain. Anyway, it's hard for me to focus when fighting her. Plus, Shishou holds grudges. Sometimes, if you offend her, she won't say it directly, but she'll retaliate against me in battle. So, she's very vengeful, that's it." "What about your sister then? Didn't you say your Shishou also had an adopted daughter?" "You mean Sister Scáthach?" Asher pondered for a moment, casually slapped a few Russian guards unconscious, picked up one guard, and slammed him back onto another enemy charging at him. "She's too devious. Sometimes it's hard for me to know what she's thinking. Although she usually seems clueless and silly, lately I always feel like she's very smart." Asher waved the dungeon key in his hand. "Also, Sister used to like to tease me, but she'd immediately chicken out once I teased her back. You understand what I mean? Sister Scáthach is the kind of girl who only dares to scare people from a distance, but gets scared herself once someone approaches her. So, she's very timid, that's it. The two chatted as they walked into the dungeon. Jean thought for a moment. By the way, that Merlin you mentioned earlier, who is he? A Lullicon, Asher said concisely. Merlin is a perverted Lullicon. You just need to remember that. Jean hesitated for a moment, then a smile quickly appeared on her face. I see, Merlin is a perverted Lullicon. I'll remember that. Is this the place? Asher walked to the front of the dungeon. A flame lit up at his fingertips, illuminating the dim, damp cell. In the cell, he indeed saw a man, Marshal Gillis, as Jean had called him. Gillis. Jean quickly walked forward. Upon hearing the Saintess's voice, Gillis also suddenly looked up. Seeing Jean, a relieved smile appeared on his face. That's great, I'm glad you're all right. Let's save the chatter for later. We need to leave here first, Asher said, taking out the key to unlock the cell. On the other side, Morgan walked into the room, the handcuffs in her hand clanking, glittering with a dazzling metallic sheen. She looked at the empty room in confusion, then couldn't help but ask Merlin, where did everyone go? They all went out, seems they went to find some interrogation tools, Merlin said, a very bright smile on his face. Frankly, I'm already a bit tempted to punch him. Why? I'm not a Lullicon. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 261, Chapter 261, Come Forth, King Arthur. Fire you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available Fire. Who are you? Gillis' gaze fell upon Asher, his eyes filled with wariness. Calm down, Gillis, he's not an enemy, Jean explained. He's someone the Lord sent to help me. The Lord, you say? Gillis repeated, his expression changing. For a moment, his eyes showed an unconcealed anger. If there truly was a Lord, how could he watch his loyal followers suffer and even be burned at the stake? Jean was silent for a moment before slowly saying. Everything has its reason. Such a thing is not reasonable at all, Gillis' eyes showed disgust, mixed with deep sadness. Both France and I owe you an apology. I know this cannot atone for my sins, but... Asher silently watched Jean, who had fallen silent, and interrupted Gillis' words, let's talk about these things after it's over. In any case, we need to leave here first. Marshal Gillis, you should know what the most important thing is right now, shouldn't you? Asher continued. This is also Jean's wish. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the dungeon exit. Gillis' voice halted. He turned to look at Jean, whose face showed a slight smile. Gillis, he's right. There are more important things to do now. Can I ask you for something? Ah, I know what to do, please leave it to me, Gillis sighed. Anyway, even if I don't agree, you'll still go to stop the Black Saintess, Jean. Thank you, Gillis, Jean said. I'll join you as soon as possible. Please be careful until then. Gillis looked at Asher again when he said this, his eyes full of wariness. Although he was still a bit uneasy, since Asher had followed Jean into the dungeon to rescue him, he should be an ally. Nevertheless, it was still better to be careful. Asher waited at the dungeon entrance for a moment, then looked at Jean who had come out and asked, what should we do now? Go directly to the cathedral. Jean seemed to be still a bit dazed, Gillis's words had made her recall past events. Jean. Asher called out again. Jean finally reacted and immediately nodded, the sooner we stop Jean, the safer it will be. Asher gave Jean a strange look, thought for a moment, then squatted down and turned to her, saying, come on, I'll carry you on my back. Jean was stunned, asking in confusion, why? It'll be faster if I carry you. Are you planning to run to the cathedral? Asher said. It's quite a distance to the cathedral from here. You'll probably lose a lot of stamina by the time you run there. Jean hesitated, then looked at Asher again. But. It's not the first time I've carried you. Hurry up, don't waste time, Asher said. You were a white dragon before, it's completely different now. For once, the Saintess's cheeks flushed slightly. Hurry up, the Lord says wasting time is a shameful act, Asher said again. Jean was clearly bewildered by Asher's words, so she took small steps forward, her soft body pressing against Asher's back, her hands wrapped around his neck. All right, let's go, Jean's voice was noticeably quieter. Asher walked a few steps forward with the girl on his back. Jean finally couldn't help but ask, why don't you transform into a dragon? The white dragon and I are two different entities, so I can't transform into the white dragon, Asher said seriously, feeling the soft pressure of the girl on his back. Is that so? Jean murmured, somewhat confused. Of course. Almost at that instant, the previously slender young man transformed into a white dragon, soaring into the sky with a startled cry from Jean. Thump. Jean smacked the stubborn white dragon's head hard, then covered her hand, facing the strong wind and loudly saying with great dissatisfaction, "You were deliberately messing with me, weren't you?" Clearly, Asher could have transformed into a dragon from the beginning, but he didn't do so immediately for no other reason than to startle her. "Of course I was deliberate," the white dragon replied proudly, almost putting its hands on its hips in arrogance. "You really are a mischievous fellow." Jean pouted slightly, her hands wrapped around the white dragon's neck, whispering, "Next time, I'll definitely get my revenge." "If you can do it," Asher glanced at the girl sitting on the dragon's back, grinning. For some reason, Asher just found it amusing to tease Jean. Seeing the saintess's sulking expression made him feel very happy, perhaps because he had been bullied for too long during his time in Britain and the Land of Shadows. Of course, if Asher knew that there was a group of people sharpening their knives in his room, waiting for him to wake up, he probably wouldn't be smiling so happily. "But you're a bit more relaxed now, aren't you?" Asher suddenly said. "Being too tense isn't necessarily a good thing. You don't have to think so much, after all, it's already history, isn't it?" The current Jean was a servant, her being burned at the stake was already history. Even thinking about these things now had no meaning, which was obvious. Jean was stunned, then a bright smile quickly appeared on her face. "Thank you." Clearly, Asher had only used that method to make Jean relax because he noticed she was distracted earlier. Although that method was more akin to a scare. "Ash, you should know about my story too, right?" Jean asked softly. "Of course. Do you also believe my sacrifice was wrong?" Jean asked. "Of course. That burning at the stake was completely unreasonable to begin with," Asher said. "So even you think so?" Jean lowered her gaze slightly, a helpless smile appearing on her face. "But at least the ending was beautiful, though that was after your death," Asher suddenly said. "Have you seen The Tempest?" Jean, ? Although she didn't speak, the question mark above her head showed that she completely didn't understand what Asher was saying. "Oh, I almost forgot, you haven't read any books," Asher suddenly realized. Moreover, Shakespeare's works came later, so it was normal for Jean not to have seen them. Thump. Jean slapped the white dragon's head again, then covered her hand. "Ugh, it really hurts. This guy's head is so hard." "What do you want to say?" Jean asked. "It's a story of revenge," Asher said, "but in the end, everyone lived happily ever after." A story of revenge, and in the end everyone has a happy ending. Jean repeated. "Yes," Asher said. "Your sacrifice wasn't completely without value. Ultimately, everyone lived a happy life." "You mean my sacrifice led to the final piece, don't you?" Jean's face broke into a smile after a brief thought. "If that's the case, that's truly wonderful. If you get the chance, tell this story to Gillis," Asher said. If I get the chance." Jean gently stroked the white dragon's head, her eyes much softer than before. "I said, don't touch my head." The white dragon raised its eyes and gave Jean a disgusted look, as if saying, "Get away from me, woman." "I'm stroking the white dragon's head," Jean said. "Asher, is there a difference? Didn't you say it yourself when you were carrying me earlier?" Jean's lips curved slightly. "You and the white dragon are two different entities." Asher. After a long silence, he said helplessly, "You really aren't like a saintess. You hold grudges so much." "I told you, I cannot be called a saintess," Jean said, showing a charming smile. "Now I believe you," Asher said. The white dragon shot towards the cathedral. They flew with Jean all the way to the cathedral, but they soon found that there was not a single guard at the cathedral's entrance. "That's strange, is it an empty fort strategy?" Asher, now in human form, scanned the surroundings, saying somewhat puzzled. There were quite a few wyverns by the cathedral door, subtly crouching on both sides, looking as if they were welcoming Asher's arrival. Jean glanced at the wyverns on both sides, her eyes puzzled. She thought, this doesn't seem like an empty fort, does it? After all, there were so many wyverns guarding it. Although she didn't know why these wyverns were just idling on both sides, not moving at all. "Never mind, let's go inside first," Asher said, stepping into the cathedral. Roar. Almost the moment he stepped into the church, a roar suddenly erupted. A wyvern from the church door lunged at Asher. "Watch out!" Jean's pupils contracted slightly. Just as she was about to draw her sword, Asher had already raised his eyes. In overload, his eyes turned golden, bright as day. The wyvern's pupils reflected those eyes, and almost instantly, its attack came to a halt. Then, it bowed its head slightly, looking as if it was admitting fault. "It's fine, go guard outside," Asher patted the wyvern's head. He then watched as the wyvern flapped its wings and flew out of the church. Jean was slightly stunned, saying in disbelief, "Why is it listening to you so much? Could it be that those outside earlier also listened to you and didn't attack us?" "I converted it with love," Asher said seriously. Jean didn't speak, but her helpless gaze towards Asher said it all. No one would believe such words from him. It's likely something similar to dragon bloodline suppression. Jean scanned the surroundings, muttering, "There are no other guards here apart from the wyverns. Is it overconfidence, or are they busy dealing with another group of enemies?" "So, Jean has other enemies," Asher murmured thoughtfully. "Let's continue deeper into the church. If nothing goes wrong, they should be there." Jean nodded, walking ahead of Asher, continuing deeper into the cathedral. They hadn't walked much further when they saw him standing in the hallway. He bowed slightly towards Jean. "Please stop here, Jean." "Gillis, stop here. Don't make any more mistakes." Jean gripped her weapon, pointing it at Marshal Gillis, who seemed completely insane. "No, perhaps Black Magician Gillis would be more accurate. The fault lies with this country, with France." Gillis spread his arms. "This country, full of sin, should not exist in this world." Jean was about to speak when a cold voice suddenly echoed from afar. "Indeed, this country, this land filled with sin, will be destroyed by dragons. After that will be an era of dragons rampaging, and France has no value in existing." A silver-haired woman walked from deeper within the hallway. A cold and cruel smile was on her face. Her appearance and demeanor were no different from Jean's, the only difference being the unconcealed murderous intent in her eyes. "Dragons, are you referring to those dragons outside?" Asher asked. Jean was visibly startled. Only now did she suddenly remember something very important. With so many wyverns guarding outside, how did these two get in? And there hadn't even been any signs of a struggle. "Never mind, in that case, I'll deal with you here." Jean's face regained its smile. "You're already too late. The strongest trump card has already been summoned." "You actually did it, then?" "Ah, that's wonderful, truly wonderful." Gillis' face showed an ecstatic smile. His dry, branch-like hands covered his face, and a cruel smile twisted his lips. "Come, defeat these two enemies, King Arthur." Gillis spread his arms, as if to welcome the King of Britain. A.R. Arthur. Asher was a bit bewildered, murmuring to himself, "How is that possible? What's wrong?" Jean turned to ask. "It shouldn't be." Asher still looked bewildered. At that moment, footsteps approached from deeper in the hallway. Asher looked up, his gaze fixed on the person emerging from the shadows in the hallway. Long golden hair was coiled, a golden crown adorned her head, and her clothes completely failed to conceal her proud chest. She held the vanguard lance. In the dim light, her emerald green eyes were still bright and clear. "Come, King Arthur, defeat the enemies before you. I shall grant your wish," Gillis said to the tall woman beside him, his voice filled with wild joy. "I will deal with them immediately, don't worry," Artoria said. Tangerine, boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 262, Chapter 262, Lily, I cheated on myself. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Be careful, this woman is very dangerous. Jean drew her sword, vigilantly gazing at Artoria as she walked towards them, warning in a low voice. Despite her words, Jean felt a strange sensation. This servant should be an enemy, yet she couldn't feel an ounce of killing intent. "I know she's dangerous." Asher gazed at the woman walking towards him, feeling an inexplicable immense pressure. Although she looked exactly like Lily, how should he put it, her aura was quite different from the original Lily. And she was so much more mature. "You're Lily, right?" Asher couldn't resist asking. "Of course," Artoria smiled faintly, "but whether we're the same person, you guess." "I don't know," Asher shook his head. "It doesn't matter anymore." Artoria glanced at the black Jean and Gillis behind her, then at Jean, who was vigilantly watching her, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. "Do you know what my wish is?" Her gaze returned to Asher, looking into his eyes. Asher remained silent, just quietly listening to her next words. From the looks of it, what he saw that morning when he woke up really was the grown-up Lily. As for why he saw Lily's future appearance, was it something like clairvoyance? While secretly observing Artoria, Asher quietly made guesses in his mind. "My wish is simple." In the next instant, Artoria suddenly moved. Her high heels clicked on the floor, making a captivating sound. Her speed was so fast that by the time Asher reacted, she was already in front of him. Asher cursed inwardly. He had forgotten that Lily was now a servant summoned by the enemy. Although he didn't know how Black Jean had managed it, there was no doubt that Artoria was now an enemy. The tall woman's saintly blue eyes flashed with a cold glint. She grabbed Asher's collar, kicked away Jean who was swinging her long sword at her, and then threw Asher onto the floor in an over-the-shoulder throw. Boom. Several exaggerated cracks appeared on the ground, extending all the way to the stone walls on both sides. Countless stone fragments splattered, indicating immense destructive power. Asher reacted immediately as he fell to the floor, raising his right hand. Almost at that instant, Artoria pressed down on his right hand, then straddled him, pressing her knees against his body, her entire weight pressing down on Asher. Jean was stunned, and Black Jean opposite her was also slightly bewildered. A black-haired young man and a mature woman. Straddling him, this scene was incredibly impactful. If they didn't know it was a battle, strange misunderstandings might arise. Good, kill him, King Arthur. Gillis shouted from the side, a maniacal smile on his face. Artoria didn't even raise her head. When she leaned down slightly, her face was almost completely pressed against Asher's. Her warm breath carried a sweet and aggressive scent. Lily, what exactly do you want to do? Asher stared into Artoria's eyes. He still had strength left. He could reverse the situation by transforming into the white dragon, but he didn't move. Only he knew that Artoria didn't seem to be here to fight him at all. That throw earlier looked powerful, and the floor even had varying degrees of cracks, but Asher didn't feel any pain at all. This was natural. Artoria had clearly dissipated the force when she threw Asher to the ground, only tampering with the floor to make the throw appear powerful. To fulfill a wish. She smiled, a smile Asher had never seen on Artoria's face before. It was like a king on a throne looking down at her subjects, or a lioness gazing at her prey. The biggest regret of my life was not acting more decisively back then, so I only have one wish. Her aggressive lips pressed against Asher's. More than a kiss, it was an outlet for her frustration. Artoria was venting the anger and resentment she had held inside. Back then, she was young and ignorant, completely fooled by Asher. He said he would wait until she grew up, he said it was for her own good, but what happened? This guy was a complete liar, so she needed to atone for past regrets, and then get fierce revenge on him. She greedily licked Asher's lips, then her nimble tongue entwined with his. Jean stared blankly at the scene, her face soon turning red. This was an utterly shameless scene. Doing such things in a cathedral. Was this woman really King Arthur? And what kind of person was Ash? Why did these two seem to know each other? Numerous questions filled Jean's mind. She instinctively looked up. The Black Jean, who had worn a cruel smile, also looked a bit bewildered, staring blankly at the passionately kissing pair. No, the one truly kissing passionately should be the King Arthur she herself had summoned. She told King Arthur to defeat these two, but she didn't tell King Arthur to defeat the enemy in this way. At the same time, in Camelot Castle, the group of people were also completely stunned. Only Merlin was staring at the image with a sly look, seemingly quite entertained. And as the group stared for a long time without regaining their composure, Lily was the first to snap out of her daze, looking up at herself in the image. So that's it. So that's how it is. It seemed she didn't get Ash in the end. That's why her image in the dream said her biggest regret was not acting more decisively. Finally, she understood. She finally understood. She couldn't believe Ash's words, otherwise she would regret it for a lifetime. She should do whatever she wanted to do. That's right, once he wakes up, she should do whatever she wants to do. Then again. Did the other me kiss Ash, or did the woman in the image kiss him? The girl fell into deep thought. The cathedral. Artoria released his lips, looking at the bewildered young man, a wild and joyful smile on her face. Next time, it won't be this simple, she turned her head. After all, she had no interest in doing such things in front of a crowd. Whoosh. The spear of the vanguard pierced Gillis's heart. Why? Gillis looked down at the spear of the vanguard. In his chest, whispering again, why? He screamed like a madman, what is your wish, answer me, King Arthur. King Arthur. Artoria smiled. Haven't I told you? She pointed at the young man beneath her and said softly, he is King Arthur. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 263, Chapter 263, you're awake, but you're also dead. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. He's King Arthur. Gillis looked up at Asher, somewhat stunned. How is that possible? How is that possible? He clutched his head with both hands, coughing up blood, but still staring fixedly at Artoria. If he's King Arthur, then what are you? I am the court steward, his court steward. Artoria's figure slowly blurred. She chose to commit suicide without even giving Black Jean a command. Her gradually blurring body was proof of her disappearing magical energy, but even so, the smile on her face remained clear and beautiful. But I am also King Arthur, at least, to the world, that is. Actually, she rather wanted to say she was the queen, but even having grown to this point, such words were hard to utter. She turned to look at Asher, displaying the smile a mature woman should have. Next time we meet, I will take back everything, instead of listening to your words and believing your deceptive claims that everything was for my good. It really was for your good back then. Asher said, unconsciously wiping his mouth. A trace of blood appeared on his finger. His lips had been bitten by this lion-like woman during the kiss. For my good. Asher nodded. Artoria's gaze shifted slightly. She raised her eyes. Say that again. Yes, fine, it's just that I was too cowardly. Asher finally answered honestly. He felt that if he said anything else, that spear would be coming for him. Finally willing to tell the truth. Artoria finally smiled. What a pity, this isn't a good time for small talk. As she spoke, Artoria's gaze casually swept over Jean, a fleeting disdain in her eyes. Jean unconsciously frowned. Why did she always feel like she was being mocked? Did this King Arthur misunderstand her relationship with Asher? Artoria's index finger touched her lips, then she glanced at Jean again, before her gaze returned to Asher. All right, there was no need to just feel it anymore. Artoria was indeed mocking her. What an immature woman. Despite having a mature body, her mindset isn't mature enough, Jean thought to herself. Artoria looked at Asher and continued, but this is enough for now. My royal sister used to say that kissing like this would make you very happy. She was right, you're quite excited now, aren't you? Your illusion, Asher said. Being honest at a time like this would just prove I'm a pervert. Asher silently complained. Not honest at all, Artoria smiled. By the time Asher looked up again, her figure had vanished into thin air, as if she had never appeared in this world. Gazing at the girl who had disappeared before his eyes, Asher slowly let out a sigh of relief. Although Lily's disappearance was a bit disappointing, thankfully this was a dream. The real Lily was probably still in his room taking care of him. Thinking this, Asher calmed down quite a bit. It was also fortunate that this was a dream. If the scene just now, and the words of that Lily full of human emotions, were heard by the real Lily, given the girl's personality, she would probably start thinking all sorts of strange things, perhaps even making some firm decisions. That would definitely make things very troublesome. However, there was no need to worry. A dream was something only the dreamer could know. So there was absolutely no need to worry. The immediate priority should be to deal with the trouble here. Asher's gaze fell on Black Jean. Gillis probably wouldn't have been able to guess, even if he racked his brains until the very end, that the King Arthur he painstakingly summoned would actually backstab him. Jean, block the dragon witch's retreat. Asher collected his thoughts, then turned to Jean and said. But Jean didn't respond. She just instinctively looked at Asher's lips, and the scene she had witnessed earlier, along with King Arthur's final mockery of her, inexplicably popped into her mind. That King Arthur, was she Asher's lover? No, if King Arthur and Asher were lovers, King Arthur wouldn't have said those words that sounded full of regret. Then what was their relationship? Jean. It wasn't until Asher's voice came again that Jean snapped back to reality. She looked up at the silver-haired woman in front of them and said, You've lost. Give up, Dragon Witch. That's right, the most important thing now should be to save France. There was absolutely no need to think about anything else. Give up. Black Jean slowly snapped out of her daze, a fierce smile on her face. I won't give up until France is destroyed. This is my mission. That kind of thing is impossible. Even if I don't stop you, the Lord won't let you succeed. The Lord. Black Jean's smile diminished slightly. That kind of thing, I can't see it at all, and I can't hear the voice of the Lord you speak of. The only voice I can hear is destruction. She raised the flag spear in her hand, her cold eyes fixed on the woman in front of her. That voice tells me to destroy France. Oh. Yes. That's right, Saint of Vengeance. Gillis stumbled towards Black Jean, blood trailing behind him. He raised his hand, withered like a branch, tears of obsession on his sickly face. Unleash the fire of your anger, burn this country full of sin. Before his fingers could even touch Black Jean, Gillis collapsed to the ground. Leave the rest to me, Gillis. Black Jean looked up at the saint in front, a cold killing intent in her eyes. Even without King Arthur, you won't win easily. Roar. The ground shook violently. Outside the cathedral, a purple aurora seemed to envelop the sky. A roar filled with hatred echoed across the heavens. Black Jean abruptly turned to look outside the cathedral, a cruel sneer on her face. Fafnir, go rampage, vent your fury, lead the wyverns to destroy France. Asher turned to look at the black dragon roaring outside, sighing sincerely. Why another dragon? He was starting to suspect if he would have a special attack against dragons in the future. The shaking of the ground slowly stabilized, and the dragon's roar outside was incessant. Previously, the wyverns had been suppressed by the white dragon's presence and dared not make any moves, but now, under Fafnir's roar, they seemed to have been injected with a stimulant, flapping their wings and taking flight one by one. Asher withdrew his gaze, his eyes returning to Black Jean. He looked at the woman's cruel smile, his gaze slightly narrowed. It's better to deal with her first, than handle Fafnir. Outside. That way, the dream should end here, probably. Black Jean clearly guessed Asher's intention to attack her. She slowly retreated backward, and countless black creatures began to emerge from the long corridor. Their faces were indistinguishable, but the oppressive force they generated when gathered was not to be underestimated. Before Fafnir leads the dragons to destroy this country, you can play with these mass-produced servants for a while. After she said that, she turned and walked into the depths of the long corridor, while the densely packed black creatures gradually approached Asher. Are you satisfied like this? Asher asked, speaking through the dense horde of black creatures. Black Jean's footsteps slowed slightly, but she didn't turn back. Besides revenge, do you have no other wish in your heart, Dragon Witch? Her steps clearly faltered, but she quickly regained her smile and turned around. Destroying this country, that is my wish. You said earlier that you couldn't hear the Lord's voice, right? Asher said. Then have you ever dreamed of the white dragon, dreamed of the Lord's divine revelation? What are you trying to imply? Black Jean asked coldly. Miss Jean dreamed of the Lord's divine revelation, but you didn't. You only have one voice in your mind, and that is to destroy France, Asher said. That's because you don't have Jean's memories, Dragon Witch. He shook his head, then continued, no, you're not even human, but an existence born from the Holy Grail's wish. Black Jean's pupils sharply constricted. She reprimanded, shut up. But Jean was stunned. She turned to Asher and asked incredulously, what did you say? I think she's a witch created by Gillis's wish on the Holy Grail. Asher stared at the silver-haired woman in front of him and asked again, do you have Jean's memories? Black Jean didn't speak. She just snorted disdainfully, ignoring Asher, and walked into the depths of the long corridor. Asher was right, Black Jean indeed had no memories. Or rather, she only remembered the painful things, only remembered the painful experiences of the girl named Jean during her interrogation, and the unbearable pain of being burned at the stake in the end, so intense that she couldn't even shed tears. These painful memories created the Avenger Saint known as the Dragon Witch, so she sought revenge, revenge against this country. This is her only reason for existence. Since King Arthur was unreliable, then she just needed to summon again. As long as she continued to slaughter and destroy, that would be enough. No matter what, we have to stop her. Leave this place to me, you go after her. Jean kicked away the black creatures lunging at them, then turned to Asher and shouted. No need, Asher shook his head. If Lily had stopped him earlier, things might have become very tricky, but now, for him, dealing with these troubles was not difficult at all. Ash, this isn't the time for reckless impulses. Jean's voice had just fallen when the young men in front of her disappeared. A white dragon broke through the cathedral ceiling, and a pillar of light blasted through the densely packed black creatures, rushing towards the distant Black Jean. Jean's voice abruptly ceased. She stared at the magnificent scene, slightly stunned. She seemed to have underestimated the white dragon's power. Such destructive force, was this person really a human and not a dragon? Not just Jean, but even the Dragon Witch herself hadn't expected it. So when she turned around, a dazzling pillar of light came straight at her, completely engulfing her. She never imagined that, even with the Holy Grail, she would be dealt with in such a way by an unknown entity. Of course, this was also related to the King Arthur she had summoned earlier. If King Arthur could have suppressed Asher, things wouldn't have escalated so dramatically. But it was all too late. No one could have imagined that King Arthur's wish would be so absurd. Black Jean and Gillis couldn't have possibly guessed, even if they racked their brains, that King Arthur's wish was to get with the fish. The beam of light completely swallowed the long corridor, and everything was engulfed in dazzling light. Sleep now, Saint of Vengeance, Asher said softly, looking at Black Jean being consumed by the light. When you awaken next, your heart will no longer be solely driven by hatred, perhaps. Black Jean staggered and leaned against the wall, clutching her chest, staring intently at Asher. Who exactly are you? This guy's origin was truly bizarre. He appeared out of nowhere in this world, was familiar with King Arthur, and could even transform into a white dragon. What kind of being was this? Do you hate me? Asher asked. Black Jean just shook her head, her eyes still fixed on Asher. Asher, he said. If you hate me, then I'll call myself Merlin, he added. What an eccentric fellow, Black Jean murmured. I also think I'm quite strange, inexplicably appearing in a place like this, Asher said helplessly. Your time is almost up. Let's talk about the rest when we meet next time, if you still remember what happened here. Next time. Black Jean showed a mocking smile. Will there be a next time? Of course, Asher interrupted her, then turned to look at the few people who were arriving, his gaze falling on the red-haired girl at the front. Just let them collect your spirit origin. That's their job, isn't it? Yes, not long after Asher appeared in this world, the people from Chaldea had arrived one after another. And the evil dragon outside the cathedral, which was supposed to destroy France, had already been defeated. By St. George and Siegfried. After a brief exchange with the Chaldea personnel, Asher looked down at his hand. His hands began to become somewhat ethereal, like translucent. It seemed that not only Black Jean and Gillis, but he too was about to depart. What's wrong, Ash? Jean walked forward and asked. It seems I'm about to wake up, Asher said. The reason was that he felt his body in this world becoming somewhat illusory. I see, Jean said after a brief moment of stunned silence, quickly revealing a gentle smile. We'll have to say goodbye sooner or later, but it's quite a surprise. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Probably some bastard who tricked me here is treating me like a tool, Asher said with a forced smile, sighing helplessly. After leaving this dream, he wouldn't remember anything that happened here, just like when he woke up before. He would forget everything that happened in the dream. Thank you for everything you've done, Jean said softly. No matter what, I will remember you. Then I hope if we have a chance to meet again next time, you can treat me to something as thanks, Asher said in a joking tone. He didn't like the feeling of parting. Thank me now, it'll be too late next time, Jean said softly. Now. Yes, now. She turned to look at the few people over there. You all turn your heads away for a moment. I have something I want to talk to him about alone. Ritsuka and Mash looked puzzled, but they complied, both turning around. Kiyoheim and Elizabeth nearby were originally covering their eyes with their hands, but were peeking through their fingers. However, they were immediately pulled away reluctantly by Ritsuka. Miss Jean. Asher looked at Jean in confusion, not understanding the saint's intentions for a moment. You should call me older sister. I'm several years older than you. Jean smiled calmly. No. Asher shook his head. He didn't want to be a child anymore. It was bad enough being written in reality, but in a dream, he should at least do what he wanted to do, like being an older brother. Never mind, the address doesn't matter anyway. Jean took off the necklace from her chest and handed it to Asher. Take this. Asher was stunned. For what? A gift for you, as thanks for this time, Jean said. I told you, I don't believe in gods. Asher glanced at the crucifix and shook his head. Let's skip this kind of thank you gift. Besides, this was a dream. Whatever happened in a dream couldn't possibly be brought into reality, right? I know. You helped me put this on. Jean held the necklace out to Asher. Asher. Jean specifically took off her necklace, then asked him to help put it on. What kind of move was this? Regardless, Asher complied. He stepped forward and put Jean's crucifix necklace back around her neck, his hands naturally circling her neck. Jean watched Asher helping her put on the necklace. Blinked slightly, then suddenly called out, Ash. What? Asher instinctively looked up, just in time to see Jean leaning down slightly. Their lips met. Looking at the surprised Asher, she stepped back half a step, her mouth slightly upturned. Despite her face being flushed from the rush of blood, her mind remained calm. She turned her back and softly said, Calm down, this is just revenge on that person from just now. Since King Arthur mocked her, thinking that kind of kiss was a win, then if she did it again, it would erase King Arthur's evidence of victory. Why are you so surprised? Didn't you say it? The saint's duty has been fulfilled to the very end. From now on, she can do what she wants to do. Jean looked back, revealing a shy smile. Next time we meet, you give me a return gift too, if you still remember what happened today. Asher's vision slowly blurred. He tried hard to open his eyes, but he couldn't see anyone. He could only vaguely hear someone nearby shouting things like, Spirit Origin Recovery. Asher slowly opened his eyes. Familiar surroundings and familiar scents. He clutched his forehead and shook his head vigorously, muttering. So I was dreaming again while unconscious. Speaking of which, what did I dream about? As soon as he thought of this, the events of the past few days' dreams naturally came to Asher's mind. He instinctively touched his lips with his finger. It felt as if the warmth of soft lips touching his was still lingering there. It seemed that wasn't really a dream after all. Are you all right? A gentle voice came from nearby, sending a ripple through his heart. I'm fine. Asher then became aware of the several gazes from around the room. Why is it so lively today? So many people in the room taking care of me. Everyone was very worried about your health, Morgan smiled casually. Are you feeling all right now? Asher smiled and said, don't worry, I'm fine now. I'm feeling very energetic. Very energetic. Scáthach smiled. Then I'm relieved. Relieved in every sense of the word. Sorry to have worried you, Asher said. By the way, what are those things you're holding? It was then that he noticed they were holding what clearly looked like interrogation tools. Morgan, leaning against the door with her arms crossed, holding a whip. Artoria, standing beside her. Expressionlessly. Scáthach, holding a staff. And next to them, Scáthach, swinging handcuffs with a playful grin, and Merlin and Vivian, smirking, waiting to watch the show. Asher's smile tightened slightly, and the cowlick on his head inexplicably perked up, like an alarm radar. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, what are those things you're holding? Just toys, Scáthach said with a giggle. Asher was stunned. No. I don't see how these are toys. They are toys. We just have a few questions for you, so we might need to use these toys later. Morgan walked to Asher's bedside, her smile bright. Don't worry, older sister won't treat you like a criminal, but it might hurt just a little bit. So it's really great that you're in good health. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 264, Chapter 264, listen up, no one will ever enter this room. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Someone once asked Asher, do you know what hell looks like? At that time, Asher couldn't answer him, because he truly didn't know what hell looked like. But now, he can answer. The so-called hell is the room he's currently in. How to put it? Asher never thought he'd be sweating profusely out of fear. From the moment he learned that everything that happened in his dream was being live-streamed by a certain white-haired brat, Asher knew he could die peacefully. Of course, Asher still held a glimmer of hope. He tried to muddle through with answers like "hey" or "I don't know anything." However, upon seeing Scáthach gently tapping her palm with her staff and Morgan's sneer, he knew his time was up. Except for Artoria, who kept her head down and didn't utter a sound throughout, everyone participated in the interrogation. Oh, and there were 2 spectators, Merlin and Vivian. 2 hours later, Asher leaned against the wall as he left the room. You call this not treating me like a prisoner? Asher sighed, clutching his waist. Looks like I'll be bedridden for another 2 days. The 2 hours in the room were hell for Asher. As he left, that obnoxious white-haired mage behind him even feigned concern, asking if he needed help. But Asher ignored Merlin, silently adding this grudge to his mental list. Merlin being annoying wasn't a new development, Asher had known that for a long time. While he wanted revenge, he simply didn't have the energy to deal with Merlin. He felt so weak, as if he'd been emptied out. In reality, what made Asher feel weak wasn't his body, but his spirit. At first, Asher wondered why everyone's gazes were so hostile. Later, he found out it was all that brat Merlin's doing. That annoying white-haired person had let everyone see what happened in Asher's dream, essentially a live broadcast. And some things Asher would never normally say were casually spoken in the dream, even ending with a kiss from the Saintess. One could only imagine the kind of torture Asher endured. As for the cruel methods, they won't be detailed here, but Scáthach brought out handcuffs and shackled him, while Vivian thoughtfully produced a black cloth to blindfold Asher. Yes, just like gutting a fish, usually if you cover a fish with a damp cloth or cover its eyes, it won't struggle. Asher experienced a similar treatment. If anyone asked Asher if he'd ever seen hell, he could proudly tell them, I have, in my room. After finally enduring the interrogation, Asher was practically a dead fish. But he didn't want to just lie in bed playing dead. After all, he hadn't shown his face for several days. If he didn't go out and check on the progress of the work in the administrative office, those people would probably forget about him, King Arthur. Upon reaching the administrative office, Asher found that most of the Knights of the Round Table were present. This was because the battle with Vortigern had caused a massive earthquake in Britain, resulting in the collapse of many residential buildings and even large sections of the outer city walls. Reconstruction was now underway, and the knights couldn't afford to be lazy for the sake of the people. King Arthur. Lancelot looked at the young man at the door with a touch of surprise. When did you wake up? Just woke up a little while ago, Asher replied. In fact, He had been awake for some time, but he couldn't very well say he had just been subjected to inhumane torture, so he had to use vague words to gloss over it. "You still don't look so good, don't push yourself too hard, King Arthur," Gawain said with a smile. Asher smiled. "It's fine. With Shishou and sister taking care of me, I've almost fully recovered, don't worry. King Arthur, I think I heard your voice a little while ago. You must have been awake for some time, right?" Kai's voice came from nearby. He looked up, a gentle smile on his face. "Although you usually train a lot, your body is in excellent shape, but you still need to be moderate." Hearing Kai's words, Lancelot paused slightly, then observed Asher carefully for a moment, before nodding gently and saying, "A moderate amount of relaxation is fine, but excessive indulgence is not good." Suddenly, the administrative office fell silent. A group of Knights of the Round Table stared directly at Asher, various explicit images uncontrollably popping into the minds of the upright knights, making Asher question his life. Asher felt awkward for a moment. He wanted to say that he wasn't weak from excessive indulgence, but if he said he was tortured by those people, that might be even worse, right? However, amidst the awkwardness, Asher secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed these knights didn't hold a grudge against him because of his white dragon identity. At least, their current attitudes were quite good. He didn't know if Artoria had done some ideological work, or if these Knights of the Round Table had simply come to terms with it themselves. In any case, this was a good thing. "Aren't you coming in?" A faint voice came from behind. Asher turned around, and it was Artoria. Asher subconsciously took a small step back. Artoria walked straight into the administrative office. Then, she began today's meeting, and Asher listened to the knights' discussions from the side, gaining a general understanding of the administrative activities they had been engaged in these past few days. There was another thing that concerned Asher, which was the attitude of the Knights of the Round Table towards Artoria. If the previous Artoria was just a minor presence always by Asher's side, now she had become the one with the strongest presence. This was probably due to Artoria's role as acting king during Asher's unconsciousness, which helped her manage state affairs. This also gave the Knights of the Round Table a deeper understanding of this female knight. "Do you have any concerns, Artoria?" At this moment, Agravain suddenly asked. He felt that Artoria's usual calm demeanor seemed different from now, as if she was troubled by something, and her gaze occasionally strayed towards Asher. Artoria's eyes were slightly unfocused, as if she hadn't heard Agravain's voice. "Lily." It wasn't until Asher called out again that she snapped out of her daze. She then composed herself slightly and let out a faint cough. "Sorry, I was just thinking about some things. Let's continue with today's meeting." Despite forcefully changing the subject, the Knights of the Round Table clearly weren't focused on state affairs. Each of them looked at Artoria with great concern. After several days of testing, they had all recognized this court steward beside King Arthur. Her excellent administrative abilities and serious personality had gained everyone's approval. Seeing the girl deviate from her usual composure and become so distracted, they couldn't help but feel a little worried. After the meeting, the knights left the administrative office one by one. Lancelot approached Asher, wanting to ask Asher to inquire about Artoria's condition. "My king, Artoria seems a bit strange. If possible, I would like to ask if you could help guide her." When he heard Lancelot's request, Asher glanced at Artoria, who seemed to be in a daze, and then readily agreed with a nod. In fact, Asher would have done this even without Lancelot asking. From the time Morgan and Scáthach were interrogating Asher, Artoria had been silently sitting in a corner, looking distracted. It was clear she had something on her mind. Whether as a friend or out of concern for a subordinate, Asher felt it was necessary to see what was bothering Lily. "Then I'll trouble you, King Arthur," Lancelot said, then winked at Kai nearby, and nodded slightly to Gawain, before stepping out of the administrative office. "Ah, right, right," Gawain suddenly clapped his hands. Looking as if he had just realized something, and asked, "Lancelot, I remember that no attendants usually pass through the administrative office, right?" "That's correct. This place is designated for meetings of the Knights of the Round Table and is an extremely important venue. No one other than the Knights of the Round Table is allowed inside, so naturally, no attendants would pass through," Lancelot said with a serious expression and a firm voice. "Not just attendants, not even nobles can enter the administrative office. This is indeed a very heavily guarded place." Gawain clapped his hands, applauding. "Once we leave, no one else can enter." "That's right, absolutely no one else will enter," Bedivere said solemnly from the side. "This is such a quiet place." Agravain's mouth was slightly open, as if he wanted to say something, but he was immediately muffled by Gawain, who, like a gorilla-like Prince Charming, vigorously patted Agravain's slender shoulder and said, "Agravain, speaking of which, you were planning to go to the training ground to practice your martial arts, right?" "I'll go with you." "All right, let's go, Agravain." Kai also patted Agravain's shoulder. So, before Agravain could speak, he was ushered out of the administrative office by a group of Knights of the Round Table. Before leaving, Gawain looked at Asher again and smiled. King Arthur, this is a very quiet place, and absolutely no one will enter, so please rest assured. I understand, Asher replied. He felt a bit bewildered, momentarily unsure what these people were up to. Trust me, I stake my title as the Sun Knight that absolutely no one will enter, so please rest assured. Gawain gave a thumbs up, revealing his white teeth, his smile bright, as if saying, we can only help you this far, or perhaps, brother, you're set. After Gawain finished speaking, the administrative office door closed, leaving only the bewildered Asher and Artoria, who was silently sitting in a chair. Outside the administrative office. Lancelot, do you think King Arthur knows her feelings? Saintly Knight Percival asked Lancelot in a low voice. She should know. After all of us can see it, let alone the king, Lancelot said with a wry smile. But is this really appropriate for us to do? To make them interact in such a direct way? The Knights of the Round Table were basically all aware of Artoria's feelings. In fact, they all quite approved of King Arthur and Artoria getting together. After all, this court steward was so capable, it would be good if the king could keep her by his side permanently. Isn't this Lily's wish too? Kai said. You've seen her ability. If she can be with King Arthur, she'll surely be even more enthusiastic in helping out, right? Besides, King Arthur is no longer young, it's time for him to choose someone to be queen. Is that Sir Ector's idea too? Gawain asked with a smile. Father does have that idea, but mainly Lily herself has this desire, Kai said. I don't object to this, but Gawain, Agravain looked coldly at Gawain, have you considered what to do about Morgan? By now, he was also very clear that, without a doubt, that woman definitely liked King Arthur. If Artoria and King Arthur were together, once the witch became enraged, Britain could very likely fall into crisis again. Agravain, you're only seeing the second layer, Gawain shook his head, glancing into the administrative office through the crack in the door. Actually, Morgan probably wants King Arthur to marry her sister more than we do. We can talk about these things later. Aren't you leaving yet? Lancelot interrupted their conversation. You go first, I want to stay and watch, Gawain said. With a smile. Lancelot frowned. Peeping is not a knightly act. And you all, do you also want to stay? He then scanned the other knights. I want to stay and watch too, after all, this concerns King Arthur's lifelong happiness. Me too. You all. Lancelot looked at his companions with a pained expression and sighed, this kind of behavior completely goes against the honor of a knight. Then why are you still here? Agravain suddenly asked. Lancelot was momentarily speechless, but then he quickly straightened his chest. I am here to protect the king's safety. Inside the administrative office. Asher rubbed the back of his head, sighing inwardly. Did these people misunderstand something? He wasn't stupid, of course, he knew what these Knights of the Round Table were thinking, but it was completely unnecessary. He couldn't possibly do anything in a place where he usually handled state affairs, could he? And was Gawain getting too carried away? If Sister Morgan found out, she'd surely break Gawain's legs. No, given Sister Morgan's personality, she'd probably praise Gawain greatly. After all, Asher was forced to make a guess that he must marry Lily. He was almost 17 now, with only a little over a year left until adulthood. After adulthood, the guise would probably take effect, and by then, he wouldn't be able to refuse marrying Lily even if he wanted to. Actually, Asher wasn't against it, just a bit annoyed. If he married Lily, what about Shishou and Sister? Would he announce that he was marrying Lily, and then turn around and say, "You're all my wings"? He felt that Shishou would most likely smile at him, then stab him with a spear and send him to the Hall of Valor. Asher shook his head slightly, temporarily dismissing these thoughts. It was fine, he still had a year. After a while, when Sister Morgan's anger subsided, he would ask her if there was a way to cancel the guise. For now, he should first check on Lily's situation. But, before that. Asher turned to the door, anger appearing in his eyes for the first time. Although I haven't done much since I took office, I'm still King Arthur, after all. Are you guys really peeping into the king's private life like this? With Asher's current white dragon body, if he wanted to, it would be more than enough to confirm if anyone was eavesdropping outside the room. And they said no one would ever enter the administrative office. What kind of person do these knights think he is? Besides, even if he did sleep with a subordinate, he definitely wouldn't want to be seen. So, Asher strode to the door and pushed it open. Then, Asher saw a group of Knights of the Round Table stretching their muscles, and one even playing music with a sad expression. Asher glanced at Tristan. Is Tristan planning to play music to send me off cheerfully? Do you all have anything else? Asher asked without batting an eyelid. We were just about to leave, Gawain immediately said with a smile. Asher scanned the others again. I was about to leave too. Yes, we were just about to leave. I didn't expect King Arthur to be so vigilant, ha ha ha. So, under Asher's gaze, the knights finally left. Asher withdrew his gaze, closed the administrative office door, turned around, and his eyes returned to Artoria. Alright, how should I start now? Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 265, Chapter 265, The Power of Nature. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher naturally knew exactly what the Knights of the Round Table were thinking, but he didn't stop them. Instead, he chose to stay in the administrative office. As for Lily, Asher himself felt he needed to see what was bothering her. From earlier in the room, Artoria had remained silent, not participating in the interrogation. Of course, Asher was grateful that Lily didn't get involved in the interrogation, but he was still quite concerned about Artoria's worries. Lily, you've worked hard these past few days, Asher said. In any case, he needed to find a topic to slowly lead into. It's just serving the king, there's nothing hard about it. Artoria shook her head and looked up. Do you have anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Asher. She gave him no opportunity to change the subject. Actually, ever since a certain night, through chatting with Asher, Artoria's mental state had stabilized a lot. At that time, if Scáthach hadn't still been sleeping nearby, she would probably have taken down that useless fellow directly. It was precisely this incident that significantly stabilized Artoria's mental state and made her realize that she was still a very charming existence. However, after seeing the dream Asher had, her mental state collapsed. According to Merlin's explanation, the dream Asher had was similar to a future event. That is to say, she didn't end up with Asher even in the end. After finally becoming a heroic spirit, she was bold enough to kiss him. And then, that kiss was actually overwritten by a mere French village girl. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed she had been hovering between being green and being greened for a very, very long time. Thinking this, Artoria became a bit withdrawn. Isn't this just a losing dog? And a golden-haired losing dog? The most crucial thing was that she was actually a falling from the sky, golden-haired losing dog. Because Scáthach and Asher were childhood friends, Scáthach was Asher's Shishou, and Morgan le Fay had known Asher for a long time. Only Artoria met Asher later. Every day, they sparred and trained on the island. After returning, Asher probably went into Shishou's embrace, with Sister's soft whispers nearby, and Morgan occasionally sent medicine or even white dragon blood. Only she, at that time, was entirely focused on martial arts. Whenever she saw Asher, she would draw her sword and say, "Come, let's spar." All in all, Artoria's mind was filled with martial arts at that time. After that, Artoria finally had her first crush, resorting to drugging him and even forcing herself on him, almost tying Asher up. Oh, it seems she already did that. However, it was as if an invisible wall blocked Artoria, by some unseen force. Whenever she was close to succeeding, a mysterious power would always stop her. The power of nature. Thinking of this, Artoria silently stood up, ready to leave the administrative office. But then, her wrist was suddenly grabbed by Asher. When she turned, she saw Asher say, "Lily, I don't know how much Britain has changed while I was unconscious these past few days. Why don't you take me out to sea? Can't you let someone else take you?" Asher looked left and right. "There's no one else here, is there?" Artoria frowned, but didn't speak. Asher continued, "Besides, I want you to take me. Is that not allowed?" So, the girl nodded silently. Asher had said so much, there was no way she could refuse him now. And upon hearing Artoria's reply, Asher secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good, it seems there's still a chance to make amends. At least Lily won't ignore him directly. After leaving the administrative office, Asher and Artoria walked together through the palace, but he soon felt something was amiss. His gaze quickly fell on a certain treetop. A raven stood quietly there, its red eyes gazing towards them. Perhaps sensing it had been discovered by Asher, the raven swayed its body, turned around, and pretended to look at the scenery behind it. Asher's mouth twitched slightly. Sister Morgan couldn't possibly think this would fool him, could she? However, it wasn't convenient to expose Morgan now. Asher quickly withdrew his gaze, letting it fall on a certain tower that seemed to emit a faint glow. That was the Holy Lance Rongaminiad, now transformed into a tower of radiance, illuminating Britain. Speaking of which, Lily seemed to have grown quite a bit. Asher subconsciously glanced at the girl beside him. He didn't know if it was because he hadn't seen her for too long, or what, but Artoria seemed much more mature than before. His gaze moved down from her delicate face, glanced at her ample chest, then subtly moved away. Much more mature in every sense. As the two walked silently out of the city gate, Asher looked around. Previously, due to vortigern, Britain had experienced a massive earthquake, causing many city walls and residential houses to collapse. Now, reconstruction was accelerating. However, there was no need to rush too much. With vortigern gone, there was no need to worry too much about barbarians. Construction could proceed step by step. Anyway, there was no need to worry about a giant suddenly appearing and destroying the walls. The concern was more about Artoria. What was bothering Lily? Was she embarrassed and ashamed because Scáthach and others saw her kissing him in the dream, or did she have other troubles? But this kind of thing, it's really hard to ask. For some reason, Asher's intuition told him that if he asked now, Lily would completely explode. She now controlled the Holy Lance. Although releasing a noble phantasm required the consent of more than half of the Knights of the Round Table, those knights were quite unreliable. They spoiled Artoria rotten. She would probably just say the word and they would immediately approve. So, Asher remained silent, allowing Artoria to lead him through towns and villages. For some reason, Asher felt very strange today. He had an indescribable sense of incongruity. Normally, when he went to town, the local residents would greet Asher, and there were always many people in town, but today, he barely saw anyone. It was truly strange. King Arthur, are you here for inspection today? At this moment, a hearty voice came from afar. Asher looked up and saw a middle-aged man. You've worked hard. I have some fresh grapes here. Take them and share them with your lover. As he spoke, he threw the grapes to Asher. Asher subconsciously caught them. When he looked up again, the uncle had already darted into a narrow alley. His escaping speed was astonishing. After a moment, Asher came to his senses and handed the grapes to Artoria. Want some, Lily? Artoria silently took them and ate one. Asher couldn't help but smile knowingly at the sight. She could still eat, so it seemed she wasn't troubled to the extreme yet. Artoria clearly noticed Asher's gaze. Her movements paused slightly, then she silently turned around. I'm going back first. After speaking, she left as if fleeing, not giving Asher a chance to speak. Asher was a bit bewildered. After a long time, he sighed, scratched the back of his head, and set off on the way back. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to guide Lily. As Asher left, in a certain alley, Gawain emerged from it. Looking at the departing figures of the two, he sighed, it was a waste of effort after all. They had specially cleared the town in advance today, trying to bring the two together, but they returned before even entering the town. It seems we still have to let nature take its course, another knight's voice came from the shadows. Let nature take its course. Gawain repeated, murmuring. It seemed that humans truly couldn't defy nature. When they returned to Camelot Castle, the sun was about to set. After lying in bed for several days, Asher felt stiff all over, and today's walk had loosened his limbs a bit. However, the thought that Artoria's matter hadn't been dealt with yet gave Asher a headache. He'd go find Sister Morgan later and ask her to help him find out what was bothering Lily. Asher pondered this as he walked down the corridor. As he passed a certain room, his steps slowed slightly, his gaze falling on the door. He turned and knocked on the door. Shishou, may I come in? In the past, when he had worries, he would go to Scáthach to confide in her, and Shishou always gave him good advice. For Asher, Scáthach was truly a life mentor. Come in, a faint voice came from the room. Asher pushed open the door. Scáthach was leaning against the window, swirling a glass of red wine in her hand. She turned to look at Asher, her beautiful red eyes seemingly more alluring than the red wine in her hand, making one instantly captivated. Was the daytime punishment not enough, so you specifically came to me tonight to continue receiving punishment, apprentice? Scáthach's lips curved slightly, her red eyes filled with teasing. You're quite self-aware, aren't you? She continued. I just didn't know you were watching what happened in my dream. Asher explained. That just shows what you're really thinking, Scáthach beckoned with a finger. Come here. Seeing her apprentice silently walk and stand beside her, Scáthach couldn't help but chuckle. When did you become so reserved? Do I have to tell you to sit before you dare to? Or are you hesitating to say you want to sit on me? She added at the end, her tone hinting at teasing. I wasn't thinking that much. Asher silently covered his face. Ever since their relationship was confirmed with Shishou, her attitude had become completely less dignified than before. Or rather, her private interactions and her demeanor during training were like two different people. You don't want to? Are you saying I'm old? She asked with a playful smile. I think you said something similar to that young girl named Jean in your dream, didn't you? I never thought Shishou was old. Asher said loudly. Then can I sit down? He asked tentatively. Where do you mean sit? Of course, Asher's voice trailed off slightly. Why is this conversation getting so weird? Come to think of it, it's been weird from the start. How could I sit on Shishou? Even if someone were to sit, it should be Shishou sitting. On me, no, that's not right either. Scáthach eyed Asher a few times, watching her apprentice's embarrassed expression, then smiled faintly and pointed to the spot beside her. Sit here. After Asher sat down, Scáthach again scrutinized him from head to toe, then raised her wine glass and took a sip of red wine, before extending the glass to Asher. Want some? Asher shook his head. Minors are prohibited from drinking alcohol. Is that so? But I recall Morgan saying you'd had alcohol before, Scáthach said leisurely. So, Asher silently took the wine glass. He actually wanted to talk about his worries, specifically about Artoria, but on second thought, before being a Shishou, she was also a woman. It seemed inappropriate to discuss such topics, so he remained silent. But Scáthach, as if reading Asher's thoughts, took the wine glass back from his hand and said, Lily's state isn't quite right today. Asher looked up and said, You noticed too, Shishou. Scáthach smiled noncommittally. I think everyone in the room noticed. After all, it was normal for her to feel embarrassed after a group of people saw her future self kissing Asher. However, the most crucial part wasn't the forced kiss, but the later kiss from the Saintess. The usually unwavering Night Princess probably felt a rare sense of negativity and powerlessness, didn't she? Whether in reality or in her dreams, she always seemed to be hovering between being in a love triangle and being cheated on, as if anything related to Asher was destined to fail no matter what she did. But she couldn't help with that. After all, Scáthach turned slightly, scrutinizing Asher a few times. Perhaps it was because he rushed back, but his soft black hair was slightly disheveled. A hint of worry lingered on his face, and the red wine's luster shimmered in his slightly lowered eyes. He looked like a boy next door, his previous gentleness having faded considerably, replaced by the handsomeness and maturity of a grown man. You've really grown quite a bit, Scáthach said softly. At this point, it was hard to treat him as a child anymore. Apprentice, Scáthach suddenly said. Asher turned to look. Scáthach pressed his head, then leaned her lips against his, the red wine flowing from Scáthach's mouth into Asher's throat. Seeing the boy's gradually widening pupils and surprised expression, a hint of pleasure flowed in Scáthach's eyes. She held his head firmly, continuously transferring the liquid from her mouth into Asher's. Earlier, Artoria in the dream had kissed her apprentice, and Jean had overwritten Artoria's kiss, so now she was overwriting Jean's kiss. As for Lily's worries, she really couldn't help. After all, she was busy herself. Busy with copper refining, oh no, she should call it cultivating Shishou disciple affection. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 266, Chapter 266, Artoria Lily. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Artoria stood silently in the training ground, sword in hand, continuously swinging and retracting. In the dim light, her emerald eyes remained bright and clear. Kay, aren't you her brother? Go talk some sense into her, someone in the shadows whispered. I will, but can you pervert stop following Lily around? Kay jabbed Gareth behind him with an elbow, speaking without mercy. Sneaking around after them from day till night, is this what a knight of the round table does? It's laughable. Weren't you also secretly following her? I'm her brother. Our father, being old, entrusted me with Lily's care. It's perfectly normal for me to pay close attention to her romantic life, Kay immediately retorted. And you lot. You've barely spoken to Lily before this, only working with her during the few days King Arthur was unconscious, right? It only takes a day to understand someone, Gawain said. She's an upright and beautiful girl, so I approve of this marriage. Shut up, Gawain. No one here will believe the things you say when you're dating girls. Even Merlin wouldn't use such outdated lines anymore, a voice from the shadows reprimanded. There's something a bit unpleasant, I'm not sure if I should say, Gawain scratched the back of his head. Go on, Lancelot glanced over. Based on your words, I'll decide whether to act here. I think as long as you're handsome, everyone will enjoy listening, no matter how outdated your words are, Gawain chuckled. Fuck. Although no one spoke, a single word must have appeared in many minds at that moment. Quiet down, if you keep making noise, we'll be discovered, Agravain said with a gloomy face. He felt that none of these knights were reliable. Just then, the sound of a sword being drawn echoed from the shadows. Lancelot kept his word and actually drew his sword. Who's there? Almost in that instant, the young girl who had been silently training in the distance suddenly turned her head towards a certain shadowy direction. Then, she stepped towards the shadows. Oh no. Retreat first. Agravain, I'll leave this to you for now. Don't expose us. Agravain was at the very front. By the time the others retreated, he was too late to leave, because the distant girl, holding the sword in the stone reforged by Vivian, pointed it at the men in the shadows. Agravain, were you following me? Agravain looked left and right. The previously lively training ground was now empty. A question mark slowly appeared above his head. These bastards. Recalling the scene where Artoria blasted Vortigern away with a single spear, Agravain couldn't help but feel more panicked, but fortunately, his years of being in the darkness and walking in the darkness allowed Agravain to maintain his gloomy expression. From the outside, he looked no different than usual. He briefly composed himself and said, I was a bit worried about you, so I came to check. I see. Artoria probably understood what Agravain meant. She gently exhaled, then calmly said, you go back first. I'm fine. Agravain nodded slightly, secretly sighing in relief. Then, after taking a few steps towards the training grounds. Exit, the girl's voice came from behind him. Lord Agravain, if you wanted to achieve your goal, what would you choose to do? Agravain's steps paused slightly. Without turning back, he just said, achieve the goal by any means necessary. That doesn't sound like a knight, Artoria smiled helplessly. If you were a knight, and one day King Arthur married someone to be queen, could you bless him? I think if you were a knight, you would choose to sincerely bless King Arthur, Agravain said. So as a knight, do you have such resolve? For a moment, a fierce glint appeared in Artoria's eyes, like a dragon's gaze, utterly ferocious. Agravain's eyelids twitched slightly. He coughed lightly, suppressing the fear surging within him, and said, that's all I'll say. How you decide is up to you. He deeply gazed at Artoria, then with great difficulty, forced his almost immovable legs to move, compelling himself to leave the training ground. It wasn't until he was out that his body uncontrollably trembled. Should I say she's truly the red dragon who was supposed to become King Arthur? What a terrifying aura. However, her usual efficient way of doing things is also admirable. Agravain thought as he disappeared into the darkness. In the training ground, after hearing Agravain's words, Artoria stood still, dazed. It was a long time before her tense expression gradually relaxed. I see, the girl murmured softly. So that's it, she finally understood. This was not the time to be passive. That's right, her future self failed, but that doesn't mean her present self will also fail. Go find him now. Artoria put away her sword, then stepped out of the training ground. This time, no matter what Ash says, it's useless. She won't listen to anything he says. She has to show him her determination. After all, fate is meant to be broken. Merlin once said that her pulling out the sword in the stone was fate, and that fate was broken by Asher. So now, she can also break this fate. Although Artoria didn't realize it, Merlin's repeated talk of fate back then was just a provocation he used on Asher. But at this moment, the girl didn't think that much. She had already committed herself, secretly determined that no matter what Asher said tonight, it wouldn't matter. This time, he also had no excuse about not being an adult yet. Moreover, King Arthur's room wouldn't be disturbed, and Usha's wasn't nearby either. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't this a perfect opportunity? The more Artoria thought about it, the more she felt the blood flowing in her veins slowly boil, and her steps quicken significantly. Her emerald eye seemed to gleam with a faint green light, like a wolf that had found its prey. She finally arrived at Asher's room. She looked left and right, confirmed no one was secretly following her, then knocked on the door. Then, she silently opened the door. Ash. As she spoke, her gaze swept across the room. Then, the blood that had been excitedly stirring from thoughts of what would happen next slowly calmed down. She bit her lip. Asher wasn't in the room. But at this hour, where could he have gone? Could he be in older sister's room, or perhaps, Shishou's room? She instinctively tightened her grip on the sword in the stone and walked away. That direction was Scáthach's room. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 267, Chapter 267, Steamed Fish Tonight. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Frankly, when Asher went to see Scáthach earlier, he genuinely didn't have any strange ideas about her. It was simply out of habit, or perhaps instinct. He just wanted to confide his troubles to Scáthach, hoping that his Shishou would guide him as she used to. That's how it should have unfolded. But now, this unfolding was completely unexpected for Asher. The Queen of the Land of Shadows sat by the window, her aggressive kiss pressed against Asher's lips, only releasing him after a long moment. Then, Scáthach casually poured herself a glass of red wine, swirling the crimson liquid in the glass, and calmly said, "You've asked your questions. Now it's my turn to ask you something." "Ask me what?" Asher asked, puzzled. "That dream," Scáthach said. "Did you know you'd have that dream after being knocked unconscious, which is why you let Lily knock you out?" "Oh, she was talking about that." Asher gently shook his head, "Not sure, I just felt there was a possibility." After speaking, he silently turned his head towards the window. Scáthach scrutinized him for a few moments, then poked Asher's face with her finger. "Are you sulking?" "Because I didn't stop others from watching, and even watched your dream with them." "You're my Shishou, how could I dare to be angry?" Asher said. Scáthach's brow slightly arched, and a faint smile quickly appeared on her face. "If I didn't watch, how would I know how you view your Shishou now?" "For example, being old," she said. Asher's eyelids twitched slightly. He said, "I actually don't mind people seeing my dreams. I was just thinking about something earlier." He felt that if he continued talking like this, Scáthach would probably settle all old and new scores. "Thinking about what?" Scáthach asked. "Sisters matter." Scáthach fell silent. "Oh, and one more thing." Asher suddenly remembered the guise that Morgan had placed on him, which was to marry Lily afterward. Asher had been hesitating whether to tell Scáthach all this time, but if he kept delaying it now, it would be exposed in less than a year. Perhaps it would be better to say it now. "Just say it directly," Scáthach smiled, flicking his forehead as she looked at the indecisive young man. Being so indecisive is not the mark of a qualified warrior. Though she herself wasn't in a position to lecture her disciple. If a qualified warrior shouldn't have any hesitation, then she should have told her daughter about her and her disciple's relationship long ago. Just as Asher's mouth slightly opened to speak, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Immediately after, a girl's voice came from outside the room. "Shishou, are you in your room?" Artoria's voice called out. The Shishou and disciple exchanged glances. Scáthach pointed to the curtains, signaling Asher to hide. "I don't need to hide, do I, Shishou?" Asher whispered. "It doesn't seem strange for me to come to your room to ask about martial arts or magecraft, right? If it were daytime, there'd be no need to hide, but think about what time it is now, and what happened recently." "Lily knows about it," Scáthach said. "Do you think if you're in my room late at night, she truly wouldn't suspect anything?" So, Asher had no choice but to silently hide behind the curtains. After Scáthach confirmed he was hidden, she frowned slightly. The curtains were too thin, a faint silhouette could be seen from a glance. However, luckily, the room's visibility wasn't high. She shifted her body so that her body perfectly overlapped with Asher's, making it difficult to detect him. Unless Artoria directly came and pulled back the curtains. But there was no need to worry about that. Given Lily's personality, she wouldn't directly make such a move. After all, that child was quite well behaved. Moreover, even if Lily did discover them, it wouldn't matter. She had already been discovered once anyway. At most, she would just gain a reputation for violating her Shishou's ethics in Lily's eyes. In reality, this wasn't even a violation of her ethics. She had drunk that fish soup, which was why things turned out that way, and she was just a victim. Yes, that's right. After turning her head once more to confirm her disciple was well hidden, Scáthach said in a calm tone, "Come in." Artoria walked into the room, followed by a purple-haired girl whose large purple eyes curiously surveyed the surroundings. Then she raised her hand and said to Scáthach, "Mom, good evening." For a moment, even someone as powerful as Scáthach, holding her cup, felt her fingers tremble slightly, but she quickly calmed down. Ushas pounced into Scáthach's arms, gently rubbing against her mother's thigh like a small cat. "There are others here. Pay a little attention to your image," Scáthach said, stroking Ushas's hair helplessly. It's fine. Lily doesn't mind. If it were Ash, I'd have to be careful. After all, I need to maintain my older sister image in his heart." "When did you ever have an older sister image in my heart?" Asher silently complained from behind the curtains. He appeared calm, but in reality, he was just suppressing the tension in his heart. No, if anything, besides tension, there was also some excitement. "He probably doesn't see you as an older sister," Scáthach said, now completely calm, subtly raising her eyes to look at Artoria. Artoria's gaze was scanning the surroundings, feeling perplexed. "Lily, why are you with Ushas?" Scáthach's voice brought Artoria's attention back. "I met Lily on the way. She said she wanted to ask you something, so I came with her," Ushas replied first. "I see," Scáthach nodded slightly. "Do you have anything you want to ask, Lily?" Artoria shook her head. "I already figured it out on the way here." After speaking, her gaze fell directly on the curtains beside Scáthach. "Isn't it too stuffy with the windows closed like this?" Artoria asked softly. Ushas's gaze also fell on the curtains. After a brief look, she said, "Indeed, the room is a bit too stuffy like this." Scáthach's expression remained unchanged. She simply said calmly, "This is just right. I'm going to rest after you leave. And the windows have been open all along." As Scáthach spoke, she touched the curtains with her finger and then gently pulled them open, turning to look at Artoria, whose eyes clearly held a hint of gloom. "There just wasn't much wind tonight," Scáthach continued. Just then, an evening breeze blew through the window, ruffling Artoria's bangs. The girl's eyes showed a look of astonishment. Then, she slightly pursed her lips and said, "It's getting late. I'll go back to rest now." She turned and left. After seeing Artoria leave, Scáthach sighed softly. This was also for Lily's own good. There wasn't enough fish soup to go around, and Lily's involvement would only complicate things further. Rather than that, it was better for her to give up herself. Ultimately, the disciple had been her daughter's from the beginning. The marriage had been settled a long time ago. Counting the time, if it dragged on until he was 20, there would be no more excuses to delay. By then, she would only be able to. Mom. Mom. Usha's voice pulled Scáthach back to reality. The woman slightly came to her senses, looked down at Usha's, and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's getting late tonight. I'm going back to rest now. I'll come find you tomorrow." "Go on," Scáthach said, stroking Usha's head. After seeing Usha's leave, Scáthach raised her finger and gently waved it. The young man from behind the curtains reappeared in view. "What did you do just now, Shishou?" Asher asked. "Just a little trick," Scáthach smiled casually. "Go back and rest well. You must be very tired today too." Watching Asher nod and then leave the room, Scáthach felt a little troubled. There were less than 3 years left. She wondered if she should reveal everything to her daughter during this time. "I'll think about it tomorrow." Scáthach shook her head. After Asher closed the door, she withdrew her gaze. The room returned to darkness. Asher returned to his room, first closing the door, then collapsing onto the bed without even looking. After a while, he slowly exhaled. A full day's fatigue washed over him. He felt his head spinning and his eyes were about to close. But just then, someone quietly approached from behind. Asher sharply turned his head, but before he could get up, the girl pressed down on his chest, then pressed her knee onto him. Her emerald eyes were still beautiful in the dim light. Golden hair brushed past Asher's face, tickling him and carrying a faint scent. "Lily." Asher was stunned, and the movement of his raised hand paused. "Why are you in my room?" "I told you," Artoria whispered. "Tonight, I must break fate. So, no one can stop me." Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 Power Stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping Power Stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 268, Chapter 268, F******U, did you hear me, F*******U. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available Fire. Asher felt that something was wrong, or rather, that he had opened it incorrectly. Now, if he just closed his eyes and reopened them, everything would return to normal. So, Asher closed his eyes. When he opened them again, Artoria's delicate little face was right before him. She was wearing a white dress, her face set with determination. This time, she was truly determined to break fate. "Lily, calm down first." Asher placed his free hand on Artoria's cheek. "What fate are you trying to break?" Artoria's mouth opened slightly, but the words she was about to explain got stuck in her throat. After a long moment, she said with a blushing face, "You should know very well, don't fool me." Asher said helplessly, "I don't even know what you want to do right now." She inexplicably ambushed him in his room, and looked as if she had been stimulated by something. Could it be that someone had said something to her? Wait. Asher's eyes widened slightly as if he had remembered something. This environment, this familiar posture, and the blushing, determined look on the girl's face, he had experienced such a scene before. "Lily, you should still remember what I said before." "Right?" Asher asked tentatively. "When I grow up?" Artoria asked. Asher nodded silently. Previously, in the dressing room, Asher had endured the temptation and told Artoria to wait until she grew up to come to him. Of course, at that time, he didn't know Artoria was already 16 years old, otherwise, it would probably have happened in that dressing room. One could only say, this was also a kind of fate. "Do you think I haven't grown up yet?" She tilted her head slightly, a strand of golden hair cascading down. Asher subconsciously glanced at the girl. Her ample chest made the already tight white dress seem like it was about to burst, and from Asher's perspective, he could clearly see the alluring cleavage. Below the hem of the skirt, a pair of tender, fair, and long legs were exposed. Years of training had made her figure flawlessly perfect. Asher brushed the strands of hair that fell on his face aside and gently nodded. You've grown up, but it's still not enough. Why? You should know, I have an engagement with sister. What hack? Asher said. But you did that with Imperial sister, and not just once, Artoria said. Asher. And you also did that with Wathaka's mother, your Shishou, and not just once. Asher. That stings. Suddenly. Artoria lifted Asher's chin and whispered, why can't I? Answer me. She bit her lip lightly and continued, your wait until I grow up was just a way to stall for time, wasn't it? What my future self said back then proved everything, in the end, only I was left far behind. Perhaps something unexpected happened. Asher's eyes drifted. He really didn't understand his own thoughts. Why was it okay with Shishou and Sister Morgan but not Lily? Am I really attracted to older women? Actually, no, he did have those feelings for Lily. So, we have to resolve it before anything unexpected happens, Artoria said with unwavering determination. Asher had no choice but to bring out his trump card. Saying, Lily, have you forgotten the virtues of a knight? I know, Artoria said, men are not allowed to force themselves on women under any circumstances, that's not a knight's virtue, it's the most basic rule. But you are male, she said. Yes, Asher was male. So, this rule didn't apply. This time, no matter what Asher said, it was useless. She had made up her mind, she would take Asher, no matter what. Besides, someone told me today that I should either uphold the knight's virtues and chastely guard you, wishing you happiness one day in the future, or take matters into my own hands. Between the two, I choose the latter, she continued. A hint of annoyance flashed in Asher's eyes. Which scoundrel was so talkative? If he found out, he'd flay them alive. All right, no more talking, Artoria said softly. If you keep talking, I'll have to get rough. Asher was speechless for a moment. So why could Lily say such threatening words in such a gentle tone? He wasn't afraid of Artoria anymore, he was a true white dragon, no less powerful than Artoria. That's how it should have been. However, when the night princess lifted her hair and leaned down to seal his lips, Asher knew he had lost. Why is it always like this? When can I be the one to initiate for once? Asher let out a silent wail in his heart, then gave up. In the darkness, only the sound of them exchanging fluids could be heard. After a long while, Artoria released his lips, then leaned close to the ear of the boy she had pinned beneath her, and said in a seductive voice, Are you very excited? Her eyes were filled with excitement and relief, her cheeks flushed intensely due to her accelerated heartbeat. She knew that everything she did tonight was a desperate gamble, requiring immense resolve to reach this point. If Asher had pushed her away, she would probably never have been able to muster the courage again. So, Asher not pushing her away made her feel very secure. In reality, Artoria overlooked a very important fact. With her beauty and this action, no normal male could possibly refuse her. Moreover, she was the king of knights, a knight riding on the king. She gazed into his dark eyes, a faint curve on her lips, and again leaned down to seal Asher's lips with her soft ones. The pure white strap slipped down her smooth, fragrant shoulder, and the faint scent of her soft, sweaty skin enveloped Asher. Finally, fate was about to be broken. Artoria's usually calm face could no longer hide her dazed expression. She untied the other thin strap, her flawless body like a beloved creation of heaven, as white as jade. Asher raised his hand, touching the pure white silk wrapped around the girl's legs, his palm moving upwards. The door opened silently. A dark figure quietly slipped into the room. Asher's hand subconsciously trembled, and he reacted incredibly fast, pulling Artoria under the covers. The night princess under the covers also trembled slightly, clearly startled. Which fellow entered the room without even knocking? Is she trying to give someone a heart attack? Asher focused his gaze on the girl who had slipped into the room. Long purple hair, looking mischievous, stealthily tiptoed towards the bed. Asher exhaled softly and slowly spoke, Sister, what in the world are you doing? You're not asleep yet. Wathak was clearly startled, her eyes widened slightly, then her gaze fell on Asher. I was just about to sleep, and you just happened to come in. Asher paused slightly, then continued to ask, Do you need something, sister? It's nothing really. I just don't want to rest alone tonight, so I came to find you. As Wathak spoke, she reached out to pull up the covers, but Asher was quick, immediately grabbing Wathak's hand. Wathak blinked, confused, and asked, What are you doing? I should be asking you that. Asher rubbed his forehead. Sister, Shishou used to say we should sleep in our own beds once we grew up, didn't she? The girl under the covers shifted slightly. Clearly, Asher's words made her feel defiant. Shishou herself did that, yet she restricts her own daughter's actions. It's fine as long as we don't get caught, Scáthach said. No. Absolutely not. Asher shook his head, saying firmly. Go back and get some good rest, sister. Scáthach drew out the sound. Ash has really grown up, he doesn't even listen to his sister anymore. Scáthach looked pitifully at Asher, really not. Asher shook his head again. Scáthach sighed, all right. Just as Asher breathed a sigh of relief and released Scáthach's hand, she suddenly reached out and grabbed the covers. Asher was quick, immediately grabbing Scáthach's wrist. Then, as the girl clicked her tongue with a tch, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. I already guessed what you were thinking, sister. This trick, Asher had fallen for it more than once in the land of shadows. Whenever Scáthach's night raids into his bed were stopped, Scáthach would always use various methods to achieve her goal, and in the end, she would use Asher as a hugging pillow to sleep through the night. Of course, if Scáthach found out the next day, Asher was always the one punished. This was also why he was extra cautious at the moment. Oh, I know, you win, let go. Scáthach gently shook her head, sighing, seemingly truly giving up on the idea of sleeping there tonight. Asher stared at Scáthach for a while, confirming that her eyes indeed showed a complete lack of interest, before finally letting go. Scáthach turned around, her purple hair naturally falling onto her tender white thighs beneath her nightdress. She took a step towards the door, then suddenly turned around and reached for the covers. Asher immediately reached out, but Scáthach immediately extended her other hand towards the covers. Asher still defended against his sister's attempt to slip into the bed. Lights flickered at the tips of their fingers, those were runes, now accelerating. One continuously reached for the covers, while the other, driven by the will to survive, desperately tried to stop Scáthach. Scáthach. Asher. In the end, Asher emerged victorious. The white dragon furnace continuously provided magical power. In terms of both physical strength and magical power, Scáthach was no match for Asher, so it was naturally impossible for her to break through his defenses. I'm not playing anymore. Scáthach finally got angry. Instead of attacking the covers, she directly raised her finger and tapped Asher's forehead. Sister, you're cheating. Asher said, holding his head. I am cheating, what about it? Scáthach huffed, crossing her arms, and turned her head away with a stern look on her face. Then I'll. What about it? She looked at Asher. Then I'll just sleep and ignore you. Asher pulled the covers over himself. Scáthach glanced at him, but saw that Asher had completely pulled the covers over himself, only revealing his head. Scáthach secretly lifted the covers and quietly slipped into the bed. Ash. Scáthach whispered. Go to sleep, Asher said. Scáthach stared intently at the boy's closed eyes, leaned slightly closer, curled her legs, and happily hummed an before closing her eyes. A moment later, Asher quietly opened his eyes, secretly observing his sister a few times, feeling the presence of Artoria behind him, and her two soft, full breasts, squashed almost flat against his back. He gently patted Artoria's thigh behind him, signaling her that she could let go. Asher was very glad he had held Artoria behind him earlier. When Scáthach came in, she saw him from the front. If Artoria hugged Asher's back from behind in the dark, it would be hard to tell if it was one person or two. Artoria released her hands, her tense nerves slowly relaxing. She sighed inwardly, a deep disappointment in her heart. Even an opportunity like this fails, is this fate? But fortunately, Scáthach didn't discover her. Amidst her disappointment, Artoria was secretly relieved. Scáthach had also guided Artoria several times before. Her relationship with Scáthach was quite close among women, and she was actually doing that to her good friend's fiancé. Even though it didn't succeed, it was still quite shameful. But shame aside, Artoria had no intention of giving up. Asher confirmed that his sister's breathing had slowly become even, then gently called out again to make sure she was truly asleep. Only then did he turn to face Artoria and whisper, "Go back first, Lily." With things turning out this way tonight, it was impossible to continue, unless Artoria was truly determined to disregard Scáthach, who was sleeping soundly nearby, otherwise she would have to go back tonight. It was clear that Artoria's sense of shame prevented her from continuing to touch Asher while a good friend was sleeping nearby, but leaving like this also made her feel very unwilling. So, she bit her lip tightly and whispered, "I'll go back a little later." "It'll be too late when sister wakes up," Asher sighed lightly, persuading her. "Not that fast, she'll sleep until dawn," Artoria said. "You should know that too." Asher fell silent. It was true, Scáthach had always been the kind of girl who easily slept until dawn, but he still felt very unsafe, or rather, a little guilty. "I'm sorry about tonight," Artoria's voice pulled Asher back to reality. "It's fine, but next time," Asher's words were cut off as he heard Artoria continue. "Next time, I will definitely succeed. Asher was speechless for a moment. Isn't Lily's words basically? This time was my fault, but I'll dare to do it again next time. When will she change this stubborn temper? Always going down one path to the bitter end, getting stuck in a rut until death, she'll easily suffer losses. Artoria finally left the room. After seeing her off, Asher closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, when Asher woke up, Scáthach was still hugging his arm, sleeping soundly. Large patches of fair skin were clearly visible in the morning light. Looking helplessly at his sister who had disturbed his good time last night, Asher was momentarily unsure whether to thank her or what. He carefully pulled out his hand, thought for a moment, and then put a pillow into Scáthach's arms. It's worth mentioning that Asher didn't dream of gods or France last night. Everything seemed to return to normal life. Asher got up and left the room, heading towards Morgan's residence. As time passed day by day, he wanted to ask Morgan, the instigator who had activated the Geis, if there was any way to undo it. Otherwise, in less than a year, the Geis would take effect, and by then, the only path left would truly be to marry Lily and make her his queen. If that happened, Asher would probably truly become a fish on a chopping board, dismembered. However, it should be fine, very stable. After all, there was still almost a year, he could always think of a way, no need to panic at all. Arriving at the corridor, Asher met Gawain and others by a nearby garden. Their gazes towards Asher were filled with ambiguity. After a low conversation among themselves, Gawain seemed to have been chosen as their representative. He stepped forward, smiling, and asked, "King Arthur, you seem to be in a good mood today. Did something good happen last night?" "I look like I'm in a good mood." "Something good last night?" Asher repeated, then looked at Gawain's smiling face, his gaze sweeping over the others. Then, Asher also smiled. "So that's it, you're the one who misled Lily." Gawain was stunned. "Huh? Sir Gawain," Asher patted Gawain's shoulder, "I remember there's still a lot of work left on increasing the grain yield in the administrative office, right? Please check it again today, report any omissions to me. Oh, and the workers repairing the city walls are very hard-working, their compensation settlement is also entrusted to you. Also, since you can manage so many other people's business, you must have plenty of time. If any envoys from other tribes send letters these days, you can handle them too. Report any situations to me." "Arthur, I think." Asher interrupted Gawain, saying, "I don't care what you think, I care what I think. This matter is not up for discussion, listen to me, go and do it. Answer me." "Yes," Gawain said, straightening his back. "Very good, keep up the hard work." Asher patted Gawain's shoulder again, then walked away. Gawain, after a brief moment of stunned silence, finally reacted. He strode after Asher, shouting, "King Arthur, wait, it wasn't me. I didn't say anything." But Asher had already disappeared down the corridor. Not far away, the usually gloomy Agravain unconsciously revealed a trace of a smile. "Finally, I finally won once," he sighed in his heart. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 269, Chapter 269, Settled in England, Take Down the Useless Fish. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Arriving at Morgan's room, Asher knocked on the door and then pushed it open while saying, "Is anyone here?" Pushing the door open, Asher didn't see Morgan in the room. "Princess Morgan, I think I saw her go to the garden earlier, King Arthur," a passing maid whispered. Asher thanked her, turned, and left the corridor, heading towards the garden. In the garden. After walking along a small path for a while, Asher quickly spotted Morgan le Fay on a nearby bench. The woman clearly noticed Asher. She looked up slightly, a hint of surprise on her face, and chuckled softly, "You surprise me, coming to find me now. Why do you say it like I should be hiding from you?" Asher retorted weakly. Of course, Morgan was wearing a long black dress, her high heels tapping rhythmically on the ground, her gaze casually sweeping over Asher. "After all, I just punished you yesterday." "Ah, could it be?" Morgan seemed to have thought of something, clapped her hand, her eyes widening slightly. "Are you a masochist?" "You're the masochist. I don't have such strange fetishes, nor any interest." Asher's forehead was covered in black lines, and he said testily. Morgan pondered for a moment. "I think I might actually have a slight masochistic tendency." "Asher. Does this goddess have to make every conversation dead? Are you really not interested, Ash?" A tempting voice came from his ear, casually teasing his nerves. Asher was speechless for a while, then, suppressing the rising stirrings in his heart, he coughed lightly. "Sister Morgan, I have something serious to discuss with you. Morgan observed Asher for a moment, her eyes carrying a faint smile. Go on, I'm listening. Actually, I want to ask you for a favor. A favor, huh? Morgan tilted her head slightly, her platinum blonde hair seemingly glowing in the sunlight. She blinked and said, no problem, whatever your trouble, I can help you solve it. Asher's eyes lit up. I want to ask you to help me undo the guise you set before. Don't even think about the impossible. Instant reply. Asher didn't know where to begin complaining. I should have told you, once a guise is made, it cannot be broken, not even by the initiator, Morgan said leisurely. Didn't I only give you 2 vows back then? You've already succeeded in one. Why don't you just grit your teeth and fulfill the other one too? Then the vow will simply dissolve itself, won't it? Asher sighed sincerely, don't say it like it's as simple as eating and drinking. Morgan paused, it's not simple. Do you think marrying Lily is a very difficult thing? This matter is fundamentally difficult. Difficult? You actually think marrying Lily is a difficult thing? Morgan suddenly laughed. She pulled Asher onto her lap, then naturally pressed her body completely against Asher's back, her hands resting on his shoulders. Like the queen enticing Snow White to eat the poisoned apple, she said softly, Ash, this isn't difficult at all. Go out and ask anyone now if they'd marry Lily. See if there's anyone who would refuse. Asher. One had to admit, Morgan had a point. With Lily's beauty and outstanding abilities, if someone were truly asked to marry her, it's likely no one would refuse. I remember the vow takes effect when you come of age, right? Which is roughly, Morgan rested her chin on Asher's shoulder, looking up and thinking for a while, appearing like an innocent little girl. She said, the vow takes effect in less than a year, doesn't it? Asher nodded gently. So that's why you came to me. Morgan murmured to herself thoughtfully. Sister Morgan, is there really no way? Asher asked again. You should know that Scáthach and I are engaged, right? It's fine, Morgan gently stroked Asher's head. At times like these, courage is all you need to overcome difficulties. Asher was speechless again. From Morgan's expression, it was clear she was just fooling around. Since things had come to this, directly asking Morgan would certainly have no effect. Asher had to try another method. He began, if I really marry Lily, then what about you? I'll still be the same as before, of course, Morgan said. Is that okay? Why not? Morgan said matter-of-factly, does your marrying Lily have any necessary connection to me marrying you? Asher felt that he simply couldn't communicate with Morgan. This goddess's thought process could never be guessed by a normal person's mind. Is there really no way to break the vow? There is. In Asher's suddenly wide-eyed gaze, Morgan said, the vow is broken once you're married. Or, she paused slightly, gazing into Asher's eyes, after marrying Lily, you can propose to separate. The vow will disappear then as well. Asher was silent. Isn't she just talking about running away from the marriage? Agreeing to someone, then going back on your word and running away without a word. Isn't that despicable? Looking at the speechless Asher, Morgan rubbed his face and asked, oh, right, last night Lily came to my room asking if you had been there. Did something happen? Hearing Morgan's words, Asher was clearly stunned for a moment, then he suddenly self-muttered, so that's how it is. Lily decided to ambush him in his room only after confirming he wasn't in Scáthach's or Morgan's room. Tell me the truth. Morgan squeezed Asher's face hard. Before I get angry. What is Morgan like when she's angry? Frankly, Asher didn't want to know. If this usually smiling woman truly got angry one day, the consequences would surely be severe. However, I can probably guess even if you don't say anything, Morgan continued, without waiting for Asher to speak. Lily went to your room last night. Seeing Asher's surprised look, Morgan just smiled, don't be surprised, I understand people's hearts better than all of you. If she didn't understand people's hearts, how could she manipulate them? Morgan continued leisurely, Lily is the kind of person who will go all the way to the end. Her personality is so serious it's a bit stubborn. If there's a wall in front, she'll probably smash it down. Precisely because of that, I hope you marry Lily, Morgan said slowly, looking up at the clear blue sky. Asher was the type of person with strong adaptability, but similarly, because of his strong adaptability to the environment, he also lacked initiative. If no one pushed him from behind, he probably wouldn't even move. Because of this, he needed someone to push him forward, and Lily was clearly more suited to play that role. As for her, of course, she would happily enjoy both of them from the rear. It's probably because of that dream of yours, right? Morgan suddenly said out of the blue. Knowing her future self also failed, that's why she started getting anxious. And then she wanted to finish what she hadn't done before. What a cute little sister. However, ordinary methods wouldn't work against this fish. She had been disturbed by Agravain more than once or twice before, and the risks had to be eliminated. So, she had to use some extreme methods. As if thinking of certain scenarios, Morgan nodded slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. For some reason, looking at Morgan's smile, Asher suddenly had an indescribable sense of crisis. You want to break the vow? At this moment, he suddenly heard Morgan ask. Asher hesitated for a moment and said, didn't you say the vow can't be broken? Normally, it can't be broken, Morgan smiled. But I'm a goddess. If I want to do something, there's nothing I can't do. Morgan first gestured for Asher to sit to the side, then stood up and tilted her head to look at him. If you want to break the vow, then come find me tonight. After speaking, she raised her hand and stretched, a queen's laziness exuding from her. She walked towards the garden exit, and as if she remembered something, her steps paused slightly, and she turned back and said, I won't wait past the appointed time. Asher scratched his forehead, somewhat bewildered, as he watched Morgan le Fay leave. Then he frowned. He had a feeling Morgan was plotting something. But there was nothing else he could do. For the sake of the vow, he had to go tonight no matter what. Anyway, it wouldn't kill him, so there was no need to worry too much. Thinking this, Asher stood up and walked towards the administrative office. As soon as he arrived at the administrative office, he saw several knights of the Round Table diligently calculating something. When they saw Asher, they all stood up. Asher scanned the room, then casually asked, Lily, didn't she come over today? She seemed to have left on some urgent matter a moment ago. King Arthur, don't you know where she went? Lancelot hesitated for a moment and asked. Asher shook his head helplessly, I don't know. After last night, weren't you two together? Kai looked up, his face full of gossip. This shouldn't be, logically, after forming that kind of relationship with a girl, they should want to stick together for a while, right? But Artoria had no expression at all when she came to the administrative office today, looking as if her heart was dead, which was truly perplexing. Asher glanced at Kai, not saying a word. At this moment, Agravain muttered gloomily, not satisfied. In an instant, the expressions of the few people in the room became somewhat strange. Asher's eyelid twitched. He looked at Gawain, who was still buried in his work, then turned his gaze to Agravain and said warmly, Sir Agravain, you and Sir Gawain have a very good relationship, right? I also know you can't bear to let him handle so many state affairs alone, so I'm entrusting it to both of you. Agravain froze, his eyes subtly changing. So many state affairs, he might not even finish them by nightfall. His mouth was slightly open, and just as he was about to continue speaking, he heard Asher ask again, no problem. Yes. So, a group of knights of the Round Table rejoiced that they hadn't spoken too much, and cast sympathetic glances at Agravain. It wasn't until Asher left that Gawain finally looked up, his face full of smiles, and said, come on, Agravain, let's work hard together and deal with these state affairs. Agravain's eyelid twitched slightly. After a long moment, he let out a sigh, and his myriad words finally formed into one. After patrolling the city wall repair site, Asher walked to the training ground and, as usual, trained under Scáthach's guidance. Actually, Asher just thought he might see Artoria at the training ground since he hadn't seen her all day, but unfortunately, Asher hadn't seen Artoria yet today. As for training, he wasn't distracted. In fact, according to Scáthach, Asher's spear Shishou had reached a bottleneck. Scáthach said that no matter what kind of martial art, the ultimate goal was extreme, the so-called peak. That was the ultimate limit of spear Shishou, and also the limit of martial arts. But that was a level that could no longer be reached by teaching and talent, it relied more on comprehension. That kind of thing couldn't be forced, and Asher was quite open about it, not being too fixated. After training, Asher returned to his room. Just as he lay down, he suddenly remembered what Morgan had said that morning, so he left the room and went to Morgan's room. He was a bit confused as to why it had to be at night. Did the death goddess get a bonus at night? Like Gawain, who had 3 times his strength during the day and was practically invincible unless heavily wounded, but once the sun set, the invincible Gawain fell. So, by analogy, did the death goddess also have a similar buff? Asher knocked on the door, and upon hearing a come-in from inside the room, he pushed the door open. A sweet scent filled the room, making one's head a little hazy. Morgan le Fay sat cautiously at the head of the bed, her head bowed, her hands gently clasped together on her lap. Asher didn't know if it was his imagination, but he felt an indescribable sense of strangeness. However, he didn't think much of it. After all, with Morgan's power, even if she couldn't instantly kill him, if she really wanted to do something, Asher would basically not resist, so there was no need for precautions. Sister Morgan, I'm here, Asher said. Morgan le Fay's slightly trembling shoulders gradually steadied. She raised her head and calmly said, sit here. She pointed to the head of the bed next to her. Asher nodded and sat where Morgan indicated. It was probably some kind of ritual, after all, undoing such a vow would likely require considerable effort. And then? Asher looked up and asked. Then? Morgan lifted her moist eyes and whispered. Close your eyes. Why does that sound less like a normal ritual? Remembering some of Morgan's words today, Asher's heart suddenly raced. He obediently closed his eyes. And then, Sister Morgan, he asked again. But Asher's answer was the crisp, pleasant sound of handcuffs. Then, warm, sweet breath wafted over him, and Asher suddenly opened his eyes. And then, be quiet. A soft voice came from his ear, followed by the woman's unrestrained kiss. This time, he didn't even have a chance to resist, as his hands were already cuffed by the handcuffs Morgan had deliberately placed in the room. The face of the girl before him gradually changed, revealing a pure and alluring face, with golden strands of hair gently swaying. Asher's eyes slowly widened. It's an illusion. Asher's gaze solidified on Artoria. As if sensing Asher's confusion, Artoria said faintly, "This is the method Imperial Sister told me. My future self failed, so as long as it's not me. If I were Imperial Sister, then it would be fine. I think the result will be the same," Asher said somewhat helplessly. After all, it was just an illusion. How could it change the future? Logically, that should be the case. We'll know in a moment. Artoria's delicate cheeks were flushed with shame, but she still managed to remain calm. Just calm down, only one last step, just a little bit more. Do you have any thoughts now? She pressed against Asher's chest, straddled him, looking down at him from above, gently tugging at the thin strap on her shoulder, and softly asked. Tell me the truth. Her eyes were as authoritative as an empress. Under her forceful demeanor and gaze, Asher gently nodded, yes. Thus, very rarely, Artoria's lips curved into a charming arc. I hope your white dragon body can support you until dawn. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 270, Help Me Up. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Morgan le Fay stood quietly at the door, looked left and right, and after confirming no one was around, she pressed her ear to the door, held her breath, and carefully listened to the sounds inside the room. To be honest, such a sneaky act was truly unbefitting the dignified image of the goddess of death, but she had no choice. She cared more about her sister than her goddess image. However, sneaking into the room now was impossible. If even that failed, Lily would probably kill her imperial sister. After confirming the faint sounds of heavy breathing coming from the room, Morgan finally relaxed and walked away from the door. Just in case, she had already set up a barrier at the door. Normally, no one could enter. The rest was up to Lily. But she still had to guard against Agravain. Speaking of which, why hadn't she seen him all day today? Morgan ambled down the evening corridor, her heart filled with doubt. Usually, she saw Agravain almost every day. Her main target for prevention tonight was that good-for-nothing adopted son, yet he hadn't appeared at all today. Gawain had also disappeared with Agravain. Gawain was a very smart person, and Morgan was quite confident in her other adopted son, but their simultaneous disappearance was quite concerning. While thinking, Morgan walked towards the end of the corridor. As she happened to pass the administrative office, Morgan's steps slowed slightly, and she tilted her head to look, her eyes filled with suspicion. It was already late at night, so why was the administrative office still so brightly lit? Pushing the door open, she saw 2 men sitting on a long bench in the room. One looked quite handsome, while the other had a face as gloomy as a dark wizard. These 2, who were opposite extremes, were both sitting on chairs, working overtime approving some documents. Perhaps it was because the weather was too cold. Gawain even draped his coat over Agravain's shoulder, their relationship appearing quite good. You 2, why are you still here? Morgan couldn't help but ask. Her eyes were full of confusion and bewilderment. Mother, Gawain looked up, his usual smile completely gone, his face etched with worry. Could you say something to King Arthur on my behalf? What? Morgan asked. It really wasn't me who said it. Gawain said in a tragic tone. What wasn't you who said it? Explain yourself clearly. Morgan frowned. It's just. Gawain roughly explained the whole story. After careful questioning, Morgan finally understood and looked at Agravain with eyes full of relief. He had finally grown up and learned to provide an assist. These knights of the round table were usually useless, but at crucial moments, they still had some use. You did well this time, I'm very pleased, Agravain. Morgan said with great satisfaction, then walked to a nearby chair and sat down, picked up a document from the table and quickly scanned it, then crossed her legs and looked up, continuing, I've decided to reward you. How about this? I'll let you go back and have a good rest, how about that? Morgan asked. Agravain's heart swelled with joy, but his face remained gloomy. He calmly said. That might not be so good. You think so too? That's fine then, I'll reward you in another way. Morgan took out a small stack of documents from the drawer. I also have some of these accounts and other documents that I haven't processed yet. This is a good opportunity to hone your abilities, so you can do these documents tonight as well. Saying this, Morgan placed her accounts in front of Agravain's desk, then stood up, her high heels clicking on the floor as she walked out of the room, leaving only a faint remark. Keep up the good work. Agravain. Heavy breathing echoed in the room. It was already late at night since Artoria entered the room. Just as she had declared, she hoped Asher's white dragon body could endure. The maiden's fair skin was already covered in sweat, her gaze fixed on Asher's eyes, a smile gracing her lips. After so long, she had finally reached the starting line. Artoria's eyes were slightly dazed, and for no reason, she recalled the various things that had happened in the past. Thinking about it, she had failed so many times, she herself had forgotten. If it weren't for her imperial sister's help, she probably would still be failing. But thinking about these things now was meaningless. Now, she had reached the starting line. Lily, isn't that enough? A weak voice came from below, pulling Artoria back to reality. She looked down at Asher. Not enough, Artoria shook her head. Asher was on the verge of despair. He raised his hand, gesturing to the handcuffs binding his wrists, and said, then at least unlock the handcuffs. Why did everyone like to play this kind of game? He wasn't going to escape or anything, so why did they have to use these things to restrain him? He couldn't move, which was very uncomfortable for Asher. No, perhaps any normal person would find it very uncomfortable. I'll unlock them, just wait a little longer. Artoria leaned down, her gaze fixed on Asher's eyes. I won't let you escape this time. She sealed Asher's lips with her soft ones again. This time, she would take out all her previous frustration on Asher, letting him know what the red dragon was like when angry. That's right, 3 or 4 times weren't enough, she needed more. Time unconsciously slipped into the latter half of the night. How much happened during this period actually requires no further description, those with rich imaginations can fill in the blanks themselves. Moreover, it was merely a battle between 2 dragons, and most people probably had no interest in battles between dragons, so there was no need to elaborate. Meanwhile, on the other side, a purple-haired beautiful girl was quietly lying on a soft bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. This beautiful girl was indeed Scotty. Today, Scotty tossed and turned in bed but couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Her mind kept replaying the events of the past few days. Ever since the day when she saw the phantom emerging from Asher's body was not the god she was looking for, Scotty had been quite shaken. After that, she thought for a long time about where the problem lay and finally came to a conclusion: either there were other gods in Asher, or it was a prank by the god she was looking for. But that shouldn't be the case, that person should have been dead. After much thought, Scotty sat up from the bed. Since that was the case, she would just take another blood sample. As long as she confirmed the person projected again, she could give up. Thinking this, Scotty left her room and walked towards Asher's direction. Knock, knock. She knocked on the door, but no one answered. Scotty hesitated slightly. Was no one there? No, they must be sleeping. She raised her hand and knocked on the door again. Knock, knock, knock. She was about to open the door, but then, someone inside opened the door first. Who is it, so late? The boy in the room rubbed his sleepy eyes, looking half asleep, his soft hair disheveled, and his ahope drooping weakly. May I come in? Scotty asked calmly. She was a goddess after all. Although disturbing Asher in the middle of the night wasn't good, and she felt apologetic, she absolutely couldn't show it, because she was the goddess of snow. Asher's eyes narrowed slightly. He carefully scrutinized Scotty for a few moments, then smiled. Please come in. Saying that, he stepped back slightly, making space for Scotty to enter. Scotty looked at Asher's kind smile and was slightly startled. Why did he feel so strange? His temper was too good, right? She was disturbing Asher in the middle of the night, and he wasn't even angry. While thinking, Scotty walked into the room. Sitting down by the head of the bed, she looked up. I'll be direct with you, her voice cut off. Scotty had just looked up when she saw Asher holding a strand of her fine hair and sniffing it lightly, then he casually looked up and said, yes, go ahead. Scotty's eyes changed slightly. She asked coldly, what are you doing? Sorry. I just accidentally. Asher quickly let go, lowered his head slightly, and looked apologetic. You accidentally smell someone's hair. Isn't that perverted? Scotty cast a disdainful look at Asher. You really are a pervert, aren't you? I was just genuinely curious about where the scent on you came from, I apologize. Asher looked up, whispering, so it's the scent from your hair? Scotty's eyes widened slightly, a shy glow flickering in them. As if to cover up her shyness, her voice raised a few octaves. Stop teasing me. Do you want to be frozen into an ice sculpture? I'm not teasing you, I really was curious, I apologize. Asher lowered his head again, looking very apologetic. For some reason, just a few simple actions, but recalling his previous infatuated gaze and the way he held her fine hair, her heart couldn't help but pound faster. Scotty suppressed her wildly beating heart and said in a cold tone, enough, none of that matters. I want your blood, can I have it? Blood. Asher tilted his head slightly, then said, you can have it. Scotty raised her hand, and an ice blade materialized out of thin air. It won't hurt much, and I'll heal you immediately afterwards, don't worry. Scotty explained while looking at Asher, only to find Asher's face almost pressed against hers. He extended a finger and touched Scotty's soft, delicate lips. If possible, I'd prefer to feed you the blood from my lips. As he spoke, his lips drew closer. Scotty's mind became a jumble, and she instinctively leaned back. Asher's other hand pressed on her shoulder, gently pushing her onto the bed, then his lips drew closer again. Wait, are you really looking for death? Scotty stammered, completely losing her previous cool demeanor. I like you. If I die for it, I'll have no regrets, Asher whispered, his fervent gaze seemingly melting Scotty. This kind of thing. I need to be mentally prepared, she said again, trying to stop Asher's actions. It's fine, you can slowly prepare yourself when we kiss later. I really like you, so much that I can't restrain myself anymore. Asher said, his lips already close to Scotty's. As their lips drew closer and closer, Scotty's pupils reflected the boy's figure, then she slowly closed her eyes. But soon, as if remembering something, she suddenly opened her eyes and pushed Asher away. Scotty. Asher looked at Scotty in confusion. It really won't work, let me think about it again. Scotty said, then fled the room as if escaping, apparently forgetting why she had come in the first place. Watching the woman's panicked retreating figure, Asher sat by the head of the bed, and then, his appearance underwent a drastic change. It was Morgan le Fay. Originally, Morgan had deliberately disguised herself as Asher and stayed in the room to prevent Scotty from coming to find him at night, but the one who came was not Scotty, but Scotty. Morgan shrugged, then sighed. Sigh, how boring. She had thought she could pass the time, but that goddess ran too fast. But then again, that goddess was too easy to conquer, wasn't she? Morgan lay on the big bed, thinking about these trivial things, her thoughts drifting. She wondered how things were going with Lily. She had planned to go find Asher to replenish some magic after Lily was done, but seeing Lily's stance today, she probably wouldn't have a chance. While thinking, Morgan closed her eyes, and her vision plunged into darkness. Asher rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly opened them. The morning light streamed in, and everything before him was hazy. He could distinctly feel a soft body beside him. The soft quilt had slid down a little, revealing one of the maiden's fair and smooth shoulders. What kind of scene was hidden under the quilt at this moment could be guessed with just one glance. Not only Asher, but Artoria was also completely naked at this moment. Asher turned his head slightly to look. Artoria was tightly grasping one of his arms, appearing to be sleeping very soundly, a faint arc on her lips. Asher tried to move his arm and immediately felt a weak soreness in his waist. Asher had to admit, Artoria was indeed stronger than him. If Artoria was described as a sweet and delicious cake, then Asher had eaten too much cake last night, which was why he was feeling unwell now. My kidneys. Asher cried out in his heart. It was only the first day, and it was already like this. What would he do in the future? Enduring the soreness, Asher carefully pried open Artoria's fingers, then climbed out of bed. Fortunately, although he was physically exhausted, the power of his white dragon body and years of training still had their benefits. At least he could still move freely without much problem. Where are you going? However, almost the instant Asher got out of bed, the maiden's voice came from behind him. She had woken up when Asher did, but had been pretending to be asleep. Asher's body stiffened slightly, then slowly relaxed. He turned to look at the maiden, scratched his brow, his gaze drifting. Lily, you're awake. He didn't know how to talk to Artoria for a moment. Where are you going? But fortunately, Artoria's tone was the same as usual, which put Asher's mind somewhat at ease. He pointed to the door and said, I want to go for a walk outside, and by the way, check on the administrative office. He had forgotten to tell Agravain and Gawain yesterday that they didn't need to rush to finish the accounts and other matters with overtime, they should rest when they needed to. He only remembered it after waking up, so he wanted to go take a look. But no matter what, Gawain and the others wouldn't be that foolish, right? I'll go with you, Artoria said. Oh, Asher nodded gently, only to see the maiden still sitting by the head of the bed, wrapped in the quilt, her head buried, looking very shy. Under Asher's puzzled gaze, Artoria raised her eyelids and said in a voice almost too soft to hear, "Come here and help me up, my legs are a bit weak." Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 Power Stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping Power Stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 271. Chapter 271, Uphold the Virtues of a Knight. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. To be honest, Asher had previously been conflicted about how he should interact with Artoria afterwards, but seeing her attitude was still the same as usual this morning, he felt somewhat relieved. And now, the two were routinely patrolling the town streets. In the distance, faintly visible were the rising high walls, and judging by the progress of the construction, it would probably take another year or two to complete. When they reached the edge of the fields, Asher looked back at the maiden. Her steps were small, and she seemed to be walking carefully. "Lily, do you want to rest for a while?" "No need." Artoria shook her head, paused slightly, and continued, "If you feel tired and want to rest, I can agree to that." "Is that so?" "Then let's keep walking," Asher nodded. Artoria. She didn't say anything, just continued to walk forward, taking small steps. Seeing this, Asher could only smile helplessly and took her wrist. "What are you doing?" She looked up and asked. "I'm tired and want to rest for a while." "Will you sit with me?" Asher said. Artoria glanced at him and nodded silently. Asher watched the maiden walk to a nearby grassy slope and carefully sit down, and he couldn't help but chuckle. She really is someone who can't keep her true feelings hidden. If I had to say, she's at Sundara. Thinking this, Asher turned his head and carefully scrutinized Artoria for a few moments. If he were to imagine her golden hair tied into twin tails, it felt as if the aura of a losing dog would immediately assault him. "What are you looking at?" As if sensing Asher's gaze, Artoria frowned and suddenly turned her head to ask. "No, nothing." Asher quickly shook his head, then walked over and sat down beside her. Artoria's intuition was too strong, she had easily sensed the mischievous thoughts in Asher's gaze earlier. But Artoria did not move her gaze away, still frowning and staring intently at Asher, very suspicious. "It's just your imagination," Asher replied, still looking straight ahead. After staring intently at Asher for a moment, Artoria finally withdrew her gaze, and both fell into a brief silence. She secretly peeked at Asher, then shifted her body, allowing herself to get closer to Asher. Then, she tilted her head slightly, resting it perfectly on Asher's shoulder, and whispered, "It feels so peaceful, all thanks to you. This is the result of your and our combined efforts." Asher looked up, gazing into the distance. "I couldn't have made Britain what it is now on my own." Time quietly passed. Occasionally, town residents walked by, but they didn't disturb the two, simply offering kind smiles and then quietly walking away. After resting for a while, Asher turned and asked, "How's your rest going?" "Me?" Artoria was startled, and her tone was calm as she replied, "I was just sitting here to rest to accommodate you." "No, could it be, you suggested resting for my sake?" Artoria stared intently into Asher's eyes and asked. Under Artoria's piercing gaze, Asher's eyes wavered, and he said, "Your legs were weak this morning, so I thought you should rest more. All in all, you didn't need to come out with me today." "Weak legs?" Artoria's face flushed slightly, her eyes flickered, and she said in a somewhat defiant voice, "That's a separate matter from last night's events, and you underestimate my stamina. My stamina has fully recovered by now, any clear-sighted person can see that." Asher thought to himself that he really couldn't tell. Artoria's walking movements just now were quite small. Asher had even offered to carry her during that time, but she refused. Her knightly dignity didn't allow Artoria to be carried by King Arthur outside. "You really think my stamina is no good, don't you?" Seeing Asher fall silent, Artoria raised an eyebrow, "Then let's try again tonight." So why did she have this competitive spirit even in these strange areas? Asher complained inwardly, quickly waving his hands, "I believe you, I misunderstood just now, I know your stamina is great. So let's skip tonight." What a joke, once in a while was fine, but if it was like this every night, who could stand it? Artoria silently turned her head to look at the rice stalks in front of her and remained silent. Even she felt quite hurt by such a refusal. "What I meant was that we're both tired today, so let's just rest for now, I don't mean to dislike you," Asher explained. "It doesn't matter whether you explain it or not," Artoria said coolly. But her previously tense expression noticeably relaxed. Asher smiled, raised his hand, and patted her head, stroking it gently. The ahogue on her head was pressed down by his palm, but it immediately sprang back up the next moment. "Let's go back," he said. Artoria nodded gently, watching the boy who was walking ahead. Her gaze lingered on his hand again. She reached out, as if to touch him, but pulled back before her hand could reach Asher's. What's wrong? Asher turned back and asked curiously. Nothing. Artoria quietly turned her face away. Her expression was tense, embarrassed by her earlier desire to hold hands, but also annoyed by her embarrassment. Her adoptive father, Sir Ector, had once told her that as a knight, one should be honest, humble, brave, just, honorable, self-sacrificing, fight against wrong, fight for the weak, be loyal to friends, and be sincere in love. She had indeed done it, at least partially. Following her imperial sister's advice, she had forcefully taken her revered king, also her friend's fiancé. Could she still be called a knight? No. Calm down, thinking about this now was meaningless. Shishou, an imperial sister, made the first move. And Scáthach even encouraged her and told her how to pursue Ash. In short, she was just following Scáthach's advice. Thinking carefully, wasn't this being loyal to friends and sincere in love? This was upholding the knightly virtues. At this thought, Artoria's eyes lit up again. And at this moment, a hand quietly grasped Artoria's soft, smooth small hand. She looked up in surprise and saw Asher smiling. Your stamina hasn't fully recovered yet, so this way it's less likely for you to fall. Artoria, uncharacteristically, didn't argue this time. She simply allowed him to hold her hand as they walked towards the royal city. This time, just this once, she'd allow it, as if her stamina truly was lacking. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 272, Chapter 272, Queen Sister Taking Over. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. In front of the courtyard, sunlight filtered through the lush, leafy trees. Scotty sat on a thick tree branch, golden specks of light falling on her. As the wind rustled the leaves, shifting patterns of light and shadow moved across her body. She raised her hand, and a speck of light landed on her palm. Her purple hair swayed with the gentle breeze. Watching the light speck move slightly on her hand, Scotty's mind once again replayed the events of last night. Originally, when she returned, she thought about enduring it. However, after going back last night, the more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Simply unforgivable. She never expected Asher to be that kind of person. Next time she saw him, she would definitely freeze him into an ice sculpture. Teasing a goddess came with a price. Miss Scotty, what are you doing in the tree? The voice of a young man came from beneath the tree. Scotty looked down. Asher was standing under the tree at some unknown point, looking up at her. How dare he speak to me so casually? Scotty's gaze grew increasingly hostile, and she snorted, before saying hello, don't you have something to say to me first? What do you mean? Asher asked, puzzled. An apology. Scotty raised her staff, her gaze growing even more hostile. An apology? Why should I apologize? Asher lowered his head, looking utterly bewildered. Asher genuinely didn't understand the situation. Why would he suddenly need to apologize to Scotty? Was it about not using the staff to guide his mana much these past 2 days? No, that's not right. There shouldn't be any need for an apology for something like that, right? After all, he'd been quite busy these past few days, so it was understandable that he hadn't guided his mana. Did I do something? Asher looked up again, asking in confusion. But when he looked up, he paused slightly, then quietly averted his gaze. Scotty was wearing a purple long dress with a high slit, along with thigh-high boots. The skirt swayed with the breeze, vaguely revealing a beautiful sight. This angle was not good. Scotty clearly didn't notice Asher's subtle change. She said angrily, how dare you even ask? Last night, that guy tried to kiss her. And now he's acting like nothing happened, simply unforgivable. Asher tilted his head in confusion. He racked his brain, but he truly couldn't recall doing anything that would require an apology to Scotty. After all, Asher was in Morgan's room last night, so how could he know that Morgan had transformed into Asher last night and thoroughly teased Scotty? Asher scratched his head again and then said, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. Asher figured Scotty was probably just in a bad mood and wanted to pick a fight for no reason. It was like a street thug intentionally bumping into someone and then saying, hey, you bumped into me, pay up. In short, she was just looking for trouble for no reason. Asher felt that Scotty was probably in this situation right now. Stop. Scotty's voice came from behind. But when Asher turned around, Scotty remained silent. She didn't know how to bring up what happened last night, she just felt a bit embarrassed. She was a goddess, it didn't seem right to quibble over such things, did it? Asher stopped, glanced at Scotty, who was biting her lip but still not speaking. After a moment's thought, he finally kindly reminded her, oh, by the way, Miss Scotty. What? Scotty asked subconsciously. From this angle, I can see your underwear, you know. WH. Scotty hurriedly covered her skirt, then suddenly looked up and glared at Asher. Probably because both her hands weren't supporting the branch, as soon as Scotty covered her skirt with her hands, her feet immediately became unstable, and she fell from the tree. She immediately raised her finger, about to use magic, but at that moment, someone embraced her first. Are you all right? Asher asked, holding Scotty in his arms. Scotty froze, her gaze instinctively darting to Asher's lips. Remembering last night, she twisted her body forcefully and loudly said, "Let go of me. Or I'll turn you into an ice block right now." As she spoke, a faint blue light truly shone from her fingertips. Asher blinked and immediately placed Scotty flat on the ground. Actually, he had originally intended to just let go, but he was afraid of the goddess throwing a tantrum, so he decided to obey her words in a gentler way. "What are you doing?" Scotty glared, asking furiously. "Oh my goodness, didn't you tell me to let go? I swear I didn't do it on purpose." Scotty's eyes grew cold. "If you use that tone again, don't blame me for being impolite." As she spoke, a thin layer of ice immediately formed on Asher's right hand, melting away in an instant. Clearly, this was Scotty's warning. "Does that mean your previous threats were all fake?" Asher mumbled inwardly, stood up, and said, "Then I'll be going. Lily is still waiting for me at the administrative office." After saying that, he didn't give Scotty a chance to speak and fled the courtyard as if escaping. Clearly, Scotty was angry now, and Asher didn't want to provoke her. This guy. Scotty stood stunned for a long while before getting up from the ground, a look of annoyance on her face. He really was teasing her, wasn't he? Suddenly acting like that last night, and then acting like nothing happened today. Wait. Could it be, is he waiting for me to speak first? Scotty's pupils slowly widened, then a cold smile appeared on her face. Even if she truly wanted to fall in love, it was impossible for her to actively pursue someone, especially a little brat like him. "Just wait, what you did to me last night, I will absolutely repay 100-fold tonight." Scotty clutched her staff tightly, secretly making up her mind. Meanwhile, Asher, on the other hand, was naturally unaware that he had inexplicably become someone's target. As soon as he arrived at the administrative office, he looked through the window and saw several people working. Artoria was among them, and so was Morgan le Fay today. Sir Gawain and Sir Agravain seemed to be in low spirits. Asher glanced at the two, who were bowing their heads and looking dispirited, and muttered to himself with some confusion. "They're probably just exhausted from work or something. Let them rest a bit today," Morgan le Fay said, smiling at Asher as she emerged from the administrative office at some unknown point. But Asher merely glanced at her, then averted his gaze, silently turning to look at the scenery outside. "What's wrong?" Morgan blinked, asking in confusion. "What do you mean, what's wrong?" Asher asked testily. "What's wrong?" Morgan asked again. "Last night, you told me to come find you, right?" Asher asked. It seems that was the case," Morgan tapped her palm, showing a look of sudden realization. "Then why was Lily in your room?" Asher asked. "I don't know, how would I know such a thing?" Morgan turned her face away and started whistling, though no sound came out. Frankly, given Morgan's age and her usual cold demeanor, such actions were quite unsuitable, but perhaps because of the contrasting cuteness, she looked unexpectedly adorable, so much so that Asher's resentment in his heart significantly diminished. "Oh, right, what's with the ice on your hand?" Morgan suddenly grabbed Asher's right hand and asked. Asher's heart skipped a beat. Sister Morgan can even see that. The ice on the back of his hand had already disappeared. "Tell me the truth." Morgan asked again, probably because her voice had risen quite a bit, so much so that even the attention of the few people in the administrative office fell on the two outside. Asher had no choice but to roughly explain what had just happened. Morgan was speechless for a moment, not expecting that her teasing last night would actually affect Asher. "Do you know what's going on, Sister Morgan?" Seeing Morgan's speechless expression, Asher couldn't help but ask. "I don't know," Morgan recovered, her eyes flickering slightly as she shook her head. Then, after a slight pause, she continued. "Oh, by the way, Ash, you'll sleep in my room again tonight." Asher was stunned. "Huh? Just listen to me," Morgan said. "What about you?" Asher asked subconsciously. Morgan smiled. "I have something to do tonight. Tangerine boost this fanfic." Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 273, Chapter 273, King Arthur's Queen Candidates. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Asher felt that these past few days had been strange, and the reason was Scotty. He believed he had never angered Scotty, yet every time he encountered her these days, he was met with a remarkably hostile gaze. When sparring with Scotty at the training ground, Scotty accidentally passed by and casually gave him an ice-cold treatment. As soon as he left the administrative office, he was inexplicably met with cold words. When he went out on patrol, he still encountered this goddess and was then subjected to an inexplicable chill attack. Did you do something to anger Miss Scotty? After a few days of this, today, Asher and Artoria had just returned from a patrol. Feeling the very obvious icy gaze on his back, even Artoria couldn't help but ask. I didn't do anything, Asher paused, then continued, perhaps her menopause has arrived. Under normal circumstances, Asher would never, ever say something like that, but lately, Scotty had truly gotten under his skin. He was usually a coward and had nothing to say, but even a lazy fish has a temper. He was subjected to sarcasm during training with Scotty, and then given cold stares when he met her on the way back. Did she really think he had no temper? If it weren't for the staff Scotty had given him, Asher would have gotten angry already. Well, actually, it was also because he didn't know what to do. He clearly hadn't angered her, but why did her gaze become more hostile day by day? Do you want to try talking to her? Artoria tentatively suggested. Forget it, forget it. It would be terrible if she ambushed me and froze me into an ice sculpture. Asher waved his hand, rejecting the girl's suggestion. The rest of the administrative work is up to you. I'm going back first, Asher continued. Okay, leave it to me. Artoria nodded, looking quite cheerful. This was understandable. Ever since her relationship with Asher progressed that night, she had become much more energized. Although it was certainly embarrassing at first, she had come to terms with it afterward. She was now on the same starting line as Scáthach and Imperial Sister, she should proudly hold her head high. Remember not to get so caught up in guiding your mana that you forget the time again, Artoria reminded him as she watched Asher return to his room. Asher had resumed using the staff Scotty brought to guide his mana these past few days. He was becoming more and more proficient at this guidance, so much so that he forgot the time on several occasions. Sometimes, when Artoria secretly slipped into his room in the middle of the night, intending to protect the king's safety, she still found Asher guiding his mana. Don't worry, I'll pay attention to the time now, Asher said. With that, he walked away. After seeing Asher leave, Artoria entered the administrative office and began the day's administrative activities with the other knights of the Round Table. And as the two left, Scotty quietly emerged from the shadows, her eyes seemingly burning with fury. 7 days, it had been exactly 7 days. These 7 days, she had attacked Asher almost every night, vowing to turn him into an ice sculpture and teach this rude fellow a lesson. However, each time she failed. Last night, she was even kissed on the cheek by Asher, who also said a bunch of sweet nonsense. Undoubtedly, this man was a scumbag. Scotty's judgment was wrong. Asher, this seemingly gentle and weak young man, was actually a super cunning villain. And now, she decided to punish this villain to vent the anger she had accumulated from being bullied by him these past few nights. Meanwhile, Morgan, who was sitting bored in the administrative office, suddenly yawned inexplicably. She rubbed her forehead and then murmured to herself, could I be catching a cold too? The setting sun gradually sank into the valley, and smoke curled up from distant homes. Finally used up one staff. In the room, Asher looked at the staff that had turned into dust in his hand, a satisfied expression on his face. By guiding the surging magical power within his body into the White Dragon's core, allowing the White Dragon's magic and the God's magic to merge, he felt very strong now, perhaps even capable of fighting his Shishou. At this rate, he should be able to fully utilize his magical power in less than a year and a half. Asher picked up a brand new staff, placed it at the head of the bed, then walked to the window and gazed into the distance. He had previously vaguely seen the grown-up Artoria when he woke up, that was not an illusion, but an accidental activation of clairvoyance. As he continued to guide his magical power, he would be able to use clairvoyance more easily, and eventually, he would probably truly show this ability. Thinking about it carefully, his effortless Shishou of the prophecy ability granted by Morgan back then was probably also thanks to Odin. After all, theoretically speaking, he and Odin should be one. Frost suddenly formed in the room, and a chill seeped in through the crack in the door. Asher's expression remained unchanged, and he stepped forward to open the door. Hey! Scotty, who was already standing at the door, immediately raised her staff and struck towards Asher's head, but he just sidestepped to avoid the attack, then raised his hand and chopped at Scotty's head. Asher had long known that Scotty couldn't use much of her power in this world. It might have been a bit difficult to deal with Scotty before, but now that he had become a white dragon, suppressing her was very simple. Let go quickly, rude human. Scotty raised her eyes, her gaze intensely cold. As she spoke, she tried to forcefully break free from Asher's hand, but it was useless. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free. This scene, if seen by an outsider who didn't know the details, would likely lead them to believe that King Arthur was about to inflict violence on the goddess. Asher had no choice but to grab Scotty's wrist and pull this troublesome goddess into the room. Then, glancing at a passing maid who happened to be there, he saw her wide-eyed expression and immediately said with a smile, "Don't misunderstand, Miss Scotty and I have something to discuss." The maid quickly nodded and said, "I understand, I didn't see anything, and I won't tell anyone." Asher was speechless for a moment, then waved his hand, "Go on downstairs for now, come back to clean this area a bit later." After speaking, he turned his head, only to be met with a chop to his head from Scotty's hand. However, as soon as she chopped Asher with her hand, Scotty immediately covered her hand and squatted on the ground. "Is this guy's head made of iron? It's too hard." Scotty complained fiercely in her heart. If a certain saintess were present, she would probably have a lot to talk about with Scotty right now. "Laugh if you want to laugh," Scotty said angrily, raising her eyes. Asher suppressed his laughter, seriously shaking his head, and extended his hand to Scotty. "I won't laugh. It's wrong to ridicule others, my Shishou taught me that." "Didn't your Shishou teach you how to respect your elders?" Scotty gradually calmed down, raising her furious gaze. Remembering what had happened these past few nights, Scotty felt increasingly angry and embarrassed. She raised her hand and brushed away Asher's extended hand, saying angrily, "Don't think this is over. Just you wait, I will definitely get my revenge." "What exactly do you want to do?" Asher was utterly bewildered, he truly didn't understand what Scotty was thinking. Why was she so hostile towards him for no reason? "Are you still playing dumb? Did you forget what happened last night?" Asher froze. Last night? He remembered spending last night in his Shishou's room, the reason being that Morgan had commandeered his room, saying she had something to deal with and needed his room. Asher didn't mind and lent his room to Morgan. "That's right, last night you attacked my chest." Scotty seemed to have said something beyond her threshold of shame, stopping abruptly halfway through. "I attacked your chest?" Asher was stunned again, then his eyes slowly widened. "Wait, let me explain, I haven't been in my room these past few nights, you know," he said. Scotty froze, then said angrily, "Impossible. If that's the case, then who have I been encountering these past few days?" "Sister Morgan borrowed my room these past few days," Asher said, looking at Scotty with great sympathy. "Morgan, the death goddess." Scotty finally reacted. No wonder she felt an indescribable sense of unease from the very first day she met Asher. So this was why. Seeing Scotty looking like she could explode at any moment, Asher kindly reminded her, "I advise you to calm down. You can't use much magic in this world, can you? Going to Sister Morgan now would just be suicide." "It's fine, I have other ways," Scotty said expressionlessly. "What way?" Asher's eyes widened slightly. His vision was covered by a thin layer of mist, then cold air enveloped his body, slowly forming ice. Scotty had actually ambushed Asher. Humph, you were careless, weren't you? This is what I taught you, don't trust women, especially goddesses." Scotty gently stroked the ice sculpture, looking into the eyes that were gazing back at her. She slowly said, "Morgan likes you a lot, doesn't she? These past few days, she's been disguising herself as you, going to great lengths to do all sorts of obnoxious things. I think she just wants me to hate you. So, if I do the opposite, she'll probably be furious, right?" Asher's mouth opened slightly, as if to say something, but no sound came out. Scotty just smiled and slowly said, "Don't worry, I'll give you a chance to speak later. For now, I'll just tease you a bit, and then I'll tell Morgan the news," Scotty said, picking Asher up and placing him on the bed. Then, looking at the completely immobile young man, she fell into brief contemplation. How could she make that goddess angry? She needed to find a way to vent the frustration she had endured from Morgan these past few days. Scotty thought of this, and was about to step next to Asher, but at that moment, she heard a faint cracking sound. She froze, looking incredulously at Asher, who had been frozen solid. Boom. The ice on Asher's body completely shattered into ice shards. His eyes turned a brilliant gold, bright as day. Scotty was stunned, staring intently into Asher's eyes, her gaze slightly dazed. She didn't even notice the ice shards that brushed against her face, leaving a cut. "Sorry. I'll heal you now." Asher stretched his limbs. Noticing the cut on Scotty's face, he raised his hand, but it was immediately grasped by Scotty. "Miss Scotty." Asher called out, puzzled. But Scotty didn't respond, only muttering, "It's really you." This warm magical power, there was absolutely no mistake. Although it was mixed with the magical power of other gods, Odin's magical power was definitely among them. Asher gave Scotty two strange looks, then raised his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. "What's wrong with you?" Scotty finally came back to her senses, then immediately shook her head and said, "Nothing." "Are you still guiding your magical power every day?" Asher nodded, then lowered his head and thought for a moment. He was considering whether to tell Skadi about seeing Odin in his dream. However, after careful consideration, he abandoned the idea. He would tell her next time, if he had the chance to see Odin again. After seeing Skadi off, Asher immediately left the room and found Morgan le Fay. He had almost forgotten about the guys. As long as this matter wasn't resolved, Asher wouldn't be able to rest easy. After finding Morgan and telling her his purpose, Morgan le Fay initially continued to feign ignorance, even claiming to be truly helpless. However, after Asher used the "Sister Morgan must be omnipotent, right" type of worshipful praise, Morgan finally reluctantly agreed to undo his second guise, which was the vow to marry Lily. However, as Asher was leaving, Morgan quietly added, "If you don't marry Lily, then you can marry me. You'll be of age in less than a year, and then it'll be time to marry a queen." But of course, Asher didn't pay too much attention. Marriage was too distant a concept for him. Moreover, he was King Arthur. If he didn't want to get married himself, who could force him? Days passed one by one. Asher spent every day between the administrative office and the training ground, sparring with Skadi, or training with Scáthach. Occasionally, he would patrol outside with Artoria. Every night he would guide his own magical power and deal with his Shishou and Morgan, who might appear in his room at any time, attempting to drain his magical power. However, what truly gave Asher the biggest headache was actually Artoria. She was a red dragon. A dragon. What kind of concept was a dragon? They possessed superhuman stamina and regeneration. While it was fine with Scáthach or Morgan, battling Artoria was the most frustrating. It was truly a night of both joy and pain. "King Arthur, have you decided on a queen candidate yet?" That night, Asher had just finished guiding his magic and fallen asleep when a grinning white-haired wizard appeared before him. Merlin floated in front of Asher, surrounded by endless grasslands. He smiled as he looked at Asher, who was lying spread-eagled on the grass. In reality, Merlin never cared who pulled out the sword in the stone. However, if that person was Artoria, he would offer some help and guidance, but for others, he wasn't as invested. This included Asher. But for some reason, Merlin had been quite keen on the queen position these past few days. Every night, as soon as Asher fell asleep, Merlin would appear in Asher's dream and ask him about the queen candidate. It wasn't just Merlin, even other kings had been doing the same recently, each strongly recommending their daughters, hoping to ascend to the royal family. Almost a year had passed since the defeat of Vortigern. With the restoration of the city walls and the stable planting and harvesting of crops, the foreign races had long disappeared, or rather, they had become a part of Britain. Asher had not expelled these foreign races but had chosen to recruit talented individuals. If the foreign races wanted land, then he would give it to them. As long as they honestly worked hard as members of Britain, there was no need for him to exterminate them. Time would assimilate them. Moreover, Asher was a white dragon. Theoretically, having defeated Vortigern, he could also be called the king of foreign races. Now that white dragons and red dragons lived in harmony, there was naturally no need for the foreign races to struggle. As long as they had food and a place to live, they were satisfied. After all, no one liked war. Without war, people naturally looked for things to do. Thus, many people turned their attention to King Arthur. As King Arthur, he was indeed too young before, and still was, but now Britain was blessed with favorable weather, and King Arthur was approaching adulthood. A group of people began to think about the queen. It was time to establish a queen, this was the thought in most people's minds. Morgan le Fay, once known as the Witch, had contributed greatly to Britain. If she were queen, it would undoubtedly bring significant benefits to Britain. Scáthach, the queen of the land of shadows, King Arthur's Shishou, most people naturally didn't consider her. Scáthach, said to be King Arthur's childhood friend, if King Arthur was willing, people had no strong objections. Artoria, a very capable court steward, and the king of knights among the Knights of the Round Table, people also had considerable expectations for her as queen. All in all, King Arthur was coming of age, and it was time for him to marry. When Merlin brought up this matter, most people agreed. Their king needed someone to care for him, not a maid, but a queen. This choice was now the focus of everyone's attention. Guna. Asher forcefully raised his hand and slapped Merlin on the head, sending the white-haired wizard directly onto the grass. "My king, could you be a little gentler?" Merlin sat up cross-legged, saying indignantly. "To tell the public that King Arthur is almost an adult and it's time for him to marry. I haven't cut you down yet only because I remember your diligent guidance to Lily in the past." Asher said angrily. Oh dear, I'm truly sorry about that, I accidentally let it slip." Merlin scratched his head and chuckled. Although he was apologizing, there was no hint of apology on his face, which made one want to hit him even more. "You know, I want to slap you again, hard, and send you flying into the ground," Asher said seriously. Merlin shrugged, "That's truly frightening, but this is a dream." Slap. A massive palm slammed down from the sky, leaving a human-shaped imprint directly on the ground. Then, a sacred voice, utterly inviolable, slowly resounded. Why be polite to him? Just hit him. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 274, Chapter 274, Odin. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. It hurts so much, I'm in agony, couldn't you have gone a bit easier? Merlin groaned, holding his aching back as he climbed out of the giant pit he'd been thrown into. Isn't this a dream? Where would the pain come from? Asher retorted. Ah, right. I almost forgot, Merlin clapped his hand, as if suddenly enlightened. The visual impact of that slap just now was so overwhelming, I almost thought I was going to die. Despite his words, Merlin didn't seem to be alarmed at all. He was still brushing dust off himself, adjusting his clothes and hairstyle. Then, he looked up into the distance, and Asher followed Merlin's gaze. The neighing of a horse could be heard in midair, accompanied by rolling thunder. A strong gust of wind swept by, blowing Asher's and Merlin's hair high. In the distance, a man in a black robe, riding an 8-legged horse, appeared before Asher. Merlin tidied his hair and slowly said, as a god, using violence at the slightest disagreement is not a good thing. Asher carefully observed the god before him. Without a doubt, he was Odin, but last time Asher couldn't clearly see his appearance. But this time was different, he had inherited the white dragon's authority. Even if he couldn't compare to a god, he should at least be able to see the other person's face. However, it was regrettable that Asher still couldn't see Odin's face because it was obscured by the wide black hood on Odin's head. Odin seemed unaware that Asher was observing him. A faint smile appeared on his face as he calmly said, "Violence that isn't seen by others cannot be called violence. Moreover, this isn't violence. This is called divine punishment." Divine punishment, my ass, this is an excuse. Even though Asher felt a sense of satisfaction seeing Merlin get hit, he still couldn't help but inwardly retort, then looked at Odin again. It was impossible for Asher not to be interested in this god residing in his body. He was quite curious about what Odin looked like. Odin turned to Asher and said, "You've been staring at me since just now. Do you want me to take off my hood so you can see what I look like?" Asher nodded. "Is that your wish?" Odin asked. "Just a little curious," Asher said. "Very well, since you've been diligently guiding my magic for your own use this past year, I'll let you see." Odin said, reaching his hand to his hood, then glanced at Merlin, who was casually watching him. Oh dear, don't look at me, you're not a girl, I'm not interested." Merlin waved his hand and chuckled. Slap. A huge palm came flying, but this time Merlin was prepared. He bent over and dodged the attack, still muttering things like, "What a violent god." One had to admit, that white-haired mage's flexibility was quite impressive, he didn't even hurt his back with that move. At this moment, Odin had already taken off his black hood. Asher's pupil slowly widened, reflecting the man's face. Isn't this a mask? Why are you still wearing a mask?" Asher said, frustrated. Odin had taken off his hood, but what was revealed was not his true face, but a mask, a grotesque mask that looked like a fearsome dragon. "Isn't this to maintain mystique?" Odin sighed. "Being a king of gods isn't that easy. The more mysterious, the stronger one is, isn't that generally believed? And I usually need to keep my emotions hidden. Later, I thought, why not just wear a mask? That way I can always maintain a majestic back." I think I get it, it's like a celebrity image, right?" Although it was a bit regrettable not to see Odin's face, Asher still had many questions he wanted to ask him. As for Odin's appearance, since he didn't want to reveal it, there was no need for Asher to force it. After that, Asher asked Odin many questions in this dream, mostly about martial arts and magic. Thinking about it carefully, Asher indeed had quite a connection with Odin. From the very beginning when he met Scáthach, Scáthach was connected to Skadi. And after that, the runes, word of power, prophecy, and even the sure-hit magic spear, it could be said that everything Asher had before obtaining the white dragon body was closely linked to Odin. Scáthach had said that Asher possessed great talent because not everyone could Shishou runes, but Asher learned them instantly, which was enough to explain many things. No, if anything, even the current white dragon was connected to Odin, because even the black scales on one half of the white dragon were given to Asher by Odin. Last question. Asher looked up at Odin. The man wasn't very tall, but just standing there, he exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. Asher took a shallow breath, slowly exhaled, and was about to speak. Sorry, I just instinctively let out my magic. It must have put quite a bit of pressure on you, my apologies. As Odin spoke, the oppressive feeling immediately vanished. Asher. So, the oppressive feeling from him was deliberately emitted. This is a god who doesn't quite know how to be discreet, Merlin commented from the side, maliciously insulting Odin. Asher stared at Odin, as if trying to see his true face through the mask, and said, "What would happen if I guided all your magic for my own use?" This was Asher's biggest concern for the past year. Although Scotty had said that Odin was dead, it was such immense magic. If all that magic were guided out, would something like his personality being replaced by Odin's happen? Are you worried that my personality will become dominant? Odin laughed, even though his smile couldn't be seen through the mask. Don't worry, I am already dead. I only exist as a lingering consciousness, and I have no attachment to this world. Asher fell into contemplation. Merlin looked left and right, raised his hand and said, regarding this, I can confirm that his body here is very ethereal. Even if he had ill intentions, he wouldn't be able to pose any threat to you now. It sounded quite stable, indeed. As Asher just thought of this, he suddenly heard Merlin let out a slight looking up at a certain spot. At the same time, Odin's gaze also looked towards a distant direction. Oh dear, trouble's coming. Odin scratched his head, took off his long robe, and threw it to Asher. Since I've helped you quite a bit, you handle her. Asher was startled. Her? That's right, the goddess of snow. I've always treated her as a daughter and watched her grow up, but I didn't expect her to chase me all the way here. Anyway, you handle her. Why don't you see her? I am already dead. Meeting again would only increase sorrow. Odin mounted his 8-legged horse and vanished in an instant. Asher looked at Merlin. Merlin smiled. Then, in a weathered voice, he said, King Arthur, this is fate, you are destined to handle it yourself. Stop playing the mystic at a time like this, I'm not falling for that. Asher slapped at him, but Merlin transformed into flower petals and disappeared. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 275, Chapter 275, Just Marry Me Then. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. The two people who were chatting casually a moment ago had now vanished from sight, leaving only the black robe in Asher's hand. Asher felt a little helpless. These two, neither of them are good people. He had thought it would be a rather serious god, but now it seems he's similar to Merlin. Oh no, it's not good to say that. After all, Odin did indeed help Asher quite a bit. Although he played the absentee landlord when Scotty appeared, directly throwing the troublesome matter, along with this black robe, to Asher. However, considering how much he had genuinely helped, Asher reluctantly decided to help deal with Scotty this time. Anyway, dealing with one woman shouldn't be too difficult. After meeting, regardless of anything, just blurt out, I don't know anything. If Scotty continued to ask questions about whether Odin had just appeared, he would just keep shaking his head. Anyway, if he played dumb, she couldn't do anything to him. Could Scotty really pry his mouth open? As for this black robe, it was pointless. Could he really pretend to be Odin? She would probably recognize him instantly. Asher casually tossed the black robe aside, then walked a few steps forward and saw a maiden. Her delicate features were unadorned, wearing a long slit dress, her slender beautiful legs encased in thin stockings. She was now striding towards him, holding a staff. Scotty saw Asher, took a big step forward, and grabbed his collar. Where is he? That one action immediately rattled all the words Asher had just gathered in his mind, and surprisingly, this usually aloof woman's eyes were genuinely intimidating when she was serious, even though Asher could easily pin her to the ground right now. However, Asher didn't do that. Instead, he said with a bewildered expression, I don't know, what are you talking about? Stop pretending, I already saw him just now. Scotty stared intently into Asher's eyes and repeated, did he run away? Probably. Asher glanced away. He had to admit, the goddess of snow's eyes were terrifying right now, almost like the goddess of fire. He really isn't dead. Scotty released Asher and took 2 steps back, as if lost in thought. He's dead, only a tiny bit of lingering consciousness remains, Asher explained from the side. Then, Asher was met with Scotty's fierce glare. But the next moment, Scotty withdrew her gaze, squatted down with her arms wrapped around her knees, and let out a soft sigh. She completely lacked her previous aggressive aura, looking more like a powerless little girl, full of exhaustion. Tell me, why do you want to see him so badly? Asher crouched down beside her. Considering that this goddess had also helped him quite a bit, Asher tentatively decided to counsel Scotty. To freeze him into an ice sculpture, Scotty said. Just kidding. I just wanted to see him again, to see the men who once cared for me like a father. Scotty paused slightly, then slowly turned her head to look at Asher. You should have a way to make him appear, right? I think that's a bit difficult, Asher said seriously. Every time Odin appeared on his own, not summoned by Asher. He didn't know how to lure Odin out. Perhaps in a dream, Merlin might have some ideas. How about this, Scotty said, you let me see Odin, and I'll help you solve your recent troubles. My troubles? Ha 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 ha, how could I possibly have troubles? The Queen's matter. Asher's laughter abruptly stopped. Scotty showed a triumphant smile, her eyes looking very captivating as she looked at Asher and said, You've been troubled by the Queen's matter recently, haven't you? This goddess usually kept to herself, how could she know even this so clearly? Asher frowned. After a moment, he asked with a question in Scotty's confident smile, Why do you think I have to ask you for help? Only I can help you, Scotty said calmly. Neither Artoria, Scáthach, nor even Wathak or Morgan can offer you any help in this matter. After all, this was a struggle for the position of Queen. Morgan, Scáthach, or others might be able to help Asher with other things, but this particular matter was impossible for them to help with, they would make him choose the Queen himself. Asher smiled, shaking his head with a tsk. He said, Do you think I would offend Odin for something like this? Lure him out to meet you. Asher usually disliked it when others spoke to him with such a definitive tone. Simply put, he loved to refuse people in such situations. So, Asher extended his hand. How do you plan to help me? Scotty smiled and shook Asher's hand. You can just marry me. Asher. This goddess's first sentence shocked him. Don't misunderstand, it's actually very simple. I will declare my love for you as a goddess at the meeting 2 days later. At that time, you just need to firmly reject me. The firmer your attitude, the better. You should know better than me what to say, because these words are not for me to hear, but for the lords and knights of the Round Table. If you even reject the courtship of a perfect goddess with a perfect appearance, those people who are eager for King Arthur to take a queen will probably quiet down for a while, right? It might not solve your troubles permanently, but at least it can give you a few years of peace. If that's the case, why not just pretend to get married? Asher retorted, that would solve it once and for all. Oh, Scotty narrowed her eyes, leaned forward, and cupped Asher's face. Are you thinking of actually marrying me? No, I was just kidding. Actually, that could work too, Scotty's tone shifted, and she continued. Asher was stunned. What did you just say? It could work. As long as you officially declare me as your queen to everyone else and swear to pour all your love into me alone, I can consider it seriously, Scotty said seriously. This difficulty was no less than fighting Vortigern again. Oh, by the way, if you are rejected by others because of this, I won't help you. So, in the end, it's like you said nothing. Asher muttered, then thought about it and finally nodded. Then it's decided. I'll trouble you in 2 days. Pleasure working with you, Scotty said with a charming smile. You are a wise king. I don't think complimenting me now has any meaning. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 276, Chapter 276, Scáthach's Home Invasion. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Waking up the next day, Asher sat in the administrative office, processing accounts, though he was clearly somewhat distracted. This was understandable, Asher had been incredibly annoyed by the matter of choosing a queen for the past 2 days. Of course, he knew he should choose a queen, but the problem was, how old was he right now? Not even 18. Asher felt that he wasn't in a hurry, so why were the people below him so eager? Were they wishing their king would be dismembered and hung on the city walls? If he became a white dragon, there would be more to divide. In any case, all of this stemmed from the culprit, the one who first spread the news that King Arthur should choose a Queen Merlin. I might as well resign in 2 years. Asher suddenly thought. Over the past year, everyone had witnessed Artoria's capabilities, and Morgan's abilities had also gained recognition from others. Whether he passed the throne to Lily or Morgan, it would certainly be fine. It's decided. This way, he wouldn't have to marry a queen, and no one would pressure him to get married. Good, as long as he wasn't King Arthur, he wouldn't have to worry so much. Although parents often start frantically pushing for marriage when their children reach a certain age, Asher wouldn't have this problem. Asher remembered that in his previous life, basically everyone he knew, as soon as they graduated from high school and entered university for less than a year, their parents would start pushing them to find a girlfriend, and then they'd start nagging as soon as they got home. But Asher didn't have to worry about this. Scáthach was both a teacher and a mother to him. Oh, she could even be called a lover, but Scáthach would definitely not push him to marry. After all, if Scáthach hadn't delayed for several years, there probably wouldn't be Asher as King Arthur now. If he had married Wathac, Asher would probably still be a lazy bum in the land of shadows right now. But actually, using Scáthach's method could also give him some peace for a while. Currently in Britain, many people believed that Asher hadn't found a queen yet because he hadn't found someone he liked. That's why many nobles were strongly recommending their daughters. But if he even rejected Scáthach's request in 2 days, it should curb many nobles' little schemes. A perfect plan. First, the meeting in 2 days to discuss the integration of various tribes into Britain. After that, Scáthach, as a goddess, would declare her love for the king. Asher would then firmly reject her, stating that he had no intention of choosing a queen because he was concerned about the country and worried about the people. In short, he was concerned about the nation and its citizens, and only when Britain was completely stable would he consider the position of queen. In short, just delay, and keep delaying. Delay for a year or two, and once Britain's internal affairs were completely stable, he would directly resign. He would quit. By then, Lily and Morgan's reputation should be thoroughly known to the people. Passing the throne to one of them wouldn't be a big problem. Then he could live freely as a lazy bum, basking in the sun and enjoying the breeze when he had nothing to do, chatting with his Shishou when he was tired, with his sister sitting nearby, occasionally interjecting a few words. Thinking about it, it sounded quite pleasant. Although Asher didn't seem to consider that if he truly let Morgan or Artoria become King Arthur, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to leave Britain. "What are you smiling about?" A girl's voice suddenly came from beside him. Asher looked up. The blonde girl sat at the table, her long, smooth legs crossed, looking down at Asher with a bewildered expression. This was Artoria, but her growth this past year had been so exaggerated that Asher was still somewhat shocked whenever he saw her now. As for the reason, it was mainly because he felt a bit dizzy from her. Moreover, Asher was sitting in a chair, so looking up from below, the visual impact was even stronger, feeling like his eyes were almost blurred. Her heart was almost on par with Morgan's. If it continued to develop like this, it might even surpass Morgan's. However, Asher also contributed to her rapid development. Such a heart would probably be more suitable to be king than Morgan's. "Ash, did you hear me?" Artoria frowned slightly, raising her hand and waving it in front of Asher's eyes. Heard you. Asher retracted his gaze, shaking his head and saying, "I was just thinking about something boring." He then asked, "Is there something you need?" "I'm going to the training ground later, so I came over to see if you wanted to go too." Artoria finished speaking and then looked at Asher again, as if waiting for Asher to say, "Then let's go together." Asher's work was almost done as well, the rest could just be handed over to Agravain. So he stood up, walked around the table to Artoria's side, and said, "Let's go then." He added, "But I might not be able to train for long today." Scáthach had told Asher last night to remember to go see her this evening to prepare the plan in advance, so he still had to make a trip to Scáthach's place later. "Why?" the girl asked while following Asher out of the administrative office. Asher sighed, not in the mood. She looked puzzled for a moment, then a slight realization dawned on her face, and a faint smile played at the corners of her lips. "Is it about the queen?" "What else could it be besides that?" Asher effortlessly leaped from the side of the long corridor, with Artoria following closely behind. "You have indeed seemed quite troubled lately," Artoria said softly. "Even the straightforward Lily can sense it, so have I been too obvious lately?" Asher thought to himself. After all, Artoria was the type of person who rarely paid attention to the moods of those around her. She focused more on the bigger picture rather than on individuals. The fact that such a rigid girl could sense it was enough to prove the point. "I feel like you were just thinking bad things about me," Artoria suddenly said with a frown. "Lily is terrifying. This intuition is too frightening." Asher remained outwardly calm, but his heart was already in shock. He had long known that Artoria's intuition was sharp, but he never expected that even his thoughts could be perceived. This intuition was too exaggerated. Perhaps seeing Asher silent for a long time, Artoria sped up and caught up to Asher's side, turning her head to ask, "Was I right?" "Ah, it's not like I was speaking ill of you," Asher said as if waking from a dream, immediately changing the subject. "I was just thinking about the throne, about whether I should hand it over to you or Sister Morgan later." Artoria's step slowed slightly, and the expression on her face was also a little stiff. "Why? I think I said it a long time ago, didn't I? I prefer a freer life." "So you want to transfer the throne in the future?" Artoria murmured to herself. "Yes, so I'll be relieved if you or Sister Morgan can inherit the throne in the future." "Oh, no, it should be Sister Morgan inheriting it, right?" Asher muttered to himself. After all, Morgan originally wanted him to pull out the sword in the stone because she didn't want her younger sister to be king. Now, pushing Lily onto the throne again clearly wasn't very suitable. Artoria hesitated for a moment, then softly said, "Actually, I can do it too." Asher was stunned. "You don't dislike it?" If you truly plan to step down from this position in the future, then someone will have to inherit your will, right? Besides, I suddenly feel that being king is quite good, Artoria said, looking up at the end of her sentence. After all, I can marry a queen. Asher froze. Wait, why does that sound wrong? Becoming King Arthur means marrying a queen. Let's go. Artoria quickly regained her usual calm and walked ahead into the training ground, pulling Asher back to reality. Lily, what did you mean just now? Asher couldn't help but follow and ask. He was genuinely curious. King Arthur marrying a queen. Who was Lily planning to marry? Artoria remained silent, looking towards Scáthach in the distance. Lily, Asher called again. Don't you understand? Artoria turned and gazed into Asher's eyes. If I were king, then you would be queen. Asher stood dumbfounded for a moment. If that happened, what would be the point of me giving the throne to Lily? Even if you transfer the throne to Imperial Sister, she'll probably make the same choice, Artoria said again. Asher had nothing to say, so he could only sigh. Then what's the point of me transferring the throne later? There is, the girl suddenly smiled. Oh. You can experience the novelty of serving a king. Why does that sound even worse than him being King Arthur right now? At least now he could use his status as king to suppress Lily and Sister Morgan. If their identities were swapped, it would feel even more troublesome. Having reached this conclusion, Asher rubbed his forehead and sighed. Whoosh! From a distance, a red spear came hurtling towards Asher. Asher reacted extremely quickly, raising his hand and catching the red spear, then looking up. The woman in the tight suit casually twirled another red spear in her hand, then, after a brief swing, threw it towards Asher again. Shishou is truly, if I'm not careful, wouldn't my head get a hole in it? Asher complained inwardly, raised the red spear in his hand, and threw it back. The tips of the two red spears collided, sparking dazzling fire, then fell limply to the ground. Shishou, what if I was daydreaming just now? Asher said with some complaint. Scáthach raised her tiptoe, picking up both red spears, and said with a smile, then I would summon you as a spirit from the abyss of the land of shadows. Wouldn't I still be dead? Scáthach smiled and shook her head, saying, no, your recovery ability is so strong now, how could you die in one go? By the way, what were you two talking about just now? She then asked. She changed the subject so easily. It was about the throne, Artoria replied. Ash said he wants to hand over the throne to me or Imperial Sister in the future. So that's it. Scáthach's eyes slightly dawned. That made sense. Asher was a member of the Land of Shadows regardless, and he had made a vow before. It was quite normal for him to hand over the throne to someone else someday. That goddess isn't very suitable for managing a country, Scáthach said. She was naturally referring to Morgan le Fay. Lily, on the other hand, is quite good. Asher's expression immediately became a bit subtle. Good, yes, but only if she doesn't have that terrifying idea of marrying me as her queen. Why are you suddenly silent? Do you think Lily isn't good enough? Scáthach eyed Asher with curiosity. Even though Lily is still quite young, you must have seen her abilities, right? Very impressive, Asher nodded and said. Then why do you have such a subtle expression? It's just the queen, never mind, it's nothing. Asher shook his head. Lily's idea itself was unrealistic, and there was no point in saying it out loud. Queen, huh? However, after a brief thought, a meaningful smile appeared on Scáthach's face. She looked at her disciple beside her, then nodded. I think I understand. Ah. Shishou, you understand. You're that perceptive. Scáthach did not elaborate further, but closed her mouth and said no more. She, of course, knew what Artoria was thinking. If it weren't for her daughter, the Land of Shadows might not have only a queen now. After a brief chat, Asher began his usual training for the day. His spear skills had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time. Further breakthroughs wouldn't come from more training, but from enlightenment. However, Asher wanted to further hone his swordsmanship and other weapons, not to Shishou them, but at least to have an understanding. After the training, Scáthach had also just finished sparring with Artoria. Asher was about to sit down and rest, but suddenly, someone gently patted his shoulder from behind. I think I just heard you say you want to hand over the throne later. Asher was almost startled by the sudden voice. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief after turning around and seeing who it was. When will Sister Morgan appear normally? Clearly, Morgan had been hiding somewhere, eavesdropping, and only revealed herself now. Can you appear normally next time? I appeared quite normally, and I called you several times from behind, Morgan said innocently, tidying her skirt as she sat down next to Asher. Why didn't I hear anything? Asher wondered. Maybe because I was calling in my mind. Can you just call out loud next time? Asher said helplessly. We'll talk about that next time. Let's not talk about it now. Morgan crossed her legs and said leisurely, you want to transfer the throne, which I'm sure you've thought deeply about, so I won't try to persuade you. As for the position of King Arthur, you can give it to me if you want. Asher's expression was quite wary as he looked at the woman beside him and said, you're not serious about your previous joke, are you? Morgan had previously said she would marry her younger sister and then marry Asher as her husband. Oh dear, how could that be? I'm not the type of person who likes to coerce others. I'll definitely respect your wishes, Morgan said with a bright smile. However, frankly, when Asher saw her smile, he felt even more uneasy. This position, for now, I'll just keep it. Morgan blinked, saying very innocently, don't you believe me? If you spoke without such a disgusting tone, it might be more convincing, Scáthach's voice calmly chimed in. Morgan looked up, her eyes slightly narrowed, and soon a gentle smile appeared on her face. I wasn't talking to you, Scáthach, was I? I wasn't talking to you either, this is just a small suggestion, Scáthach smiled casually, listen or not, it's up to you. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, I definitely won't listen. Morgan stood up, but if you can beat me, perhaps I'll consider listening to your advice. I had that in mind too, what a coincidence. Scáthach tightened her grip on her weapon. Although she was an annoying goddess, having someone she could spar with was a good way to pass the time. Watching the two step into the training ground, Artoria turned and asked, aren't you going to do anything about them? It's fine, nothing will happen. Asher said, looking up at the sky. It was dusk. He stood up. Where are you going? Artoria asked. Asher paused slightly, I have something to deal with. According to their original agreement, he was now going to Scáthach to discuss their plan. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 277, Chapter 277, I've come clean, your brother is already mine. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Time flew by, and before anyone knew it, a day had passed. In less than a day, the various kings had entered Camelot, but they no longer had their usual bristling tension. After the news of Vortigern's defeat by King Arthur reached the king's ears, their previous feelings of defiance had already dissipated. However, being convinced didn't mean that the kings didn't have their own little schemes. The position of King Arthur was unshakable, but that didn't mean they couldn't stand a little lower than King Arthur. For example, the queen. Whether for their daughter's happiness or their own future power, the position of queen was worth fighting for. Thus, the king's little schemes became active the moment they stepped into Camelot. That night. In the training ground, several knights of the Round Table sat quietly in a circle, their gazes all fixed on Artoria. Silence enveloped the entire training ground. After a brief gaze, Kay was the first to speak. Lily, what are your plans next? Plans? Artoria repeated, looking at her adopted brother in confusion, setting her sword aside. Just 2 hours ago, Kay had invited Artoria to the training ground, saying it had been a long time since they sparred and he wanted to spar with her. However, once Artoria arrived, she realized something was amiss. Kay wasn't the only one in the training ground, there were several other knights of the Round Table. Then, after sparring for a while, the group sat down on the spot. Artoria finally understood, sparring was just an excuse. Clearly, her adopted brother had something he wanted to tell her. And it had to be something quite serious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gathered so many knights of the Round Table. This is a problem you'll face sooner or later, I just didn't expect it to come so quickly, Kay said softly, his gaze quite complex. Artoria's expression grew even more solemn. What problem? It's about King Arthur, Kay said. Ash's matter. Artoria was even more puzzled, so she remained silent, quietly waiting for Kay to continue. It's about King Arthur choosing a queen. Don't you have any plans? As he spoke, Kay looked up at Artoria, whose expression remained calm, and gently shook his head, looking somewhat helpless. How should he put it? This adopted sister was good in every way, except that she didn't care enough about her own affairs. These past 2 days, as each tribal king arrived, they brought their daughters with them, claiming to be bringing them to tour Camelot, but everyone knew what they were really thinking. At such an important time, Lily was still completely engrossed in training. How could this be acceptable? As the eldest brother, his father, Sir Ector, was old and inconvenient to handle these matters, so it fell to him to be responsible. It was precisely with the idea of sister is justice that Kay persuaded the other knights of the Round Table to participate. Ah, you mean that, but Artoria gently shook her head, I don't plan to participate in the queen's selection. Being able to stay by Ash's side is enough. Artoria's thoughts left Kay momentarily speechless. If she weren't his sister, he probably wouldn't be able to control his sharp tongue right now. The other knights of the Round Table exchanged glances, and even without speaking, one could guess that everyone present was probably quite speechless. Besides, Ash told me earlier that he doesn't want to choose a queen so soon, Artoria added. Just because King Arthur doesn't want to now doesn't mean he won't change his mind later, said Lamorak, the tall man resting his chin in his hand, looking like an expert on matters of the heart. You know, this time, the kings brought their daughters to the royal city, and there are many charming and beautiful girls among them. Princess Guinevere is even known as the Great Beauty of Britain, and she seems to have already arrived in Camelot yesterday. Also, think about it carefully, Lily. Kay raised his hand and stroked Artoria's head. In the future, when King Arthur takes a queen, he will inevitably pour all his affection onto that one queen. And if the queen is a jealous person, she will do everything in her power to prevent other women from being by the king's side. In that case, the affection you receive will probably be just a tiny, insignificant spark. But he changed his tone. If you were the queen, things would be different, wouldn't they? Artoria murmured softly. I know, but she didn't want to compete with her imperial sister. Although her imperial sister's behavior was the same as usual, she must also be calculating for the position of queen in her heart. She didn't want her relationship with Morgan to sour because of this matter. Gawain seemed to have read Artoria's thoughts. He smiled and said, Lily, why do you think we are here? Artoria was stunned. That's right. Gawain and the others are Morgan's adopted children. Logically, if they didn't want to offend Morgan, they shouldn't be here. Because this is an act tacitly approved by Morgan, Agravain said. From the very beginning, Morgan's goal wasn't to be queen. She had said long ago that she wanted both Asher and Artoria. Both of them. Not just one of them. That's what a mature adult does. Looking at Artoria's slightly flickering eyes and the determined look on her face, Kay smiled and clapped his hands. Don't worry, we'll all be on your side. Why are you helping me? Artoria couldn't help but ask. You are the most suitable candidate for queen, at least in my opinion, Lancelot said. Artoria's performance over the past year had earned their recognition. Her initiation of the Round Table Conference and the release of the Vanguard Lance's true power had also impressed the Knights of the Round Table. If King Arthur had to have a queen, that person had to be Artoria. All in all, this was a very solid plan. Under Kay's persuasion, Artoria lowered her eyes, and her usually calm eyes shone with an unusual light for the first time. Scáthach sat quietly by the window, gazing at the night scene. A queen, huh, she murmured softly, then sighed gently. She had never imagined that her disciple's marriage would come so quickly. However, this was something that would have to be faced sooner or later. Even if it was delayed, by the time he was 20, Scáthach would probably bring it up herself. As his Shishou, she certainly couldn't marry her disciple. Well, actually she could, but she herself couldn't get past that mental barrier. Rather than giving the position of queen to an unknown woman, it would be better to advance Scáthach and Asher's wedding date. Mom, what did you say about the queen? Scáthach's confused voice came from behind her. She blinked, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Scáthach had been called to the room by Scáthach. She didn't know why her mother had suddenly called her over, but it must be something important. Do you want to marry Ash? Scáthach suddenly asked. Are you joking? Mom. Scáthach tried to ask, her purple eyes filled with confusion. Scáthach shook her head and said, I'm seriously considering this right now. Scáthach froze, nodded, but then immediately shook her head again. What's wrong? Seeing this, Scáthach couldn't help but smile. Didn't you always clamor about this before? Now that I'm seriously considering it, why are you so hesitant? Don't you like him anymore? I like him, Scáthach said without hesitation, but if that happens, what about you, Mom? Scáthach froze, then calmly asked, what does that have to do with me? Well, think about it. If I marry Ash, then you won't be able to be too intimate with him anymore, right? And after he's married, he won't be able to casually go to your room at night, and... Scáthach listened to her daughter's endless chatter, finally sighing. The queen, who was so fierce on the battlefield, seemed to feel exhausted, so she interrupted Scáthach, saying softly, I've already done many intimate things with your brother. Scáthach blinked, seemingly not reacting for a moment. No, she was too surprised. Not surprised by something. She already knew, but surprised that her mother would say it so openly. Was she planning to come clean? Seeing her daughter's reaction, which was completely opposite to what she expected, Scáthach hesitated slightly. Her red eyes scanned the girl in front of her, then she asked in a low voice, you already knew. Under Scáthach's gaze, Scáthach knew there was no way to bluff her way out. Is that so, you already knew? Scáthach looked at Scáthach with a complex expression. Thinking about it, this child had been mischievous since she was little, so it wasn't surprising that she would notice. Don't worry, Mom, I won't mind just kissing. You and Ash are the most important people to me, Scáthach said with a smile. As long as we can always be together. Just kissing. Scáthach's expression immediately became a bit subtle, and she gave Scáthach a complex look. Scáthach's smile froze slightly, and she tried to ask, could it be that has also happened? Scáthach nodded silently. And it had happened more than once. After a brief hesitation, Scáthach smiled again and waved her hand. It's fine, it's fine. Mom, it's okay. After all, I knew since before that Ash really likes you. I just didn't expect Mom to actually accept doing that with Ash. I thought kissing was already the limit. Perhaps. Scáthach suddenly said, perhaps, you're the only one who hasn't done that with him yet. Only me, meaning. Lily and Morgan have also done it. Scáthach was stunned for a long time, then tilted her head slightly, making a confused sound. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 278, Chapter 278, I've tasted it, there's no fish in the fish soup. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Scáthach felt like something had gone terribly wrong with her way of understanding things. She had accepted Asher and Scáthach's relationship, and she even didn't mind them kissing. But she never said her mother could drink fish soup. Seeing her fiancé kiss another girl might bring a little thrill, but anything beyond that, she couldn't accept it yet. And she had never thought such a situation would arise. The king is the father of the people. Her mother, the queen of the land of shadows, possessed such a proud personality. Even if she harbored feelings for her disciple, she would never show them. If Ash hadn't taken the initiative to kiss Scáthach that night, there would probably still be an unbreachable veil between them even now. And Ash, needless to say, was a coward, in one word. He was as outwardly reserved as lazy. Without external stimulation, how could he possibly dare to get intimate with Scáthach? His audacity that night was probably due to a sudden crazy impulse. This was why Scáthach had always remained so calm. She sincerely believed in her brother, believed in his shyness, and believed that he would definitely not dare to lay a hand on Scáthach. But what was happening now? How long had it been? How long had it been? Her dear brother had actually done that with her respected mother. And Lily, also a shy person, and an upright shy knight. She usually looked so proper, and by all appearances, she was an honest and decent good girl. And as a knight, it would surely be impossible for her to lay a hand on her friend's fiancé. Even if she encouraged Lily, at most it would just be to stimulate her a little. How could their relationship have progressed so rapidly to this point? As for Morgan. To be honest, Scáthach had a faint premonition in her heart before. I'm sorry, but the situation was quite special then. Scáthach's voice pulled Scáthach back to reality. She raised her hand to pat her daughter's head, but Scáthach stepped back, avoiding Scáthach's hand. What special situation? Scáthach raised her eyes, her purple pupils reflecting the woman's captivating face and the apology and guilt in her usually aloof expression. Scáthach roughly explained the situation at the time, then continued, it was a magic potion created by Morgan, so even I had no resistance. Morgan. Scáthach repeated, then suddenly asked, what about Ash? Did he resist or anything? I restrained him. Even Scáthach was a little embarrassed at this moment. Then, after observing her daughter and seeing not much anger on her face, she continued to explain, at that time, my mind was dominated by the potion's lust, so I didn't have many other thoughts. Scáthach didn't speak again, her eyes seemingly losing their luster, murmuring to herself, is that so? So mother has already done it with my fiancé. I see, so I was the only one kept in the dark all this time. After saying this, Scáthach's eyes suddenly widened, as if she remembered something, and she looked up, could it be that the gasping I heard when I was at mother's door earlier was Ash and you? That was training, just normal training. Scáthach immediately explained, a scene instantly flashing through her mind of herself clinging to the wall on a certain night. Training, huh? Scáthach repeated, then continued to ask, and then, who brought him that fish soup that induced mother and Ash to do it? Scáthach hesitated for a moment, then spoke a name. Boom. A flash of lightning seemed to cross above Scáthach's head. Her young heart was greatly shaken. It was Lily. Scáthach murmured to herself. The person she thought least likely to pose a threat to her was actually the culprit. Although this culprit had inexplicably provided several assists to others before and after. But now even Lily. Can you explain the details? Scáthach looked up at Scáthach and asked. Asher sat by the head of the bed, feeling a bit unsettled. He was very hesitant now, because he felt Scotty's plan was unstable. Scotty said that if a young and beautiful girl proposed to King Arthur, and he firmly rejected her for others to see. The lords would naturally abandon their subtle intentions, that is, their attempts to marry their daughters to King Arthur. And this chosen person had to be beautiful, and more importantly, not be heartbroken after being rejected by Asher. Such a person seemed to be only Scotty. Although he could simply tell others that he didn't want to establish a queen for now, some leaders might interpret this as, King Arthur is still young and hasn't seen too many beautiful girls, which is why he thinks this way, but he'll surely change his mind once he sees my daughter. But if even Scotty was rejected, the effect would be completely different. But for some reason, even though the plan seemed good, Asher always felt something wasn't quite right. His intuition had always been accurate. After all, he also had a talent similar to prophecy. After much thought, Asher decided to seek advice from someone. Lily was definitely out. As for Sister Morgan, he felt like she was also plotting something. Guinevere had just arrived in Camelot with her father and was probably resting now. Milo was even less reliable. If he went, he probably wouldn't be able to return at night. Sister Scáthach, definitely not. As for Vivian, that girl would probably be delighted to cause him trouble. Merlin, who was that? Thus, the only viable option besides Scotty was his Shishou. After all, his Shishou had a special relationship with him, and she probably wouldn't want him to marry and establish a queen so early. She should be able to help him with some ideas. Thinking this, Asher no longer hesitated. He stood up and walked towards Scáthach's room. He knocked twice on the door, and after hearing a comment from inside, Asher opened the door. The mother and daughter in the room silently watched Asher. Asher looked at Scáthach somewhat strangely, then subconsciously glanced at Scáthach, only to see Scáthach subtly avert her gaze. What's going on? Asher didn't think too much, raised his hand and greeted, Sister, why aren't you resting so late? Yes, am I disappointing you? Scáthach asked with a smile. What's wrong with Sister tonight? So much anger. Asher muttered inwardly. Is there something you need? Scáthach asked. Asher shook his head and said, something came up earlier, but it's fine now. I'll head back then, Shishou, Sister. Since Sister was here tonight, he could only come back later. Is it because I'm here that it's fine? Scáthach tilted her head slightly, smiling. Her soft bangs partially obscured her eyes, as if casting a shadow. Tell me the truth, she said again. Under the astonishing aura Scáthach inexplicably exuded tonight, Asher nodded slightly. There's something I wanted to discuss with Shishou. I see, I understand. Scáthach took a small step forward, gently grasping Asher's wrist, and raised her eyes. You can discuss it with Sister too, you know. Ah, it's nothing big. I can actually handle it myself, Asher said. Wouldn't it be too lonely to handle it yourself? It'd be fine if Lily or Morgan helped you too, right? Scáthach asked with a giggle. Sister, what are you talking about? Asher frowned. If you keep being unreasonable, I'm going to get angry. Scáthach's mouth slightly opened, and she looked at Scáthach with a complicated expression, whispering. Your sister already knows. Sister knows. Knows what? Asher was bewildered. Then, seeing the subtle expression on Scáthach's face, he first froze, then looked at Scáthach again. The maiden in a pink and white nightgown smiled. Her fair skin seemed to be coated in a sacred silvery white glow under the moonlight, and her long eyelashes gently blinked, revealing a gentle smile, but there was not a trace of amusement in her eyes. His survival instinct made Asher yawn. He said sleepily, let's talk tomorrow. I'm a little sleepy. Do you think that's possible? Scáthach's grip tightened slightly. At that moment, Asher recalled the fear he once felt of being dominated by his sister in the land of shadows. At that time, his physical strength was still poor, and his sister could always pin him to the ground and punish him in various ways when they argued. Although his current strength could easily shake off her hand, instinct still caused him a slight fear. He looked up at Scáthach and whispered, Shishou. Scáthach, Scáthach lightly coughed. Asher's eyes lit up slightly, as if he saw hope. Indeed, Shishou still cared about him. Even in this situation, she could help him. Go easy on him, okay? Scáthach said, then left the room. Asher was stunned. I understand. Scáthach showed a charming smile. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 279, Chapter 279, Scotty, I am your only ally. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. He went back. By the time Scáthach returned to the room, Asher was nowhere to be seen. Only Scáthach sat by the head of the bed, her eyelids slightly lowered, her delicate white toes tapping the floor idly. Her pink and white nails gleamed with a jelly-like translucence under the moonlight. Considering that the fish might have been turned into fish fillets by her daughter, Scáthach even scanned the room, but detected no trace of Asher's presence. It seemed her disciple was still alive. He went back, Scáthach said casually. I sent him back. Scáthach's mouth was slightly agape. She actually wanted to ask her daughter what she had done to Asher earlier, but seeing the frustration and annoyance in the maiden's dim purple eyes, she held back. To be honest, she would rather engage in a fierce battle with a strong opponent right now than face her daughter. But there was nothing she could do, because of this cursed matter of establishing a queen. If she didn't come clean now, it would probably be even harder to speak about it later. Scáthach looked thoughtful, then looked up and asked, Mother, do you like Ash? Scáthach remained silent, merely gazing at her daughter. Then, she took a step forward and embraced the maiden. Scáthach was startled, feeling the warmth of the embrace. She looked up at Scáthach. Ah, those accursed breasts. Scáthach gently stroked the still-recovering Scáthach, whispering, the Britain conference starts the day after tomorrow. I'll talk to your brother and have your wedding date moved up. You'll stay and be the queen. Scáthach was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses, and couldn't help but ask, You don't mind, Mother? Scáthach shook her head and said, This marriage was decided long ago. There's nothing to mind, and... She paused slightly. Even though you found out about my relationship with your brother, you didn't expose it and endured it silently. It must have been difficult for you during this time. Scáthach froze, then quickly shook her head and said, It's fine, it's fine. By now, she was too embarrassed to say that she was just excited when she saw her fiancé and her mother kissing, which was why she didn't expose them. Why do you look unhappy? Or have you stopped liking Ash now? Scáthach observed Scáthach, asking curiously. No, I'm just thinking about other things. Scáthach frantically waved her small hands. After Ash and I get married, Mother can take him whenever she wants. I'm serious, she said again. Scáthach looked at Scáthach with a complicated expression, simply stroking her daughter's hair without saying anything more. However, the faint glimmer in her red eyes precisely proved that her heart was not calm at this moment. In Morgan's alchemy lab, Morgan silently gazed at the maiden standing before her and asked softly, Are you serious? Artoria nodded gently, looking at Morgan le Fay and saying, I've decided. I want to be the queen. Is that so? Morgan said, then withdrew her gaze and continued to casually concoct potions. Artoria couldn't help but ask, Are you really indifferent, Imperial sister? It's fine, I support your decision, Morgan said. If you need any help, just come to me. I will help you with anything. But you. Artoria looked as if she had more to say but held back. Lily, I told you a long time ago, didn't I? Morgan's potion-mixing hand paused slightly. She turned to look at the maiden beside her. I have always supported your relationship with Ash. The person I like is not him, nor is it you, Morgan slowly said this, then looked into Artoria's eyes. It's you too. So, don't worry about my feelings. Rather, it would give me a headache if Ash's final choice for queen wasn't you. Artoria's mouth slightly opened, but she ultimately bit back the words she wanted to say. Was Morgan too confident, or did Morgan trust her too much? Artoria didn't understand. Was her imperial sister not afraid that if she became queen, she would tell Asher to stay away from Morgan, or something similar? After all, she was someone very prone to jealousy. When she saw her imperial sister doing that to the underage Ash in that secret room before, she was quite conflicted. Seeing this, Morgan couldn't help but sigh softly, It seems you still don't quite believe me. She put down the potion bottle in her hand, stepped closer, and cupped Artoria's face. A strand of platinum blonde hair brushed against Artoria's face, making the maiden instinctively look up and stare at Morgan's deep, alluring eyes, instinctively calling out, Imperial sister. I said, I don't just like one person. Morgan leaned down slightly, her moist lips slightly parted. In Artoria's widening pupils, they touched her lips. Completely different from kissing Asher, the lips of the imperial sister whom Artoria respected were not fervent, but very soft. Without feeling anything more, Morgan released her lips, and her alluring little tongue licked her moist lips. Do you understand? She looked at Artoria again and asked. Whether it was being shocked by her respected imperial sister's action, or simply not having recovered yet, Artoria subconsciously nodded. Then stand up straight, Morgan's fingertip lifted Artoria's chin. The maiden was almost naturally pushed against the wall by Morgan. The woman slightly raised her toes, her thigh resting below Artoria's abdomen. She leaned in, almost pressing her chest against Artoria's, their two soft forms slightly deformed by the pressure. Then, Morgan said in a deeply seductive voice, If you want to be queen, be more assertive. Just relying on the knight's code won't make you queen. Artoria's cheeks slowly flushed under Morgan's gaze. She felt her earlobes burning and nodded heavily. Then go back for now. Prepare well, and I will assist you. Morgan released her hand and stepped back 2 paces, seemingly completely unfazed by her sister's now blushing face, as if what she had just done was the most normal thing. And it truly was quite normal, at least for Morgan. After all, what Morgan had done to Scotty before was far more extreme than this. Knock, knock. At this moment, someone lightly knocked on the alchemy lab door. Then, Asher's voice came. "I'm coming in, Sister Morgan." After Asher pushed the door open, he sensed 2 gazes staring directly at him. He couldn't help but be startled, thinking, why is this atmosphere so strange? Since Scáthach couldn't help, he had planned to come to Morgan with a nothing-to-lose attitude, but now it seemed like he had just wasted his time. "Is there something you need, Ash?" Morgan asked with a smile. Feeling Morgan's playful gaze and Artoria's determined look, as if she had made some decision, Asher took a step back. "Nothing. I took the wrong turn." After saying that, he turned and left. The people he usually relied on were all unreliable now. Even without further conversation, Asher could vaguely sense that the atmosphere between those two was clearly off. Clearly, it was not the right time to talk with Morgan. After returning to his room, Asher lay on the bed, a faint pain in his abdomen. Sister Scáthach was really ruthless earlier. But there was nothing he could do. Originally, he had expected his sister to peel his skin off. The current situation was already quite good for him. Although Scáthach had said something earlier, "Don't think this is over." Clearly, the maiden held quite a grudge and had no intention of letting things go. Shishou is unreliable, and Sister Morgan is unreliable. So, is Scotty the only one left? Asher felt utterly helpless. In the past, whenever he encountered any difficulty, Scáthach or Morgan could always help him solve it, but with this matter of establishing a queen, they were all unreliable. Even without going to Shishou again, he could probably guess that since Shishou had already told his sister about their relationship, she was definitely planning to move up the wedding date. And on the other side, Morgan, judging by the atmosphere just now, it was clear that Morgan was also plotting something nefarious. "So I told you I'd help you, why did you go looking for others? Do you really think Scáthach or that goddess can help you?" A sudden voice came from behind, startling Asher, and he quickly turned his head. Scotty was sitting by the head of the bed, looking casual, gazing down at him with a faint smile, slowly saying, "You should understand your situation now, shouldn't you?" Asher didn't say anything, just asked, "How did you get in?" "I simply broke through the magical array you set up, and then simply opened the door," Scotty said. "That's not simple at all, is it?" Asher couldn't help but retort. Ever since he was ambushed by Artoria last time, Asher had been cautious, setting up a barrier in his room every time he went out. But now that he thought about it, it was still very easy for the other party to get in if they really wanted to. "You even went to Scáthach and Morgan le Fay. Are you not planning to abide by our previous agreement?" Scotty asked, staring at Asher. "I just wanted an extra layer of insurance," Asher said, sitting up while holding his stomach, and looked up. "By the way, how did you know I went to see Shishou and sister?" "I saw you being sneaky earlier, so I was curious and secretly followed you," Scotty said. Asher blinked, thought for a moment, and said, "Stalker. This is called being prepared. To prevent you from backing out. If Scáthach or Morgan had agreed to help you today, would you have broken your word and abandoned me?" Scotty asked, grabbing Asher's collar. Why did that sound like a boyfriend in a relationship? Preparing to heartlessly abandon his girlfriend. Asher slapped her hand away and said helplessly, "I told you, it's just about being prepared. How could I go back on my word?" "Then what about now?" Scotty raised her hand and placed it on Asher's face, a joyous smile appearing on her face. "Do you feel surrounded by danger?" Asher nodded silently. Indeed, the current situation was quite unfavorable for him. He had to endure until the conference began the day after tomorrow, and during this period, it was an ordeal for Asher. "Now you know the gravity of the problem, don't you?" The smile on Scotty's face became increasingly bright and captivating. She put down her staff, crossed her stocking-clad legs, cupped Asher's face, and her red eyes gazed into his. "Thank me. I'm your only reliable ally now, you know. Should I be grateful to you?" "No need, just letting me see Odin after this is enough." Scotty's tone was quite resentful towards the end. "It's just seeing that person once, why is it so difficult?" "Perhaps he doesn't want to see you," Asher said tentatively. Scotty smiled, "Oh dear, what are you suddenly saying? How could such a thing be possible, right?" Her hand pinched Asher's cheek. Gently. "I was just kidding." Scotty then released her hand. Asher inwardly clicked his tongue. This violent goddess, if it weren't for the fact that he still needed her help afterwards, he probably would have been unable to resist subduing this goddess just now. "Anyway, I'll help you the day after tomorrow, so rest assured. Only I can be relied on now, and you should know that very well." Scotty stood up. "Don't forget our agreement." With that, she left the room. After seeing Scotty off, Asher let out a long sigh. He truly wished this matter would end soon and he could return to his peaceful life. The fatigue of the entire day swept over his mind. Asher quickly felt drowsiness coming on and fell asleep without even covering himself with a blanket. As soon as he fell asleep, a dignified voice rang out, "I never agreed to see her, Asher. Your actions this time displease me greatly." Asher opened his eyes. The man in the black robe sat quietly to the side, his tone clearly expressing displeasure. "I think since she's so persistent in wanting to see you, there's no harm in fulfilling her wish, is there? Don't you treat her like a daughter?" Asher said. "You're just saying that because you want her to help you, aren't you?" Odin glanced sideways at Asher. "Very well, I will arrange a time to see her." "You agreed?" Asher asked, somewhat overjoyed. He had thought it would take some time to persuade this king of gods, but he agreed so readily. "I've thought about it carefully. Seeing her once could put her mind at ease, so there's no harm." Odin paused slightly, then continued, "However, letting her help you, you will regret it." Asher smiled, "No, I won't. I've thought about this plan carefully, and there's no risk involved." Odin said meaningfully, "Very well, I'm quite confident leaving that child to you." "We're just putting on an act," Asher explained. "You should know that, right?" Odin chuckled, "Perhaps. Indeed, there's no risk, it's very good, a very good plan." Merlin, who was beside them, also started laughing. As the three laughed, Asher suddenly turned to look at the white-haired mage beside him. "When did you sneak in?" "I just accidentally slipped in earlier, hey-oh." "Oh," Merlin tapped his head, trying to play dumb. Asher looked at Odin. Odin nodded slightly, raised his hand. Slap. "Get out." He slapped Merlin out of the dream. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 280, let's get married, okay. Fire, you can find 40 chapters ahead here. Also other exciting fanfic available. Fire. Oh, right, when are you planning to see that goddess? Asher turned to Odin and asked after watching Merlin transform into petals and disappear from his sight. He wasn't worried about Merlin holding a grudge or anything. If Merlin didn't want to leave, Odin probably couldn't completely drive him away. Clearly, Merlin had merely realized that Asher wanted to speak privately with Odin, which was why he left. Of course, it wasn't because Merlin understood how to read the atmosphere, it was just that Merlin himself knew that staying there would only earn him disdain from both Asher and Odin. Rather than that, he might as well become magical. Merlin and go find someone else to comfort himself. Once your troubles are dealt with, Odin said with a smile. Then you and she can come see me. She'll tell you how to enter the dream. Forget it, me going with her. I'd just be mercilessly despised, Asher said, waving his hand. His mind even conjured up what Scotty would say, huh? You're coming with me to see Odin too. Do you like eavesdropping on other people's conversations that much? Or do you like me, so you want to cling to me? Odin gave Asher a teasing look. That's not necessarily true. Asher felt a bit helpless. Why did it sound like he and Scotty could still develop some kind of relationship? After all, she was a goddess, and a rather arrogant one at that. If it weren't for seeing Odin this time, Scotty would probably, like the Lady of the Lake, choose to watch the show from the sidelines when it came to the matter of choosing a queen. As soon as he thought of this, a scene appeared in Asher's mind. The day after tomorrow, as soon as the meeting ended and Scotty entered the conference room, she would first declare her status as a goddess, and then genuinely propose to him. Asher would simply wave his hand, saying regretfully, I'm sorry, but I'm currently devoted to my country and people and have no mind for romance. Please do not mention this matter again, or similar heartfelt words. At this point, it would be best if one or two lords nearby sighed in admiration, moved by the king's selflessness, and then each took their daughters home, no longer coveting the position of queen. This was the perfect ending. What do you think of that child? Odin suddenly asked. Which child? Asher froze, then thought carefully, feeling like he had asked a foolish question. Odin was undoubtedly referring to Scotty. She's a very good child, though it would be even better if she could follow her heart more, Asher commented in a very mature tone. Odin's eyebrows relaxed, and he smiled, saying, I think so too. She needs to be more honest, but so do you. Me. I'm very honest. Odin said nothing, just looked at Asher warmly. Asher had no choice but to meet his gaze, then after a moment, he feigned indifference, averted his eyes, and stretched his limbs to ease the awkwardness. Odin's silence at that moment was simply a silent mockery of him. I think you two are a good match, Odin suddenly said. Asher slowly typed out a question mark. You're joking. I never joke, and I never misjudge people, Odin smiled, then raised his finger and touched Asher's forehead. You go back and rest well first. This is my dream, isn't it? Why am I the one who has to leave first? As Asher thought this, his vision plunged into darkness. Waking up early the next morning, Asher had just opened his eyes when he saw a purple-haired girl sitting at the head of his bed. She saw Asher open his eyes, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly as she said faintly. You woke up quite late. Shishou. Asher called out groggily. Look closely, who exactly am I? Asher rubbed his eyes. And looked again. That proud gaze, as if looking at an insect, the slightly raised snow-white chin, and the staff clutched in her hand. Undoubtedly, this was Scotty. He had thought his Shishou had come to see him early again today. Asher sighed with regret. With what happened yesterday, his Shishou would probably keep a certain distance from him for a while. Sighing when you see me, aren't you a bit rude to a goddess? Scotty said with a frown. Sorry, but I just sighed because I remembered something sad. It has nothing to do with you. Something sad. Scotty repeated. Asher sighed, it's a long story. Then don't say it yet, let's go, come with me to the training ground. Scotty grabbed Asher's wrist. Huh. After a brief, Asher couldn't help but make a confused sound. Was this goddess too self-willed? He hadn't even finished speaking. Normally, Scotty should be saying comforting words to him with sympathy, shouldn't she? After all, they were allies now. What are you still spacing out for? Are you not fully awake yet? Scotty frowned slightly. No. I'm very much awake now. Then let's go. Let me see what your magic is like now that you've guided Odin's magic. Scotty said, then without another word, she pulled Asher out of bed, using her elbow to control one of Asher's arms, then dragged him out of the room. Wait, at least let me change my clothes. Is this goddess really not going to listen to anyone? Asher had no choice but to use his own strength to make Scotty stop, then said testily when she turned around, if we're going to the training ground, at least wait for me to change. Do you want me to go to the training ground dressed like this? Scotty looked him up and down, then nodded, then go change. After saying that, she finally released his hand. Asher turned around, speechless, and was about to take off his upper body clothes. When he looked back, he found those red eyes calmly sizing him up. Aren't you going to look away? Doesn't matter, Scotty said faintly, to me, you're just a child. Since she said so, Asher didn't bother to argue further. He turned and took off his clothes, then glanced at Scotty again, only to find that the goddess who had just been so cold now looked flushed and turned her head away. Indeed, her coldness just now was just an act. Probably trying to maintain her goddess image or something. However, in Asher's heart, the image of a goddess had never been very good. After all, the goddess of death he had encountered before was a rather scheming individual, but she was quite nice, though. After changing, the two walked through the long corridor to the training ground. First, show me a rune, Scotty said. Asher followed Scotty's instructions and covered the ground with a layer of frost. This would have been unimaginable in the past, but with the white dragon's core, and all the guided magic converging within it, Asher could effortlessly turn the entire training ground into a snowfield. Scotty fell into thought, then continued, add a speed-enhancing rune to yourself and show me. After Asher did as instructed, Scotty nodded slightly and said, not bad, he really doesn't misjudge people. Asher's movements paused, and for no reason, he remembered what Odin told him last night, I never misjudge people, you are the most suitable person for her. What's wrong? Scotty asked. Nothing, just thinking about something subtle, Asher shook his head and said. Oh, something subtle, Scotty's eyes narrowed slightly, and she stepped forward, a hint of playfulness flashing in her red eyes. Tell me quickly. Forget it, you'll definitely get angry if I tell you. I won't get angry, tell me, Scotty said. Really? Scotty nodded. So, Asher spoke Odin's previous words. And then, Scotty, who had just been full of smiles, suddenly fell silent, her head bowed, and faintly, one could even see her seemingly flushed cheeks through her hair. Miss Scotty. Asher called out tentatively. What a joke. How could that person say such a thing? Even a joke has its limits. Scotty suddenly looked up, and a chilling aura spread instantly. I truly misjudged you. You really do have designs on me, don't you? Asher immediately waved his hand, absolutely not. You kept pestering me to say it, that's why I did. Don't forget what you just promised me. I said I wouldn't get angry, Scotty raised her staff, but I didn't say I couldn't beat you. Meanwhile, on a tall building next to the training ground, a woman with long, platinum blonde hair stood silently at the top, looking down at the scene below. Have their relationship suddenly gotten too good? Morgan muttered to herself, toying with a strand of hair at her forehead, watching Scotty being suppressed by Asher with a backhand. Morgan's eyes were filled with confusion. That shouldn't be. Could it be that what she did to Scotty before didn't anger her, but instead made Scotty fall for Ash? This is truly strange. But never mind, it's pointless to care about a goddess full of loser vibes now. There's only one thing to focus on, the queen. Lily will definitely be the ultimate winner. Morgan le Fay was filled with confidence. She turned around and quickly transformed into a raven, flying away. On the other side, after a playful skirmish, Asher released Scotty. The goddess's hair was disheveled, her face flushed, and she was panting, looking aggrieved, as if saying, I've been humiliated, I'm no longer pure. If Asher hadn't been the one involved, he would have thought someone had done something to Scotty. But in reality, Asher had merely dodged Scotty's attacks very normally earlier, and then, out of impatience, simply pinned her to the ground. Sorry, but you should calm down now, right? Asher asked tentatively. Scotty was breathing lightly, glaring at Asher, and said, Do you think I'm being unreasonable? Aren't you? Asher mumbled inwardly. There's nothing else to do, he sighed, extending his palm towards Scotty, who was sitting on the ground. Here, hit me. Scotty. Does Asher think he's coaxing a child? Looking at Asher's helpless expression, Scotty's anger grew. She raised her hand and quickly slapped Asher's palm, then immediately covered her own hand. That blow was so painful it almost brought tears to her eyes. After all, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Are you less angry now? Asher asked cautiously. He would need the goddess's help in 2 days, so offending her now would be unwise. Scotty remained silent. I imagine a gentle, beautiful, generous, and young goddess wouldn't quibble so much with me. Asher said, extending his hand. Gentle, beautiful, generous, young. The corners of Scotty's mouth curved slightly, but she quickly composed her face again. She raised her eyes and faintly glanced at Asher, finally extending her hand to grasp his, then letting Asher pull her up from the ground. When their fingertips touched, she looked up in surprise at the young man before her. There's Odin's aura. This was understandable. After all, Asher had already guided a large amount of Odin's magical power for his own use, so it wasn't surprising that he would have a similar feeling to Odin. What's wrong? Asher's voice suddenly rang out, pulling Scotty back to reality. She glanced at her hand still tightly grasping his, her cheeks suddenly flushing crimson. She immediately withdrew her hand, then lightly coughed, saying as calmly as possible, Don't do that again. I definitely won't make that mistake again, Asher nodded. After all, he was the one who benefited, it was nothing to concede a little in words. Scotty averted her gaze and walked directly towards the training ground exit. Seeing Asher follow, she suddenly turned and said, Don't follow me. Asher could only stop in his tracks, saying helplessly, But I need to leave too. Scotty ignored Asher and walked straight out of the training ground. Only after confirming that the young man was not following her did she cover her flushed cheeks with both hands. Unconsciously, 2 days passed, and the day of the meeting quickly arrived. The kings no longer had their previous arrogance. After Vortigern's demise, they decided to sit down and have a good talk. It was time for this divided country to finally merge. The knights of the Round Table sat on King Arthur's side, while the kings sat on the other. It was worth noting that Scáthach and Scáthach also took their seats as observers. Scotty likewise sat quietly, and even Merlin, who usually never participated in political affairs, came to join the fun. The meeting proceeded smoothly, without any major twists, which allowed Asher, who was currently sitting at the round table, to relax a little. It seemed that the results of the past year and the death of Vortigern had truly earned him the recognition of the kings. Finally, no one was causing trouble. The meeting concluded successfully, further details of the cooperation could be discussed later. Just as Asher announced the end of the meeting, King Leodegrance spoke with a smile, King Arthur, do you have time after this? I still have some questions about the cooperation you mentioned. Before Asher could speak, someone snorted coldly, it is said that Princess Guinevere is one of Britain's greatest beauties. You brought Princess Guinevere with you this time, King Leodegrance. I believe what you value is not cooperation, but something else. King Leodegrance's smile remained unchanged as he said faintly, it is up to King Arthur himself to judge. My daughter simply wished to visit the royal city, she has no other intentions. King Leodegrance's tone suddenly shifted, besides, didn't you also bring your daughter? What, does your daughter also want to visit the royal city? That king's eyelid twitched slightly, and he nodded silently. Asher glanced left and right. Could your daughters be the same person? Because of the previous conversation between the two kings, the meeting, which had just been harmonious, suddenly became a bit strange. Not only King Leodegrance, but others also had similar calculations in their hearts to varying degrees. King Arthur's unification of Britain was unstoppable. Rather than obstructing him, it was better to seize the opportunity now to gain more benefits. Even if King Leodegrance didn't bring it up, others were planning to meet King Arthur privately, and, accidentally, bring their daughters along to admire the king's countenance. Morgan looked around, then glanced at Artoria, who was still silently bowing her head. Seeing that the time was ripe, she was about to speak. The surrounding knights of the Round Table also exchanged glances, nodding slightly to each other. At the same time, Scáthach also had the same thought, her mouth slightly open. But just then, a voice rang out first. "King Arthur, do you intend to take a queen?" Everyone's gazes fell on Scotty, their eyes filled with surprise. This was a woman incredibly similar to Scáthach, and thus, she possessed an exquisitely captivating face. At this moment, her gaze was fixed directly on Asher, filled with deep affection. "It's finally here." Asher said calmly, "What is it?" Scotty's red eyes were moist as she stared intently at Asher, then began a heartfelt confession. It was roughly about how she admired the king's heroic demeanor and often watched him from the shadows. And finally, Scotty looked seriously at Asher and said, "Let's get married. Since everyone is here, let them be our witnesses, okay?" Artoria suddenly looked up, staring at Scotty in disbelief. Morgan also narrowed her eyes, but remained silent. Beside her, the knights of the Round Table and the tribal kings all had varied expressions, but all showed surprise. This was a goddess. Asher had mentioned it when introducing Scotty, and Scotty had also shown her divine side, so they did not question Scotty's identity. Undoubtedly, she was an arrogant and charming goddess. However, that this goddess would confess to King Arthur was truly unexpected. For a moment, the previously noisy hall fell completely silent. Asher glanced at Scáthach, who nodded almost imperceptibly, signaling him to begin his performance. "I am very happy," Asher paused here, preparing to start his performance. But before he could speak again, he felt as if a white mist enveloped his vision. His mouth opened slightly, trying to utter a sound several times, but no sound came out. A group of people began to whisper and discuss. They believed that King Arthur was considering the matter, which was understandable, as it was a goddess's declaration of love. Being cautious was also understandable. But it was truly strange that he would hesitate even with such a beautiful goddess. Did King Arthur truly not intend to take a queen for now? Scáthach secretly shook her head, then gave Scotty a meaningful look. Unexpectedly, this goddess would help her disciple. However, just doing this to dispel the thoughts of others would probably not be so easy. Clearly, their plan was for the goddess to confess her love, and for King Arthur's rejection to dispel the king's ideas. But whether it was Scáthach, Guinevere, or Artoria, all were exceptionally beautiful. It wouldn't be easy to make everyone retreat using this method. Morgan also secretly chuckled. Ash's idea is good, but still a bit too naive. Although I don't know how he persuaded Scotty to help, this method can only deter those who are not confident in their beauty. For me, it has no deterrent power at all. Thinking of this, Morgan looked up, about to speak. "All right." When he heard the young man's voice drift lightly, Morgan's voice also came to an abrupt halt. She slowly turned to look at Asher, her eyes filled with disbelief. Almost in the next instant, everyone present clearly heard Asher's next words. "Let's get married." You could hear a pin drop in the hall. Tangerine boost this fanfic. Tangerine. Every 350 power stones gets 2 bonus chapters. Rocket. Want faster updates? Show your support by dropping power stones, leaving reviews, and sharing your thoughts in the comments. Your engagement keeps the story going strong. Chapter 281, Chapter 281, Screw It. Find 50 plus advanced chapters. And for more fan fiction. Backhand index pointing down. Backhand index pointing down. Support link, patreon.com/RioRaRyu. Scáthach, just 18 years old, the princess of the Land of Shadows, possessed extraordinary magical talent, and was also Asher's childhood friend, the girl who was at the finish line first. But once, by chance, she discovered that the relationship between her mother and her beloved younger brother seemed to be more than just Shishou and disciple. From then on, she began to observe them, trying to find even the slightest hint of incongruity. She did succeed, but only discovered her brother's feelings. Undoubtedly, Asher liked Scáthach, in a romantic way. However, Scáthach at the time wasn't so certain. After all, children, it's normal for them to admire a powerful and high-ranking queen. She herself admired her mother greatly. So Scáthach continued to search, and finally, by chance, she saw her brother's confession to her mother. And then she fully awakened. She had once tried to peek into her brother's and mother's relationship, secretly pleased, believing everything was under control, and that she was still at the finish line. But she didn't realize that from the moment Artoria offered that bowl of fish soup, she was already running backward. Then one day, her mother told her, "Your brother is almost mine." Her mother didn't say it exactly like that, but that was roughly the meaning. But at the time, she was quite calm. After all, sharing ash with her mother, she didn't really mind. Then her mother told her again that ash had also been nibbled by Morgan and Lily several times. From that moment on, Scáthach knew that her tax evasion had caused trouble. If she had forcefully kept Asher in the land of shadows back then, would there be so many problems now? But now it was too late. By the time she found out, the fishbones were almost picked clean. But the one who ended up being queen wasn't her, nor Lily, nor Mother or Morgan. It was that goddess, right? Ha ha ha. Mom, Scáthach gently patted Scáthach, who seemed somewhat stunned. What is it? Scáthach asked, turning her head, feigning composure. If Ash marries Miss Scotty, what should I call Miss Scotty? Scáthach asked in a monotonous voice. Scáthach. Is her daughter giving up on herself? But it wasn't just Scáthach, even Scáthach herself hadn't quite recovered. She thought she had guessed Asher's plan, but in reality, she had only guessed the first layer, which was Asher's superficial plan. In fact, Asher was on the second layer. She had originally thought Asher merely wanted to deter the kings, but now it seemed that this was not deterrence at all, it was clearly killing them all. On the other side, the Knights of the Round Table also exchanged glances, but no one spoke. Instead, they directed their gazes towards Artoria, who was not far away. They had planned for so long, only to be utterly bewildered by this sudden answer. At a time like this, what was Lily thinking? Their gazes all fell on Artoria, who sat with her hands on the round table, her exquisite face showing no emotional fluctuations, as if she had heard something very ordinary. The knights couldn't help but marvel at the King of Knights' composure. She truly was someone who had seen great things, remaining so calm and rational in such a situation. Crack. With a cracking sound, an irregular crack appeared on the round table. Splinters flew everywhere as a small piece of the round table broke off from the unconscious force of Artoria's fingers as she instinctively gripped it tightly. Presumably, future generations could easily summon Artoria with this fragment. At first, Artoria's mindset was quite stable. Everyone thought she would become queen, and Ash treated her very well. Even if she didn't become queen, there would still be plenty of time in the future. But then, a goddess suddenly came out and confessed. And the most crucial thing was that the one being confessed to actually agreed. If reason weren't telling her to absolutely calm down, Artoria would probably already be unable to control her red dragon power. Among everyone present, only Merlin was grinning. Although he hadn't done anything, seeing this scene now, he found it quite amusing. However, just as Merlin smiled, he felt several icy glares, even from Artoria, who usually treated him like a brother. Merlin quickly restrained his smile, looking as if he was grieving. But those several gazes still didn't leave him, especially Morgan and Scáthach, whose gazes were fixed on Merlin. They even suspected that Asher was under Merlin's illusion. In reality, it wasn't just the people present, even the person involved, Scotty, who had thought the plan was going smoothly, was also a bit confused. She had inexplicably become Asher's queen. And why were these people staring at her? She was innocent too, did they think she wanted this? Scotty thought indignantly, then raised her eyes and met Asher's gaze. Those eyes looked at her with a gentle gaze, filled with an ineffable tenderness. Undoubtedly, these were the eyes of someone looking at their beloved. It doesn't seem so bad, does it? Scotty suddenly thought. She didn't dislike romance or anything, it was just that there had never been a suitable opportunity. And now, Odin lived inside King Arthur, so it would be easy to ask him for favors in the future. Moreover, he himself treated his lovers very gently, so it seemed like a good idea. Will you marry me? Asher asked softly again. Scotty's gaze wavered, and she remained silent. Seeing this, Asher's mouth opened slightly, about to speak again. But at that moment, he felt the white dragon within his body let out an angry roar, and then his mouth snapped shut. Then, Asher awoke from his daze. It was like a dream, and now the dream was over. Asher's pupils suddenly contracted, and his gaze swept around. Everyone was staring at him in astonishment, looking as if they were looking at some rare animal. No, rather than a rare animal, it was more like a monster. This was understandable, Asher knew what had just happened. However, he couldn't stop it. His mouth wasn't his own at that moment, it was as if something was controlling it. Although his consciousness and vision were entirely his own, the sounds he made were completely contrary to his inner thoughts, or maybe that wasn't entirely true, because when Scotty confessed, he did feel a slight flicker of emotion. But with just that slight flicker, there was no way he would have agreed. In other words, someone had controlled him. Asher could only think of two people who could control him. One was Odin, and the other was Merlin. However, who did it temporarily didn't need to be investigated deeply. The more important thing now was damage control. Yes, there was still time to make amends. If he explained now that he had been under some kind of illusion-like ability, everyone else would understand, and Scotty would certainly understand too. But, before Asher could even open his mouth to explain, he heard a pleasant voice, tinged with shyness, softly say, "I do." More bonus chapters. Every 300 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter.